Volume 16. Chapter 1501, Shattered Space. Chapter 1501, Shattered Space. Bam! Yao Tian's body stiffened as he stood in the sky. His eyes were filled with disbelief. At this moment, there was an extremely glaring blood-red handprint on his face. Traces of blood slowly flowed out of the corner of his mouth. The entire sky became completely silent at this moment. Many pairs of eyes had watched what had just occurred with great shock. Their eyes shifted toward Xiao Yan in the distance, whose lips had lifted into a smile. A chill surged within their hearts. The ancient clans were most concerned about their pride, yet Xiao Yan had ruthlessly slapped Yao Tian in front of so many people. This humiliation was a greater insult than just simply killing him. You dare strike me. The silence continued for a moment before Yao Tian finally recovered from his shock. His eyes quickly turned bright red. He glared at the spiritual avatar in front of him with crazy and savage-eyed. An earth-like brown flame suddenly surged out of his body. After which, it formed a huge turtle-like object amid an earth-shaking roar. This giant turtle was covered in sharp fire thorns. Its ferocious mouth was also covered with sharp blade-like teeth. Turtle Spiritual Earth Flame, ranked 13th on the Heavenly Flame ranking. It is unexpected that such a heavenly flame is actually in your hands. The face of Xiao Yan's spiritual avatar revealed a surprised expression as he watched the enormous fire turtle form above Yao Tian's head. This Yao clan did indeed possess some heavenly flames. Go and die. Yao Tian's face became more ferocious after the fire spirit was formed. A furious roar sounded. That enormous fire spirit moved its limbs. That giant tail, which was covered with fire thorns, unceremoniously swung toward Xiao Yan's head. That sound of rushing wind immediately started to whistle. A small trick. Xiao Yan's spiritual avatar coldly laughed upon seeing attack. His body swayed and a 10,000-foot large fire dragon formed in the sky. The dragon tail was randomly swung and struck the fire spirit, causing the flame on the turtle's body to dim. The turtle immediately emitted a cry and flew back before smashing into Yao Tian's body. Grug! Yao Tian's face paled after the fire spirit was defeated. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The turtle spiritual earth flame was merely ranked 13th. On the other hand, Xiao Yan's heavenly flame could fight against a heavenly flame ranked in the top 6 after having merged 5 types of heavenly flames. Additionally, Xiao Yan's spiritual strength far surpassed Yao Tian. It was an extremely easy matter to defeat the other party. Bastard! The fight between Xiao Yan and Yao Tian merely lasted for a split second. By the time Yao Wangui recovered, he could only watch as Yao Tian suffered a serious injury. His expression quickly changed as he let out a furious roar. With a swoosh sound, his body appeared in front of that spiritual avatar. His large hand was violently extended and the space in front of him collapsed. Xie! Xiao Yan did not intend to clash head-on with Yao Wangui. His spiritual body burst apart. It separated into waves of spiritual strength that eventually returned to Xiao Yan's body. Xiao Yan, you are seeking death. Yao Wangui suddenly lifted his head after his strike missed. His eyes were dense as he glared at Xiao Yan in the distance. Murderous intent surged within his heart. His body moved, and he appeared in front of Xiao Yan. A punch was thrown at the same time. Humph, old ghost, you are really full of nonsense. Do you really think that you are the biggest here? Ziyan, who was beside Xiao Yan, looked a little down after seeing Yao Wangui attack again. She took a step forward and blocked Xiao Yan. Her hand was clenched as it was swung forward. A large bright golden dragon roared and rose from her palm. It heavily collided with Yao Wangui. Bang! The clash between 2 elite 4-star Dou Shangs was extremely terrifying. The space where the 2 fists collided collapsed. Everything within a 1,000-foot radius turned dark black. A powerful ripple swept apart as Yao Wangui's body flew back. His feet staggered over a dozen steps back in the sky before he managed to stabilize his body. His eyes stared at Ziyan as he spoke with a gloomy expression, "Ancient Void Dragon?" Ziyan took 2 to 3 steps back before stabilizing herself. In terms of a head-on clash, she had never been afraid of anyone who was the same level as her. The body of an ancient void dragon was incomparably strong along with her powerful dragon phoenix constitution. Although her level was the same as Yao Wangui, it was not completely impossible for Ziyan to finish him off. An old fellow who was going overboard. Ziyan randomly patted her hands and coldly laughed. Yao Wangui became furious upon hearing her statement. His face turned green in the process. He was about to furiously yell when Yao Ling, who had been quiet, suddenly pulled him back and shook her head. Elder Wangui, this is merely a temperamental clash between young people. Given your status, you have lowered yourself by intervening. Xun Er also slightly smiled at this moment as she suddenly said, I think that everyone should take a step back. Your aim is likely not to come here specifically to fight with another. Why do you wish to waste your energy for no reason? Why? Does the Gu clan also intend to help this person? Yao Wangui coldly demanded. His face twitched after hearing Xun Er speak up for Xiao Yan. Yao Wangui, my clan's young miss is only stating facts. You should not try to be overly annoying. The blue-robed old man behind Xun Er frowned and spoke in a faint voice. Humph. Yao Wangui could only swing his sleeves in anger after noticing who had spoken. He was naturally acquainted with Gu Nanhai, who was stronger than him. If they choose to help Xiao Yan with Ziyan, their three-man team would likely suffer a great loss. Hence, he could only angrily let out a cold snort. He shifted his eyes to Xiao Yan and Yao Lao before laughing in a cold voice. The both of you should not be happy. Although my Yao clan does things with a low profile, you will not end up in a good state if you attempt to jump over our heads. Xiao Yan smiled but remained non-committal. Yao Wangui, it is a tragedy that someone like you is an authority within the Yao clan. I will naturally visit the Yao clan in the future. I do not feel any attachment to the Yao clan, but I will carve the names of my parents into the clan tablet. Yao Lao's eyes glared at Yao Wangui as he slowly stated. The clan's tablet will not have any mediocre names. Forget about your parents. Even you do not have the qualification to carve your name on it. You should give up on this intention as soon as possible. Yao Wangui nearly mocked Yao Lao after hearing those words. Old bastard, do you really think that I cannot finish you off today? Xiao Yan's expression was dark and gloomy. His voice contained a killing intent which chilled one's heart. He viewed Yao Lao like a father. One of the things he could not accept in his heart was other people humiliating Yao Lao, yet this Yao Wangui's mouth was filled with dirty words for Yao Lao. The eyes of Ziyan by the side flickered after having sensed the killing desire in Xiao Yan's heart. Both of her eyes stared at Yao Wangui. If Yao Wangui dared to utter any inappropriate word, she would immediately attack. You! Yao Wangui's face turned green after hearing Xiao Yan call him an old bastard. He was just about to angrily curse before he backed down because of Ziyan's fierce eyes. Without realizing it, their three-man team had fallen into a disadvantage today. He might be able to hold Ziyan back, but with Xiao Yan's frightening strength, it would likely not be too much of a problem for him to kill both Yao Tian and Yao Ling. The both of them were pillars of the Yao clan. He would definitely be punished after returning to the clan if anything happened to them. Yao Wangui could only swallow the curse in his mouth after having realized such a conundrum. His eyes were sinister as they swept over Xiao Yan and Yao Lao. Finally, he swung his sleeve and led both Yao Tian and Yao Ling far away. Everyone softly exhaled after watching Yao Wangui miserably withdraw. Their eyes were a little surprised as they looked at Xiao Yan's group. They had not expected an ancient clan like the Yao clan to suffer a loss in their hands. Yao Lao's body slowly relaxed the moment Yao Wangui and the other two members of the Yao clan withdrew. His expression also recovered. He gently patted Xiao Yan's shoulder and wanted to utter something, but he merely sighed in a pleased manner in the end. Back then, he had protected Xiao Yan under his wing and prevented him from being harmed. At this moment, this position had quietly changed. His heart felt a complicated feeling as he thought about this. Teacher, I will accompany you to the Yao clan once we subdue the purifying demonic lotus flame. Xiao Yan looked at the sighing Yao Lao and softly promised. He was worried that Yao Lao would head to the Yao clan alone. Yao Lao hesitated for a moment before he smiled and nodded. His smile was warm and pleased. This farce ended when Yao Wangui's group withdrew after suffering a setback. The strength that Xiao Yan's group had displayed caught the eyes of many experts and factions, especially Ziyan. When the ancient Void Dragon tribe was powerful, it was not the least bit inferior to the Gu clan, Hun clan, or any other super factions. After the end of the farce, everyone once again placed their attention on the distant broken space. The cream-white light continued to pour out unceasingly like liquid. The desert below had turned into a creamy lava. Some bubbles occasionally rolled out from it as the bubbles charged out of many extremely hot airflows. Bang bang! This wait once again continued for around 3 hours or so. That broken space had also expanded from dozens of feet into hundreds of feet. It was vaguely possible to hear some strange sounds being emitted from within that space. The shattered space swelled before reaching a couple of thousand feet in size. It finally came to a gradual stop, and a cream-colored light circle vaguely formed in the shattered space. All the experts present suddenly opened their eyes the moment the light circle was formed. They could sense the temperature of this area raise by 100 times as much in an instant. Xun Er also opened her eyes at this moment. Her pretty eyes looked at Xiao Yan as she softly said, "It is time to get moving." Her words seemed to possess a demonic strength. They had just been emitted from her mouth when the surrounding space immediately emitted the hurried sound of rushing wind. Numerous bodies with powerful auras rushed out of the distant sky with lightning-like speed. They collided with the cream-colored light circle with a whistle. Xiao Yan suddenly stood up upon seeing everyone head out. A great heat leaped within his black pupils. Purifying demonic lotus flame, I have finally waited until this day. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1502, Demonic Flame Realm. Chapter 1502, Demonic Flame Realm. Xiao Yan GG, you should ask anyone in this group of yours who does not possess the strength of a Ban Sheng to leave. Numbers are not important in trying to subdue the purifying demonic lotus flame. Xun Er turned her head and spoke to Xiao Yan after seeing many human figures rush into that shattered space like a swarm of locusts. Xiao Yan nodded. Although these elite individuals from the Alliance could be considered top-tier experts, many of them were covered in perspiration just outside of this realm. Some of them even had to unleash their Dou Qi to resist the high temperature. If they were to recklessly charge into that space, less than 10 of them would make it out alive. All of you should head back to the Alliance first and guard it well. Yao Lao turned around and cried out in a deep voice. Understood. Upon hearing this, many experts from the Alliance immediately sighed in relief, appearing as though they had been relieved of a great burden. They hurriedly replied before withdrawing in a quick and orderly formation. Although it was somewhat regretful that they wouldn't enter the realm and catch a glimpse of the demonic flame, it was better to be regretful than to lose one's life. With their strength, they were clearly aware of their chances of survival if they were to barge into the extremely dangerous space. Haha, brother Xiao Yan, we will enter first. Huo Xian faced Xiao Yan and cupped his hands together from a short distance away. After which, he moved with Elder Hua Yao, who was leading the group. Their group took the lead to hurry into that cream-white light cluster. Finally, they disappeared. We should also get moving. Xiao Yan clenched his hand and smiled in a somewhat anxious manner after seeing those experts from the ancient clans rush into the light circle. Xiao Yan GEG, it is rumored that the purifying demonic lotus flame uses a person's emotion as a source to form the demonic flame within one's body. The moment the demonic flame appears in one's body, even one's soul will be incinerated into nothing. Hence, regardless of what you see after entering the space, you must try your best to remain calm without feeling any joy or sadness. You must try to control all emotions. Otherwise, these emotions will attract the demonic flame. Xun Er nodded and reminded everyone in a solemn voice. Oh. The expressions of Xiao Yan and Yao Lao changed upon hearing this rumor. The purifying demonic lotus flame was far too mysterious. Even they, as alchemists, did not really know many details about it. It was unexpected that this purifying demonic lotus flame was able to use human emotions as a seed. Such a mysterious method was indeed worthy of its demonic flame reputation. Understood. Everyone should be careful. Let's get moving. Xiao Yan slowly exhaled and ceased uttering any other unnecessary words. He waved his sleeve and his body took the lead to charge forward. He turned into a ray of light that rushed into the light circle with lightning-like speed. Xun Er and the rest followed close behind him. Xiao Yan's skin suddenly became dry as he charged into the cluster of light. Passing through the light circle was an instantaneous task. After his eyes were momentarily dazzled by the light, he discovered that the surrounding space had changed. What a terrifying temperature! The first impression that the transformed space gave Xiao Yan was that it was like a furnace. His eyes swiftly swept around him, only to discover that he was currently in a mysterious space with cream-white flames all around. Even someone like him, who had swallowed 5 types of heavenly flames, felt unusually hot in this place covered by cream-white flames. This heat was emitted by the cream-white flames. A thought passed through Xiao Yan's heart as the heavenly flame within his body slowly surged out of him before wrapping around his entire body. Only then did the heat that caused one's blood to boil significantly weaken. Is this the realm where the purifying demonic lotus flame is sealed? Where is Xun Er and the rest? Xiao Yan frowned as he looked at his empty surroundings. He should have entered this realm with Xun Er and the rest. Why was it that he was the only one in this place? Xiao Yan tightly knit his brow. His body was suspended in the air and did not dare to make even the slightest contact with the cream-white flames. These flames might not be the actual body of the purifying demonic lotus flame, but one should still not underestimate them. Moreover, this entire space was filled with mystery. This calmness hid a murderous intent, so it was always best to be a little careful. I should leave this place first. Xiao Yan's eyes swept around him. His toes pressed on empty space. Only then did his body shoot forward. This area made him somewhat uneasy, but first, he needed to find the others. Xiao Yan's body swiftly rushed through the sea of fire. The high temperature that saturated the space caused his skin to emit waves of piercing pain despite having the protection of his heavenly flame. Even the air in this realm was steaming. An indescribable desolation covered the entire land. Xie. Xiao Yan flew forward for nearly 10 minutes, but his expression gradually became ugly as he continued to fly. There was still no end to the sea of fire even after this 10-minute journey, and he had not come across any other human figures. It was as though this sea of fire was endless. Just how large is this realm? Could it be that we have been sent to a different area when we entered this space? However, I did not seem to feel any sign of being sent anywhere when I enter. Xiao Yan tightly knit his brows. His face was filled with his thoughts and an expression of loss. There is a voice in front. A soft voice was suddenly emitted from a short distance in front of Xiao Yan while he was thinking things over. He immediately felt a slight joy in his heart. His body moved as he hurried forward, but he had just traveled for some distance when he suddenly stopped. At this moment, there were 3 black figures standing in the air a short distance in front of him. Their eyes revealed sinister expressions that were filled with a ridicule while they looked at him. Chief of the Hall of Souls. The 3 black figures were the Hall of Souls trio from outside. It was unexpected that they would actually appear in this place. Moreover, from the looks of their appearances, it seemed that they had been waiting for Xiao Yan. Why are all of you here? Xiao Yan demanded in a deep voice as he stared at the 3 of them. The Dou Qi within his body quietly began to circulate as he asked. Nothing. We are here to let you have a look at something. The chief of the Hall of Souls slightly smiled. Waves of black fog suddenly surged out of his palm. The black fog churned before turning into a somewhat illusory figure. Xiao Yan felt as though he was struck by lightning as he looked at the figure. He muttered, Father? Xiao Zhan. The person who had been pulled out by the chief of the Hall of Souls was surprisingly Xiao Zhan. However, Xiao Zhan was only a spiritual body. Xun Er? Xiao Zhan's body trembled after hearing Xiao Yan's voice. He lifted his head, and his eyes looked at the skinny young man with disbelief. Xiao Yan, there is only one fate for opposing our Hall of Souls. The destruction of your clan. An indifferent smile was lifted on the face of the chief of the Hall of Souls. His hand slowly landed on Xiao Zhan's head as he said in a faint voice, Since we are about to capture you, there is no use for him to continue living. Stop. Xiao Yan's eyes suddenly turned blood red after hearing the chief of the Hall of Souls' voice. The chief of the Hall of Souls coldly laughed when he heard Xiao Yan's roar. He clenched his hand and Xiao Zhan's soul was forcefully shattered. It turned into light particles that scattered apart before they vanished because of the terrifyingly high temperature. Xiao Yan was dull as he watched the light spots disappear. His body trembled. A terrifying murderous intent wildly swept out from deep within his heart. A strange smile was lifted on the face of the chief of the Hall of Souls after having sensed that wild murderous intent in Xiao Yan's heart. Puff! Both of Xiao Yan's eyes turned blood red. His breathing became as heavy as a bull while he stared intently at the chief of the Hall of Souls. He took a step forward. However, his body stilled immediately as his foot landed. Waves of cream-white flame suddenly erupted from a countless number of pores around his body. The terrifying flame started to wildly rage within his body. Demonic flame? The sudden intense pain emitted from within Xiao Yan's body caused him to regain his sense of reasoning. His heart was immediately startled as he hurriedly lifted his head, only to realize that the Hall of Souls trio had vanished. This is bad. I have been tricked. Everything here is an illusion to stir one's emotion. This scene caused Xiao Yan to feel startled. He suddenly recovered and finally understood the strangeness of the whole situation. The demonic flame might be powerful, but no one is in control of it. It isn't so easy to incinerate me. Xiao Yan clenched his teeth. His hand seal was rapidly changed as his new heavenly flame, which had been formed from the merger of the 5 types of heavenly flames, began to circulate. It wildly spread to every part of his body. The cream-white flames endured for a moment before beginning to be forced back in defeat an inch at a time because of the fierce retaliation from the heavenly flame within Xiao Yan's body. Finally, the flames were forced out of Xiao Yan's countless pores. Xiao Yan only sighed in relief after the cream-white flames were forced out of his body. He was covered in perspiration. It was fortunate that his resistance to fire was quite high and that his physical body was strong. Otherwise, this trick would have caused the meridians in his body to turn to dust. It is indeed worthy of being the demonic flame. The illusion it creates is not inferior to that of the Bodhisattva ancient tree. Xiao Yan rubbed his cold sweat away. A thought passed through his heart as the heavenly flame within his body quickly covered his eyes. After the flame surged up, the world in front of him immediately began to change. The cream-white sea of fire vanished. A cream-white fog that was around 100 feet in size replaced it. At this moment, there were dozens of people swiftly flying in the same spot within this fog. The bodies of some of these people had already been surrounded by a cream-white flames. Finally, they turned into ashes amid a miserable screech. Xiao Yan's eyes swiftly swept over this cream-white fog. After which, he understood that those illusions should be caused by this mysterious fog. Teacher? After having swept his eyes around, Xiao Yan paused them on an elderly figure a short distance in front of him. This figure was Yao Lao, but Yao Lao's face was filled with pain. Vague cream-white fire seedlings had even surfaced on his body. Clearly, this was the prelude to being incinerated by the demonic flame. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1503, Breaking Through an Obstruction. Chapter 1503, Breaking Through an Obstruction. Xiao Yan's heart was filled with shock as he stared at the burning cream-white flames on Yao Lao's body. He naturally understood just how difficult it was to expel the demonic flame that burned within one's body. If he didn't possess 5 types of heavenly flames, he would have ended up suffering serious injuries from the demonic flames earlier. Although Yao Lao was an elite Dou Qi, he no longer had a heavenly flame guarding his body. He would be seriously injured if the demonic flames were allowed to invade his body. Xiao Yan's body reflexively moved while his heart was feeling shocked. He appeared beside Yao Lao in a flash. After which, his palms suddenly pounded against Yao Lao's back. A low cry was also suddenly emitted from his mouth. Xiao Yan had mixed a spiritual fluctuation within this cry. The sound wave that was mixed with this fluctuation was transmitted into Yao Lao's ear. It violently collided with Yao Lao's soul, causing his face to pale. His tightly shut eyes were also suddenly opened at this moment. Hoo! Yao Lao, who had opened his eyes, looked at Xiao Yan beside him. He continued to pant through his mouth. A moment later, he finally wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and said, "Thus purifying demonic lotus flame is terrifying. It is unexpected that it purposefully creates illusions to stir one's emotions to attract the flames that will burn oneself. If you had not warned me earlier, I'm afraid that my fate would have not been pleasant." Xiao Yan bitterly laughed. His eyes swept around him as he said, "The fog in this place is a little strange. Let's leave this area first. Where is Ancestor Huayuan and the rest?" Yao Lao frowned and asked in a worried voice. The demonic flame realm was far too mysterious. It was fraught with fatal danger. Even an elite Dou Shang would face a continuous tribulations upon entering it. I looked for them earlier. There are no signs of them in this area. Xun Er and the rest have also disappeared. Xiao Yan shook his head and voiced his thoughts. They are most likely with Xun Er, Ziyan, and the rest. That group is powerful, and it should not be difficult for them to escape the illusion. Yao Lao nodded. Even if he wanted to save them, there was nothing he could do in this strange place. The only thing that he felt fortunate about was that he did not bring a large group in. Otherwise, all of them would have already perished. Let's go. Xiao Yan waved his hand. His eyes glanced at those people still sinking into the illusion before they swiftly rushed out of the fog. He did not act out of goodness and rescue every single one of them. Most of the people here were after the purifying demonic lotus flame. They could be described as his competitors. Xiao Yan did not wish to see his kindness bring trouble for him in the future. Xiao Yan and Yao Lao escaped from the illusion and did not remain in this area. After a couple of minutes of flying, they managed to charge out of the area surrounded by fog. Xiao Yan and Yao Lao felt their bodies become a little lighter after they escaped the fog. They turned their heads and looked at the strange cream-white fog. Xiao Yan sighed in relief while feeling some lingering fear within his heart. Xiao Yan Gege. A joyous voice was emitted from a short distance away after the two of them hurried out of the fog. Xiao Yan lifted his head and saw a large platform suspended in the air a short distance in front of him. There was a large white door at the end of the platform. At this moment, Xun Er's group was clustered on the platform. Their eyes were filled with joy as they looked at Xiao Yan and Yao Lao, who had charged out of the fog. Xiao Yan slowly landed after seeing Xun Er, Ziyan, and the others. He exchanged glances with Yao Lao and a flame suddenly surged into his eyes, but the area in front of him did not change. They are not an illusion. Xiao Yan only sighed in relief after seeing that nothing had changed. He smiled and asked, "Are you alright?" "We're fine." Xun Er's group swiftly hurried forward. She smiled and shook her head before exclaiming, "It is unexpected that the purifying demonic lotus flame is already able to release the nightmare heavenly fog. It looks like its strength has greatly improved over 1,000 years. Nightmare heavenly fog? Xiao Yan was startled. It is a fog that can cause a person to descend into an illusion forever. This was a unique ultimate skill of the purifying demonic Lotus Saint. It is rumored that the purifying demonic Lotus Saint once unleashed this skill and covered an entire city within it. The people in the city felt as though they had lived for a couple of centuries. Only after the fog scattered did they suddenly realize that the 100-year experience was merely a dream. Gu Nanhai faintly smiled before sighing. It is rumored that the purifying demonic Lotus Flame wasn't able to use this skill 1,000 years ago. It is unexpected that this time around, it seems like this trip is indeed filled with danger. Purifying demonic Lotus Saint, Xiao Yan recalled the light cluster after hearing this name. The light cluster should have been created by the purifying demonic Lotus Saint, but the thing that surprised Xiao Yan was that the light cluster, which reacted to the purifying demonic Lotus Flame, had become quiet after entering this realm. Where are the rest? Xiao Yan's eyes swept around everyone. He looked around, only to discover that there was no one other than them on this square. This realm is the world of the purifying demonic Lotus Flame. We have landed in its hands the moment we entered that crack. Where we will be delivered will depend on its intentions, Xun Er explained. It has purposefully allowed us to come together. This realm is extremely mysterious. Earlier, I tested what I could do. If I forcefully attempted to break out of this area, even I would suffer a great backlash. This place is like an extremely tough prison. It is impossible to break it. Gu Nanhai shook his head. His eyes looked at the large tightly shut door and said. According to what the ancestors in the clan said, the same situation also occurred back then. If we walk through the large door, we will naturally be able to see the purifying demonic Lotus Flame. However, there will be many obstructions behind the large door. We must overcome them if we wish to arrive at the purifying demonic Lotus Flame. This place has been set up by the purifying demonic Lotus Flame. It will likely not be easy to forcefully charge through it. Xiao Yan frowned and remarked. This is the territory of the purifying demonic Lotus Flame. Even we can only obey its rules before can find its actual body. Gu Nanhai faintly laughed. He was about to continue saying something when the surrounding space suddenly fluctuated. A terrifying temperature slowly appeared around them. Be careful. Gu Nanhai frowned and cried out after sensing what was happening. Of course, his reminder was unnecessary. At this moment, everyone had already become cautious. Their eyes wearily looked at the many distortions in the space around them. The realm of the demonic flame was far too mysterious. They had to be as cautious as possible. Bang bang! The space around them became more distorted before numerous crack lines appeared. Wave after wave of cream-white flames swept over from the cracks. Soon after, many human figures with a cream-white flame around their bodies came surged out from the many cracks like floodwater. In the blink of an eye, the sky had filled with these fire human figures. These human figures were covered in a flame. All of them held a long fire spear in their hands. Their emotionless eyes stared at Xiao Yan's group. Xiao Yan's eyes were filled with shock as he stared back at the many fire human figures. He was surprised to discover that these people possessed real bodies and their auras were all quite powerful. Be careful, they are all fire slave, experts who have been refined by the purifying demonic Lotus Flame. They are another form of a puppet. Gu Nanhai spoke in a deep voice after seeing these fire human figures appear. Roar! The tens of thousands of fire human figures let out a violent roar after Gu Nanhai's words sounded. Their bodies moved in unison as they rushed toward Xiao Yan's group from all directions. Their momentum was truly earth-shaking. Xiao Yan frowned upon seeing this human tide rush forward with a ferocious momentum. He reached out with his hand and a terrifying force spread. 100 fire human figures exploded. Xun Er and the rest also unleashed attacks while Xiao Yan did. Everyone present was an elite Dou Shang. Their attacks were naturally extremely powerful. Those fire figures were turned into nothing a bunch at a time, but regardless of how ferocious Xiao Yan's group's attacks were, there was still an endless number of fire slaves surging out of those cracks. There was no end to this killing. It is pointless to continue this slaughter. We can only head inside. Gu Nanhai cried out in a deep voice. Xiao Yan frowned. He mused for a moment, nodded, and then said, "Let's go." Xiao Yan's toes pressed on the ground after his voice sounded. His body rushed forward. The fire slaves blocking his way exploded when they approached within 100 feet of him. The group began to easily charge through the fire human crowd. All of them threw their own palms that ruthlessly smashed onto the large door. Bang! The large door suddenly cracked apart from the combined attacks of so many experts. The endless fire slaves halted the moment the large door broke. They remained suspended in the sky, crowded together. Let's go. According to the ancestors of the clan, the demonic flame is located at the end of this demonic flame hall. Gu Nanhai cried out. Yao Lao's group immediately shifted their eyes to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan slightly frowned. He glanced at the endless fire slaves behind him and then looked at the area behind the large door. After a momentary silence, he nodded and said, "Let's get going." Gu Nanhai also inclined his head after hearing Xiao Yan agree. His body moved, and he took the lead to head through the large door. Xun Er and the rest followed behind him. Xiao Yan knit his brows as he looked at the many figures rushing forward. Remaining here would mean facing the endless fire slave army. It seemed that it was only possible to escape this situation by continuing on. For some unknown reason, Xiao Yan's heart vaguely felt an unease. This demonic flame realm was far too mysterious. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1504, Blood-Colored Giant Axe. Chapter 1504, Blood-Colored Giant Axe. Cream-white flames filled one's eyes within this spacious hall. Many fire-human figures stood straight-backed in this nearly 10,000-foot large square hall. They did not emit any sounds, but an extremely terrifying aura saturated the hall. That aura merged together and transformed into a large fire dragon that lingered over the heads of these fire-human figures. There was a killing intent surging from it. Xiao Yan's group studied the formation in this hall from a corner. Xiao Yan's brows were involuntarily knit. This was not the first time he had seen such a situation. Ever since they had entered that large door, Xiao Yan's group had charged through 3 halls similar to this, but the further they progressed, the fire slaves they faced became stronger. Based on the senses of Xiao Yan's group, every single one of these fire slaves in front of them possessed a Douzun strength. 1 Douzun was not worth mentioning in the eyes of Xiao Yan's group, but when this number increased to 10,000, even an elite Doushang would have to brace their attention, especially when these fire slaves cooperated with each other perfectly. Their combined strength was extremely frightening. Elder Gu, when will we reach the end if we continue charging on like this? Xiao Yan frowned and involuntarily asked. Even though their group was quite strong, the Dou Qi within their bodies would be exhausted sooner or later if they continued charging through these endless halls. The natural energy within this realm was mixed with the demon flame. No one dared to simply absorb it. Even an elite Doushang would not be able to endure if one's exhaustion was greater than one's intake. We have no other choice. The demonic flame realm has become an extremely dangerous place after being managed by the purifying demonic lotus flame for thousands of years. Otherwise, others would not have failed to capture it during these thousands of years. Gu Nanhai shook his head and replied. Xiao Yan's frown deepened upon hearing this reply, but he also felt helpless. This demonic flame realm was far too strange. After charging to the next place, the previous place would strangely disappear. It seemed as though there was a large invisible hand quietly removing the places behind them, forcing them to head forward. Did those ancestors from your clan also break through all these obstacles when they had come to this place in the past? Xiao Yan asked. Yes. Is the purifying demonic lotus flame stronger 1,000 years ago or is it stronger now? Xiao Yan's eyes flashed as he asked. Ugh, although the purifying demonic lotus flame 1,000 years ago was not captured by anyone, it still suffered a serious injury, but 1,000 years is more than enough time for it to fully recover. Moreover, from the looks of the nightmare heavenly fog, the current purifying demonic lotus flame is stronger. Gu Nanhai hesitated for a moment before responding. So it's like this. Xiao Yan lifted his head and looked at the dome above the large hall. His eyes slightly flickered. It seems like this purifying demonic lotus flame is planning to play with us like dolls. Everyone knit their brows after hearing these words. Being played with by a heavenly flame was really something that was difficult to accept. Let's continue to walk. Xiao Yan mused for a moment. After which, he gently waved his hand. His voice had regained its cool. Everyone was startled upon hearing this command. They quickly nodded as their bodies moved and attacked at the same time. The group easily crushed the fire slave army in the hall in an instant. After which, all of them turned into light figures that appeared at the end of the hall in a couple of flashes. After which, they destroyed another large door and entered it. They continued this bitter attempt to overcome the obstacles during this subsequent period of time, but the tasks were extremely monotonous. Each large hall had the same fire slaves. The only difference was that the strength of the fire slaves increased the further they ventured. In the last clash, even Ancestor Hui Yun had suffered some minor injuries while fighting the fire slave army. Although the rest were slightly better, their expressions had gradually become grave. Their continuous charges was little different than having clashed with many elite Dou Shangs, causing them feel exhausted. Bang, dot. The enormous door of the hall was shattered by the expressionless Xiao Yan with a palm strike. Another large hall appeared as the stone fragments shot out. Everyone felt a weariness in their hearts the moment they saw the large hall. They did not know how long it would take for these various obstacles to come to an end. Ha! Xiao Yan's eyes swept over the large hall. However, he quickly emitted a ha sound because he discovered that this large hall was not packed with fire slaves. Have we passed through all the obstacles? Xun Er also discovered the change. No, Gu Nanhai shook his head. His eyes were locked on something in the middle of the large hall. There was a somewhat skinny figure standing at that spot. Strangely enough, no flame lingered around his body. Both of his eyes were tightly shut as a mountain-like aura spread from his body. For Star Dou Shang. Gu Nanhai's and Zi Yan's bodies gently trembled at this moment. A grave expression slowly surged onto their faces. Although the two of them were also 4-star Dou Shangs, that skinny figure in the hall was still a little stronger than them. Is this also a fire slave? Xiao Yan asked in disbelief. Just how terrifying was this purifying demonic lotus flame? It was able to turn a 4-star Dou Shang into a fire slave? He can barely be considered a fire slave since he possesses an intelligence that belongs to him. Compared to those fire slaves that are controlled by the purifying demonic lotus flame, he possesses his own autonomy. Gu Nanhai spoke with a grave expression. Looks like this is the final hurdle. We should be able to reach the location of the purifying demonic lotus flame once we pass through this. This won't be easy. Xiao Yan frowned as he remarked. Even with their lineup, it would not be easy to defeat a 4-star Dou Shang. There is no way to retreat now that we have come here. Zi Yan spread her hands as she spoke to Xiao Yan. After which, her pretty eyes looked to Gu Nanhai as she spoke in a somewhat lazy tone. The two of us should attack together and finish him off as soon as possible. I am completely irritated. Gu Nanhai did not reject her suggestion. He understood that it would be difficult for him alone to deal with this skinny man. Pay attention to the surroundings. Xiao Yan gently waved his hand as everyone quietly rushed into the hall. They separated and surrounded the skinny human figure. Zi Yan and Gu Nanhai landed in front of that man. That human figure's tightly shut eyes slowly opened when everyone landed within the large hall. A pair of dark black eyes that were void of emotion were revealed, but they clearly contained an additional liveliness compared to the fire slave they had met earlier. Nevertheless, those eyes were still icy cold. Both of his eyes merely stared at Zi Yan and Gu Nanhai in front of him. Neither party spoke, but the atmosphere had become more tense. Xiao Yan only managed to get a good look at this skinny human figure after approaching him. The skinny figure was wearing ordinary clothes, and his face seemed to be completely stiff. There was no discernible expression on his face. Both of his eyes were cold and indifferent, appearing like ice that had not melted in 10,000 years. Bang! The ground of the quiet hall suddenly trembled as the skinny figure gently clenched the empty space in front of him. A strange 10-foot large blood-red axe appeared out of nowhere. This skinny figure appeared a little comical beneath the outline of that giant axe. The people present could clearly sense the terrifying energy the skinny figure hid. This person is really powerful. Xiao Yan's expression was grave. He would never have imagined that such an expert could be controlled by the purifying demonic lotus flame. Gu Nanhai frowned as he looked at the giant blood-colored axe. It seemed as though he was thinking of something. Both parties did not say anything unnecessary after the blood-colored axe appeared. 3 pairs of eyes glanced at each other. Wild wind suddenly blew as 3 figures brutally collided together. The earth-shaking ripple that erupted caused Xiao Yan's group to hurriedly pull back. Clang clang. The 3 figures in the large hall flashed with dazzling speeds. Sparks continued to shoot out as the 3 figures flashed and appeared. The unusually strong hall began to crack an inch at a time. Many crack lines began to spread. Xiao Yan's group had already withdrawn by a great distance. They were in no position to interfere as the 3 elite Dou Shangs exchanged blows. Just the remnant ripples caused them to feel odd. Even with Zi Yan and Gu Nanhai's combined attacks, that skinny figure holding the large blood axe did not give in. The large axe danced like the wind as a bloody scent spread across the hall. Although he was powerful, Zi Yan and Gu Nanhai were not ordinary people either. The skinny figure gradually fell into a disadvantage as the fight continued. However, his occasional retaliation still caused Zi Yan and Gu Nanhai to appear a little miserable. If it was a one-on-one fight, these 2 individuals would be no match for this mysterious person. Clang! The 3 figures suddenly made contact in the middle of the large hall. A frightening sound swept apart like a huge wave. The figure with the blood axe staggered and flew backwards. His feet stomped against the ground of the large hall, forming over a dozen deep pits. Roar! That skinny figure's indifferent eyes suddenly revealed a crazy heat after being forced back. A low roar was emitted from his throat as a powerful light suddenly shot out of his brow. A symbol slowly appeared in front of everyone's eyes as the skinny person's aura suddenly soared. Xiao Yan's eyes immediately paused on this strange symbol. After which, he seemed to have been struck by lightning as his face became dull. This is Xiao Plan's clan tattoo? The symbol that appeared on the person with the blood axe was the unique clan tattoo of the Xiao Clan. Why did this person possess the Xiao Plan's clan tattoo? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1505, Illusion and Reality. Chapter 1505, Illusion and Reality. Xiao Yan's eyes were stunned as he studied the clan tattoo on the forehead of the skinny figure. A great storm seemed to have risen within his heart. Under normal circumstances, he should be the only person within the current Xiao clan that possessed such a clan tattoo. Why had it suddenly appeared on this mysterious person? Xiao Plan's clan tattoo? Xun Er's group had also discovered this tattoo. Their stunned eyes were thrown to Xiao Yan. All of them had seen Xiao Yan use the Xiao Plan's clan tattoo. Hence, they were extremely familiar with this thing. Could it be an ancestor of the Xiao Plan? Xun Er guessed. Xiao Yan's heart shook upon hearing this suggestion. This purifying demonic lotus flame had existed for a long period of time. If one were to trace its history, it had existed far longer than the Xiao Clan had. It was not impossible for this flame to have captured an expert from the Xiao Clan during that era. Some joy involuntarily rose within Xiao Yan's heart, but this joy had just risen when it gradually sank. This skinny man seemed to have become a fire slave of the purifying demonic lotus flame. Bang! The skinny man, whose aura had soared, suddenly swung his axe forward while those thoughts were lingering in Xiao Yan's heart. A frightening wind instantly tore through the air and hacked into Ziyan and Gu Nanhai's energy barrier. Crack! The energy barrier was like being curd in front of this frightening attack that could slash through the sky and the land. The barrier was quickly shattered. Ziyan and Gu Nanhai inside seemed to have suffered heavy blows. Their expressions turned pale as they staggered dozens of steps back. Each of their steps left behind a half-foot deep footprint. Roar! That skinny man did not stop after forcing back Ziyan and Gu Nanhai with his axe. His body moved, and he appeared above the two of them. That strange blood-colored axe emitted a sizzling sound as it cut through empty air. It was accompanied by a destructive force as it immediately hacked towards Ziyan and Gu Nanhai. While the large axe was slashing down, Xiao Yan's eyes were rapidly flickering as he stood a short distance away. He suddenly clenched his teeth before his body flashed. His body then appeared in front of Ziyan and Gu Nanhai. At the same time, a clan tattoo swiftly surfaced on his brow. Buzz! The enormous blood-colored axe rapidly magnified in Xiao Yan's eyes, but when the blood-colored axe was half a foot from Xiao Yan, it suddenly stilled. The corpse-like face of the skinny man, with his unusually cold and indifferent expression, finally revealed a fluctuation. Looking at the large blood-colored axe suspended above his head, Xiao Yan sighed in relief in his heart, appearing as though he had been relieved of a great burden. The fire lotus floating on his palm under his sleeve quietly scattered. He raised his head. His eyes stared at the face of the skinny man, who appeared at a loss. The skinny man appeared to be remembering something. Xiao Yan cupped his hands together and spoke in a deep voice, "May I know the name of this elder?" "I am Xiao Yan, a member of the Xiao Clan." "Xiao Clan, dot." A ripple immediately rose within the skinny man's lost eyes after hearing this term. He looked at Xiao Yan in front of him. Gradually, a mysterious connection slowly surfaced in his heart. This familiar feeling was the taste of a bloodline. You are a member of the Xiao Clan?" The skinny man opened his mouth. A hoarse voice was finally emitted from it. Xiao Yan hurriedly nodded. From the looks of the situation, this mysterious person seemed to be related to the Xiao Clan. "Who am I?" However, this joy had only surged onto his heart when he felt icy cold because of the skinny man's subsequent words. This elder did not appear to have a clear mind. "You are Xiao Chen, blood-colored axe Xiao Chen." A voice was suddenly transmitted from behind Xiao Yan. That voice was filled with shock. Xiao Yan turned his head. He looked at Gu Nanhai, who had a face filled with disbelief, and asked, "Xiao Chen?" "Xiao Chen," that skinny man also frowned and muttered to himself. "Elder Gu, are you acquainted with this elder?" Xun Er rushed over and asked in surprise. "I am unacquainted with him." However, I have seen this blood-colored axe in the ancient books. The Xiao clan had produced an outstanding person back then. The weapon that this person was known to use was an extremely large blood-colored axe. That person was called Xiao Chen. Gu Manhai stared at the skinny man and said, Xiao Chen possessed a shocking talent. He could be considered a cousin of Xiao Xian. However, he did not like to be restrained by anything and was a rather temperamental person. An unknown number of experts perished to his axe before he became renowned. In the end, he disappeared without reason. The Xiao clan was unable to find anything about him regardless of how they searched. It is unexpected that he has actually appeared here. That's right, news of the purifying demonic lotus flame had spread soon after he went missing, Gu Nanhai suddenly exclaimed as he suddenly recalled something. Ancestor Xiao Xian's cousin. Xiao Yan was stunned as he frowned. Putting it this way, this person could also be considered his ancestor. However, he avoided the great calamity of the Xiao clan by being here. It cannot be clearly described as a blessing or a disaster. Gu Nanhai walked to Xiao Yan's side and sighed. Xiao Yan was quiet. He looked at this Xiao Chen, who was an ancestor of the Xiao clan. At this moment, Xiao Chen revealed a struggle on his face. It appeared as though he was resisting something. He is resisting the control of the purifying demonic lotus flame, Gu Nanhai cried out in a low startled voice after seeing Xiao Chen's face. Xiao Chen held his giant axe while his body continued to tremble. A faint cream-colored flame gradually escaped through his pores. Xiao Yan's expression was slightly astonished upon seeing this. The purifying demonic lotus flame was trying to use some method to get Xiao Chen to obey it once again, but Xiao Yan did not know how he could help at this moment. After all, that demonic flame had formed in Xiao Chen's body. Xiao Yan's hand suddenly rubbed his forehead while he was feeling somewhat helpless. That light cluster within his head emitted a faint fluctuation at this moment. That light cluster, which had suddenly moved, caused Xiao Yan to be startled. He quietly sensed that slight fluctuation. His eyes suddenly flashed with joy a moment later. Xiao Yan Gege. Xun Er by the side saw Xiao Yan suddenly lift a leg to walk to the trembling Xiao Chen. She involuntarily cried out in a hurried voice. Xiao Yan waved his hand when he heard her exclamation. He quickly walked to Xiao Chen's side and suddenly slapped his hand against Xiao Chen's shoulder. Xiao Chen's trembling body strangely came to a halt after Xiao Yan's hand touched him. The cream-white flame that had surfaced within his body slowly disappeared. Who? Xiao Chen emitted a couple of rough breaths from his mouth. He lifted his head only a moment later and looked at the clan tattoo on Xiao Yan's forehead with a somewhat complicated expression. His voice was hoarse as he asked, "How is the Xiao clan now?" Xiao Yan was quiet. He softly replied, "The Xiao clan no longer exists." He then gave a brief explanation about the current situation of the Xiao clan. Xiao Chen did not open his mouth from the moment Xiao Yan started talking, but blood slowly rolled down his tightly clenched fist. He finally spoke in a trembling voice. A long while later, even big brother Xiao Xian died. Xiao Yan softly sighed as he looked at Xiao Chen, who was clenching his fist with his head lowered. He was aware that Xiao Chen's heart was filled with a great hatred, but even if he had remained in the Xiao clan would not have been able to avoid disaster. The Hun clan was far too powerful. This place is the demonic flame realm. Ancestor Xiao Chen, please bring us to the purifying demonic lotus flame, Xiao Yan softly requested. All of you are no match for the purifying demonic lotus flame. Xiao Chen shook his head. His voice was still hoarse. There is no way to survive even if we continue remaining in this place, Xiao Yan faintly smiled. His eyes flickered with a light. Follow me. Xiao Chen lifted his head. He exchanged a glance with Xiao Yan before he slowly stood up. After which, he turned around and headed to the final door. Let's follow. Xiao Yan did not say much. He gently waved his hand and followed. Gu Nanhai opened his mouth but did not say anything. All he could do was follow. Creak. The entire group quietly followed behind Xiao Chen. They watched him slowly push open that door. Behind the large door was a flight of stairs that extended into the distance. At the other end of the stairs was a huge stone dais. Xiao Yan faintly smiled as he glanced at the stone dais at the end. He took the lead to climb the stone stairs and slowly walked to the end. Xiao Chen, Xun Er, and the rest hesitated for a moment before quickly following behind. Everyone was quiet as they climbed the stone stairs. Around 10 minutes later, they finally began to approach the dais. Xiao Yan lifted his head. He could see a huge throne quietly sitting on that altar. A white-robed figure was seated at that spot. Wisps of a cream-white flames lingered around him, morphing into various shapes. This white-robed figure quietly sat. Not the tiniest aura spread from the figure, but that figure appeared extremely strange to Xiao Yan's group. That white-robed figure finally opened his eyes when everyone stepped onto the dais. A smile that caused one to feel a little startled appeared on his face. You will be able to obtain the essence of the demon flame if you defeat me. Otherwise, all of you shall remain here forever and become my fire slaves. His voice was gentle and warm, but it seemed to cause space itself to tremble. Gu Nanhai's group revealed grave expressions as their hearts started to feel defeat. This person in front of them caused them to feel as though he was invincible. Who? The silence continued for a moment before Xiao Yan finally exhaled for a long time. His face contained some fatigue while a low and deep voice slowly sounded. Purifying demonic lotus flame, looks like you have obtained all of the inheritances of the purifying demonic lotus saint. Otherwise, you would not have been able to practice the nightmare heaven fog to such a level. I must admit that the illusion that you have created is even more real than the Bodhisattva ancient tree's illusion. However, regardless of how real an illusion is, it is ultimately an illusion. Xiao Yan's low voice quietly reverberated across the dais. The warm smile on the handsome man's face also gradually stiffened. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1506, Breaking the Illusion. Chapter 1506, Breaking the Illusion. The smile on the white-robed man's handsome face slowly disappeared. A strange icy chill replaced it. Both of his eyes stared intently at Xiao Yan, but he did not speak. The surrounding space trembled like a wave of water. Illusion? Xun Er and the rest were startled upon hearing Xiao Yan's words. They seemed to have come to an understanding. Are you saying that we are still in an illusion? I am real. Ziyan hurriedly proclaimed. Based on her senses, she was definitely real and did not exist in an illusion, but... We are all real. Xiao Yan's eyes stared at the white-robed man as he softly said, however, we have all stepped into an illusion. This is the most terrifying aspect of the nightmare heaven fog. If we continue to progress as the purifying demonic lotus flame had planned, we would only sink further and further into it. In the end, we would have become its fire slaves. Even though we experience a big battle and win, we will still remain in an illusion. You mean that those fire slaves we have met, including Xiao Chun, are all an illusion? Gu Nanhai frowned. He suddenly looked at the silent Xiao Chen and asked a question. There is reality in fake and fake in reality. This is why the purifying demonic lotus flame is most terrifying. Ancestor Xiao Chen is not an illusion. He is real. Xiao Yan shook his head. He glanced at Xiao Chen and softly said, however, most of his consciousness was controlled by the purifying demonic lotus flame. Xun Er and the others looked at each other. After which, their eyes cautiously swept around them, but they were unable to sense even the slightest fluctuation from an illusion regardless of how carefully they looked. Back then, the purifying demonic lotus saint was known as a peak expert who was closest to the Dou Qi class, but he eventually suffered a backlash from the purifying demonic lotus flame, which resulted in his death. The purifying demonic lotus flame had obtained his inheritance after his death. The nightmare heaven fog was a Dou skill that the purifying demonic lotus saint was renowned for. When the purifying demonic lotus saint unleashed the skill, he was able to get millions of people in an entire city to live in an illusion for centuries. The magical effect of this illusion is not something that an ordinary person can comprehend. Xiao Yan softly sighed. His voice also contained some surprise. This illusion was absolutely terrifying even if one simply thought about it. The purifying demonic lotus saint was indeed worthy of the title demonic saint. The purifying demonic lotus flame did not possess such an ability in the past. Gu Nanhai spoke in a deep voice. No one had met such a troublesome problem the last few times the demonic flame had appeared. 1,000 years can change many things. It can give the purifying demonic lotus flame enough time to gradually learn all the tricks of the purifying demonic lotus saint. From a certain point of view, its current self could be described as another purifying demonic lotus saint, Xiao Yan softly explained. His eyes stared at the white-robed man, whose expression had become even colder. Why is it that you have such a great understanding of the nightmare heavenly fog? The white-robed man on the throne finally asked a question in a somewhat dense voice. Xiao Yan smiled. His hand rubbed his forehead without being obvious, but he did not reply to the question. The reason that he had been able to come to a sudden understanding and had been able to detect the strangeness of the situation was naturally because of a clue given to him by the light cluster in his mind. If not for the light cluster, even Xiao Yan would have ended up dying in this place. Before the reminder of that mysterious light cluster, he had never even thought that they were still in an illusion even after escaping the nightmare heaven fog. Looks like you have been creating this illusion for 1,000 years. Of course, if nothing unexpected happened, you would have gained a huge victory this time around. I'm afraid that no one would have been able to discover a clue about this place, Xiao Yan slightly smiled. His heart was filled with relief. This place had been built by the purifying demonic lotus flame for 1,000 years. It would not be broken so easily. If he had not obtained that mysterious light cluster from the ancient map, those who entered the demonic flame realm this time around would have been completely eradicated. Even those from the Hall of Souls would not be an exception. But it is unfortunate. The white-robed man's eyes were cold and indifferent as they stared at Xiao Yan. Strands of cream-white flames slowly spread from his body. An annihilation temperature gradually covered this area. The expression of Xun Er's group changed after seeing the white-clothed man prepare. They hurriedly clustered together while revealing a cautious expression in their eyes. Since this is an illusion, how should we break it? The feeling that this fellow gives us is extremely real. Yao Lao softly spoke. He was gradually beginning to trust what Xiao Yan was saying. They had already fallen into an illusion, but the white-robed human figure with a flame around him told them that they would still end up dead if they were killed in this place. Regardless of how it appears to be real, an illusion is ultimately an illusion. As long as your hearts feel that he is extremely strong, he will never be defeated. His strength in this place is determined by the thoughts in our hearts. Xiao Yan softly explained. You are seeking death. The handsome face of the white-robed man finally changed after Xiao Yan's words sounded. He let out a furious cry as he moved his body. After which, he appeared above Xiao Yan's head. He clenched his hand, and a cream-white flame transformed into a long fire spear. He swung his arm, and the long spear tore through space itself. It was accompanied by a destructive feeling as it ruthlessly shot toward Xiao Yan's group. Everyone's expression became slightly pale when they sensed this destructive force. Do not unleash any Dou Qi defenses. Just treat him like a completely useless dog in your hearts. Otherwise, all of us will die. After seeing this attack, Xiao Yan's voice appeared like thunder as he suddenly cried out. The thunderous roar that echoed beside his ear also blasted everyone's hearts until they trembled. They could not even spend the time to think about Xiao Yan's extremely funny comparison as they hurriedly suppressed the fear in their hearts. After which, they stiffened their bodies and withdrew all of their Dou Qi. All they could do was put their trust in Xiao Yan at this moment. Bang! The enormous fire spear descended from the sky. It was accompanied by a destructive force that ruthlessly surrounded their bodies. However, that fire-long spear suddenly disappeared just when they thought their bodies were about to suffer a serious blow. Bastard! A furious expression appeared on the handsome face of that white-robed man who was floating in the sky. His body began to reveal signs of being an illusion at this moment. He had not expected Xiao Yan to find a method to weaken his strength with such great speed. Nightmare illusion, break! Xiao Yan's expression was grave. He pressed down with his finger as a drop of essence blood shot out of his hand. The essence blood swiftly moved on his finger and formed a strange blood symbol. Breaking nightmare seal? How do you know about this? The white-robed man's expression quickly turned gloomy after seeing that blood symbol. Go! Xiao Yan completely ignored him. He pressed down with his finger and the blood symbol shot out. After which, it ruthlessly adhered to the empty space in front of him before the entire space began to tremble. Finally, it emitted a bang in front of Xiao Yan's group's joyous eyes and exploded apart. Xiao Yan's group suddenly sensed a giddiness in their minds the moment the space exploded. They hurriedly opened their eyes. A sea of magma appeared in their eyes after they opened them. Occasionally a cream-colored flame would be emitted from the magma. This cream-colored magma continued to extend to the horizon. It seemed that this entire realm was just a sea of magma. There were some large mountain rocks floating in the air above the sea of magma. Xiao Yan's group was on one of these mountain rocks. An enormous silver light circle was slowly rotating a short distance behind them. Have we come out? Xun Er's group sighed in relief after seeing this foreign place. Don't tell me that this is still an illusion? Yao Lao looked around him and questioned in a somewhat frightened voice. They were really afraid after what had happened earlier. None of them could have imagined that all their hard work over such a long time was all for naught. The purifying demonic lotus flame does not have such an ability, Xiao Yan smiled. His heart sighed in relief after having been relieved of a great burden. It seemed as though his soul had become a lot lighter after having escaped from that damn illusion. The nightmare heaven fog was indeed worthy of being a Dou skill that the purifying demonic lotus saint was renowned for. It was really too frightening. Roar! Xiao Chen by the side once again emitted a low roar while Xiao Yan was sighing in relief. A struggling expression surfaced on his face as he informed everyone in a hurried hoarse voice, the purifying demonic lotus flame is trying to control me again. Xiao Yan's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. Although Xiao Chun was considered a fire slave of the purifying demonic lotus flame, he was able to rely on his strength to resist the control of the purifying demonic lotus flame. If it was possible to find a method to remove the control of the purifying demonic lotus flame, he would definitely be a great help. Xiao Yan was lacking such a peak expert, who could hold his own weight. Thinking about it was one thing while doing it was another. Xiao Yan had already experienced just how frightening the purifying demonic lotus flame could be. How could it be so easy to destroy its control over Xiao Chun? The mysterious light cluster in Xiao Yan's head suddenly emitted a slight fluctuation while he was thinking of a way to help. This is... Xiao Yan was slightly startled after sensing this fluctuation. He sensed his surroundings before his face revealed joy. His hand suddenly pressed against Xiao Chen's forehead. A spiritual strength surged out and swiftly drew an invisible symbol on Xiao Chen's forehead. Following the formation of this symbol, the struggle on Xiao Chen's face began to weaken. This can only temporarily isolate the control of the purifying demonic lotus flame. In order to completely remove it, we must finish off the purifying demonic lotus flame. Xiao Yan withdrew his hand and softly spoke after seeing Xiao Chen returning to normal. Swoosh swoosh. Many figures began to suddenly appear on those floating mountain rocks after Xiao Yan's words sounded. They floated in the sky and continued to pant. A horror covered their faces. Looks like your act of tearing apart the illusion has created a domino effect and gotten all of these people out, Yao Lao spoke after seeing these individuals. It is just as well that they have come out. With our strength alone, we are unable to finish off the purifying demonic lotus flame, Xiao Yan slightly smiled. His eyes were thrown to the sea of magma a short distance away. The magma was slowly rising at that spot. 1,000-foot-large magma pillar rose from the sea of magma. It slowly came to a halt after reaching the same height as everyone else. It writhed and a white-robed handsome man appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The expressions of Xiao Yan's group became grave after observing this lifelike figure. This current person was the true purifying demonic lotus flame. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1507, Cooperation. Chapter 1507, Cooperation. The entire place quickly became silent as everyone stared at the white-robed man, who had suddenly appeared on the magma pillar. Numerous pairs of eyes were looking at him with excitement and greed. Given the eyesight of everyone present, they were naturally able to identify that the true form of the man in front of them was the purifying demonic lotus flame. Purifying demonic lotus flame. It is unexpected that you have mastered the purifying demonic lotus saint's nightmare heaven fog to such an extent over 1,000 years. You really let one look at you in a different light. The black-robed chief of the Hall of Souls on a mountain rock lifted his head. His expression was slightly ugly as he stared at the purifying demonic lotus flame. He had also been trapped in the illusion earlier. If the illusion hadn't suddenly broken apart, even he would not have discovered that he was still in an illusion. This demonic flame is becoming stranger. This time around, we must not allow it to continue to roam free. If it is allowed to escape, the Central Plains will definitely suffer a great calamity. That elder Yao Wangue from the Yao clan stared at the purifying demonic lotus flame with heated eyes. Greed continued to flow from his heart. He had never heard of a heavenly flame building strange illusions, which even he was unable to detect, ever since he had begun to train. The experience earlier allowed him to sense just how terrifying the purifying demonic lotus flame was. It was also precisely because of this power that the greed within his heart had soared many times over. Many people around nodded after hearing Yao Wangue's words. Their faces were a little horrified as they stared at the purifying demonic lotus flame. The strength the purifying demonic lotus flame had displayed was far too frightening. The white-robed man on the magma pillar looked at the chief of the Hall of Souls and the others without containing even the slightest emotion in his eyes, but he ignored them as his eyes locked onto Xiao Yan, who had remained quiet. A moment later, his icy-cold voice slowly demanded, "Why is it that you can break my nightmare heaven illusion?" "I was lucky, I guess." Xiao Yan spread his hands. It was naturally impossible for him to reveal the truth. This demonic flame realm was filled with a strange aura. At a glance, one could tell that this purifying demonic lotus flame was an extremely troublesome character. He was not confident he could subdue it now. Moreover, that mysterious light cluster in his head was his only hope. He would naturally not expose it. It is actually this lad who broke the illusion. Many people in the surrounding sky threw some surprised gazes at Xiao Yan after hearing the words of the purifying demonic lotus flame. They would never have expected Xiao Yan to be the first to break the illusion that the purifying demonic lotus flame had created over 1,000 years with just the strength of a 2-star Doushang. Brother Xiao Yan is indeed skilled. Haha, looks like all of us here owe you a favor. Huo Xian, who was a short distance away, laughed. The chief of the Hall of Souls and the people from the Yao clan curled their mouths upon hearing this laughter. It was naturally impossible for them to accept that they were set free because of Xiao Yan's good intentions. Xiao Yan was merely trying to survive. The white-robed man stared at Xiao Yan with cold and indifferent eyes. He would never believe this reason. Wouldn't the nightmare heaven fog that he created be a joke if one could break the illusion with just good luck? Forget it, I will naturally get you to explain to me how you broke it in detail once you become my fire slave. Although all of you escaping the illusion has exceeded my expectations, your final fates will still be the same. The white-robed man waved his hand and an invisible fluctuation spread. The cream-colored light cluster in the sky slowly disappeared in the process. Everyone was startled upon seeing this change. The purifying demonic lotus flame had covered the spatial tunnel. From the looks of it, it was obvious that the purifying demonic lotus flame was intending to kill everyone present. Demonic flame refining heaven. A fierce cream-white flame suddenly erupted from the white-robed man's body soon after the spatial tunnel was removed. It rapidly grew. Within the blink of an eye, it had enveloped the entire area, appearing just like a fire prison as it wrapped around Xiao Yan's group. Then 4 enormous cream-white fire curtains poured down from the sky. They connected with the sea of magma below. Looking from a distance, it appeared as though a cube prison had been formed that connected the sky and the land. Xiao Yan's group clustered together. Xiao Yan's expression was grave as he looked at his surroundings. They could sense a terrifying temperature that caused their expressions change rapidly spreading apart. He wishes to refine all of us, Yao Lao remarked in a grave tone. The strength of the purifying demonic flame is extremely frightening. Its current self is likely equivalent to a peak 5-star Dou Shang. Adding the unique ability of the demon flame, it would be able to fight even a 6-star Dou Shang. No one here will be able to surpass it in terms of strength. Xiao Chun, who had not opened his mouth, slowly spoke. He understood the purifying demonic lotus flame very well and clearly possessed an idea of its current strength. Peak 5th star. Everyone's expressions altered upon hearing this information. There was an extremely big gap between each level within the Dou Shang class, especially when the actual form of the other party was the 3rd-ranked heavenly flame, the purifying demonic lotus flame. It would be incomparably troublesome to fight it. Bang bang! A low explosion suddenly sounded a short distance away while everyone's hearts were being cautious. Xiao Yan's group hurriedly turned their heads, only to watch many figures explode into clusters of blood fog. The blood fog had just appeared when it was vaporized by that frighteningly high temperature. These sudden deaths from the explosion of one's body immediately caused many people to panic. They had not seen an attack be unleashed, but these people. More and more figures exploded out of the blue as everyone began to feel more panicked. The deep bangs caused one's scalp to turn numb. This method of killing really left no traces. Be careful. The purifying demonic lotus flame is extremely strange. It can use one's emotions as a source to burn one's body. Those who do not wish to die should avoid having random thoughts. Someone with great experience finally cried out loud as this panic spread. The remaining people hurriedly suppressed the emotional fluctuation within their hearts after hearing this cry. They tried their best to remain calm and the self-destructions gradually diminished. These people do not even possess the qualification to become my fire slaves. The white-robed man lifted his eyes in an indifferent manner. His voice was icy cold and mysterious. Those below the Dou Shang class explode in flames. Bang 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 bang. The entire area became chaotic the moment the white-robed man's final word sounded. Over 80% of the elite Dou Zuns exploded apart at this moment. It appeared as though a bomb had been planted within their bodies. What terrifying methods this person uses. Xiao Yan's group began to sense their feet become cold after seeing over half the people in the sky disappear in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, those experts from the Sky Mansion Alliance had not entered. Otherwise, over half of them would have died because of a single sentence from this white-robed man. Well, only those who remain have the right to become my fire slaves. That white-robed man's handsome face revealed a smile after seeing the sky becoming a lot emptier. He waved his hand and 10 magma pillars shot out of the sea of magma below. The magma pillars exploded apart and 10 figures in cream-white fire armor appeared around the white-robed man. They are all elite Dou Shangs. Xiao Yan quickly inhaled a breath of cool air as he glanced at the 10 figures with hollow eyes. These 10 figures were all fire slaves. The most shocking thing was that these people had all reached the Dou Shang class. The strongest fire slave among them had the strength of an advanced 3-star Dou Shang. Everyone present was dull as they faced the purifying demonic lotus flames lineup. Even the chief of the Hall of Souls frowned. There will be many people who think highly of themselves barging in each time I tear open the seal. Unfortunately, all of them eventually become my obedient fire slaves." The white-robed man smiled as he looked at everyone and softly said, "This time around, my reward is destined to be a lot greater." "Who?" The chief of the Hall of Souls stared at the lineup in the distance. One person whose strength was approaching the 6th star of the Dou Shang class and another 10 1 to 3 star Dou Shangs. This lineup was something that even the Hall of Souls could not bring out, but everyone, regardless of whatever grudges we have formed between us, we must join hands if we wish to survive and defeat the purifying demonic lotus flame this time around. The chief of the Hall of Souls first looked in the direction of Xiao Yan's group. Zi Yan and Gu Nanhai were all extremely outstanding individuals. Things would become a lot more troublesome if they refused to cooperate. The eyes of many experts flickered slightly after hearing the chief of the Hall of Souls' words. Given the fierce reputation of the Hall of Souls, no one had ever thought of cooperating with these people. The chief of the Hall of Souls was unsurprised at seeing everyone become quiet. He added in a faint voice, "All of you should hurry up and decide. Of course, if anyone is confident that they can finish off the purifying demonic lotus flame alone, I guarantee that I will not intervene. Although the Hall of Souls' notorious reputation has spread far and wide, what you say does make some sense. This purifying demonic lotus flame does not appear to be intending on allowing us to simply leave." Elder Huoyao from the Yin clan hesitated for a moment before finally opening his mouth to speak. Given the current situation, banding together was definitely something they needed to do. The Yao clans, the Lei clans, and the Shi clan's elders mused for a moment before nodding after hearing the Yin clan agree to the suggestion. "What should we do?" Xun Er softly asked after seeing the chief of the Hall of Souls look at them. Cooperating with the Hall of Souls was undoubtedly equivalent to working with a tiger. Xiao Yan lifted his head. His eyes exchanged glances with the chief of the Hall of Souls for a moment before he smiled. He softly said, "We will do as Hall Chief has suggested. Let's cooperate and defeat the purifying demonic lotus flame first." Those who had agreed to cooperate all adopted the mentality of obtaining the purifying demonic lotus flame. Regardless of what the case was, the most important thing was to defeat the purifying demonic lotus flame first because they could only survive if it was defeated. At the same time, they would all experience the opportunity to snatch the body of the demon flame. Everyone formed their own schemes even though they decided to cooperate. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1508, 8 Saint Battling the Demonic Flame. Chapter 1508, 8 Saint Battling the Demonic Flame. The chief of the Hall of Souls was slightly startled after hearing Xiao Yan agree so readily. He deeply searched Xiao Yan before faintly laughing. "You are indeed sufficiently heroic. Since this is the case, friends whose strengths have reached the 4th star of the Dou Shang class should attack with me and finish off the purifying demonic lotus flame. The rest will have to handle the fire slaves. Leave the other fire slaves to us." Xiao Yan slightly grinned. He turned his head and softly spoke to Zi Yan and Gu Nanhai. "Both of you should be careful when joining hands to deal with the purifying demonic lotus flame. Try not to use your full strength to prevent someone from launching a sneak attack on you." Zi Yan and Gu Nanhai nodded. They were not ordinary individuals. They were well aware of the current situation. If one was not careful when cooperating with those people from the Hall of Souls, one would be left with nothing. "Xiao Yan, I cannot join the attack against the purifying demonic lotus flame. Once I approach it, this seal of yours will lose its effect. Moreover, I will also be controlled." Xiao Chen spoke in a hoarse voice. "Ancestor Xiao Chen, there is no need for you to fight. We should always hold something back." Xiao Yan smiled as he replied. He was worried about the people from the Hall of Souls. Although the chief of the Hall of Souls would join the battle, the deputy chief and the Hunfeng, who gave him a dangerous feeling, were still around. He needed to maintain caution around those two. Xiao Chen quietly nodded in the face of Xiao Yan's words. He did not like to speak. Ever since he had been captured by the purifying demonic lotus flame back then, he had been immersed in the other party's illusion. Moreover, it was difficult for him to escape. If Xiao Yan had not rescued him, he would have sooner or later lost his mind to the purifying demonic lotus flame. He would have eventually become an ordinary fire slave that was controlled by the purifying demonic lotus flame. Having survived in the illusion for thousands of years caused Xiao Chen's temperamental character to become a lot more quiet and lonely. This loneliness had grown even greater after he heard Xiao Yan mention the decline of the Xiao clan. After all, he was no longer someone of this era. He was unable to lend a hand when the clan needed him the most. "All trouble, ancestor." Xiao Yan cupped his hands to Xiao Chen. There was no need to doubt Xiao Chen's powerful strength. Even the combination of Zi Yan and Gu Nanhai were unable to gain much of an advantage against him. If one were to weigh his strength, he would likely be the strongest person present other than the purifying demonic lotus flame. Moreover, due to his aura being strange, it was likely that even the chief of the Hall of Souls would not be able to detect that the strength of this man with a numb expression was overwhelming. This character that others didn't know about would protect Xiao Yan's group. You are currently the only clan member of the Xiao clan who currently possesses the bloodline strength. Rest assured that I will do my best to protect you. Xiao Chen slowly shook his head before glancing at Xiao Yan's young face. As he studied this member from younger generation who shared the same bloodline as him, his somewhat numb face finally revealed a gentle smile for the first time. This talent of yours is many times stronger compared to mine. The Xiao clan will have a chance to be revitalized with you around. I have committed far too many reckless actions in the past and had brought much trouble on the clan members. Now that the heavens have given me this opportunity, I will contribute everything I have to the Xiao clan, even if it requires my life. Xiao Yan was quiet. He once again respectfully cupped his hands to Xiao Chen. Only then did he turn his head and quickly sweep his gaze around. There were a total of 8 experts present whose strength was at the 4th star of the Dou Qi class and above. Since Xiao Chen wasn't able to join the fight, there were only 7 individuals joining hands to fight the purifying demonic lotus flame. This lineup was relatively frightening. They would have a high chance of success even while facing the terrifying strength of the purifying demonic lotus flame. The chief of the Hall of Souls took the lead to step through the air while Xiao Yan was calculating their chances of victory in his heart. His body paused, and he appeared within 1,000 feet from the purifying demonic lotus flame. The remaining experts also moved their bodies and formed a circular shape around the purifying demonic lotus flame. 7 4-star Dou Shangs. Just this aura alone was worthy of shocking the world. The might from the 7 working together could cause the world to change. The other people around exchanged grave expressions with each other upon seeing the lineup in the sky. They swiftly pulled back in unison. There was nothing they could do to help during this earth-shaking battle. The purifying demonic lotus flame standing on a magma pillar smiled while everyone quickly pulled back. His handsome face slowly lifted into a strange smile. What a scene that one yearns for. Fire Demon Halberd. The purifying demonic lotus flame's hand gently clenched the air while he faced the endless sea of magma below. One could see a portion of the magma sea began to churn. A dense white long flame halberd suddenly shot out of the magma and appeared in the hands of the purifying demonic lotus flame in a flash. I have been sealed for thousands of years. Today, anyone who blocks me shall die. The purifying demonic lotus flame suddenly lifted his head after the final word was suddenly emitted from his mouth. He widened his mouth, and a giant demonic flame wave that was a couple thousand feet large suddenly shot out. That terrifying temperature caused the expression of the chief of the Hall of Souls and the others to change. Attack together. The eyes of the chief of the Hall of Souls flickered. Black vapor surged out of his body in all directions. After which, the vapor appeared like churning clouds as they collided with that large fire wave, but the black fog scattered upon contact. The large fire wave separated and transformed into 7 huge fire pillars that ruthlessly smashed toward the 7 individuals. Zi Yan and the rest did not dare to slight the purifying demonic lotus flame after sensing it unleash such a strength when attacking. Dou Qi hurriedly surged from their bodies. Many shockingly powerful Dou skills were formed. Bang bang bang. The fire pillars exploded in the sky. They appeared like the most beautiful fireworks ever displayed, but beneath that beauty hid a destructive force. Trump trump. Sparks erupted in the sky as 7 figures staggered back. Half of the clothes of Yao Wangue from the Yao clan and an elder of the Shi clan were burned, causing them to appear quite miserable. Their appearances clearly indicated that the 7 of them did not enjoy the slightest advantage against the purifying demonic lotus flame despite working together. Great tragedy hand. An icy cold smile surfaced on the purifying demonic lotus flame's handsome face after obtaining an advantage with an attack. His body floated in the sky as his right hand suddenly grabbed at the sea of magma below. One could see the sea of magma below suddenly exploding as a 10,000-foot large magma hand broke away from the sea. It was accompanied by a shocking heat as it shot toward them. Boom! The speed of the magma hand was mind-boggling. The hand came and ruthlessly slammed into the 7 individuals as though they were houseflies before they could even retaliate. It emitted some splashing sound as it returned to the magma below. Ant-like creatures. Xiao Yan's group watched this exchange. The shock on their faces became denser. 7 experts who had reached the 4th star of the Dou Shang class had ended up miserable due to the hands of the purifying demonic lotus flame. Although the purifying demonic lotus flame possessed the advantage in terms of terrain, this overwhelming attack was really a little too ferocious. Bang bang! The surface of the sea of magma exploded apart. A couple of miserable figures once again charged forward. They floated in the air, green and white mixed on their faces. They were all top-notch experts on the Central Plains. Since when had they been beaten into such a state? Everyone, if we continue to hold our strength back, we will not get a chance to attack again, the chief of the Hall of Souls coldly cried out with a gloomy expression. They would likely begin to lose some people if this continued. The 6 others frowned upon hearing his words. The 2 fierce strikes from the purifying demonic lotus flame earlier had caused their bodies to suffer some injuries, especially injuries from the demonic flame force. They were momentarily unable to expel it despite their strength. We can only defeat the purifying demonic lotus flame before deciding on what to do. This thought flashed across everyone's minds. Their expressions slowly became grave. The originally vast and mighty auras of the 7 individuals floating beside the purifying demonic lotus flame swiftly soared. Roar! Xian's delicate figure shook as a dragon's roar reverberated across this realm. She transformed into a 10,000-foot large dragon phoenix body. She flapped her huge phoenix wings and stirred waves of hot tornadoes. A terrifying pressure also descended. Why does this ancient void dragon have such a form? The chief of the Hall of Souls looked at Xian's transformation. He was startled. His eyes slightly flickered. A moment later, he hurriedly tossed aside the doubt within his heart. His hand seals quickly changed. A vast and mighty Dou Qi that caused even the world to tremble spread from his body. It seemed that he had begun to unleash all of his strength at this moment. The remaining 5 individuals clenched their teeth and ceased holding back after Xian and the chief of the Hall of Souls unleashed their full strengths. Wild wind blew over this area at this moment. Dark clouds gathered and thunderbolts raged. Even the magma sea region below had begun to wildly roar, stirring 1,000-foot large waves of magma. The 7 4-star Dou Qi had finally displayed their greatest strengths. The purifying demonic lotus flame lifted his brow after sensing the sudden surge in everyone's auras. He coldly laughed. It's only interesting this way. Fire slaves, kill everyone else. Just these fire slaves are enough. The purifying demonic lotus flame lowered his eyes. He glanced at Xiao Yan's group in the distance. A dense smile surfaced on his handsome face while his indifferent voice slowly gave a command. Roar! Those 10 Dou Qi fire slaves suspended in the air suddenly opened their eyes after the purifying demonic lotus flame's word sounded. Those hollow eyes emitted 2 clusters of cream-colored purifying demonic lotus flames. Their bodies moved as they charged toward Xiao Yan's group without hesitation. The entire realm turned into an uproar in an instant. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1509, Reverse Control. Chapter 1509, Reverse Control. Withdraw. A grave expression surged onto the faces of Xiao Yan's group as they watched these Dou Qi fire slaves rushing over. A soft cry sounded and he took the lead to pull back. Although there were many Dou Qi on their side, they would not fearlessly charge forward and block these fire slaves, who knew no pain or fatigue. Xun Er and the rest hurriedly followed after seeing Xiao Yan withdraw. They did not head to those large groups of people. Instead, they found a spacious location of their own. Some mere fire slaves dare to audaciously claim that they can finish off this chief. The deputy hall chief of the Hall of Souls coldly laughed, but he did not appear to panic. Given his advanced 3-star Dou Qi strength, he could look down on the strongest fire slave present. Hence, he was not the least bit worried about the 10 elite Dou Qi. Deputy Hall Chief, do not take the initiative to attack. We will fight if a fire slave steps forward. Otherwise, let's just watch the show, Hunfeng spoke in an indifferent voice. Alright, the deputy chief of the Hall of Souls strangely laughed upon hearing this. His eyes were filled with ill intent as he looked at Xiao Yan. His eyes flickered. No one knew what he was thinking. The other experts hurriedly gathered together as the Dou Qi fire slaves moved. Their eyes revealed some caution as they looked at the 10 fire figures who had appeared a short distance away in the blink of an eye. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. 10 fire figures appeared in front of everyone. Those hollow eyes slowly scanned the area before they rushed forward. All of them headed in different directions as they flew toward the target they had chosen beforehand. Be careful. Xiao Yan let out a low cry after seeing these fire slaves split up. Perhaps it was due to them having the most people, but 3 Dou Qi fire slaves headed in their direction. The strongest among them was an advanced 2-star Dou Qi. It was not very difficult to deal with them. Leave the advanced 2-star Dou Qi fire slave to me, Xiao Yan gently stretched his fingers as he spoke. Leave that initial 2-star Dou Qi to me. Xun Er also smiled and spoke. In that case, I will deal with the last one. The first elder of the Pill Tower laughed. The final fire slave was an advanced 1-star Dou Shang. Given his strength, it would not be difficult to obtain victory. Everyone else should be careful. Pay attention to the activity of others, Xiao Yan cried out in a deep voice after the allocation of manpower was completed. His body moved, and he appeared in front of the advanced 2-star Dou Shang fire slave. The vast and powerful Dou Qi within his body moved. He clenched his hand and the heavy Xian ruler appeared in his palm. He quickly waved the ruler and ruthlessly hacked at that fire slave's head with a wild attack. Clang! A layer of cream-white fire burned on the body of that fire slave as it faced Xiao Yan's ferocious strike. The fire slave lifted its arm and forcefully blocked Xiao Yan's heavy ruler. Sparks shot out from the point of contact. Roar! After forcefully receiving this ruler strike from Xiao Yan, the cream-white flame on the body of the fire slave seemed to possess an intelligence of its own as it suddenly surged and turned into a ferocious huge mouth that bit at Xiao Yan. What a strange purifying demonic lotus flame! Xiao Yan was extremely afraid of the purifying demonic lotus flame. He could not allow these demonic flames to adhere to his body, so he moved and appeared behind the fire slave. Both of his hands were lifted. Dark black light circles spread from his hand with lightning-like speed. Great Heaven Creation Palm. 2 dark black light circles swiftly surfaced on Xiao Yan's palm. With his current strength, it was possible for him to use his other hand to unleash the Great Heaven Creation Palm. After all, his current strength might even be greater than the owner of the Great Heaven Creation Palm. Bang bang! The light circles surged before ruthlessly smashing into the Dou Shang fire slave. An unusually powerful force struck the cream-white flame on the fire slave's body until it became a little dimmer, but this kind of damage was unable to hinder the attacks of the fire slave since it didn't possess any senses. The fire slave unleashed a sharp retaliation. This had caused Xiao Yan to momentarily panic, but he quickly focused his mind and gradually obtained the upper hand. He would scatter some of the cream-white flame on the fire slave's body each time a palm wind fell. Once the demonic flame on the fire slave's body completely vanished, its strength would diminish. While Xiao Yan was revealing his great might in pushing this advanced Dou Shang fire slave toward defeat, both Xun Er and the First Elder also obtained quite a great result. The strength of the two of them was stronger than their respective fire slaves. Adding their agility and powerful Dou skills, they were able to gain the upper hand despite feeling a little restrained because of their fear of the flames on those fire slaves. The entire sky above the Sea of Magma was enveloped in an array of extremely intense battles. Of course, the most fiery, hot and terrifying aspect was naturally the 100,000-foot-wide battleground at the middle. It was the battleground of the 7 4-star Dou Shang and the purifying demonic lotus flame. After the 7 cooperating 4-star Dou Shangs unleashed their full strength, the purifying demonic lotus flame began to get entangled with them. Regardless of how strong it was, the heavenly flame's opponents still had a far greater number of people. Moreover, all of them possessed a lot of battle experience. Although it was their first time working together, their cooperation was operational. Even the purifying demonic lotus flame had to brace its attention when their combined attacks came and treat them seriously. No one dared step into this 100,000-foot-large battleground in the sky. Frightening storms whistled within it. Waves of entwining energy storms spread in an extremely chaotic manner that did not differentiate between friend or foe. Anyone swept into it would suffer a fatal blow. There were many relatively smaller battles taking place outside of the big battleground. This was where Xiao Yan's group was battling the fire slaves. Xiao Yan's group had been allocated 3 of the 10 Dou Shang fire slaves. The remaining 7 had also sank into an intense battle with the other experts. There were quite a number of experts who had stepped into the demonic flame realm this time around. If one were to count their numbers, they would far surpass these 10 Dou Shang fire slaves. However, in terms of quality, they were somewhat inferior to these fire slaves. Among the 10 fire slaves, everyone had discovered that there were 2 who had reached the 3rd star of the Dou Shang class after a battle. One of the 2 3-star Dou Shang was being held back by the deputy chief of the Hall of Souls while no one else could block the other. After all, those 4-star Dou Shangs were already fighting the purifying demonic lotus flame. The strongest person present was the deputy chief of the Hall of Souls, but even he had been caught up in the big battle. This final 3-star Dou Shang seemed to have become a fierce wolf as it charged into a herd of goat and went on a rampage. Any expert it met was frightened to the point of retreating. In the end, 3 experts, whose strength had barely reached the 2nd star of the Dou Shang class, ended up holding it back. Of course, there were still some elite Dou Zuns, who had luckily survived remaining in the sky. Most of these people might be at the peak of the Dou Zun class, but they did not dare to get involved in a battle between Dou Shangs. Each and every one of them could only flee and get as far away as possible. Only at this moment did they discover just how foolish it was to enter this demonic flame realm. Yellow spring palm. An enormous energy palm suddenly formed in the sky. It was accompanied by a vast and mighty strength as it ruthlessly smashed into the body of the fire slave. A frightening force scattered the final demonic flame on the fire slave's body. After this final flame was scattered, that fire slave, which had been going all out to attack, suddenly became much slower. Its might was greatly diminished as it attacked. Looks like these flames are their source of energy. Xiao Yan mused within his heart upon noticing this change. It seemed that this fire slave was not as perfect as he had imagined. I wonder if I can use the earlier spiritual symbol from that light cluster to temporarily obtain control of this fire slave. Xiao Yan's eyes flickered. His eyes swiftly swept around him as his heart pounded. If he could control these fire slaves, his strength would undoubtedly soar. Xiao Yan acted the moment after he thought about using the symbol since he understood the current situation. His body moved and he appeared in front of that fire slave. The space became still with a wave of his hand. That weakened fire slave froze. At the same time, Xiao Yan's fingers swiftly formed a mysterious fluctuation. He drew a mysterious symbol on the forehead of that fire slave by using his spiritual strength. Go! The symbol was imprinted onto the forehead of the fire slave as Xiao Yan cried out the moment it was formed. This symbol merged with the fire slave's skin before it entered its mind. Bang! Dot! After the spiritual symbol entered the mind of the fire slave, Xiao Yan quickly sensed an extreme heat being emitted from the other party's mind. He was able to use a feeling to see the deepest part of the fire slave's mind. There was a cream-white fire bead lingering in that spot, and inside the fire bead was an extremely terrifying energy. The spiritual symbol invaded the fire slave's mind. It lingered around the cream-white fire bead before it emitted wave after wave of mysterious barriers. It slowly began to isolate the fire bead. An additional feeling appeared in Xiao Yan's heart the moment the fire bead was isolated. His heart moved and the fire slave in front of him quietly lowered its arm. It quietly stood beside him like a servant. I am able to control it. A wild joy that could not be hidden immediately appeared on Xiao Yan's face after he realized he could control it, but if he were able to control these 10 fire slaves, the lineup beneath him would erupt like a rocket. At that time, it would be possible for him to destroy the Hall of Souls. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1510, Tianluo Sealing Demon Formation. Chapter 1510, Tianluo Sealing Demon Formation. The Doushang fire slave quietly stood beside Xiao Yan with a numb and hollow face. Only that terrifying energy fluctuation that was vaguely being emitted from its body allowed one to feel just how powerful it was. However, this symbol can only temporarily control the fire slave. Once the purifying demonic lotus flame splits its attention, the heavenly flame will definitely use the fire bead to break the symbol seal and once again obtain control of the fire slave. Xiao Yan's eyes scanned the fire slave beside him. A slight flicker flashed within them. In order to completely control the fire slave, he needed to finish off that fire bead within its mind because that fire bead was the only way the purifying demonic lotus flame could control them. However, the purifying demonic lotus flame probably can't split its attention. Finishing off that fire bead was not something Xiao Yan would be able to do within a short period of time. Hence, he did not entertain this thought for long. He swept his eyes across the other battles. The fire slaves battling Xun Er and the First Elder had been suppressed to the point that they were forced to retreat. The dense white flame on their bodies had become dimmer. From the looks of it, it was only a matter of time before they obtained victory. Xiao Yan sighed in relief after verifying that Xun Er and the First Elder weren't experiencing any problems. He was just about to turn away when an extremely overbearing energy fluctuation was suddenly emitted from a short distance away. The heavenly flame within Xiao Yan's body trembled slightly because of this fluctuation. The movement of the heavenly flame within his body caused Xiao Yan to lift his eyebrows. His eyes followed the direction the fluctuation had originated from. In that direction, one could see a fire floating in the sky. A pair of 1,000-foot-large flame wings extended from the backside of the fire. Those flame wings were flapped and flames spread in all directions like a storm. These flames filled with an overbearing feeling. Is this the 8 wasteland destruction flame? Envy involuntarily flashed across Xiao Yan's eyes as he looked at the pale black flame behind Huaxian. The 8 wasteland destruction flame was an overbearing flame. It was ranked 6th on the heavenly flame ranking. There was no need to detail its great strength since just this ranking alone explained everything. Huaxian's strength might be inferior to his opponent's might, but with the help of the 8 wasteland destruction flame, the fire slave, which had reached the advanced first star of the Dou Qi class, was being beaten until it was unable to retaliate. If the demonic flame wasn't blocking most of the invasion of the wasteland destruction flame, it would have been quickly defeated. Being born in such a big clan is indeed a blessing. At the very least their resources are not something that an ordinary person can compare with, Xiao Yan softly sighed. Honestly speaking, even he desired a heavenly flame like the 8 wasteland destruction flame. He had roamed the continent in order to find heavenly flames, but the highest-ranked heavenly flame he found was the 9th-ranked, the 3000 burning flames. This was lacking compared to the 8 wasteland destruction flame. Bang, dot. A low and deep mutter was emitted from another direction while Xiao Yan was quietly sighing within his heart. His eyes followed the sound before slightly narrowing. Han Feng? Han Feng and an advanced 2-star Dou Shang were fighting there. Both parties boasted similar strength, but that fight was not a stalemate. Instead, it was unusually swift and furious. Xiao Yan merely saw Han Feng gently land a palm on the fire slave's body. After which, the demonic flame on the surface of fire slave's body turned into a line of fire that swiftly rushed into Han Feng's palm. It looked as though the demonic flame was being devoured. He actually dares to swallow the demonic flame? Even Xiao Yan's expression involuntarily changed after seeing this scene. Although these demonic flames did not possess the will of the actual purifying demonic lotus flame, they still possessed an exterminating force. Even he did not dare to simply swallow these flames, but this Han Feng actually dared to devour them. Given Han Feng's character, this was definitely not a reckless act. By putting it this way, Han Feng was confident he could swallow these demonic flames. Even Xiao Yan, who had practiced the flame mantra, did not possess such an ability. Han Feng's scarlet tongue licked his lips after devouring the fire slave's demonic flame. He appeared as though he had not enjoyed it enough, but he seemed to have sensed Xiao Yan's eyes. He turned his head and stared at Xiao Yan. After seeing Xiao Yan's expression, his lips was involuntarily lifted into a dense smile. This fellow is indeed a little mysterious. Xiao Yan's expression gradually returned to its usual calm. His heart reinforced the caution he felt for Han Feng. The feeling that Han Feng gave him was the most dangerous among all the members of the younger generation. Hiss, dot. A sudden and extremely frightening energy fluctuation exploded from that huge battle some distance away while a caution soared within Xiao Yan's heart. A sharp howl was suddenly emitted from the mouth of someone. This howl clearly originated from the purifying demonic lotus flame, but there seemed to be an additional fury and wounded feeling in his current voice. It seemed that the combined attack from 7 4-star Dou Shangs caused someone as powerful as him to feel quite terrible. Fighting with large numbers ultimately possessed its strength, especially when this sea of people was made up of elite Dou Shangs. Bang! Xiao Yan's eyes landed on the enormous battleground. He was just about to speak when his expression suddenly changed. His head suddenly swung to a fire slave a short distance away. He saw a shocking light suddenly shoot out of the eyes of the fire slaves. An unusually wild and violent energy rippled with lightning-like speed. Quick, withdraw. It is about to self-destruct. Xiao Yan was quiet for an instant after seeing this light. He hurriedly cried out to Xun Er. Yao Lao's group revealed shocked faces upon hearing Xiao Yan's cry. A self-destructing elite Dou Shang was not a simple matter. Such a strength possessed the ability to destroy the world. Bang! The fire slave's body swelled at a speed visible to the naked eye while Yao Lao's group hurriedly pulled back. After which, the body exploded apart in front of many shocked pairs of eyes. An indescribably frightening energy storm swept across the sky with a shocking speed. 100,000-foot large crack forcefully tore through the air down to the magma sea region tens of thousands of feet below. It reached the deepest region of the magma. Grug! Some of the unlucky individuals, who were slow to run, ended up spitting out fresh blood after the violent energy gently swept through their bodies. A mouthful of fresh blood was spat out. Every inch of the meridians in their bodies was shattered as their flesh broke apart. The fire slave had self-destructed and nearly caused everyone, other than those from the big battleground, to explosively pull back. After the first fire slave self-destructed, the remaining individuals' eyes, other than the fire slave being controlled by Xiao Yan, emitted an intense light pillar at this moment. After which, their faces were completely dull as they chased Xiao Yan and the rest who had begun to flee. Even experts like the deputy hall chief began to swiftly withdraw when they saw these fire slaves fearlessly charge over. Even someone as powerful as them could only temporarily hide when an elite Dou Shang self-destructed. Bang bang bang! Although Xiao Yan's group's reactions were quick and were able to escape a calamity, not everyone was this lucky. A couple of fire slaves had charged in front of some experts just prior to exploding. After which, they exploded in front of these experts' stunned eyes. A destructive energy shattered those unlucky people into nothing. After a couple of earth-shaking explosions echoed across this realm, over half of the number of experts who had entered the demonic flame realm were lost. Some of those who had luckily survived revealed stunned eyes as they looked at the 100,000-foot large magma hole. They did not expect these fire slaves to actually self-destruct. 6 out of 9 fire slaves had successfully self-destructed. The remaining 3 were unlucky enough to be caught within the terrifying explosions from the other self-destructing fire slaves. Hence, before they could self-destruct, they were shattered into nothing by wild and violent energy. The eyes of Xiao Yan's group were dull as they stared at the completely empty and cloudless sky. They immediately became quiet. These self-destructing fire slaves had nearly caused them to die. This purifying demonic lotus flame is really ruthless. It has simply allowed its Dou Shang fire slaves to self-destruct. This grand manner is something that even the Hun clan and the Gu clan cannot do. Xiao Yan inhaled a deep breath of air and spoke with some lingering fear in his heart. Xun Er and the others nodded in agreement by the side. All elite Dou Shangs were precious. Who would allow them to self-destruct? Everyone, lend me your strength. Now is the best moment to seal the demonic flame. A loud cry suddenly reverberated from the enormous battle in the distance while Xiao Yan's group was sighing in relief from having escaped a calamity. The chief of the Hall of Souls charged toward the sky with a miserable appearance before he slammed against empty air. 100,000-foot large black formation appeared in the sky. The middle of the large formation locked onto the purifying demonic lotus flame below. It is actually the Tianlu sealing demon formation, but Xun Er immediately let out an exclamation upon seeing the enormous black formation in the sky. From her expression, it was obvious that this formation was quite famous. Alright. It was clear that even Gu Nanhai and the rest recognized this large formation, but they could not worry much at this critical moment. They rapidly considered the situation before furiously crying out. 6 vast and mighty energy pillars that caused one to tremble surged out from all directions. They charged into the large formation in the sky. Swoosh! The somewhat pale-looking chief of the Hall of Souls hurriedly changed his hand seal after being supported by such a vast and mighty energy. The large formation shook. A completely black pillar that was covered in mysterious symbols suddenly erupted from the middle of the formation. It smashed into the purifying demonic lotus flame below with lightning-like speed. Tianlu refining flame. Essence transformation. A heated expression surfaced on the face of the chief of the Hall of Souls in the sky. His eyes greedily looked at the purifying demonic lotus flame below, which had been struck. The purifying demonic lotus flame would have difficulty escaping. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1511, Snatching the Demonic Flame Essence. Chapter 1511, Snatching the Demonic Flame Essence. Swoosh! An enormous black light pillar shot down from the middle of the large formation. Its speed was frightening, and with a flash, it traveled across space itself. Even the magma sea region below had been forcefully split, creating a couple thousand-foot large magma pit. Ah! The body of the purifying demonic lotus flame and the black light pillar were caught in a stalemate. The heavenly flame sensed an extremely mysterious decomposition force erupting from the light pillar. The flame on the surface of his body became a little dimmer while facing this strength. A miserable cry that contained a great fury echoed across the sky. Bang bang bang! Faced with the strange energy within the black light pillar, even the heart of the purifying demonic lotus flame sensed a hint of danger. Its body abruptly swelled and transformed into a fire body that was 10,000 feet in size. The temperature of the surroundings rose. The magma below bubbled as numerous magma pillars continued to erupt. The rumbling sounds that were emitted seemed to herald the end of the world. The black light pillar formed circular ripples as this purifying demonic lotus flame put up a resistance. It even became slightly distorted. Everyone, pour your strength into the formation. Otherwise, all of us will die if it manages to break the seal. The hall chief roared out loud. His expression changed upon seeing this distortion. The hand seal of the chief of the Hall of Souls changed after this roar sounded. He maneuvered the vast and mighty Dou Qi within his body to pour into the formation. The remaining individuals hesitated upon feeling his Dou Qi. They clenched their teeth and quickly poured all the Dou Qi within their bodies into the large formation. The formation quickly widened upon receiving the aid of so much Dou Qi. The dark black light pillar became purer. The strange energy within it also became more terrifying. Trying to seal me? Who do you think you are? A furious roar reverberated from that enormous flame as it sensed the growing strength around it. The flame within the light pillar suddenly exploded without any warning. Wave after wave of annihilation forces ruthlessly smashed into the dark black light pillar. Grug! The crazy retaliation of the purifying demonic lotus flame caused the chief of the Hall of Souls group to turn pale. A mouthful of fresh blood shot out of their bodies. Their expressions became slightly weary at this moment. This battle with the purifying demonic lotus flame had been overly hot and intense. Even they were unable to continue on. Everyone, fight it out with it. The chief of the Hall of Souls wiped the trace of blood off the corner of his mouth. A ferocious expression surged onto his originally ordinary face. He bit the tip of his tongue. A mouthful of essence blood shot out and entered the light pillar. Grug! The expressions of the others changed upon seeing that the chief of the Hall of Souls was willing to lose his essence blood. Finally, they violently clenched their teeth and also spat out a mouthful of essence blood into the light pillar. Chi chi chi! Light suddenly surged from the light pillar after the 7 individuals began an all-out attack. Everyone watched as the enormous body of the purifying demonic lotus flame began to rapidly shrink. Although the heavenly flame continued to emit waves of furious roars, it was unable to stop its shrinking body. Tian Luo sealing demon formation, seal. The chief of the Hall of Souls rejoiced upon seeing the flame's shrinking body. His hand seal hurriedly changed before he finally let out a stern cry. The black light pillar that spanned between the sky and the earth began to shrink after the cry sounded. Within a short instant, it turned into a 10-foot large circular pillar. A cream-white flame slowly rose within the circular pillar as a frightening temperature quietly spread. Success! Everyone's hearts felt some joy upon seeing this cream-white flame. After having experienced an intense battle between 7 4-star Dou Shangs, they had finally sealed the purifying demonic lotus flame. Xiao Yan's eyes focused on the black light pillar. He swiftly refocused them a moment later and his eyes swept over the chief of the Hall of Souls. At this moment, everyone in his group was covered in injuries. Their auras were sluggish. The big battle with the purifying demonic lotus flame earlier had exhausted them. A temporarily silence appeared in the sky after the purifying demonic lotus flame was sealed. Haha, this cooperation is really a delightful one. The purifying demonic lotus flame has finally been sealed and a disaster that could have befallen the Central Plains has been averted, thank you very much. The chief of the Hall of Souls recuperated slightly before taking the lead to laugh out loud. He cupped his hands to Zi Yan's group. The other people's tight hearts relaxed after seeing him thank everyone. However, everyone had just relaxed when a strange smile flashed across the face of the chief of the Hall of Souls. His hand suddenly grabbed at the black light pillar and the pillar flew toward him with lightning-like speed. Haha, thank you everyone for today. My Hun clan will remember everyone's favor. Bastard. He is indeed not a good person. His actions caused everyone to feel startled, but they quickly recovered before furious curses echoed through the air. Humph, how can it be this easy to snatch the demonic flame? An icy cold cry suddenly rang out when the black light pillar was dozens of feet from the chief of the Hall of Souls. The space around the light pillar became distorted as the direction it was headed changed. After which, it flew to the left of the chief of the Hall of Soul. You! The chief of the Hall of Souls became furious after seeing the demonic flame, which had almost reached his hand, fly away. His eyes were dark and cold as he glared at Zi Yan, who had intervened. Zi Yan was well versed in spatial strength. Even though she was not in her best condition, she could still distort space and change the direction of the light pillar. The chief of the Hall of Souls might have been furious in his heart, but he did not attack Zi Yan at this moment. Instead, he hurriedly turned his head and cried out to Han Feng and the deputy hall chief, "Why aren't the both of you snatching the demonic flame? Attack!" The change had occurred suddenly, but it had not exceeded Xiao Yan's expectations. He had been aware that a conflict would immediately erupt after the temporarily alliance. This rushed unification was the weakest collaboration possible. The hands of friendship from cooperating earlier did not pose even the slightest hindrance in the face of the temptation of the purifying demonic lotus flame. Hence, deep shouts were made the moment the chief of the Hall of Souls yelled out. Xiao Yan's green and red bone wings swiftly appeared. These wings were flapped and Xiao Yan appeared in front of the black light pillar. He extended his hand and grabbed it. You are seeking death. Xiao Yan's hand had just been extended when a dark and cold voice sounded above his head. This voice belonged to the deputy hall chief, who had been observing the situation. Xiao Yan's heart trembled upon sensing the wind flowing above his head. His hand turned from a claw to a palm as he slammed it into the light pillar, sending it in the direction of Xun Er's group. At the same time, he suddenly pointed a finger toward the sky. Yellow spring finger. An enormous energy finger swiftly formed before it collided head-on with the deputy hall chief. An energy storm spread as the two staggered back. That is the demonic flame essence. Quickly snatch it. Almost everyone reacted to the situation at this moment. Many fiery hot eyes landed on the dancing black light pillar in the sky. The demonic flame essence had been sealed within it. The strength of whoever managed to obtain it would undoubtedly soar. Swoosh! Numerous pairs of eyes stared at the black light pillar with a fiery heat. Within a short instant, the rushing sound of wind appeared throughout the sky. Almost all the experts who were still alive unleashed their agility skills as they grabbed at the black light pillar. Haha, I have obtained the demonic flame essence. An old high-level Bansheng in yellow robes managed to grab the black light pillar with his hands amid this free-for-all, but his loud laugh had barely sounded before 10 sharp palm winds ruthlessly smashed into his body. Half of his body blasted into a bloody fog as a sharp miserable screech replaced the laughter in the sky. Xiao Yan knit his brows upon seeing this chaotic scene. He waved his hand and 2 jade bottles swiftly flew out. They landed in Ziyan's and Gu Nanhai's hands. Quick, recover your internal injuries. Xiao Yan cried out to the 2 of them. Currently, the experts whose strength had crossed the 4th star of the Dou Sheng class were a little weak. Hence, they had not intervened even until now. Whoever was the first to act would undoubtedly be more likely to snatch the demonic flame essence. Ziyan and Gu Nanhai did not utter any unnecessary words after receiving the medicinal pills. They immediately consumed them and recovered their Dou Qi. Of course, they still needed to be wary of their surroundings to avoid a preemptive strike by others. Xiao Yan turned his head to look at the chaotic region. A glow flashed within his eyes as the green-red bone wings on his back were flapped. His speed became many times faster than these ordinary Dou Shengs. Within a couple of flashes, he had charged into the crowd, but the deputy chief of the Hall of Souls swiftly rushed over like a ghost before Xiao Yan could act again. Clearly, the deputy chief was targeting him. Stop him! Xiao Yan let out a cold cry after sensing the deputy chief intervene once again. A thought passed through his heart and the fire slave, which he had been subdued temporarily, charged forward without due care for its life. Xun Er, Gu Changyang, Yao Lao, and the others also attacked together from around the fire slave. In an instant, they got entangled with the advanced 3-star Dou Sheng deputy hall chief. Swoosh! Xiao Yan flapped both of his wings while the deputy hall chief was stopped. He appeared beside the light pillar and grabbed it, but he discovered that the light pillar did not move when he tried to pull on it. His eyes turned cold as he leaned his head to the side. There was a black-robed young man staring at him with indifferent dark eyes from the other side of the light pillar. Han Feng. Xiao Yan's face slowly became icy upon seeing this person. There has never been someone who has been able to snatch something from my hands. Han Feng stared at Xiao Yan and spoke with a dense smile. Xiao Yan curled his mouth upon hearing this. He threw his palm over in the process. There will be someone from now on. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1512, Earthshaking Clash. Chapter 1512, Earthshaking Clash. A powerful flame spread over Xiao Yan's palm as it was thrown forward. It unceremoniously slammed toward Han Feng's face. With just you? An icy cold smile rose on Han Feng's face. He looked at the powerful heavenly flame on Xiao Yan's palm and the corner of his mouth widened. I have heard that you have merged a couple of heavenly flames. Although this might be powerful in the eyes of others, it is not worth mentioning in front of me. Han Feng placed his palms together as he coldly laughed. His right palm was suddenly swung forward. He did not dodge. Instead, his right palm made firm contact with Xiao Yan's palm. Bang! A powerful energy ripple swept apart as both palms made contact. It forcefully pushed back the neighboring 2 Banshangs as space itself became a lot more distorted. This merged heavenly flames is the what you are so proud of. Today, I will show you how feeble it actually is. Han Feng laughed a sinister and cold laugh. An extremely mysterious purple-black light suddenly flashed across those pure black eyes. An unusual devouring strength erupted from his palm, and Xiao Yan suddenly discovered that the heavenly flame on his palm was being absorbed into Han Feng's body a little at a time. Moreover, these heavenly flames had lost contact with his senses after entering Han Feng's body. This fellow is indeed a little strange. This devouring caused Xiao Yan's heart to feel slightly startled. His hand immediately shook as he resolutely withdrew his palm. His right foot kicked the black light pillar with lightning-like speed and sent it flying into the sky. At the same time, his expression had become stern. The Dou Qi in his body crazily surged like an ocean wave. Many extremely powerful Dou skills were unceremoniously sent flying toward Han Feng. Although Han Feng was only an advanced 2-star Dou Shang, this fellow was even more dangerous than the deputy chief of the Hall of Souls in Xiao Yan's eyes. Flame-splitting tsunami. God Seal skill. 4 seal merger. Bang bang. Splitting wind tiger roar palm. Black collapsing force. Han Feng did not feel the slightest fear when these sharp attacks erupted from Xiao Yan at this moment. Not only did he not withdraw, he instead unleashed the Dou Qi within his body to its limits. Many extremely powerful high-class Dou skills were unleashed. They spread with shocking speed. In an instant, energy erupted in the sky, and the earth-shaking Dou skills caused many to be quietly shocked. A purple-brown sea of flames appeared in the sky. All the remaining experts began to flee as this sea of fire spread. Only Xiao Yan and Han Feng continued to remain entangled within this sea of flames. Xiao Yan was becoming more fierce through fighting with the help of the fire's might, but Han Feng did not fall to a disadvantage. That terrifying sea of flames did not pose an obstruction to him. That Xiao Yan does indeed have some ability. He is able to battle Han Feng equally. The chief of the Hall of Souls looked at the two, who had engaged in an extremely intense battle. He slightly frowned. Although Han Feng was merely an advanced 2-star Dou Shang, his fighting strength was similar to a 3-star Dou Shang. Additionally, the Dou skills he practiced were all the top Dou skills of the Han clan, significantly raising his fighting strength. He had not expected Xiao Yan to be able to fight Han Feng by relying on his initial 2-star Dou Shang strength. Give me a little more time and I will be able to fight again. At that time, there is no need to, the eyes of the chief of the Hall of Souls rapidly flashed. Finally, he looked at the sky above the sea of fire. A black light pillar was floating at that spot, emitting a faint luster. It seemed to possess a demonic force that caused one to feel a crazy impulse. This time around, my Han clan will definitely obtain the purifying demonic lotus flame. The chief of the Hall of Souls clenched his fist and let out a low roar within his heart. Yellow spring finger. Yellow spring palm. The grave-looking Xiao Yan flashed in the sky and appeared above Han Feng. The finger and palm were unleashed simultaneously as a huge energy finger and palm broke through the air. They ruthlessly rushed toward Han Feng below. Futile actions. However, Han Feng coldly smiled and shook his head when he saw Xiao Yan's ferocious attack. He pressed his finger against the empty space as two thumb-sized purple-black light rays suddenly erupted from his finger. These rays of light collided with the yellow spring finger and yellow spring palm. No energy explosion sounded upon contact. The two weak light rays simply eroded the yellow spring finger and yellow spring palm in an instant. Have it been devoured? Xiao Yan's eyes became cold after sensing this devouring strength. After this exchange of blows, he began to gain an understanding of Han Feng. There seemed to be something within this person's body that possessed the mysterious effect of devouring many things. Even some of the heavenly flame within his body would be swallowed if he was not careful. If you only possess these techniques, this battle can end now. Han Feng slowly lifted his head. Those pure black eyes had gained a purple-black light in them. A symbol slowly appeared on his brow. Han Feng's aura soared the moment the clan tattoo appeared. In the blink of an eye, his aura had suddenly broken through to the 3rd star of the Dou Shang class. A thought passed through Xiao Yan's heart after seeing Han Feng summon his clan tattoo. Xiao Yan's vast and mighty spiritual strength lingering on his brow quietly surged. A lifelike body slowly appeared beside him. Spiritual avatar. Han Feng's eyes hardened after seeing this spiritual avatar form beside Xiao Yan. The strength of this spiritual avatar was not weaker than Xiao Yan himself. Moreover, the spiritual strength that Xiao Yan possessed was the only aspect in which he felt inferior. It was likely that no one other than the chief of the Hall of Souls at his peak could compare with Xiao Yan's perfect heavenly state spiritual strength. Even the core genius of the Han clan was no exception. 5-ring flame expelling technique. Xiao Yan rushed high into the air after the spiritual avatar appeared. Clusters of heavenly flames surged out of his body. After which, they transformed into enormous fire spirits and swiftly formed the 5-ring flame expelling formation. Xiao Yan's spiritual avatar formed numerous hand seals with lightning-like speed with a grave expression while Xiao Yan's actual body unleashed a powerful strike. Xiao Yan's spiritual body suddenly swelled a couple thousand feet in size as a 10,000-foot large spiritual illusion surfaced on his body. Yellow Spring Divine Anger. Moreover, this was the Yellow Spring Divine Anger unleashed by Xiao Yan's spiritual avatar. Its might was even more powerful than when it was unleashed by Xiao Yan's body. The sea of flames spread across the entire sky. An enormous 5-colored fire plate slowly rotated as a wild and violent energy gathered within it. A solemnness surged onto Han Feng's face when faced with Xiao Yan's attack. A purple-black Dou Qi began to surge onto the surface of his body. Dou Qi rose and a fire seedling seemed to have suddenly flashed by. The surrounding experts hurriedly pulled back after having sensed the battle atmosphere of this world. They were afraid of getting implicated by the assault. 5-ring flame expelling plate. Xiao Yan's expression was icy cold as he stood in the sky. His fingers suddenly pointed at Han Feng below. A couple thousand-foot large fire plate that was above his head suddenly whistled down. Space itself cracked an inch at a time as it traveled. Even the magma sea region tens of thousands of feet below forcefully split apart until a 10,000-foot wide gully was formed. Yellow Spring Divine Anger. The illusory figure beside the spiritual avatar suddenly opened its mouth the moment the fireplate whistled down. An earth-shaking spiritual attack suddenly rushed forward. Mao! Heaven's swallowing mirror. The grave expression on Hun Feng's face became more dense when he sensed this terrifying attack. A mouthful of purple-black light was spat out of his mouth. It immediately transformed into a purple-black mirror-like light curtain, which spread in front of him with lightning-like speed. Everything that touched this purple-black light curtain, regardless of whether it was a heavenly flame or energy, was completely devoured in an instant. The earth-shaking attacks from both parties suddenly collided in front of many stunned eyes. No brilliant energy sparks or earth-shaking explosions appeared. Only a cruel momentary erosion existed. The flame on the five-colored fireplate became dim at a speed visible to the naked eye upon contact with the purple-black light curtain, but an extremely intense energy fluctuation formed on the purple-black light curtain. The fluctuations rapidly spread and finally covered the entire light curtain. That sonic spiritual attack quickly arrived behind the fireplate. It ruthlessly crashed into the light curtain in waves. Humph! Hun Feng's body shook after facing such a terrifying attack. A muffled groan was emitted from his throat. He had not expected Xiao Yan's attack to be this unexpectedly powerful. As this wild and violent energy strike came down, the devouring strength of the sky-devouring mirror could not be fully unleashed. Break eye! Xiao Yan glanced at the continuous ripples forming on the sky-devouring mirror from the sky. His body moved, and he merged with his spiritual avatar. The huge illusory figure, which was about to vanish, once again widened its mouth and emitted a soul-stirring spiritual sonic wave. Mao! The spiritual assault arrived in the blink of an eye. Hun Feng's expression became a lot uglier at this moment. His toes pressed against empty space while his body hurried back. At the same time, the sky-devouring mirror shattered. Haha, thank you for allowing me to win. Xiao Yan faced the sky and laughed out loud after forcing Hun Feng back. His body moved, and he once again appeared in front of the black light pillar. He reached out with his large hand and grabbed the light pillar in it. Purifying demonic lotus flame, you are mine. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1513, Xiao Chen's Intervention. Chapter 1513, Xiao Chen's Intervention. Translator, GGP. Editor, GGP. Xiao Yan reached out with his hand in front of the many pairs of eyes while he stood in the sky. Subsequently, he firmly grabbed the black light pillar with his hand. The moment his hand touched the light pillar, he was able to sense a slight heartbeat being emitted from within. This heartbeat seemed as though there was a living creature within the light pillar. This purifying demonic lotus flame has actually reached such a level. It is really no different than an ordinary human, but... Surprise flashed across Xiao Yan's heart as he sensed the heartbeat being emitted from the purifying demonic lotus flame sealed in the light pillar. He was about to quickly turn around and withdraw when the surrounding space suddenly began to fluctuate. A figure broke out of this space. His large hand was extended and all of Xiao Yan's paths of retreat were sealed. The purifying demonic lotus flame is not something that you can take. Xiao Yan's heart quivered after hearing this dense cry appear beside his ear. Chief of the Hall of Souls? This fellow has recovered really quickly. Xiao Yan swiftly lifted his head while feeling shocked. He could see the Chief of the Hall of Souls pouncing over like an enormous eagle. A dark black Dou Qi quietly gathered on his hand before it ruthlessly grabbed toward Xiao Yan's head. From the looks of it, he was intent on delivering a fatal strike. The speed of the Chief of the Hall of Souls was as quick as lightning. Adding to the stillness of the surrounding space, Xiao Yan was unable to dodge at this moment. There is no demonic flame, but there is a fire lotus. I shall give it to you. Xiao Yan did not panic at this critical moment. His many years of training had allowed him to experience all sorts of situations. It was impossible for him to lose himself to panic because of the Chief of the Hall of Souls. His body pulled back while an extermination-like energy fluctuation suddenly appeared from his sleeve. Xiao Yan's sleeve was suddenly turned into dust due to this fluctuation. A five-colored fire lotus appeared in Xiao Yan's palm. The five-colored fire lotus was an extermination fire lotus made up of 5 genuine heavenly flames. Xiao Yan did not slight an opponent as strong as the Chief of the Hall of Souls. He had used his strongest attack as his first strike. It was fortunate that Xiao Yan's strength had soared. Otherwise, he would not have been able to perfectly merge 5 types of heavenly flames in such a short amount of time. After the fire lotus was formed, Xiao Yan's expression remained indifferent as he stared at the rapidly growing human figure in front of his eyes. At this moment, his heart had become unusually calm. The lightning-fast figure of the Chief of the Hall of Soul gradually became clear in his eyes. "I'll give it to you." The Chief of the Hall of Souls was so fast that it was terrifying. In a flash, he had appeared in front of Xiao Yan. At this moment, Xiao Yan's body tensed like a pulled bow. It erupted in an instant and the extermination fire lotus in his hand was thrown in front of the Hall Chief. Explode! A ruthlessness flashed across Xiao Yan's eyes as he tossed the fire lotus out. He did not pull back. Instead, he exploded the extermination fire lotus. The speed of the Chief of the Hall of Souls was too quick. As long as the Chief of the Hall of Souls was given the time to catch his breath, he might be able to escape the area where the fire lotus was the strongest. Lunatic! Xiao Yan's act of risking it all caused the Chief of the Hall of Souls to furiously curse. His body finally revealed some signs of sluggishness as it suddenly shot back. However, the fire lotus exploded while he did. Bang! A loud shocking sound caused one's ears to become momentarily deaf as it echoed through the distant sky. The sky seemed to have sank into a mysterious silence after that extremely powerful noise was emitted. A 10,000-foot-large firestorm swept over the sky. One side of the storm was connected to the sea of magma below while the other extended to the sky itself. It seemed as though space itself had emitted a cracking sound from not being able to bear the strength of the rotating storm. Many stunned eyes watched this storm. They were as tiny as ants beneath this large and overbearing firestorm. This person. Han Feng's expression was a little grave as he stared at this firestorm. Even at his full strength, he might not be able to receive such a terrifying attack. Will anything happen to the Hall Chief? The Deputy Hall Chief of the Hall of Souls flashed down and asked in a deep voice. The strength from the merger of heavenly flames might be quite strong, but Xiao Yan's actual strength is far too weak. It will not be an easy matter to kill the Hall Chief. Han Feng faintly replied. Prepare yourself. We will immediately act and snatch the purifying demonic lotus flame once we have the opportunity to do so. The Deputy Chief of the Hall of Souls nodded. His eyes observed the sky with caution. The enormous firestorm raged for 10 minutes before it gradually scattered. 100,000-foot large seemingly bottomless pit appeared in the sea of magma below after the storm scattered. Looking from a distance, it appeared like the large mouth of an unfathomable demon. Che! The space a short distance away became distorted after the firestorm disappeared. Two figures appeared. One was a somewhat pale Xiao Yan while the other was Ziyan. You are really too crazy. If you ended up getting caught in it, you would also have been destroyed by the fire lotus. Ziyan parted a lock of purple hair in front of her forehead as she glared at Xiao Yan and furiously chided him. Xiao Yan smiled, but he did not say anything. He lifted his head and scanned the spot where the firestorm had disappeared. There was a human figure stepping through the empty air and slowly walking away from that spot. He is indeed not dead, huh? Xiao Yan involuntarily shook his head upon seeing this human figure. He appeared somewhat disappointed. No wonder you are someone who has managed to cause my Hall of Souls to repeatedly fail. You do deserve to be looked at in a better light. The human figure slowly walked out of the smoke and revealed a pale face. That figure was surprisingly the Chief of the Hall of Souls. He had managed to survive the extermination fire lotus, but from the hint of blood on the corner of his mouth, he was not in a good state after suffering such a fire lotus strike. Swoosh swoosh. The expressions of Xun Er's group changed when they saw that the Chief of the Hall of Souls was still alive. They quickly moved their bodies and surrounded Xiao Yan. Their eyes cautiously stared at the Hall Chief in the process. Do the both of you think that you have fully grasped my strength when we cooperated earlier? If that is really the case, the both of you might perhaps be shocked now. The Chief of the Hall of Souls glanced at Xun Er's group. After which, his eyes paused on both Ziyan and Gu Nanhai. He gave a strange smile before lifting his hands and gently forming a seal. Following the formation of this hand seal, the aura of the Hall Chief suddenly soared in front of many shocked pairs of eyes. Within a short dozen-plus seconds, he had broken through the barrier of the advanced 4th star of the Dou Sheng class and vaguely reached the initial 5th star of the Dou Sheng class. 5-star Dou Sheng? The expression of Xiao Yan's group immediately became ugly upon sensing the aura of the Chief of the Hall of Souls, which had suddenly become powerful. This Hall Chief had been hiding his strength? You dare to intervene even after reaching the 5th star of the Dou Sheng class? Looks like you have treated the agreement between the ancient clans as nothing. Gu Nanhai spoke in a deep voice. If the Chief of the Hall of Souls had merely been an advanced 4-star Dou Sheng, there was no need to fear him if he cooperated with Ziyan. However, if the other party was a 5-star Dou Sheng, the both of them would have little chance of a victory. Haha, I have merely luckily taken half a step into the 5th star of the Dou Qi class. Honestly speaking, I am not really a 5-star Dou Qi. Hence, the agreement has not been broken. The chief of the Hall of Souls faintly smiled. After which, he stepped through empty space without uttering any unnecessary words as he slowly walked toward Xiao Yan's group. Hand over the demonic flame essence. In your dreams. Ziyan's eyes were slightly cold. She took a step forward and golden light surged. It agglomerated into a large golden dragon that wildly shot toward the chief of the Hall of Souls. Shatter! However, the chief of the Hall of Souls slowly shook his head when he sensed Ziyan's attack. He pressed his finger gently against the air. One saw the big golden dragon burst apart when it was 100 feet in front of him. Humph! Ziyan softly moaned and staggered back since she had a connection to the exploding golden dragon. Everyone involuntarily felt their expressions change when they saw Ziyan suffer a serious injury from just one strike. The gap between a 5-star Dou Qi and an advanced 4-star Dou Qi was this wide. If this had occurred earlier, the chief of the Hall of Souls would not have been able to defeat Ziyan with such ease. Both Ziyan and I are exhausted. It seems that this fellow has been able to recover extremely quickly. Even if both Ziyan and I are to work together, we will still not be a match for him. Gu Nanhai stated in a deep voice. Although an ancient void dragon is extremely powerful, attempting to challenge someone of a high level is difficult. Hand over the demonic flame essence. This chief shall allow all of you to leave in peace on account of our cooperation earlier. The chief of the Hall of Souls placed both of his hands behind him. Han Feng and the deputy hall chief had rushed behind him. Their eyes were sinister as they stared at Xiao Yan's group. Xiao Yan's eyes flickered. Veins appeared on his arm as he tightened his grip on the black light pillar. The chief of the Hall of Souls was too strong. Even using the extermination fire lotus had not seriously injured him, but it was impossible for Xiao Yan to abandon the demon flame essence. I have long since heard that you are as cunning as a fox. However, this chief will not give you an opportunity to escape today. The chief of the Hall of Souls merely laughed while Xiao Yan's eyes flashed. He suddenly stepped through empty air as his body slipped by a couple of people in a ghost-like fashion. He appeared in front of Xiao Yan as his palm reached for the top of Xiao Yan's head. Young fellow, die. The chief of the Hall of Souls unleashed his full strength with this attack. An ordinary person only saw space fluctuate before the hand of the Hall Chief was only an inch away from the top of Xiao Yan's head. How can my descendant be killed just because you say so, A skinny hand suddenly appeared above Xiao Yan's head just as the chief of the Hall of Souls was about to grab Xiao Yan. A finger was flicked and the hand of the Hall Chief was sent flying. At the same time, a somewhat hoarse voice slowly echoed. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1514, Old Man Hun Mo. Chapter 1514, Old Man Hun Mo. That palm, which originally had no problem striking Xiao Yan, ended up experiencing an unexpected situation. The expression of the chief of the Hall of Soul became gloomy. His eyes glanced at the spot behind Xiao Yan. A person in ordinary clothes was quietly standing at that spot. This person appeared extremely ordinary, but his aura was strange and unfathomable, causing one to have difficulty guessing his exact strength. Who are you? The chief of the Hall of Souls revealed dark and solemn eyes while he cried out. Although he possessed a high position within the Hun clan, the era when Xiao Xian was alive far too long ago. Hence, it was impossible for him to recognize the person in front of him as the Blood Axe Xiao Chun, who had been quite renowned in the Xiao clan back then. Ancestor Xiao Chen. Xiao Yan quickly recovered. He quietly sighed in relief after Xiao Chen finally intervened. This ancestor of the Xiao clan had not fought ever since he had escaped the illusion. He merely hid by the side regardless of the intense battles Xiao Yan fought. He would only intervene when Xiao Yan was truly facing a critical moment of life and death. Xiao Chen waved his hand. His character was quiet and eccentric. He was unwilling to say much at this moment. All he did was lift his foot and slowly walk in front of Xiao Yan. His eyes stared at the chief of the Hall of Soul on the other side before he asked in a hoarse voice, "He is a member of the Hun clan, right?" Xiao Yan slightly nodded. "In that case, I'll just kill him." Xiao Yan felt odd in his heart after hearing Xiao Chen's low and deep voice. His eyes were a little strange as he glanced at Xiao Chen's back. Only at this moment did he discover that he had never truly been able to see through the actual strength of this ancestor. Although Xiao Chen had been able to defeat Ziyan and Gu Nanhai while in the illusion, he appeared to have barely been able to defeat them. Based on Xiao Yan could infer, Xiao Chen should be an advanced 4-star Dou Qi. Even if he was a little stronger, it was likely that he was only an initial 5-star Dou Qi, but after Xiao Chen's words escaped his mouth, Xiao Yan finally realized that his guess had been a little on the low side. A couple thousand years of being imprisoned in the illusion. Even if he could not train normally during this long period of time, the little accumulations of achievements, like how dripping water can eventually erode through a stone, would still be enough to shock people. Looks like Ancestor Xiao Chen possesses some confidence since he dares to utter these words. You are a member of the Xiao clan? The chief of the Hall of Souls narrowed his eyes as he stared at Xiao Chen. A moment later, he suddenly recalled the words Xiao Yan had spoke earlier. His eyes abruptly shrank while his tone was filled with disbelief. How can it be possible? The Xiao clan has already declined. How can it still possess an elite Dou Shang? From Xiao Chen's appearance, it was obvious that he had not simply managed to train to this level within a short few decades like Xiao Yan. In that case, he had definitely existed for a long time. Why was it that the Hun clan did not possess any information on him? Xiao Yan's expression did not show the slightest sign of being affected when he saw the Hall Chief's shock. His feet merely stepped through the air as he advanced forward. With every step he took, his aura soared like a churning wave. It rose higher and higher as he became even stronger. Intermediate 4-star, Advanced 4-star, Intermediate 5-star. Xiao Yan and the others revealed surprise as they stared at Xiao Chen's back. Xiao Chen's aura had broken through the 4th star of the Dou Shang class within a couple of breaths' time and had reached the intermediate 5th star of the Dou Shang class. This strength was a level stronger than the chief of the Hall of Souls. Who exactly are you? A change finally appeared on the expression of the chief of the Hall of Souls after sensing Xiao Chen's terrifying aura. He let out a stern cry as Hun Feng and the deputy hall chief of the Hall of Souls rushed over from behind him. Their eyes revealed a changing expression as they stared at Xiao Chen. They had clearly started to panic because of this sudden unexpected change. No wonder Ancestor Xiao Chen has been able to endure in the illusion of the purifying demonic lotus flame for so many years. His strength has actually reached such a level. A joy flashed across Xiao Yan's eyes as he muttered. You are really irritating. Xiao Chen merely frowned when he heard the chief of the Hall of Souls' stern cry. He clenched his hand in the empty space in front of him, and a large blood-colored object formed in his hand. In the blink of an eye, this object turned into a giant blood-colored axe. He rotated his hand and the blood-colored axe tore through the air in an instant. It was accompanied by waves of sonic booms as it furiously hacked at the Hall Chief's group below with lightning-like speed. Quick, withdraw! The expression of the chief of the Hall of Souls changed when he saw Xiao Chen attacked. He waved his sleeve and forced back Hun Feng and the deputy hall chief. After which, his mouth swelled and a 5-foot-large black light ball swiftly shot out of his mouth. Waves of miserable screeches were emitted from this ball of light as though countless of souls were devouring each other within it. Swish! The blood-colored figure flashed in the sky. Everyone saw a huge blood-colored axe appear above the black light ball, which had just been spat out of the mouth of the chief of the Hall of Souls. A faint voice soon rang out. One could see a bloody line cut through the dark black light ball. A tear which, a bam sounded and it slowly cracked into two. Grug! The black light ball had yet to even explode when it was slashed into two by the enormous blood-colored axe. The chief of the Hall of Souls spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression became a little weak as he hurriedly withdrew with a pale face. Xiao Chen's attack was unbelievably sharp. It seemed as though the world would split under the edge of the blood-colored axe. That overbearing aura caused one's heart to tremble. 3 Skybreaking Axe. An axe gently slashed the chief of the Hall of Souls' attack apart. Xiao Chen did not hold back. He took 2 steps forward without uttering a word. The large blood-colored axe in his hand was slashed forward 3 times with a swoosh sound. The 3 axe attacks merged together, and an ordinary person could only see a red light flash across the sky with their naked eyes. Only experts like the chief of the Hall of Souls could clearly see 3 bright red bloody lines rushing through the sky. They arrived in front of him almost instantly with an extremely terrifying speed. The 3 bloodlines appeared weak, but the chief of the Hall of Souls could sense an extreme danger from them. Spiritual Barrier Technique. The body of the Hall Chief trembled because of this danger. His soul surfaced from his brow, and the arms of his soul strangely exploded. Buzz buzz. Black clouds suddenly surged from all directions and blotted out the sun the moment A, B, C, both of his spiritual arms exploded. This almost endless sky seemed to have been saturated by a black fog in the blink of an eye. Countless numbers of sharp spiritual waves spread from the black fog. It appeared like a demonic sound that crazily invaded the depths of everyone's mind. Bang bang bang. 3 bloody lines tore through the many layers of black clouds. As the first bloody line broke into the clouds, many ripples began to swiftly form on it. Within a short instant, the first bloody line was forcefully scattered. Even the second bloody line had vaguely become visible. Split! A black fog spread as a sudden hoarse voice slowly gave a command. Soon after, layers of black clouds suddenly burst apart before a bloody line rushed out with lightning-like speed. Finally, it shot into a certain part of the black cloud with shocking speed. Grug! The sound of a mouthful of fresh blood being thrown up was emitted as the bloody line shot into a specific region. Soon after, the black clouds that permeated the sky stilled and swiftly withdrew at a speed visible to the naked eye. Everyone could see the sky when the black clouds withdrew. They quickly looked over and saw the chief of the Hall of Souls' body covered in blood. He stood trembling a short distance away. A terrifying wound had appeared from his shoulder to his abdomen. One could even see moving internal organs inside his body. Clearly, that strike from earlier had seriously injured the chief of the Hall of Souls. Xiao Qin displayed an indifferent expression as he glanced at the chief of the Hall of Souls, but there was some surprise in his eyes. Clearly, he had not expected the Hall Chief to survive. An unknown number of experts had fallen to this strike back in his era. The chief of the Hall of Souls revealed ferocious and dense eyes as he stared at Xiao Qin. He hurriedly took out a couple of jade bottles from his storage ring. After which, he applied the medicinal liquid inside to his wound, causing a sizzling white fog to rise. Both of his hands rapidly formed a seal. A black light curtain suddenly appeared and imprisoned both Xiao Qin and him. Old Mo, it is time to intervene after having watched the show for such a long time, right? The chief of the Hall of Souls suddenly cried out after having created the black light prison. Xiao Yan and the others revealed a sudden change in expression after hearing the words of the chief of the Hall of Souls. This Hun clan had hidden an expert in this place? Ugh, Hun Miashang, you are really a disappointment. A low elderly sigh finally sounded while Xiao Yan's group swept their eyes around. Xiao Yan suddenly turned his head. His eyes landed on a group of people a short distance away. A gray-clothed old man, whose strength had merely reached the high-level Ban Shang class, shook his head. He slowly stepped forward with a face full of disappointment. Some changes occurred on his face as a pair of long black eyebrows were lowered, giving him an extremely mysterious appearance. Xiao Yan had roughly glanced over this old man amid the chaotic battle earlier, but the old man had been chased by a fire slave until he was forced to flee in all directions. Hence, Xiao Yan had not paid much attention to him, yet he had never expected this ordinary old man to hide his strength so well. Old man Hun Mo. You are here? Does your Hun clan really plan on breaking the agreement? Gu Nanhai and the elders from the other ancient clans revealed extremely ugly expressions as they looked at this black-eyebrowed old man. Their eyes vaguely contained some fear. The agreement is nothing when it comes to the demonic flame essence. This old black-eyebrowed man, who was called Old Man Hun Mo, smiled. His eyes swept over Xiao Yan's group, but he did not attack. Instead, he softly sighed and shifted his eyes to the distant empty space. He inquired, "Old demon from the small pill tower, why are you still hiding yourself now that this old man has shown himself? A. Is there a sun in this magma realm? B. More like a common expression the author used without considering the context. C. The author does that quite often. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1515, Cattle Herdman. Chapter 1515, Cattle Herdman. The hearts of everyone quivered after hearing the words of Old Man Hun Mo. Many startled eyes looked to that space. Was there actually an expert, whom they were unaware of, hidden there? The old demon from the small pill tower. Xiao Yan's eyes also looked in that direction. A thought passed through his heart. Could it be that this old man Hun Mo was referring to the mysterious ancestor of the small pill tower? His heart involuntarily rejoiced upon coming to this conclusion. Regardless of the situation, both the pill tower and him were on the same side. This mysterious ancestor would likely not feel any enmity against Xiao Yan's group if he appeared. Ugh, I knew that the Hun clan would not play by the rules. That space was quiet for a moment as all gazes present focused on it. Finally, it began to fluctuate. An unusually old and experienced voice suddenly remarked. The ripple in the space became more intense the moment this sound appeared. Soon, a bull stepped onto empty air and appeared in this space while it let out a low moo. Ugh! The eyes of Xiao Yan's group landed on this bull, or perhaps, the person on the bull. However, they were startled after getting a good look at his appearance because an elderly person was not what they saw. The person on the bull had a small figure. He was wearing ordinary rough clothes. His eyes were clear, and his face appeared tender. From his appearance, he appeared as though he was a boy in his teens. Numerous pairs of eyes were completely stunned as they looked at the youth on the back of the bull. They were momentarily speechless. They had not expected the elderly voice from earlier to have come from the mouth of a youth. First elder mentioned that the ancestor likes to have fun experiencing lives. He continues to borrow bodies to be reborn. From the looks of it, this is indeed true. Old demon, you still like to act mysterious like in the past. Old man Hunimo looked at the cowering youth. He coldly laughed coldly, but his originally ancient well-like eyes had gained an additional fear. I would not have needed to show myself if the Hun clan played by the rules. The cowering youth stretched his lazy waist and smiled as spoke. His unusually clear eyes looked at old man Hun Mo as he laughed. This rule was agreed upon back then, yet the Hun clan has actually dispatched you. I wonder what the clan's intentions are. My Hun clan must obtain the demonic flame essence. Old demon, it is best that you do not be a busybody. My clan head is very interested in you. After so many years, your current self has probably already reached the peak of the 9th tier of the Xian pill. Should you advance further, that will be the legendary tier 9 golden pill. Even my clan head will not be able to restrain himself from attacking you. Old man Hun Mo laughed a strange laugh. The cowherder faintly smiled upon hearing this claim. He replied, it is not as though he has craved me only recently, but even if I were to deliver myself to his mouth, do you think he would dare to eat me? You should stop trying to use your age as an advantage. Once my clan head exits his retreat, he will naturally force you to understand the fate of opposing my Hun clan. Old man Hun Mo's eyes turned cold as he spoke. Bang! The black light curtain a short distance away was suddenly blasted apart after old man Hun Mo spoke. A figure flew back. One of them spat out a couple mouthfuls of fresh blood along the way. Only then did he stabilize his body while wearing a pale expression. From his appearance, he was clearly the chief of the Hall of Souls, who had unleashed the light curtain earlier in an attempt to trap Xiao Chen. Han Miashang, you have really humiliated the name of the chief of the Hall of Souls. Old man Han Nimo knit his brows and made a comment after seeing how miserable the chief of the Hall of Souls looked. Old ghost, you should stop trying to suppress me with your age. You should be even more aware of that fellow's background compared to me. The chief of the Hall of Souls wiped the trace of blood off from the corner of his mouth as he furiously cried out. He had already guessed the other party's identity when he took out that huge blood-colored axe earlier. The only person who could use this strange weapon in such a sharp fashion within the Xiao clan was the renowned Xiao clan's blood axe Xiao Chun from back then. However, no one had expected this person, who had gone missing, to appear in such a place at this moment. Blood axe Xiao Chen, it is unexpected that you have survived until now. However, it could be considered a blessing. If you had been in the Xiao clan, your fate would have been similar to Xiao Xian and the rest. Old man Han Mo lifted his head. He looked at Xiao Chen as Xiao Chen slowly walked over while holding his large blood-colored axe. An icy cold luster flashed across his eyes. Xiao Chen's footsteps paused. He glanced at old man Han Mo and slightly frowned. He sensed an aura that was far stronger than the chief of the Hall of Souls from the other party. This aura was such that it would not be easy for him to defeat the other party. Haha, the Xiao clan is indeed an insect that will not remain still no matter how it is beaten down. Xiao Chen, you deserve to be congratulated for living until now. The cowherding youth slightly smiled. He was extremely old and it was possible for him to address Xiao Chen, an old demon who had lived for thousands of years, as an equal. You are, that fellow from the Pill Tower back then. Xiao Chen's eyes glanced at the young cowherd. Although Pill Tower Elder's appearance had drastically changed, Xiao Chen was still extremely familiar with that unique aura. Moreover, there seemed to be only one person in the entire world who possessed such an aura. The young cowherd smiled. His smile appeared extremely sentimental on that youthful face, but everyone understood that an ancient feeling of having seen through everything was hidden within that smile. Ancestor! The first elder from the small pill tower had finally recovered from his shock at this moment. He immediately knelt down. In his excitement, even tears had begun to flow down his old face. Even he had only managed to meet this guardian of the pill tower a couple of times. He was incomparably excited now that they had met again. Haha, you are little Mo, right? It is unexpected that you have also become a Dou Shang, the young cowherd smiled. He gently waved his small hand and the first elder was lifted to his feet. Now is not the time to catch up on old times. Xiao Yan, hand the demonic flame essence to me. Xiao Yan was slightly startled upon hearing the words of this young cowherd. He raised his head and saw a warm smile on the youth's small face. Although this smile appeared extremely strange on a youth, one would instantly trust him for some unknown reason. This old fellow has turned into a child. How strange, Zi Yan softly muttered beside Xiao Yan's ear. Isn't this something that you liked to do most back then? Xiao Yan bitterly smiled and shook his head. He clenched his teeth. With a wave of his sleeve, he threw the black light pillar toward the young cowherd. Humph. Old man Hunho's eyes became slightly cold when Xiao Yan threw the black light pillar. A cold snort sounded beside everyone's ears like muffled thunder. That snort contained an extremely powerful spiritual assault, causing the heads of many people to emit a giddy feeling. Advanced 5-star Dou Shang. What a frightening strength this old fellow boasts. Xiao Yan's eardrums emitted waves of piercing pain. His heart was filled with shock. The strength of this old fellow was far too frightening. If they were to fight head-on, Xiao Yan would probably not even be able to receive one strike. Swoosh! Old man Hun Mo's body disappeared after the cold snort left his mouth. The next instant, he appeared near the light pillar and reached out to grab it. However, old man Hun Mo suddenly discovered that the space around him had strangely undergone a change while his hand was about to land on the light pillar. The space shook and his body appeared where the young cowherd had been. The youth, however, had strangely appeared at the spot where old man Hun Mo had been earlier, as though the both of them had changed positions in an instant. Such an unexpected swap had caused everyone to feel flabbergasted. They had not even detected the reason for the switch. Spatial shift. 6-star Dou Shang? You have actually broken through to the 6th star of the Dou Shang class? Old man Hun Mo stood in the air at a loss. He suddenly recovered an instant later and involuntarily cried out in shock. There existed a great gap between every level within the Dou Shang class. The chief of the Hall of Souls was able to easily defeat Ziyan after leaping from the advanced 4th star of the Dou Shang class to the initial 5th star of the Dou Shang class. One could gain an idea of the enormous gap between the two from this. Even though this old man Hun Mo was an advanced 5-star Dou Shang, he did not possess an ability to retaliate against this young coward, whose strength had reached the 6th star. The chief of the Hall of Souls, the deputy chief, and Hun Feng revealed somewhat ugly expressions when they saw this exchange. They were completely silent. A 6-star Dou Shang was extremely rare even in the Hun clan. Only a handful of grand elders possessed such a strength. It was unexpected that the ancestor of the small pill tower had reached such a terrifying level. No wonder the Hun clan would stop the Hall of Souls each time it wanted to attack the pill tower. It was because the small pill tower could call on such an existence. The young coward ignored the exclamation of disbelief from old man Hun Mo. He grabbed the black light with his small hand. He slowly observed the demonic flame essence within it in front of Xiao Yan's anxious eyes. Old demon, are you planning to be enemies with my Hun clan? Old man Hun Mo cried out in a stern voice while wearing a dark and cold expression. How foolish, the young coward glanced at him and shook his head. He randomly tossed the light pillar into the sky. Old man Hun Mo revealed a joyous face. He was just about to snatch it when he hurriedly stopped himself because of the young cowherd's next sentence. Purifying demonic lotus flame, you are indeed worthy of being ranked 3rd on the heavenly flame ranking. You have purposefully allowed yourself to be sealed in order to see them fight among themselves. All you need to do is to benefit from their fighting. You have hidden yourself very deeply, but you cannot hide from me. Come out. The young cowherd slowly lifted his head. He stared at the churning black light pillar in the sky. His clear eyes stared at the demonic flame essence inside as he indifferently laughed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1516, Refining the Sky Ancient Formation. Chapter 1516, Refining the Sky Ancient Formation. The young cowherd's indifferent voice slowly sounded. Everyone's expressions drastically changed. Numerous pairs of eyes landed on that churning black light pillar in the sky while feeling their mind go numb. This purifying demonic lotus flame had allowed itself to be captured? How can it be possible? Hua Yao and the few experts who had cooperated earlier muttered with stunned faces. If this was the case, this purifying demonic lotus flame was indeed a little too frightening. A heavenly flame that schemed against people. Even people like them were only witnessing such a thing for the first time. This. Xiao Yan's face was filled with surprise as he exchanged glances with Xun Er. After which, he slowly nodded. Given the frightening strength of the ancestor of the small pill tower, it would be quite difficult for him to make a mistake. Oomph, what nonsense. Regardless of how strong the purifying demonic lotus flame is, it would definitely have difficulty escaping my Hun clan's Tianluo sealing demon formation. The chief of the Hall of Souls revealed a somewhat ugly expression as he spoke in a deep voice. The eyes of old man Mo Hun by the side flickered. He stared at the black light pillar in the sky, but he did not voice any doubt. He had came into contact with the ancestor of the pill tower a couple of times. Naturally, he understood that the ancestor of the pill tower was not someone who uttered nonsense. Since the youth had put it this way, he ought to be confident in his words. The ancestor of the pill tower did not give an explanation despite everyone's doubtful eyes. He merely observed the churning black light pillar. He finally spoke in a faint voice a moment later after seeing that it had not reacted. Since you are unwilling to reveal yourself, I can only force you to do so. The ancestor of the Piltowi flicked his finger after his words sounded. A black line suddenly erupted from the tip of his finger. The black line might appear weak, but space itself quietly formed a vacuum wherever it passed. It rushed toward the black light pillar with lightning-like speed. The speed of the black line was so quick that it left one speechless. In an instant, it was only half a foot from the light pillar, but the sealed demonic flame essence violently trembled before the black line struck it. An earth-shaking fire wave surged in all directions as the black light pillar exploded apart in front of everyone's stunned eyes. Old demon, you have ruined my plans again. Are you trying to seek death? Cream-white flames swept across the sky as a figure formed in this sea of flames. It was that white-robed purifying demonic lotus flame. The heavenly flame was glaring at the ancestor of the Piltower with a dark and cold expression as he furiously cried out. This fellow has really purposefully allowed himself to be sealed. The hearts of Xiao Yan and the others violently pounded upon seeing the figure form. The expression of the chief of the Hall of Souls became uglier. It was clearly extremely easy for the purifying demonic lotus flame to break the seal earlier. From this, one could tell that the words of the ancestor of the Piltower had indeed been true. This purifying demonic lotus flame had allowed itself to be sealed in order to reap the gains from their conflicts. This cunning was really on a different level. Purifying demonic lotus flame, your character is extremely brutal. If you are allowed to enter the central plains, you will definitely leave a destruction in your wake. It was due to this that the purifying demonic lotus saint chose to seal you when he was reaching the end of his life back then. Therefore, you cannot leave this place. The ancestor of the Piltower lifted his somewhat tender face, looked at the purifying demonic lotus flame standing in the air, and slowly explained. That old bastard. I accompanied him for 1,000 years. I at least put in the effort for him, yet he did not care about our ties and actually sealed me. Finally, he ended up suffering from my backlash. That was his retribution. Moreover, whether I can leave is not up to you to decide. Even though you have currently advanced to a 6-star Doshang, it is still not enough to stop me. The purifying demonic lotus flame's eyes turned cold as he stated. The ancestor of the Piltower softly sighed. His eyes glanced at Old Man Hun Mo a short distance away. Seeing him look over, Old Man Hun Mo strangely laughed and said, Old demon, you should fight alone if you wish to deal with it. Our Hun clan does feel obligated to protect the whatever central plains. It will be easier for our Hun clan to capture it should it leave the demonic flame realm and head to the central plains. This Old Man Hun Mo was unusually cunning. Although he spoke without a care, he was clearly planning on idly watching tigers fight. He would wait for the ancestor of the Piltower and the purifying demonic lotus flame to fight. Then, he would benefit from the outcome when the time came. The ancestor of the Piltower was unsurprised when he heard Old Man Hun Mo's words. Hence, he withdrew his eyes. Elder, do you need us to fight? Xiao Yan cupped his hands together and asked. This purifying demonic lotus flame was unusually terrifying. Although the ancestor of the Piltower was unfathomable, it would definitely be an extremely intense battle if they were to fight. It is unnecessary. Currently, none of you will be able to help. The ancestor of the Piltower smiled and shook his head upon hearing this question. His toes pressed against the bull. His short body penetrated the sea of fire and appeared in front of the purifying demonic lotus flame. He said, the seal that the purifying lotus demon saint had placed is not easily broken. Even though you have borrowed the world tide to tear through to the world, the seal will naturally reform, following the withdrawal of the world tide. As long as I delay you until that time comes, you will not be able to leave this place. In that case, we'll have to see if you have the ability to stop me. The purifying demonic lotus flame coldly laughed. Both of his hands suddenly changed. The cream-white flames that permeated the sky around him swiftly returned to him before they agglomerated into a 100,000-foot-tall fire giant amid many stunned eyes. Demonic flame divine statue. The fire giant's legs were inserted into the sea of magma below. Its incomparably large body caused one's soul to tremble. With a punch from this giant, even an elite Do Shang would likely be shattered into nothing. Old ghost, die. The purifying demonic lotus flame stood on the head of the divine figure. His eyes looked at the ant-like figures below as he gave a dense smile. That demon flame statue suddenly lifted its mountain-like fist before throwing it toward the Piltower ancestor. This punch had only just been thrown when the surface of the sea of magma 100,000 feet below revealed a huge magma spiral that was tens of thousands of feet in size. Air itself seemed to crazily whistle. The expressions of Xiao Yan's group involuntarily became pale when they sensed this fist wind that was filled with a destructive force. Regardless of whether it was Ziyan or Gunanhai, anyone who received this strike head-on would instantly turn into dust. The figure of the ancestor of the pill tower remained suspended in the sky. His eyes stared at the giant fist that seemed to fall like a meteorite. He widened his mouth and a bright golden light erupted from it. The light turned into an enormous light curtain that covered the sky. Bang! The giant fist of the statue violently smashed into the golden light curtain. A frightening wind assault immediately swept apart. One could hear a crack form in the space within 100,000 feet before everything exploded into a charred black mess. The area around them EAS blasted apart as the two fought. Pill merging sky. The finger of the ancestor of the pill tower was lifted. A drop of green blood seeped out of his pores. One seemed to be able to glimpse the strand of golden luster in that dense green color. This green-colored blood swiftly flew toward the demonic flame divine figure the moment it escaped the ancestor's body. It became larger as it flew. Within a short instant, it had turned into a 1,000-foot-large green light ray. The light ray was accompanied by a dense fragrance as it shot through the sky. Finally, it smashed into the chest of the divine statue made of demonic flames with lightning-like speed. Green light immediately filled one's vision, but one could see over half of the divine statue made of demonic flames melting away. The ability of this old demon is becoming more terrifying. He is even able to melt the demonic flame. A grave expression flashed across Old Man Hun Mo's eyes in the distance after seeing the flame melt. Roar! The purifying demonic lotus flame became furious after the demonic flame statue was seriously damaged. Everything in the world possessed something that complemented it and something that was its nemesis. The actual form of the ancestor of the pill tower was a medicinal pill. Common sense dictated that he should be extremely afraid of such a flame, but as the strength of the ancestor from the pill tower increased, a mutation had begun to form in his body. This mutation suppressed things related to fire. This suppression had caused the purifying demonic lotus flame to feel a great pressure. Old demon, whoever dares hinder my escape today will be refined alive by me. Your actual form is a pill. I wish to see what you will turn into if I refine you again, but... The purifying demonic lotus flame roared at the sky. His body suddenly charged to the horizon. Many cream-colored lines of fire shot out in all directions. They shot across the entire demonic flame realm. Refining sky ancient array, appear! The purifying demonic lotus flame loudly cried out after these fire lines shot deep into the realm before a loud rumbling sound was emitted. After which, everyone was shocked to see 100,000-foot large fire array slowly appear in the empty sky. Rumble! The endless magma sea began to churn soon after the large array appeared in the sky. Soon, even it slowly formed an extremely huge fire formation in front of everyone's stunned eyes. Both the expression of the ancestor of the pill tower and the expression of Old Man Hun Mo became ugly when these two fire formation appeared, one above, one below. Haha, old demon, you didn't expect this, did you? The large ceiling formation that the purifying demonic lotus saint had personally placed is being used by me. I have already comprehended all its mysteries during these few thousand years. Who will be able to fight me within this demonic flame realm now? The ancient array that covered the realm slowly rotated while the purifying demonic flame laughed to the sky. It is going to be troublesome this time around. Everyone observed these formations as they inhaled a breath of cold air. These terrifying formations were many times stronger than the Tianluo ceiling demon formation the chief of the Hall of Souls had used earlier. Ziyan and the others stared at the huge formations, one in the sky and one above the earth. A great wave seemed to be rising within their hearts. If either of these large arrays were to unleash even a little energy, they would easily kill everyone. While everyone was feeling shocked because of the sudden changes, Xiao Yan suddenly grabbed his forehead. That mysterious light cluster within his head suddenly trembled. That shaking appeared as though something was about to awaken. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1517, Purifying Demonic Lotus Saint? Chapter 1517, Purifying Demonic Lotus Saint? The fire array in the sky blotted out the sun. The two fire arrays appeared like two extremely huge fire plates that covered this realm from above and below. Xiao Yan's group appeared like ants within these two enormous plates. They seemed insignificant at a glance. He actually is able to control the great array placed by the purifying demonic lotus saint. Old Man Han Mo's eyes were filled with disbelief when he saw this unexpected change. He suddenly recovered a moment later and hurriedly threw his eyes to the slowly rotating spatial tunnel some distance away. That was the path that led back to the central plains. Quick, retreat! Old Man Han Mo involuntarily cried out as his eyes flashed. His body took the lead to rush toward the spatial tunnel. This large array had been created by the purifying demonic lotus saint. Even though that ultimate expert, whom even the clan head of the Hun clan admitted he was no match for, still wielded a mighty reputation that was deeply imprinted into the ears of those who had heard about what he had done. The chief of the Hall of Souls group hesitated for a moment after seeing Old Man Hun Mo's flee. However, they could only clench their teeth and follow him with great unwillingness. Someone as strong as Old Man Hun Mo had turned into this homeless stray. From the looks of it, this large array was extremely terrifying. Old Man Hun Mo's decision to flee undoubtedly caused many to panic. The other elders from the ancient clan's expressions greatly changed. All of them briefly hesitated before clenching their teeth and following him. Although the temptation of the purifying demonic lotus flame was unimaginable, one needed to be alive to enjoy it. Xun Er and the others watched these people flee. They frowned and quickly swung their heads to Xiao Yan, but Xiao Yan was standing there holding his head as some pain vaguely surfaced on his face. Xiao Yan Geg, what has happened? Xun Er's face changed after seeing Xiao Yan's face. She hurriedly cried out. We should also leave. Xiao Yan clenched his teeth. His mind churned, causing his soul to repeatedly emit a giddiness. Although he did not understand how these large arrays were built, he was able to sense an annihilation force from the fluctuations present. If that force were to spread, everyone present would immediately turn into dust. Haha, it is too late to try and leave now. I will refine everyone here to be my fire slaves. Xiao Yan's words had only just left his mouth when the purifying demonic lotus flame in the sky 100,000 feet above wildly laughed. His finger gently pressed down on the spatial tunnel and a cream-white magma pillar shot out of the huge array below. The magma struck the tunnel with a lightning-like momentum, shattering it into pieces. Old Man Hun Mo appeared in front of the collapsed spatial tunnel. His expression was gloomy. This purifying demonic lotus flame was not intending on letting any of them off. What should we do? The chief of the Hall of Souls and his group hurried over. He frowned and asked a question. How should I know? This demonic flame realm was built by the purifying demonic lotus saint. He is said to be in existence which was closest to a Dou Qi during that era. No one currently on the continent would be able to forcefully charge into the realm he created without passing through this tunnel. Don't tell me that we should simply wait and die? The deputy chief of the Hall of Souls grit his teeth and demanded an answer. It will not be easy to kill us. Old Man Hun Mo coldly laughed. His eyes quickly landed on the ancestor of the Pill Tower as he cried out in a deep voice, why don't we cooperate? Currently, he is in control of the refining sky ancient formation. Even you will not be a match for him in a one-on-one fight. The refining sky ancient formation is divided into the sky and the earth. I will deal with the sky array. The earth array will be left to you. The ancestor of the Pill Tower did not have time to argue with Old Man Hun Mo, who had rapidly changed his stance because of the situation. He immediately stated in a deep voice. All right. Xiao Chun, little ancient void dragon girl, Gunanhai, you will all attack with me and deal with the sky array. The ancestor of the Hall of Souls turned his head, looked at Xiao Chen's group, and softly cried out. Aye. There was little time to consider too much at this moment. The spatial tunnel had been removed by the purifying demonic lotus flame. If they did not join hands to fight, all of them would be refined into the fire slaves of the purifying demonic lotus flame. Immediately, the group nodded. Their bodies moved and appeared beside the ancestor of the Pill Tower. Old Man Hun Mo was also trying to get some experts from other factions, who had reached the 4th star of the Dou Shang class, to join him while the ancestor of the Pill Tower was gathering helpers. Although these people were not really fond of Old Man Hun Mo, they could not care about much at this moment. Their lives were at stake. An inconsequential effort. Although I really hate that fellow, do you really think that I would have remained trapped in this place for thousands of years if the formation he had placed could be broken by you weaklings? The purifying demonic lotus flame coldly laughed after the Pill Tower ancestor and the others gathered together. A murderous intent surged within his eyes. He was too lazy to say anything more. With a change of his hand seal, those large formations, which covered the sky and the earth, rumbled and slowly rotated like discs. The energy of the realm quickly became extremely wild and violent as both large formations slowly rotated. Some of the experts whose strength had reached the Ban Shang class immediately paled. There were even some who ended up spitting up a mouthful of fresh blood. These large arrays had yet to unleash any attacks, but some were unable to endure any longer. The purifying demonic lotus saint really lived up to his reputation. Refining sky ancient formation, refined the sky into slaves. The purifying demonic lotus flame floated in the sky, as cream-white flame surged out of his body in all directions and then poured into the large arrays. Bang! A cry sounded and the realm violently trembled. A circular cream-white light circle swiftly gathered from the edges of the large arrays. Finally, it gathered into a 1,000-foot-large cream-white pillar in front of many shocked eyes. The interior of the light pillar was filled with a destructive energy. Refine. The purifying demonic lotus flame revealed a dense expression on his face. He suddenly pointed his finger down. Both the sky and the earth arrays violently shook before two cream-white light pillars shot out like fountains. The targets of the light pillars were the ancestor from the pill tower and Old Man Han Mo. Attacked together. As this incomparably ferocious attack came closer, even someone as strong as the ancestor from the pill tower displayed an extremely grave expression. A low cry sounded as a drop of half-green and half-golden blood shot out from his finger. In the blink of an eye, it grew to a couple of 1,000 feet in size. A shocking energy fluctuation along with a dense pill fragrance spread from it. Xiao Chen and the others by the side also unleashed their powerful Dou Qi while adopting grave faces. Their Dou Qi followed close behind that blood light cluster as they headed toward the cream-colored light descending from the sky. Old Man Han Mo and the others below also unleashed all of their abilities. They combined their strength and ruthlessly charged toward the light pillar that was rushing up. Bang bang! The collision nearly lasted for an instant. An earth-shaking explosion spread across the realm. That magma sea region below had formed a deep pit that was millions of feet in size. The magma inside had been pushed back hundreds of feet. Haha, what stubborn resistance! Refine. The eyes of the purifying demonic lotus flame flickered as he stood in the sky. He appeared to be in a somewhat crazy state. Both of his hands pressed down. The blood light cluster and Old Man Han Mo's group below, which were bitterly blocking the attack, emitted a bang. They were completely destroyed. After the destruction of the obstructions, both light pillars began to fly through the sky with an extremely shocking speed. One chased after the ancestor of the pill tower and the other chased after Old Man Han Mo before they suddenly colliding together in the sky. From the distant sky, the purifying demonic lotus flame watched as a flame swiftly spread by millions of feet with its center being the point where the light pillars had clashed. He involuntarily laughed to the sky. Now, no one could stop him from escaping. Purifying demonic lotus saint, do you think that you can destroy me like this? I am a divine object and will naturally be protected by the world. Ha ha. The purifying demonic lotus flame was going somewhat crazy. He was finally going to escape after thousands of years of being sealed. How could he not be excited enough to lose himself? Ha! However, this wild laughter did not continue for long before the purifying demonic lotus flame gradually regained his calm. Suddenly, he lowered his head. His eyes were surprised as he scanned the point where the light pillars had crossed. He sensed a lot of auras present at that spot. Still alive? How is this possible? The cream-white flame that lingered over the sky slowly paled. A faint light circle appeared in front of the purifying demonic lotus flame's eyes after the flame disappeared. Xiao Yan was at the middle of this light circle. The ancestor of the pill tower, Old Man Han Mo, and everyone else did not appear to have suffered any serious injuries despite appearing a little miserable. At this moment, not only was the purifying demonic lotus flame stunned, even the ancestor of the pill tower and the others were in a daze as they looked at the light circle around them. This light circle might appear weak, but it was able to block an attack that could destroy a 6-star Doshang. This is... Everyone exchanged glances with each other. Clearly, none of them understood what had just occurred. Xiao Yan Gege? Xun Er suddenly exclaimed while everyone was feeling lost. All pairs of eyes shifted, only to see that Xiao Yan seemed to have descended into an unconscious state. His body, however, was emitting a faint glow. This glow slowly gathered on the surface of his body. Finally, it turned into a somewhat illusionary human figure. Purifying demonic lotus flame. Everyone was greatly shocked when this human figure appeared because the appearance of this person was identical to the purifying demonic lotus flame in the sky. No, it is not the purifying demonic lotus flame. It is the purifying demonic lotus saint. The ancestor from the pill tower stared at the figure outside of Xiao Yan's body with startled eyes. He suddenly seemed to have detected something and cried out in shock. What? Everyone felt something exploded above their scalps after hearing these words. Why would this ultimate expert, who was rumored to have died thousands of years ago, suddenly appear on Xiao Yan? Xiao Yan, whose eyes were tightly shut, suddenly trembled while everyone was feeling shocked. Both of his eyes were slowly opened, but his dark black eyes had turned cream white. His eyes slowly roamed over the people present. Those people his eyes met would involuntarily feel a desire to worship him as a fluttering feeling materialized deep within their soul. Even an expert as strong as Old Man Han Mo was no exception. The purifying demonic lotus saint was an expert known as the closest to the Dou Qi class back then. Who would have thought that he would appear again in this state? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1518, Demon Saint vs. Demon Flame. Chapter 1518, Demon Saint vs. Demon Flame. This is, what happened? Xun Er's group was stunned as they looked at Xiao Yan, or perhaps it would be better to say the illusory figure wrapping around the surface of his body. Why did this legendary purifying demonic lotus saint appear on Xiao Yan's body? It's related to that ancient map. Yao Lao frowned before he suddenly recalled something. That ancient map was the only relationship between Xiao Yan and the purifying demonic lotus saint. Xiao Yan had gathered that thing for many years and had finally obtained all of them, but he had only gained some secret information that was not really a secret. However, Yao Lao had clearly remembered that a light had shot into Xiao Yan's head after the ancient map had been gathered. That light might be the thing causing this situation to occur in Xiao Yan. What should we do? Xun Er asked a little anxiously. No one knew whether this purifying demonic lotus saint was good or bad, but he was possessing Xiao Yan's body at this moment. If something unexpected happened, the one who would suffer the most would undoubtedly be Xiao Yan. Don't panic, since he has intervened to rescue all of us, he likely does not have any ill intentions. His aim should be the purifying demonic lotus flame, the ancestor from the pill tower remarked in a deep voice. This brat, how did he attract the purifying demonic lotus saint? This purifying demonic lotus saint does not appear to be in a spiritual form. Instead, it is more like a remnant imprint, but just this remnant imprint actually possesses such a mighty strength. The purifying demonic lotus saint really lives up to his reputation. Old man Hun Mo's and everyone's eyes locked on Xiao Yan as this thought continued to appear in their hearts. Xiao Yan, who had been possessed by the purifying demonic lotus saint, slowly lifted his head while everyone was dealing with different thoughts. He waved his sleeve and the cream-white circular barrier slowly disappeared. A pair of white eyes looked at the purifying demonic lotus flame in the sky. Purifying demonic lotus saint? How is this possible? How can you still be alive? That purifying demonic lotus flame in the sky quickly focused on Xiao Yan the moment the light barrier scattered. His heart formed a great storm when he saw who that figure belonged to on the surface of Xiao Yan's body. A shocked roar filled with disbelief reverberated across the sky. It seems that you have yet to calm the violence within your heart after being sealed for thousands of years. Bastard, purifying demonic lotus saint, you ungrateful bastard. Would you have been able to attain your achievements without me? I have aided you so much, but you ended up sealing me in the end. Haha, you deserve to be killed by the backlash. The purifying demonic lotus flame looked at Xiao Yan with a ferocious expression as he crazily laughed. It seemed like he wanted to pour all of the monstrous hatred in his heart out. I am responsible for you becoming this brutal. The destructive force of the demonic flame is far too great. If you are allowed to leave as you please, the world would end up facing a great disaster. Xiao Yan slowly shook his head as he replied. Humph, a mere remnant image dares to act arrogantly in front of me. Do you really think that you are still that all-powerful purifying demonic lotus saint? The purifying demonic lotus flame glared at Xiao Yan with all the hatred he felt. The seal formed by his hand suddenly changed, and those two incomparably huge fire arrays began to rotate. This array was personally placed by you back then. Today, I will let you have a taste of its might. Refine. The purifying demonic lotus flame furiously cried out after his words sounded. Two light pillars filled with a destructive force formed as one shot from the sky formation and one from the earth formation. After which, they had been aimed at where Xiao Yan and closed in on him with lightning-like speed. Everyone's expressions changed after seeing the purifying demonic lotus flame unleash the might of the formation again. If that light pillar struck them, it was likely that less than 5 would end up surviving. Swoosh, dot. Those two light pillars heading toward the group suddenly came to a halt after this calm voice sounded. The light pillars paused around 50 feet both and above and below everyone. That destructive force radiating from it caused everyone's skin to turn somewhat numb. The refining sky ancient formation was created by me. You are no match for me in terms of understanding it. A faint smile rose on Xiao Yan's face. He looked at the ugly expressions of the purifying demonic lotus flame as he softly spoke. Bastard! The purifying demonic lotus flame involuntarily cursed upon seeing the pillars stop. However, his curse had only just sounded when his expression changed. He had discovered that his control over the formation was gradually disappearing. Rumble! The two huge fire arrays present trembled at this moment. Finally, layer after layer of cream-white flame suddenly shot out of the formation and entered the body of the purifying demonic lotus flame. After these flames entered his body, the purifying demonic lotus flame began to lose control of the refining sky ancient formation. purifying demonic lotus saint, I will fight it out with you. The eyes of the purifying demonic lotus flame quickly turned blood red after losing control over the formation. He was aware of the frightening strength this formation possessed. If the purifying demonic lotus saint were to gain control of it, he would end up having difficulty escaping the seal again. He had already lived a couple thousand years in such a bitter fashion and had already become incomparably tired of it. Demonic flame world destruction. The body of the purifying demonic lotus flame rapidly swelled. Finally, it emitted a bang and transformed into a monstrous flame that spread. The energy present within this space was vaporized by the extremely high temperature in an instant. A Ban Sheng emitted a miserable screech after the strength within the purifying demonic lotus flame's body erupted. The Dou Qi within his body began to burn as his meridians became distorted. Bang! Soon after this, Ban Sheng let out a miserable screech. His body erupted into a cluster of black ashes, which drifted into the sea of magma below. Everyone around felt their limbs turn cold because of these ashes. The energy in the realm had been vaporized by the purifying demonic lotus flame. If they continued to remain, they would not be able to replenish the energy within their bodies. They would only end up with one final fate, being incinerated to death. Even Ziyan was not confident that she could rely on her Dou Qi to resist the terrifying temperature of the purifying demonic lotus flame. Hence, one needed to quickly leave this damn realm if one wished to live. Che! Hurry up and leave. No one will be able to live if the purifying demonic lotus flame really explodes. Everyone felt a wild joy in their hearts after hearing the indifferent words that came from Xiao Yan. Some did not even give the matter any thought as they immediately moved and rushed to the spatial tunnel. Young miss, we should also hurry up and leave. Gu Nanhai faced Xun Er and spoke. This realm was far too dangerous. No one had expected the purifying demonic lotus flame to be this terrifying. But Xiao Yan Xun Er knit her brows. Her eyes locked onto Xiao Yan, but Xiao Yan seemed to have been possessed by the purifying demonic lotus saint. Who could guarantee that the purifying demonic lotus saint would not do anything to Xiao Yan if she simply left? We should leave first. It is pointless to be worried. We will not help Xiao Yan by staying here. That purifying demonic lotus saint has borrowed his body to appear. It is likely that he will not harm Xiao Yan. Yao Lao mused for a moment before clenching his teeth and stating in a deep voice. Xun Er gently bit her lower red lip with her teeth after hearing this statement. Her eyes revealed her hesitation. She was really worried to leave Xiao Yan alone in this lifeless realm. Moreover, the ferocious purifying demonic lotus flame present. The cream-white flame in the sky continued to widen while everyone was hesitating. In the end, a pink color gradually began to appear in the middle of the flame. These pink flames slowly gathered before a bright pinkish-red demonic fire lotus appeared in the sky and slowly rotated. Even an expert like Gu Nanhai became a flushed red after this bright red fire lotus appeared. The Dou Qi within their bodies felt like it was boiling, as though it was about to ignite. Let's go! It was impossible to continue delaying any longer at this moment. Gu Nanhai grabbed Xun Er's hand. His body flashed as he rushed toward the spatial tunnel. Behind them, Yao Lao once again glanced at Xiao Yan, who was standing with his hands behind him, but he could only clench his teeth and swiftly follow. An unknown feeling rose within Xun Er's heart when she saw Xiao Yan grow distant in her eyes. She felt that Xiao Yan needed her. Elder, once you return, please tell father that Xun Er will be willful this one time. Xun Er bit her lower lip. Her hand suddenly shook as she escaped Gu Nanhai's grasp. Her palm pressed against the Gu Nanhai's back as a gentle force sent him into the spatial tunnel. This unexpected change had clearly exceeded Gu Nanhai's expectations. Hence, he didn't have time to react. He simply entered the spatial tunnel and disappeared. You, take good care of Xiao Yan. We will wait for the both of you to come out. Yao Lao, who was behind, widened his mouth upon seeing Xun Er remain. He could only bitterly smile and let out a quiet sigh. His body moved and entered the spatial tunnel. He was quite confident in Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan had experienced all sorts of difficulties during these years. This time around, he would definitely successfully escape. The spatial tunnel finally disappeared after Yao Lao rushed into it. Xun Er turned around. Her pretty eyes were grave as she looked at the figure standing with his hands behind his back. Golden flames slowly swept out of her body. Xiao Yan this time around, Xun Er will accompany you. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1519, Stripping. Chapter 1519, Stripping. Every part of this vast realm had filled with cream-white demonic flames. An indescribably high temperature filled this magma world. Even an elite Dou Qi, who had reached the 4th star or even 5th star, would not be able to remain for long because the temperature present could even incinerate Dou Qi. Xun Er floated in the sky as a golden flame continued to surge from her body. Even though the Gold Emperor incinerating heavenly flame was guarding her, she was still drenched in perspiration. Fortunately, the Dou Qi within her body did not show signs of combusting. There was a reason the Gold Emperor incinerating heavenly flame had obtained such a high rank. Xun Er's eyes roamed the distant sky before finding the origin point of this sea of flames. A fire lotus with a demonic aura was slowly rotating at that spot. Each time it rotated, its color would flicker between dark red and white. Buzz! The rotating fire lotus finally returned to a white, but its petals were covered with tiny red veins. At a glance, they appeared just like the blood vessels of a person. Occasionally, a red light flashed, causing this beautiful fire lotus to be filled with a demonic aura. When I first met you back then, your body was as pure as a baby. I brought you intelligence, allowing you to possess the thoughts of a human. However, the path you have taken is opposite from what I had intended. That illusory figure outside of Xiao Yan's body softly sighed as he studied the fire lotus, which was filled with a demonic aura. Purifying demonic lotus saint, it is up to me how I wish to grow. You are meddling too much. Light was emitted from the demonic lotus body as the purifying demonic lotus flame furiously roared. I only wish that you will avoid self-destructing. I am the one who has caused you to fill with this hatred, so allow me to finally end everything. The illusory figure observed the fire lotus as his hand seal changed. The two large arrays that covered this realm suddenly rushed forward, one up and one down. Soon after they moved, a huge fire curtain shot out and swiftly formed a square prison, which sealed the demonic lotus inside. I will remove the intelligence and memories that I have bestowed upon you. In the future, you will be as pure as when I had discovered you back then. Purifying demonic lotus saint, you heartless bastard. I will not allow you to do as you please. A furious roar was once again emitted from the demonic lotus before it began rotating at a rapid speed. Waves of unusually terrifying blood-colored flames shot out of the demonic lotus. The fire curtain formed by the array suddenly became distorted because of these strange blood-colored flames. I had thought of removing your memories when I had reached my limits back then, but I was unable to remove them. This was why I sealed you here. I was hoping to resolve your brutalness and murderous nature. Looking at it now, the thousands of years of being sealed has caused your hatred to become even more intense. Since this is the case, the purifying demonic lotus saint looked at the wildly struggling purifying demonic lotus flame and softly sighed. His hand seal changed and the massive formation suddenly began to collapse from its outer edges. Following the collapse of the outer parts of the formation, the fire pillar that had locked onto the purifying demonic lotus flame became more solid. Bang bang bang! The purifying demonic lotus flame wildly attacked the fire curtain as the formation rotated. That earth-shaking sounds of the collision caused the golden flame on the surface of Xun Er's body to become a little dimmer. Refining sky ancient formation, remove. The purifying demonic lotus saint's illusory hand was gently waved, and one could see the fire curtain shot out many flame lines. These lines formed a fire web that was imprinted on the demonic lotus. After which, the fire web was slowly lifted as wisps of a blood-colored fog were pushed out of the body of the demonic lotus. Ah! A miserable screech was quickly emitted from the demonic lotus after this blood-colored fog appeared. The demonic lotus wildly rotated, but no matter what kind of powerful energy it unleashed, it was unable to break the fire curtain created from that formation. The energy that the refining sky ancient formation has absorbed for thousands of years has been completely unleashed this time around. You will not be able to block it. Little demon, leave with me. The purifying demonic lotus saint controlled the fire lines and forced out the blood-colored fog, which represented the memories and intelligence of the purifying demonic lotus flame, a little at a time. A soft sound was emitted during the process. Nonsense, without memories and intelligence, the purifying demonic flame will no longer have its own consciousness in the future. What is the difference between this and killing me? You said that you would not take my life, but taking my memories and intelligence means that you intend to kill me, you hypocrite. The purifying demonic lotus flame's heart started to panic as he sensed his mind gradually become blank. He roared out loud. Once his memories and intelligence were completely removed, he would be considered dead. You are incomparably violent and have also obtained my inheritance. If you are allowed to break the seal, a great disaster will befall the world. This disaster was started by me. Naturally, it will have to be averted by me. The purifying demonic lotus saint's illusory figure shook his head. He ceased saying anything more. His hand seal changed and the many lines of fire within the fire curtain suddenly surrounded the demonic lotus. Ah! Wave after wave of a dense blood fog swiftly surged out of the demonic lotus. The blood fog swiftly formed a blood figure in the air above the demonic lotus. This blood figure was the same human figure that the purifying demonic lotus flame had appeared as before. The blood figure of the purifying demonic lotus flame tried to lower itself in an attempt to enter the demonic lotus after being forced out of its body. However, the purifying demonic lotus saint did not give it such an opportunity. He clenched his hand and the fire curtain rapidly shrank. The 4 lines transformed into a 10-foot large fire prison. Master, please let me go this time around. I will definitely change in the future. The purifying demonic lotus flame struggled, but the demonic lotus was not able to break out of the fire prison. He began to feel afraid. Having left his body, his strength had diminished to less than 10% of what it had been. It was unable to fight the purifying demonic lotus saint now, so he knelt down and begged for mercy from the purifying demonic lotus saint. The illusory figure formed by the purifying demonic lotus saint sighed when the purifying demonic lotus flame started to beg for mercy. He waved his sleeves and the illusory figure left Xiao Yan's body. The figure drifted into the fire prison and landed in front of the purifying demonic lotus flame. Xiao Yan Gege. Xun Er hurriedly flew over and grabbed Xiao Yan after the purifying demonic lotus saint had left Xiao Yan's body. Why have you not left? Xiao Yan was not unconscious. His soul had been suppressed by the purifying demonic lotus saint. He involuntarily but softly chided Xun Er after escaping. He had watched this girl send Gu Nanhai flying and remain behind. Xun Er rejoiced in her heart after she made sure that Xiao Yan was fine. She wasn't worried about Xiao Yan's chiding. Her hand tightly grabbed his arm before her eyes landed on the fire curtain. Xiao Yan felt helpless once she grabbed him, but his large hand wrapped around Xun Er's delicate and smooth hand. Little demon, I do not hate you. Even though you retaliated against me back then, I still do not hate you. I have never had any disciples or any children in my life. Since the beginning, you have been the one closest to me. The purifying demonic lotus saint's hand gently rubbed the purifying demonic lotus flame's head. His somewhat illusory face revealed a warm smile. However, I hate you. The purifying demonic lotus flame suddenly lifted his head. His blood-red eyes glared at the purifying demonic lotus saint. A bloody fog suddenly erupted and wrapped around the purifying demonic lotus saint. The bloody fog crazily eroded the purifying demonic lotus saint's body. Xiao Yan and Xun Er revealed startled faces as they watched this occur from outside the prison. This purifying demonic lotus flame was far too violent. This appearance is just like back then. A faint tragic appearance overcame the purifying demonic lotus saint's face as he felt the erosion of the purifying demonic lotus flame. He softly sighed as he slowly reached out with his hand. Together, we will disappear from this world forever. The enormous fire arrays suddenly collapsed after the purifying lotus demon saint emitted this statement. Finally, they turned into 2 extremely bright lights that shot out and ruthlessly struck the fire curtain. Bang! Xiao Yan grabbed Xun Er's delicate waist and extended his wings behind him upon sensing the explosion that could destroy the world. After which, he hurriedly pulled back. The storm swept over the realm. 100,000-foot large crack appeared in the sea of magma. Such an enormous crack was something that the magma present could not fill. The sky was completely empty. Only after the wild and violent energy storm disappeared did Xiao Yan and Xun Er finally appear. They exchanged glances with each other before they quickly rushed to the center of the explosion. Light flickered in the sky as Xiao Yan and Xun Er paused their bodies. They searched the empty area. The purifying demonic lotus saint and the purifying demonic lotus flame had completely disappeared. It was as though they had vanished amid that earth-shaking collision earlier. Where is the demonic flame essence? Xiao Yan muttered as he looked at the empty sky. Could the purifying demonic lotus flame have been destroyed in that explosion? If that was the case, would it not mean that this fight for the purifying demonic lotus flame was a waste? Damn it! Xiao Yan cursed with dissatisfaction. He had collected the ancient maps for over a decade because of this purifying demonic lotus flame. After which, he had waited for 3 years. Was really possible that he had ended with this result? Xiao Yan Gege, look! While Xiao Yan was filled with dissatisfaction in his heart, Xun Er suddenly pointed her finger at the magma sea region below and joyously cried out. Xiao Yan's eyes scanned the direction she had pointed in. His heart seemed to have been pinched. There was a white lotus covered with pink veins as an endless sea of magma slowly swimming around. It seemed as the energy of the entire magma sea was surging toward it. Demon flame essence. Xiao Yan's body involuntarily shook from excitement as he stared at the cream-white lotus with its faint pink color. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1520, Final Reward. Chapter 1520, Final Reward. Purifying Demonic Lotus Flame. Xiao Yan only suppressed the excitement in his heart while he stood in the sky. He exchanged glances with Xun Er. Only then did he carefully descend. He slowly came to a halt when he was around a couple dozen feet from the cream white and pink fire lotus. The current purifying demonic lotus flame was completely different than the one from earlier. The purifying demonic lotus flame was extremely violent while this one was peaceful and calm. It did not unleash an attack when Xiao Yan and Xun Er approached. The purifying demonic lotus flame seems to be a little different than earlier, Xun Er finally stated in a somewhat surprised voice after watching the fire lotus quietly float around. The purifying demonic lotus saint has removed all of its old memories and intelligence. The current purifying demonic lotus flame is just like a baby who has just been born. Xiao Yan's face was filled with a heated expression. After having witnessed the brutal character of the purifying demonic lotus flame, he would not dare to refine it even after obtaining it. After all, even an ultimate expert as strong as the purifying demonic lotus saint had ended up dying because of the retaliation of the demonic flame. Even less needed to be said about a mere 2-star Dou Qi like him. However, such worry had completely vanished now. The purifying demonic lotus saint's remnant image and the purifying demonic lotus flame had vanished from the world. Only the pure baby-like demonic flame essence remained behind, and it no longer possessed any violence like it did earlier. Would doing this not end up damaging the spirituality of the purifying demonic lotus flame? Xun Er frowned and asked. The reason natural heavenly flames were unique was because they possessed a spirituality that an ordinary flame did not possess. If this spirituality had vanished, the heavenly flame would not longer possess the dazzling allure. Given the purifying demonic lotus saint's skill, do you think that he would do something so foolish? This purifying demonic lotus flame is still filled with spirituality. However, some of the things that did not originally belong to it were snatched away by the purifying demonic lotus saint. Xiao Yan shook his head and said. Currently, it appears as pure as it did when it just appeared in this world. It has not been influenced or contaminated by people. Looks like this purifying demonic lotus saint has been a great help to us. Xun Er covered her mouth and softly laughed. This operation of theirs was about to end in failure, but the purifying demonic lotus saint had appeared halfway through and forcefully stripped the various negative emotions away from the purifying demonic lotus flame. This allowed them to taste some hope. What should we do now? The spatial tunnel has already vanished. I gave it a try earlier, and I'm afraid that given our current strength, we are unable to tear open the space here. Xun Er hesitated before she once again spoke. Although both of them were elite 2-star Dou Shangs, this realm had been created by the purifying demonic lotus saint. There were still some seals existing in this realm, so it was not easy to tear through this space. Xiao Yan fondled his chin. His eyes returned to the fire lotus on the surface of the magma and laughed. Since we are temporarily unable to leave, I should refine the purifying demonic lotus flame here. Are you confident? Xun Er knit her brows. Although the purifying demonic lotus flame had ceased randomly attacking, it was a terrifying existence ranked third on the heavenly flame ranking regardless of how one put it. It would not be easy to refine. Less than 50%, Xiao Yan faintly smiled but did not hide anything. After having witnessed the might of the purifying demonic lotus flame, a fear had formed for this demonic flame. Moreover, there was definitely less than 5 people around the entire world who were absolutely sure that they could refine the purifying demonic lotus flame. Hence, how could he pat his chest and guarantee that he could? A worry flashed through Xun Er's eyes after hearing his low chances. There is no choice. If we bring the demonic flame essence out, countless of people will be tempted by it. At that time, even if I follow you to the Gu clan to hide, it will still bring trouble to the Sky Mansion Alliance. This demonic flame realm was personally created by the purifying demonic lotus flame. I think that even your father will not be able to barge in so easily. Otherwise, I'm afraid that he would have already intervened and snatched away the demonic flame. Hence, we are safe in this realm. I will only be able to refine the purifying demonic lotus flame without being distracted here. Xiao Yan smiled and said. Other people might think that we have met with mishap if we remain here without leaving for a long time, but this will save a ton of trouble. Ziyan and I have a dragon seal as a connection, so there isn't too much to worry about on teacher's side. Xun Er mused for a moment after hearing Xiao Yan's words. She could only nod her head in the end. What Xiao Yan had said was reasonable. Currently, there were many people within the Central Plains who had cast their eyes to the demonic flame realm. If other people discovered them taking the demonic flame essence out, even the might of the Gu clan would not be able to suppress the greed in those people's hearts, which means they would attack without care. At that time, they would end up in an endless amount of trouble even if they could deal with them. Moreover, there was the Han clan watching with ill intent by the side. There would be no time to quietly refine the demonic flame. In that case, when do you plan to act? Xun Er's eyes softly rolled as she asked what he was planning to do. Haha, there is no hurry to refine it now. We still have some time. Refining the purifying demonic lotus flame is not a simple matter. I must prepare some things. Xiao Yan smiled and shook his head. His eyes became heated when he looked at the demonic flame lotus floating on the magma. He had thought that refining the purifying demonic lotus flame would not be difficult after reaching the Dou Shen class, but the battle from earlier had allowed him to understand that if he did not prepare some things, the one who would end up being refined would be called into question. The spatial distortion had completely vanished outside of the demonic flame realm. The terrifyingly high temperature that originally covered the land had gradually weakened. The magma desert below had ceased churning before it gradually solidified into many white rocks. Many figures were suspended in the surrounding sky. Their eyes were filled with an unwillingness as they stared back at the spatial tunnel. After the spatial tunnel scattered, they lost contact with that magma realm. Regardless of what kind of technique they unleashed, they could not make the realm to reappear. Why is it that Xiao Yan and Xun Er are still not out? Ancestor Huo Yun stared at the sky with a grave expression. There had not been the slightest activity ever since they had escaped. Young Miss Gu Nanhai anxiously stared at the sky. Cold sweat covered his forehead. Xun Er's position in the Gu clan was extraordinary, but he had lost her. There was no telling how he would be reprimanded after returning to the Gu clan. Elder, there is no need to blame yourself. Xun Er insisted on accompanying Xiao Yan. It is pointless even if you managed to react in time back then. Gu Qingyang softly sighed. He also had not expected Xun Er to take such a big risk and remain in that magma realm with Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan is extremely blessed. Nothing will happen to Xun Er either. What if something did? Gu Nanhai grit his teeth and asked. Even an expert like him could not remain in the demonic flame realm for long. Even less needed to be said about Xiao Yan and Xun Er. Let's wait, Yao Lao by the side. It was pointless to say anything at this moment. The demonic flame realm had shut, and they were unable to enter it again. Hence, the only thing they could do was wait. The remaining individuals quietly nodded after hearing Yao Lao's words. The Gu clan seems to have suffered a great loss this time around. That Xun Er has an extraordinary talent. If she was given enough time, she probably would have become extremely terrifying. Although we did not manage to obtain the purifying demonic lotus flame, we have finished off 2 potential threats. The deputy hall chief a short distance away glanced at the Yao Lao's worried group while laughing in a strange low voice. Xiao Yan has the remnant image of the purifying demonic lotus saint on him. There is no telling if an accident will occur. The chief of the Hall of Souls merely frowned as he replied. Xiao Yan is full of tricks. He does not appear to be someone with a short life. Han Feng slowly commented. We will wait a few days here. I want to see just what kind of tricks 2 juniors can pull. Old man Han Mo's eyes flickered slightly as he spoke in a low and deep voice. The 3 remaining individuals nodded after hearing him speak. They did not add anything more. Most of the people did not leave once the demonic flame realm closed. Instead, they chose to remain in the sky outside. Most people were unwilling to make a wasted trip, so they wanted to wait and see if any unexpected changes occurred. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye as everyone waited. Not the slightest activity happened in this place during these 7 days, not even the slightest heat was emitted. This caused many people to feel disappointed. Some people remained unsatisfied and left amid this disappointment. It has been 7 days. Gu Qingyang bitterly laughed. He looked at Gu Nanhai in front of him, whose face seemed to have aged. He hesitated for a moment before asking, Elder, what is it? I don't know, Gu Nanhai shook his head. His voice was a little hoarse. Yao Lao's expression by the side revealed his fatigue. He was just about to speak when the space in front of him fluctuated. Ziyan's figure appeared in a flash, but she shook her head after appearing and said, I am unable to find the demonic flame realm. There is a seal placed on this realm and I am unable to detect its location. The expressions of Yao Lao's group appeared dark upon hearing this information. However, Xiao Yan should be fine. The dragon seal will disappear if something happens to him. Ziyan extended her hand. There was a pale golden dragon seal on her palm. She turned her head to Gu Nanhai and smiled as she said, Elder Gu also need not be worried. Xiao Yan and older sister Xun Er are together. Given his character, he will definitely not allow anything to happen to her. He would also go crazy if anything happens to her, and if that happened, the dragon seal would not be this calm. Some life finally appeared on Gu Nanhai's face after he heard her words. He lifted his head and glanced at Yao Lao before sighing. Regardless of what the case is, this matter has already happened. I will need to return to the Gu clan to report on this matter. You can rest assured that I will dispatch people to constantly monitor this place. I will inform the Gu clan of any activity. Yao Lao replied in a deep voice. In that case, I will thank you. Gu Nanhai forcefully braced his attention. He cupped his hands to Yao Lao before staring deeply at distant space. Only then did he turn around and fly to the northern sky. Gu Qingyang hurriedly followed behind him. Yao Lao's group exchanged glances with each other seeing those two leave. They quietly sighed. While everyone was gradually scattering outside of the demonic flame realm, Xiao Yan, who had prepared for 7 days inside the realm, slowly opened his eyes. He was finally going to start refining the purifying demonic lotus flame. He had waited over a decade for this day. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1521, Refining the Demon Flame. Chapter 1521, Refining the Demon Flame. Xiao Yan Gege, are you ready? Xun Er sat in the air. Her tightly shut pretty eyes were slowly opened. She looked at Xiao Yan, who had suddenly stood up beside her, and rolled her eyes. Finally, she let out a sweet smile. I am. Xiao Yan nodded. He looked at the formation above his head. This formation had been formed by connecting some faint lines of fire, but there was a vague chill being emitted from it. This is the cold fire formation. This kind of chilling Dou Qi is not an ordinary cold fog. Instead, it is something that is produced after the temperature has been raised to a certain level. Normally speaking, it is a somewhat unique cold fire. Although this formation is not as terrifying as the one placed by the purifying demonic lotus saint, it will still be able to slightly suppress the purifying demonic lotus flame. Xiao Yan pointed at the formation above his head and explained it to Xun Er, who had revealed some doubt in her pretty eyes. Xun Er nodded with a sudden understanding after hearing this explanation. I am about to act to refine this purifying demonic lotus flame. Xun Er, help me take a look. Xiao Yan smiled. His eyes shifted to the purifying demonic lotus flame as he spoke with a grave expression. Xun Er's face became a lot more solemn. Refining the purifying demonic lotus flame would not be an easy task. If it was not done properly, one might even be refined by the purifying demonic lotus flame into ashes. Xiao Yan was naturally aware of such a risk, but he did not have the time to consider all the dangers at this moment. His hand seals changed and the formation in the sky began to rapidly rotate before an unusually dense cold air erupted within the formation. After which, it shot to where the demonic flame lotus was located through Xiao Yan's control. Under the influence of that cold air, the magma below emitted a crack sound and solidified. Only the demonic fire lotus continued to slowly rotate as its many petals were covered by a thin layer of frost. Xiao Yan sighed in relief within his heart after verifying that the formation was of some use. He clenched his hand and a pink jade bottle appeared in it. The jade bottle was tilted and a pool of pale red liquid slid out. Finally, it fell onto the purifying demonic lotus flame. This pale red liquid was called drunken demon saliva. It boasted an extremely intense numbing effect. Of course, Xiao Yan did not hope to completely numb the demonic flame. He only wished to borrow the medicinal effects of this thing to cause the purifying demonic lotus flame to remain lazy. In this way, the demonic flame's strength would fall slightly and increase the refinement effect. The fire lotus slowly spread after the drunken demon saliva fell into the lotus. Even the flower petals had an additionally scent of laziness. Currently, the purifying demonic lotus flame might still possess some spirituality, but it did not possess any true intelligence. It still needed to have contact with humans for a period of time before it would become as intelligent as the previous purifying demonic lotus flame. Now, however, was the best opportunity for Xiao Yan to strike. Go! Xiao Yan did not stop after completing this step. He took out another medicinal pill from his storage ring. This medicinal pill immediately caused a bone-piercing cold fog to surge out. This medicinal pill was naturally the 9 yellow spring pill Xiao Yan had prepared. Xiao Yan flicked his finger and the 9 yellow spring pill flew forward. It swiftly melted upon contact with the purifying demonic lotus flame and formed layers of ice on the surface of the demon flame, but this ice had only just appeared when it was vaporized by that terrifying high temperature. Thus, wave after wave of a sizzling white fog continued to rise from the body of the purifying demonic lotus flame. Xiao Yan exhaled a deep breath of air as he stood in the sky. He turned his head and nodded to Xun Er. After which, he suddenly turned his body. His body flashed and appeared in front of the purifying demonic lotus flame. At this moment, the lotus flower petals on the purifying demonic lotus flame's body had drooped, revealing a cluster of pink flames in the middle. The cluster of flames looked like a newborn baby. A high temperature that caused one's soul to flutter radiated from the pink cluster of flames. Xiao Yan's eyes were extremely heated as he stared at this cluster of pink flames. This was the true demonic flame essence. One could not underestimate the small size of this fellow. This tiny cluster could incinerate those experts at the 6th star of the Dou Qi class into ashes if they accidentally let it into their bodies. There was no need to doubt its frightening strength. Xiao Yan stared at this cluster of demonic flame essence. The heavenly flame within his body began to wildly circulate. Finally, it agglomerated on the surface of his body, but this powerful heavenly flame, merged from many heavenly flames, appeared a little sluggish as it gathered on the surface of his body, but his heavenly flame appeared much dimmer since it was being deterred by the purifying demonic lotus flame. The top 3 flames on the heavenly flame ranking were all the kings of the heavenly flames. An ordinary heavenly flame loses its strength after meeting one of those kings. Even though Xiao Yan's heavenly flame was the merger of 5 heavenly flames, it was not able to fight this purifying demonic lotus flame. Xiao Yan did not have the time to worry about the dimness of the heavenly flame on his body. He slowly extended a trembling hand in front of Xun Er's anxious eyes and reached into the fire lotus. After which, he grabbed the cluster of pink flames. Bam! The moment Xiao Yan's hand touched the pink flames, those tiny flames began to swell in an instant. They turned into fierce flames that wrapped around Xiao Yan's body. A terrifying temperature that caused even the sky to change suddenly erupted. Xiao Yan Gege. This unexpected change startled Xun Er. She hurriedly stood up. Her pretty eyes were incomparably anxious as they stared at the cluster of pink flames. Xiao Yan's face became distorted because of a pain that pierced his heart as he stood within the burning flames. He crazily urged the heavenly flame on his body to mitigate the damage from the high temperature of the purifying demonic lotus flame. Although he had made a lot of preparations, Xiao Yan could clearly sense just how terrifying the third-ranked heavenly flame on the heavenly flame ranking was. Hoo-hoo! An intense panting sound was emitted from Xiao Yan's mouth as wave after wave of fresh bright red blood seeped out of his pores, but this blood had only just appeared when it solidified into a cuticle that firmly adhered to his skin. This caused Xiao Yan to appear as though he was wearing blood-colored armor. Ha, ha, ha. I have put in so much effort for this day. This little pain will not be able to stop me. Fresh blood dripped from all over Xiao Yan's body as his hair turned to ashes, leaving behind a round bald head. At a glance, he appeared extremely comical and miserable. His eyes were still open, but blood flowed in front of them until his eyesight became a little blurry. He stared at the pink flames above his palm as a ferocious smile formed on his face. After which, he stuffed the flames into his mouth in front of Xun Er's startled eyes and swallowed them into his body. Bang! The clothes formed by the ancient insect emperor on Xiao Yan's body instantly turned into ashes the moment the demonic flame essence entered his body. His skin rapidly vanished, revealing the flesh underneath. One could vaguely see some scales beneath his flesh. These scales were from the phoenix dragon ancient armor hidden within his skin, but at this moment, even the extremely hard ancient armor had become dull. Flame mantra, refine it. An intense pain that could not be described reached every part of Xiao Yan's body. That intense pain would usually cause one to go crazy, but Xiao Yan's eyes merely turned bright red. He relied on his perseverance to endure as a mad roar sounded within his heart. The Dou Qi within Xiao Yan's body fearlessly charged toward the cluster of demonic flames. After which, the Dou Qi forcefully wrapped around them and began to circulate them along the flame mantra's path. Hon hon. The demonic flame's essence seemed to have detected something when they felt the refinement process of the flame mantra, causing them to put up an intense struggle. The temperature of the flames became more terrifying, causing some of the weaker veins in Xiao Yan's body to turn into dust. Even some of his bones were showing signs of weakening. Xun Er cautiously watched the madly roaring and struggling Xiao Yan from the magma world in a startled manner. His body had shrunk by half and appeared quite frightening. Xiao Yan Gege. Xun Er bit her lower red lip. Drops of bright red blood seeped out of the corner of her mouth, appearing extremely glaring. Every low roar from Xiao Yan was like a blade that cut her heart. That pain made even breathing difficult for her. This was the first time she could watch Xiao Yan swallow a heavenly flame. Although she did not feel it herself, she could have gained an idea of the indescribably intense pain that came from refining a heavenly flame. Xiao Yan had trained by himself over these years. Others might witness his shocking training speed, but they were unaware of the price he had to pay for his strength. Refine it. Xiao Yan's hissing roar once again echoed from the monstrous flame, but regardless of how much effort he put in, his body continued to become damaged. The strength of the purifying Demoic lotus flame was far too vast and mighty. It was impossible for him to endure it alone. The terrifying flame permeated every part of his body and also filled his heart. It was impossible to expel these flames. Sooner or later, Xiao Yan's body would be incinerated from inside out. If this continues, Xiao Yan Gege will definitely die. Xun Er's hand rubbed away a crystal tear that had fallen from the corner of her eyes because of her heartache. A golden flame suddenly surged out of her body. Her body drew a pretty arc in the sky before landing in the cluster of flames that was torturing Xiao Yan to death. Xun Er, you. The person who had suddenly barged in caused Xiao Yan to recover some of his mind, which had been overtaken by an intense pain. His eyes parted as he furiously cried out, but the beautiful figure who had charged into the flame embraced his body like a shake after he cried out. That soft touch and serene fragrance was like a spark that immediately lit a wild flame within Xiao Yan's body. Xun Er. Xiao Yan firmly hugged that beautiful, delicate, jade-like figure. He heavily panted while his eyes recovered some reasoning. He clearly understood just what was going to happen if this continued. It was the same as that time with Medusa back then, but he had been unconscious at that time. This time, however, he was still awake. Xiao Yan Gege, you can only refine it if we are together. Xun Er's revealed an extremely pretty face. Her teeth gently bit Xiao Yan's earlobe while she enticed him with a bewitching voice. Those soft words finally caused Xiao Yan's eyes to turn bright red. He let out a low beast-like roar. With a ripping sound, soft clothes were wildly torn apart before they turned into ashes because of the high temperature. A romantic atmosphere soon covered this realm. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1522, Change in the Central Plains. Chapter 1522, Change in the Central Plains. Bang bang. A high temperature permeated the magma realm as a fire raged and spread apart like a furious dragon. The enormous surface of the magma sea occasionally erupted and formed shocking fire pillars. These fire pillars soon scattered down from the sky like rain. There was a 1,000-foot large pink fireball around 100 feet above the surface of the magma sea. Flames fiercely burned while wave after wave of a destructive strength seeped out, causing the surrounding space to slowly distort. If one's sight could see into the fireball, it was vaguely possible to see two people tightly entangled together. A golden flame and a purple-brown flame climbed around each figure and blocked that demonic flame, which tried to invade from all possible openings. The human figures inside the fireball were naturally Xiao Yan and Xun Er. Xiao Yan's condition was much better after obtaining Xun Er's help. His body, which had originally turned into a mess, had also borrowed the undying effect of the 3,000 burning flame to gradually heal itself. The vast and mighty energy that the purifying demonic lotus flame had released poured endlessly into Xun Er's body due to the extremely fitting position of the two. The way they fit together relieved his body of the energy that had threatened to blow him apart. The enormous energy released by the purifying demonic lotus flame was gradually absorbed by the two of them together. This ocean-like energy caused Xiao Yan's and Xun Er's auras to suddenly soar. It was impossible to gauge just how long the purifying demonic lotus flame had existed, but the energy contained within it was naturally indescribable. If one could safely absorb it, it could nourish anyone. An enormous fireball floated in the sky as fire waves continued to appear on its surface, causing ripples to spread in a circular fashion. The two individuals inside the fireball kept their eyes tightly shut, as though they had fallen into a slumber. Golden and purple-brown flames continued to surge out of their bodies to block the high temperature of the demonic flame and protect their bodies. Of course, on top of this external scene, the interior of Xiao Yan's body was still at a stalemate. He had barely maintained the equilibrium within his body with the help of his perseverance and Xun Er's aid, but he was able to slowly refine the demonic flame essence now. Although this was occurring at a snail's pace, it was undoubtedly many times better than his inability to retaliate earlier. At the very least, the current Xiao Yan was able to sense a ray of hope. The searing hot realm was without even the slightest sign of life. There was only the large sea of magma that continuously spit out many magma pillars. A depressing dullness was the only theme of this world. Time also became blurry and monotonous amid this bitterness. Both Xiao Yan and Xun Er had sunk into a slumber. Not the slightest activity was emitted, but their abundant life force allowed others to understand that they were doing quite well. A three-colored fire sphere was gradually formed outside of their bodies with the flow of time. Golden, purple, brown, and pink. The three colors represented three types of powerful heavenly flames. Of course, among the three colors, the pink color occupied most of the space. Both the golden and purple-brown flames could only maintain tiny areas, but as more time passed, the golden and purple-brown flames began to gradually expand. Faced with the Gold Emperor incinerating heavenly flame and the heavenly flame formed from 5 types of heavenly flames, this demonic flame, which could only rely on its own ability to fight and had been weakened by Xiao Yan, slowly showed signs of retreating. The time taken to overcome the stalemate from the 3 colored flames continued for an unknown period of time, but the fire sphere finally trembled on a certain day. The 3 colors had each managed to perfectly occupy 1/3 of the sphere. A mysterious equilibrium had formed from this clash. Flame mantra, refine. Xiao Yan, who was within the fire sphere, suddenly opened his eyes after this equilibrium was reached. A low voice was emitted from his mouth. Xiao Yan's heavenly flame and the purifying demonic lotus flame had already formed a strange connection after interacting for this long period of time. Hence, the 2 types of heavenly flames began to circulate along the Qi method path of the flame mantra after Xiao Yan had activated it. Rumble. Layers of energy clouds suddenly appeared in the sky when the purifying demonic lotus flame began to be refined by the flame mantra. These dark clouds lingered above the fireball as huge waves were stirred on the surface of the magma sea. Xiao Yan had detected this change in the magma world, but his expression did not change as a result. After this long period of refinement, he had already become extremely familiar with the purifying demonic lotus flame. There would naturally be some unusual phenomenon occurring when a heavenly flame of this rank was refined. Xun Er, it is time to reap a great reward, but... Xiao Yan studied the beautiful figure slumbering in his embrace and a warm smile flashed across his face. His arms gently hugged that beautiful figure's delicate willow-like waist while the seal formed by one of his hands quietly changed. After the change of Xiao Yan's hand seal, a wisp of the purifying demonic lotus flame in his body, which had been guarding itself, was finally refined. Immediately, a liquid-like vast energy reached every part of Xiao Yan's body. The medians within his body were completely filled within a moment. His flesh, muscles, bones, cells, etc., seemed to be like hungry ghosts that had not eaten for decades as they crazily devoured that endless energy. After sensing his body rapidly filling, Xiao Yan lowered his head and softly kissed Xun Er's slightly raised, red lips. That incomparably vast energy crazily surged into her body like floodwater as well. Splash! The refinement continued. Waves of floodwater-like energy circulated around Xiao Yan's body after being refined before being delivered to Xun Er's body. After being absorbed by her body, some of the remaining energy would be transferred back into Xiao Yan's body. Moreover, the energy that was transferred back had become even purer. There was also another faint feeling to it. This feeling belonged to the Gold Emperor incinerating heavenly flame. As this refinement continued, both Xiao Yan and Xun Er began to gradually form a perfect cycle. The endlessly mighty energy washed through every part of Xiao Yan and Xun Er time and time again. Both of their auras climbed as time passed. Crack, crack, crack. As the demonic flame essence gradually lost its ability to retaliate, that enormous fireball began to calm down and the wild violence in it weakened. Both Xiao Yan and Xun Er were tightly entangled in a strange fashion within the interior of the firefall. Layer after layer of a flickering faint golden pink crystal slowly appeared around them. Finally, it transformed into a crystal egg-like object that wrapped around the both of them. Xiao Yan and Xun Er's aura completely vanished when this crystal egg formed. This magma realm had finally become void of life. Central Plains. 1 year had passed since the demonic flame had descended on the world. Although a year had already passed, the grand stories from back then were still being talked about by many people. A year was neither long nor short, but many things had still occurred across the Central Plains within a year. Soon after the demonic flame descended on the world, the Hall of Souls finally began to take revenge on the Sky Mansion Alliance for destroying the Man Hall. 1/3 of the cities belonging to the Alliance had been attacked. The Sky Mansion Alliance did not show the slightest sign of giving in as it dealt with the Hall of Souls' large offensive. The Alliance had gathered their troops and began to retaliate. Within a short year, these two super factions had begun to fight like fire and water. Although both parties suffered great losses, a final confrontation did not occur. After all, the current Sky Mansion Alliance was no longer the same as back then. With powerful experts like Zi Yan and Xiao Chen, who were not weaker than the Chief of the Hall of Souls, present, even the Chief of the Hall of Souls did not have the courage to charge into the Alliance's headquarters. Moreover, that ancestor from the Pill Tower might not remain in the Falling Star Pavilion, but he had also given Yao Lao and the others a way to contact him. With such an ultimate expert aiding the Alliance, the Hall of Souls was no longer able to threaten the Alliance with extermination. It was due to these many reasons that the Sky Mansion Alliance had not fallen to a disadvantage during this large-scale war against the Hall of Souls. The Alliance had even vaguely shown signs of gaining the upper hand. Thus, the reputation of the Sky Merchant Alliance reached a peak within the Central Plains. After all, not a single faction in the past could gain such a good result against the Hall of Souls. Many people sighed emotionally because of the alliance. The position of as the overlord of the Central Plains was gradually changing from the Hall of Souls to the new Sky Mansion alliance. The Hun clan did not appear to be providing the Hall of Souls with much aid. Although it had quietly dispatched some experts, these experts could not give the Hall of Souls an overwhelming advantage. Yao Lao and the rest could only attribute this lack of aid to the Hun clan being restricted by the agreement. Of course, Yao Lao and the others did not forget to constantly pay attention to the spot where the demonic flame had descended even as they fought this intense war with the Hall of Souls, but each probe only left them feeling disappointed. That area did not reveal the slightest unusual activity during this 1 year. If the dragon seal on Xi Yan's hand wasn't still present, even they would have thought that something untoward had happened to Xiao Yan in Xun Er. They had no solution to this situation. All they could do was gradually focus their attention on their battles with the Hun clan. While everyone's eyes across the Central Plains were attracted to the battles between the Hall of Souls and the Sky Mansion Alliance, news that shook the entire continent quietly spread from an unknown source. The Xur clan, one of the 8 ancient clans, had completely vanished in a mysterious manner just like the Ling clan. Everyone could vaguely sense a mystery envelop the Central Plains. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1523, Breaking Out of the Cocoon. Chapter 1523, Breaking Out of the Cocoon. The Xur clan was one of the 8 ancient clans. Although the Shu clan was not as well known as the Gu clan or the Hun clan, it was still one of the 8 ancient clans and not an ordinary existence. The Xur clan usually kept a low profile and rarely would news related to them spread, but keeping a low profile did not mean that they were weak. This Xur clan was relatively strong when gauged by their fighting strength. The Xur clan was a lot stronger than the Ling clan, which was the first to disappear. There were many powerful individuals within the clan who possessed an extremely powerful foundation. However, a super faction that possessed such a great foundation had once again mysteriously vanished overnight. Just thinking about the clan's disappearance was sufficient to cause one to feel a chill within one's heart. The Xur clan had disappeared the same way the Ling clan had. Their realms had both been shut before they disappeared. Once the realms reopened, millions of clan members and descendant citizens could not be found. Not one of them remained. Clusters of experts from various factions felt a chill rise from their feet to their hearts. These experts had entered the realm of the Xur clan and found the realm completely quiet and lifeless. Just what kind of terrifying existence could eliminate millions of individuals? Some of these millions of individuals included those top experts from the Xur clan. All of those experts were existences within the Central Plains that could shake the world with the stomp of a foot. Despite such existences, the Xur clan was still completely removed from this world. The information regarding the disappearance of the Xur clan appeared like a hurricane as it swept across the Central Plains. Every faction was startled by this shocking information. Some of those with sharp senses could vaguely tell that something was not quite right. All of these ancient factions were incomparably strong and their inheritance had lasted for thousands of years, yet 2 clans had completely vanished within a short 10 years. If such a matter had only occurred once, it could be written off as a fluke. If it occurred twice, it would really be strange. Moreover, the way both clans had disappeared was exactly the same. This gave one the idea that the perpetrator, who made the Ling and Xur clans vanish, should be the same person or rather the same faction. However, a situation that caused one to feel troubled followed. Everyone knew that there were only 2 factions across the entire continent that could quietly eliminate the ancient Ling clan and the ancient Xur clan. Those 2 factions were the Hun clan and the Gu clan. In an instant, many guesses and doubts were thrown toward these 2 factions. The Hun clan did not respond to these guesses, which matched their usual style. However, the Gu clan felt a headache forming as doubts were cast their way. Their relationship with the other ancient clans had been quite good, but the relationships between them had become a little awkward after the Ling and Xur clans had disappeared. The other few clans were clearly beginning to feel some doubt and fear for the Gu clan. Even some of their regular interactions had been halted. The Gu clan clearly felt a headache because of this troubling news that had appeared out of the blue, but the events this time caused them to be cautious. These developments were clearly not beneficial to the Gu clan. The faction who had struck had likely involved the Gu clan in their scheme on purpose. However, the Gu clan upper echelons felt some doubt and uncertainty because they couldn't figure out how it was possible for the Hun clan to possess such a frightening strength if they were really the perpetrator. They had managed to avoid the probing of many of the Gu clan's experts and eliminated the Ling and Xur clans without anyone else noticing either. Alternatively, could there be another terrifying existence that they did not know about within the Central Plains? Regardless of the Gu clan's guesses, they did not possess any evidence to prove their innocence to the other 3 clans. Hence, they could only remain quiet in the face of this suspicion. As the Gu clan and Hun clan remained silent, the remaining 3 clans of the 8 ancient clans, which were the Yao clan, Lei clan, and Yan clan, suddenly announced an alliance 1 month after the Shi clan had vanished. They called themselves the 3-clan alliance. The establishment of the 3-clan alliance had an extremely great impact on other factions. This was the first time an alliance had been formed by the 3 ancient clans since ancient times. After all, these clans were very competitive and had experienced many conflicts. It was easier said than done to abandon everything and form an alliance, but this time around, the 3 clans felt a great unease because an unknown danger. They did not wish to become the next Ling clan or Shi clan, but this mysterious murderer had been able to quietly eliminate the Ling clan and the Shi clan, so it was probably not going to be an overly difficult matter for that perpetrator to eliminate one of them. In order to protect their clan's bloodline, they had no other choice but to form an alliance at this moment. The other factions on the Central Plains slightly relaxed when the 3-clan alliance did not launch an army into the Central Plains after announcing their alliance. Instead, they spent plenty of resources to build a tunnel between their realms. Thus, if one party was attacked, the other 2 would be able to swiftly provide support through the spatial tunnel. After the spatial tunnels between the 3 clans were formed, the 3 clans appeared impregnable. At this moment, these clans finally began to gradually relax. After which, they also started to dispatch some experts. These experts continuously entered and exited the Shi clan's realm in an attempt to find some evidence to point to a culprit. The Central Plains was always extremely interesting, so nothing could remain in the spotlight for long. Even shocking events like the disappearance of the Shi clan and the formation of an alliance by the 3 clans had gradually left the spotlight around half a year later. Moreover, that mysterious perpetrator had seemed to have disappeared without a trace. It caused one to feel an uneasiness while sighing in relief. After being shocked for a period of time, the Sky Mansion Alliance also regained its calm. It continued to engage in an endless struggle with the Hall of Souls. At this moment, the 2 big factions were completely at odds. Today, one would attack the other's city. Tomorrow, the other would destroy one's branch hall. They exchanged a tit for a tat as they engaged in endless battles. However, long-term fight had begun to benefit the Sky Mansion Alliance. They were using this war to gain more strength. Not only had this war allowed the fighting strength of the alliance to become more powerful and unified, it had also attracted an increasing number of small factions, who had been pressured by the Hun clan, to join them. Hence, during this 1.5 years of war, the size of the Sky Mansion Alliance had expanded many times over when compared to before the war. The number of experts within the alliance did not lose to the Hall of Souls. Gaining strength through war had allowed the alliance to grow even stronger. However, there was a matter that caused Yao Lao's group fill with worry and anxiousness even as their strength soared. The source of these feelings was naturally Xiao Yan. It had been 1.5 years since the demonic flame realm had shut back then, but they still hadn't obtained the slightest news related to Xiao Yan. This lack of news had caused many people's heart to become a little anxious. The Sky Mansion Alliance's chief might be Yao Lao, but in the hearts of many people, that skinny and strong back was their mental support. They thought that as long as that skinny back was supporting them, the Sky Mansion Alliance would never fall. Regardless of how anxious they felt, reality was cruel. There had been no activity from that place even now. Time would not pause because of anyone. Hence, after the demonic flame was sealed for 2 whole years, the strands of hope in the hearts of many began to gradually dim. Yao Lao's group could do nothing to stem such a situation. They could only halt some offensive battles and turn to defense. While the Sky Mansion Alliance changed its fighting method, the demonic flame realm had finally revealed some life after being quiet for 2 years. The demonic flame realm was still as hot as ever as an enormous crystal egg floated in the sky above the magma sea region. The surface of the crystal egg was sparkling. Occasionally, there was a faint fire seedling leaping up and down, appearing just like a fairy that was filled with spirituality. Crack! A faint sound was suddenly emitted from the silence. If one's eyes glanced over, one would see that the surface of the crystal egg had slowly started to crack. After this first crack appeared, an increasing number of cracks began to gradually climb across the crystal egg. In the end, a large crystal shell fell from the top. Bang! A pink and golden light suddenly rose into the sky after the crystal egg crack. Finally, this light turned into a curtain that scattered down from the distant sky. Clamor! An arm was suddenly extended from the light pillar as a figure violently stretched its lazy waist. The bones all over its body emitted a thunder-like sound that echoed around the sky. I have finally exited my retreat. A naked figure stepped out of the light pillar. Who else could the face of the figure belong to other than Xiao Yan? However, his black hair scattered over his shoulders, giving him a free and handsome appearance. If one were to carefully observe his eyes, one would discover that they had turned into 2 extremely tiny fire lotuses. The lotuses rotated and a mysterious suction force was vaguely emitted from them, as though one's soul could be dragged into them. Ah, Xiao Yan Geg, why are you not wearing any clothes? A clear voice that sounded like a flowing spring in a valley while accompanied by an embarrassment appeared behind Xiao Yan soon after he had stepped out of the light pillar. Xiao Yan turned around and looked at the beautiful figure, whose long black hair scattered over her delicate waist like a waterfall. Perhaps it was because she had been in a slumber while training, but the current Xun Er's exquisite, peach-like face lacked a tenderness. Instead, it had gained the hint of a soul-stirring enchantment. Adding the faint embarrassment on her face, all it took was one glance and Xiao Yan was captivated. My wife is indeed beautiful. The naked man stepped through the empty air and scratched his head before he smiled and complimented the embarrassed lady in front of him. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1524, Fire Baby. Chapter 1524, Fire Baby. This retreat has probably exhausted a great amount of time. Xiao Yan lifted his head and looked all across the sky that was permeated with fire. Although this environment appeared the same as when he had undertaken his retreat, he was still able to sense a difference. Xun Er by the side gently nodded. The purifying demonic lotus flame was not an ordinary thing. If they did not have time, even the two of them together would not have been able to refine it. Xiao Yan Gege is likely quite powerful now, no? Xun Er rolled her eyes as she wondered out loud with a smile. It will not be difficult to defeat the chief of the Hall of Souls the next time I meet him, Xiao Yan slightly smiled. His voice relayed in extreme confidence. The benefits he had obtained from refining the purifying demonic lotus flame were incomparable. Based on his senses, his strength should have reached the initial level of the 5th star of the Dou Shang class. This was a leap of 3 stars when compared to his intermediate 2-star Dou Shang strength before he had taken the retreat. This great leap in strength caused even Xiao Yan to feel some disbelief earlier. Being in elite Dou Shang, he was clearly aware of just how difficult it was to raise one's level within the Dou Shang class. This increase of 3 stars would have required decades of training under normal circumstances. This time around, he had used the purifying demonic lotus flame to advance his strength. Around the entire world, the only spiritual object with the unbelievable ability to allow an elite Dou Shang strength to soar by 3 stars was likely just this 3rd-ranked heavenly flame. It is said that when a person reaches the top, all those around him will also ascend with him. This time around, thanks to Xiao Yan Geg, my strength has also ended up increasing a bunch, Xun Er softly laughed. During the refining process of the purifying demonic lotus flame, bits of the vast and mighty energy had also entered her body. Hence, she had also benefited. Although she had yet to break through to the 5th star of the Dou Shang class, she had soared to the advanced level of the 4th star of the Dou Shang class. It must be said that the gains that the both of them had attained during this retreat would cause others to be extremely envious. Xiao Yan was naturally happy that Xun Er's strength had soared. Although his strength might have ended up increasing more if he had absorbed the purifying demonic lotus flame alone, he knew he would have died from the backlash of the demonic flame had it not been for Xun Er's aid. How could he still be in his current state? I wonder what the current heavenly flame in my body. Xiao Yan's mind quickly returned to the most important matter. A thought immediately passed through his mind, but he was stunned to find that the heavenly flame, which had originally filled his body, had completely disappeared. This unexpected change caused Xiao Yan's expression to drop. The heavenly flame was something he relied on to survive. The disappearance of his heavenly flames would be a big blow to him. Xiao Yan Gege, what is it? Xun Er by the side hurriedly asked after seeing the change in Xiao Yan's expression. Xiao Yan did not have the time to respond to her voice. He calmed down and carefully checked the interior of his body. Only after a long while did he suddenly detect something vaguely present deep within his body. Come out. Xiao Yan suddenly clenched his hand after sensing this thing. He let out a low cry and a pink-colored flame suddenly erupted from his palm. There seemed to be a faint golden light flowing around the edges of the flame like a metallic object. The appearance of this cluster of pink flames caused the surrounding air to distort. Then, the cluster suddenly began to wiggle. It subsequently transformed into a half-foot-tall baby in front of Xiao Yan's and Xun Er's stunned eyes. Ewa ewa! The tiny fire baby's large eyes contained a pink flame, and they landed on Xiao Yan the moment the baby appeared. After which, it extended its flabby little hand and grabbed Xiao Yan's arm. The baby continuously rubbed Xiao Yan, appearing exceptionally affectionate. Xiao Yan and Xun Er were completely stunned as they stared at the fire baby, which was not very large. It was only a little bigger than an arm. At a glance, it was like a flabby little round ball. A braid was present on its little head while a small little cloth wrapped around the front of its body, leaving its buttocks visible. There was a pink lotus fire seal imprinted on its little head. At a glance, it appeared extremely cute. At the very least, there was a glitter flashing in Xun Er's pretty eyes. It appeared as though she was being flooded with maternal love. Ewa ewa. The fire baby grabbed Xiao Yan's hand and swung it while Xiao Yan and Xun Er were stunned by this unexpected situation. A tender and strange sound was emitted from the baby's mouth. What is happening? Xiao Yan finally recovered at this moment. He looked at the fire baby, who refused to release his arm, and asked in a lost voice. Xun Er merely shook her head when she heard his clueless question. She hesitated for a moment before saying, "Could it be that this is the new flame in your body after merging so many heavenly flames?" If the purifying demonic lotus flame was added, Xiao Yan possessed a total of 6 types of heavenly flames within his body. No one could be certain just what kind of change would occur when 6 types of heavenly flames were merged together. After all, no one in this world had tried merging 6 types of heavenly flames as an experiment. Xiao Yan fell deep into thought upon hearing her answer. His eyes returned to the flabby fire baby on his arm as he involuntarily pinched it. The baby's soft and smooth skin caused Xiao Yan to realize that this fire baby felt like an actual baby. The feeling of the fire baby's skin was exactly the same as a human. Moreover, he sensed that he seemed to possess a strange connection with this little thing whenever he touched it. That familiar feeling was exactly the same as when he had controlled the heavenly flame within his body in the past. This thing is really the heavenly flame within my body. Xiao Yan nodded with a solemn expression at this moment. He was certain that this fire baby was the new heavenly flame formed after merging the purifying demonic lotus flame, but even he was at a loss as to why such a change would occur. I sense a familiar feeling from this little thing. It seems similar to my Gold Emperor incinerating heavenly flame, Xun Er softly commented at this moment. Your Gold Emperor incinerating heavenly flame joined the refinement of the purifying demonic lotus flame. Thus, some of the essence of the Gold Emperor incinerating heavenly flame has merged into my body, Xiao Yan explained. His eyes continued to remain on the fire baby on his arm. The baby had a braid on his head. The 5 types of heavenly flames within his body had completely merged with the purifying demonic lotus flame. Of course, if one wanted to be more exact, one should say that his 5 heavenly flames had merged into the purifying demonic lotus flame. Although the 5 types of heavenly flames were larger in number, this number did not pose any resistance to the purifying demonic lotus flame, so they were completely merged into the purifying demonic lotus flame. If Xiao Yan had not already activated the flame mantra and refined the demonic flame, he would likely have tasted a far worse ending while trying to gain something. Ha, Xiao Yan GG, I once heard father said that only an extremely few heavenly flames are able to take shape after being refined by a person. If I have guessed correctly, this should be the newly formed heavenly flame fire spirit within your body. Xun Er smiled as she spoke. From the looks of it, this did not appear to be something bad. Xiao Yan slightly nodded. He seemed to have recalled something and the corner of his mouth twitched. He asked, in that case, how will I unleash the angry Buddha lotus flame when fighting with others in the future? He had examined his body earlier and the heavenly flame that had come wherever he called it had completely vanished. What would he use to agglomerate a fire lotus to fight with others? Ewa ewa. The big eyes of the little thing that was hugging his hand and dripping saliva brightened upon hearing Xiao Yan's words. He lifted his little hand and a fire gathered on his palm. A fire lotus was quickly formed. Angry Buddha lotus flame. Xiao Yan's eyes were about to pop out of his head seeing this fire lotus form. The angry Buddha lotus flame was a skill that he had created. Other than him, no one else was able to unleash it, yet this little thing was randomly able to create it and at a speed that even its creator, Xiao Yan, could not match. This little thing has even secretly learned your Dou skill. Xun Er covered her mouth and softly laughed. Ewa ewa. Pride surfaced on the little thing's small tender face after having sensed Xiao Yan's shock. 2 small hands were clenched and then released before many 2-colored angry Buddha lotus flames formed above his palm. After which, they floated around him and continued to rotate. 10 angry Buddha lotus flames. Xiao Yan inhaled a deep breath of air after seeing these lotuses. Even he had never successfully created 10 angry Buddha lotus flames together. Although these fire lotuses were only created from 2 types of heavenly flames, the strength of such a number of them would be incredible. Ewa. However, Xiao Yan's shock did not end. After forming the 10 angry Buddha lotus flames, the little thing beckoned with his hand, and the 10 fire lotus suddenly clashed together before swiftly merging. Within a short instant, a fire lotus that caused both Xiao Yan's and Xun Er's expressions to change rose from the clash. Xiao Yan's heart felt as though it had violently been grabbed as he stared at the half-foot-wide pink fire lotus, which appeared delicate and beautiful. Even his breathing had become a little difficult. Extermination. Fire lotus. Xiao Yan inhaled a breath of air as he softly muttered. The fire lotus created by the fire baby was his strongest trump card, the extermination fire lotus, but the strength of this fire lotus was many times more terrifying than any type of fire lotus Xiao Yan had ever created in the past. This time around, I have really picked up a treasure. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1525, Demon Flame Plains. Chapter 1525, Demon Flame Plains. A fire baby that could unleash the extermination lotus flame, Xiao Yan naturally understood what this meant within his heart. He would no longer need someone to help delay his opponent during a fight in the future. As long as he thought about it, this little thing would be able to create the fire lotus extremely quick. This fire baby will become Xiao Yan's biggest aid. Xiao Yan and Xun Er exchanged glances. They could see some joy in the other party's eyes. Clearly, the evolution of the heavenly flame had exceeded their expectations. Iwa Iwa. The little thing played with the extermination fire lotus that was floating around his body. After which, the baby widened his mouth and swallowed the fire lotus before once again extending his flabby little hand to hug Xiao Yan's arm. He began to rub it again. By relying on the strange feeling he felt, he appeared just like a small pet, which viewed Xiao Yan as its closest kin. Xiao Yan smiled as he observed this fire baby. His hand gently rubbed the baby's small head. The baby narrowed his eyes in comfort and continued to cry out joyously. Xiao Yan softly laughed upon witnessing this reaction. Although the heavenly flame had morphed into this mysterious form, it was fortunate that Xiao Yan was still able to control it. This little thing would immediately carry out his order as long as he gave it a thought. From a certain point of view, there was merely an additional intermediary between Xiao Yan and the heavenly flame. Moreover, this mediator was able to unleash the full might of Xiao Yan's heavenly flame. This thing seems to possess an intelligence. There will be a lot of room for development in the future. Perhaps we should give him a name? Xun Er smiled and revealed her thoughts. Iwa Iwa. The fire baby rubbing Xiao Yan's arm quickly lifted its head, appearing as though it understood Xun Er's words. Those large eyes contained some anticipation as they stared at Xiao Yan while his mouth emitted a tender Iwa Iwa sound. Name, since it likes to cry out Iwa Iwa, I'll call it Little E. Xiao Yan spread his hands and randomly gave the baby a name. Iwa. The fire baby immediately became dejected once he heard the name Xiao Yan randomly choose. His mouth cried out Iwa in protest, but Xiao Yan merely laughed when he heard this objection before saying, Little E, quickly go back. We are about to leave this place. Little E could only dejectedly lay against Xiao Yan's hand after hearing that this matter had been settled by Xiao Yan. After which, his body turned into a cluster of pink flames that returned to Xiao Yan's body. You even body a little child. Xun Er helplessly shook her head and chided. Haha, Xiao Yan laughed. He lifted his head to look at this realm, which was filled with flames. He said, it is time to leave. Aye. Xun Er slightly nodded. Their training had spent quite a bit of time. The clan was probably about to turn upside down. Xun Er. Xiao Yan suddenly lowered his head. His eyes were extremely gentle as they caressed the beauty in front of him. Xun Er's face immediately became flushed beneath his boiling hot eyes. She lowered her head and softly asked, What is it? I will find a time to head to the Gu clan to propose marriage once we return. We will hold a big wedding after I rescue my father. What do you say? Xun Er's delicate figure trembled. Her exquisite face revealed her embarrassment, but her eyes were filled with excitement and happiness. She had waited many years for this day and this sentence. Fortunately, her heart was still leaping like a little deer from how excited and anxious she was after hearing it now. Yes. Xiao Yan involuntarily laughed out loud as he looked at the beautiful figure nodding her head with a flushed face. With his current strength, he could head anywhere he wanted in the world. He need not even fear an ancient clan with a long inheritance like the Gu clan because that trash from the Xiao clan had become a peak existence of this world. Let's go! Xiao Yan extended his hand and wrapped around Xun Er's soft, delicate, seemingly boneless waist, pulling her into his embrace. His other hand ripped through the space in front of him as a pink flame surfaced on his finger. He pointed his finger in this space, which had caused many 5-star Dou Qi to feel helpless, was forcefully split, forming an enormous crack line. Xiao Yan hugged Xun Er closer and stepped into it without hesitating. His body swayed and he disappeared along with that spatial crack. This demonic flame realm finally became completely silent after Xiao Yan and Xun Er left. This realm would also never appear again in the future. It would gradually be forgotten in the long river of time. The demonic flame plains was a lush green mountain range 2 years ago, but it had turned into white plains 2 years ago. Many 10,000-foot-long cracks spread across the plains like enormous centipedes. Waves of great heat rose from the depths of these cracks, resulting in this region appearing unusually dry. These plains had been created after the purifying demonic lotus flame had descended 2 years ago. The many mountains in this region had turned into nothing in an instant while the land had transformed into lava. However, when the demonic flame realm subsequently closed, the lava in this region had gradually solidified. Finally, the land turned into the plains that could be seen today. Based on common sense, the land where the demonic flame had raged would remain extremely desolated, but a group of adventuring mercenaries had discovered a mysterious crystal that was filled with wild and violent fire affinity energy in these plains, causing this land to become extremely lively. The individual crystals that were filled with a wild and violent fire affinity energy were called demonic flame rock because these crystals seemed to possess an extremely faint trace of remains from the demonic flame. Although this lingering demonic flame had been diluted thousands of times over, it was still an absolute treasure for those who practiced fire affinity Dou Qi and alchemists. As long as one was able to absorb the energy within these demonic flame rock, one's Dou Qi would not only become stronger, even the flame that an alchemist summoned would also grow more powerful than before. Hence, these plains had attracted many factions who had established territories and began to mine the demonic flame rocks 2 years ago. The Sky Mansion Alliance was naturally one of these factions. Moreover, the area they occupied was the spot within the plains packed with the richest veins of demonic flame rocks. With the strength of the current alliance, no one would dare to do anything foolish even if they felt jealous. Any place the Sky Mansion Alliance went meant that the Hall of Souls was close by. This had basically become common sense known by everyone within the Central Plains. The two big factions had fought an unusually heated war during these 2 years. A fight would definitely break out when both parties met. Hence, soon after the alliance had spread to the demonic flame plains, the Hall of Souls had established a branch hall there as well. Some of those factions who were greedy for the demonic flame rocks but did not dare to oppose the Sky Mansion Alliance alone quietly joined the Hall of Souls. During this past year, the Hall of Souls had exchanged blows with the Alliance's troops stationed in this land time and time again. Although both parties had suffered losses and injuries, the demonic flame rocks that they had obtained also allowed them to taste the reason they stayed. Hence, the Hall of Souls and the Sky Mansion Alliance skirmished within the demonic flame plains every 3 days and fought a larger battle every 5 days, causing this region to appear extremely lively. Clang, dot. Two heavy swords surrounded by powerful Dou Qi violently clashed against each other, forcing Parks to shoot away. One of the swords clearly appeared weaker than the other. The sword owner's body was forced back dozens of steps. His face paled and a mouthful of blood was spat out, but he did not bother about his injuries. His eyes swiftly swept around him and his eyes became bright red after seeing the seriously injured brothers. TSK, Commander Lu, hand over the demonic flame rocks. We have been monitoring you for over half a month. That human figure, who had wounded the other man with his sword, stepped through the empty air and strangely laughed. He was wearing black robes. From the looks of the badge on his chest, it seemed like this person was someone from the Hall of Souls. Commander, you should hurry and leave. Those demonic flame rocks are resources that our Xian unit dug up while risking our lives for a month in order to obtain. They must not land in the hands of these people from the Hall of Souls. A blood-covered man some distance away roared out. However, his roar had only just sounded when a longsword penetrated him from behind, preventing him from uttering those last few words. A group of fools from the Sky Mansion Alliance dares to mine for the demonic flame rocks in the territory of my Hall of Souls. You are seeking death. A dark, cold laugh was emitted from around them. The rushing sound of wind appeared and many black figures materialized in the sky above, surrounding those dozens of blood-covered individuals. The man called Commander Lu revealed a completely pale face upon seeing these figures. The Sky Mansion Alliance does not possess any cowards. Commander, we will cover your escape. As long as you turn over these demonic flame rocks to the superiors, we will be able to become Inner Alliance disciples. Those dozens of human figures surrounding Commander Lu roared in low voices. They appeared just like ferocious wolves that had been forced into a corner as they prepared for an all-out fight. Hearing this, the hand holding Commander Lu's weapon trembled. He touched a bag near his chest. There were 10 storage rings there, each filled with demonic flame rocks. This was what their section had obtained after searching for months and risking their lives. If they were able to successfully bring them back to the Alliance, everyone in their section would be raised to an Inner Alliance disciple. At that time, their positions would be completely different. However, their current state had caused everyone's excited moods to turn icy cold. They would definitely have to pay an extremely terrible price if they wished to break free of this encirclement with their strength. Brothers, we have all survived many battles all the way here. There are good days waiting for us after this. Therefore, pick up your weapons and charge with me. Commander Lu swung his heavy sword and cried out with a ferocious voice. After which, he took the lead to charge forward. Charge! Those dozens of individuals began to pant heavily after hearing this command. After which, their eyes reddened as they charged toward the encirclement. Kill all of them. Hang up their heads and deliver them to the Sky Mansion Alliance. A shady-looking elder indifferently glanced at these stubbornly resisting individuals from the air while he spoke in a faint voice. Understood. A man behind the elder revealed a sinister expression as he respectfully replied. He was about to take a step forward when he discovered that his body had suddenly stilled. This man reacted quickly. He hurriedly turned his head to look at the old man with the highest status, but all he saw was that indifferent-looking elder's head fly off without a reason. Blood shot into the sky like a pillar. Hanging heads and delivering them to the Sky Mansion. The current Hall of Souls appears quite bold. The space behind the headless old man slowly fluctuated under the shocked eyes of the man. A man and a woman slowly appeared. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1526, Destroy with the Flip of a Hand. Chapter 1526, Destroy with the Flip of a Hand. Protector MO? This sudden unexpected occurrence had caused everyone to halt. Those figures of the Hall of Souls contained a dense fear as they looked at the headless corpse. Fresh blood shot out of it while a bloody head fell from the sky and rolled a couple of times on the ground. The expression on the head still retained the dark expression from before his death. This caused many to tremble despite not feeling cold. You, who are you? This is the territory of the Hall of Souls. That frozen man, whose position seemed to be much higher than the others, glanced at the two figures that had appeared in the air with a frightened expression. He suddenly cried out sternly a moment later. It seemed like he was planning to use this method to swallow the fear within his heart. The limbs of the Hall of Souls have actually extended this far, huh? The man's and woman's figures gradually solidified in the sky. Surprisingly, they were Xiao Yan and Xun Er, who had broken out of the demonic flame realm. Xiao Yan's eyes glanced at the dozens of black-clothed individuals from the Hall of Souls. A chill was surging within his dark black eyes. The chill that surged within Xiao Yan's eyes caused the man's limbs to turn icy. Even the Dou Qi within his body seemed to have solidified at this moment. The other party was able to randomly kill Protector MO, a 5-star Dou zone. It was likely extremely easy for him to deal with the rest of them. He is too strong, withdraw. The man acted decisively after this thought flashed through his heart. He did not utter anything unnecessary as his body pulled back. He only cried out loud after withdrawing 100 steps. The remaining individuals revealed a different expression after seeing that man turn around and flee. They ignored Commander Lu's group as they turned around and fled like mice. Commander Li quickly sighed in relief after seeing them run. The feeling of surviving a calamity caused the members of his group to feel as though they were about to collapse from exhaustion. How can it be so easy to leave after you have killed so many people? It is not easy to kill someone from the Sky Mansion. Xiao Yan's eyes glanced over those black figures fleeing in random directions with indifferent eyes. He gently pressed his foot against the air beneath him before an invisible ripple spread with lightning-like speed. Puff puff. After this invisible ripple spread, those dozens of fleeing individuals suddenly stilled. After which, their heads flew toward the sky, a pillar of blood accompanying them. Finally, they landed on the ground with throbs. Fresh blood dyed the ground until it appeared extremely bloody. A chill rose into the hearts of Commander Lu's group upon seeing this act. They were unable to see just how Xiao Yan had attacked. Those experts from the Hall of Souls, whose strengths had far surpassed theirs, had all become headless corpses. Elder, thank you for rescuing us. We are from the third large unit of the Outer Alliance of the Sky Mansion Alliance, the Xian unit. We will not forget the favor you have done us by rescuing our lives. Commander Lu was an intelligent person. He swiftly suppressed the fear within his heart and respectfully bowed to the two individuals in the air. Although these two appeared extremely young, this was a world where the strong were honored. The ability to kill an elite Dou zone with ease was enough to address him as an elder. Outer Alliance. Xiao Yan felt a little surprised after hearing this person's words. It seemed that the Sky Mansion Alliance had significantly developed during these years. Distribute these medicinal pills. Those who still have a breath left will likely not die. Xiao Yan flicked his finger. A jade bottle landed in the hands of Commander Lu. Commander Lu grabbed it and his eyes immediately widened. The medicinal pills within the jade bottle were all filled with a dense spirituality. The medicinal fragrance that trickled out of them was something that even the highest tier pill they had come across, a tier 6 medicinal pill, could not compare with. I wonder about the background of this elder. He is actually so generous. Even if all of us were to sell ourselves, our worth would not even compare to one of these medicinal pills. Commander Lu trembled as he held this jade bottle. He hurriedly took out the medicinal pills and distributed them to his seriously injured brothers. After which, he led a couple of corps members from the unit to the man and woman, who had landed from the air, in a frightened manner. Tell me about what has happened ever since the demonic flame realm had shut back then. Xiao Yan randomly gave an order after landing. Understood. Commander Lu respectfully replied after hearing this command. He was an intelligent person and knew what he should or should not ask. Hence, after arranging his thoughts, he summarized the big events that he knew had occurred within the Central Plains during the last 2 years. The few of them continued to secretly observe the young man in front of them as they spoke. They vaguely felt as though this person appeared a little familiar for some unknown reason. The Xun clan has vanished. Xiao Yan nodded as he heard about the various events that had occurred across the Central Plains during the last 2 years. Both Xiao Yan's and Xun Er's expression drastically changed after Commander Lu mentioned that the Xun clan had mysteriously vanished. That's right, the way the Xun clan disappeared is the same way the Ling clan did. However, such an occurrence has not happened since this occurred 1 year ago. It might be due to the 3 ancient clans forming an alliance, Commander Lu explained. How unexpected. There have been so many changes during these 2 years. Xiao Yan's expression was grave as he softly muttered to himself. Within 2 short years, the Sky Mansion and the Hall of Souls had begun an all-out war, the Xun clan had vanished, and the 3 clans had formed an alliance. These earth-shaking events had all gathered together. It was really an extraordinary lively period in time. This elder. Commander Lu's eyes swept around him after Xiao Yan started to ponder the news he had obtained. Commander Lu hesitated for a moment before carefully opening his mouth to say, there is a branch hall of the Hall of Souls a short distance from here. It is possible for them to detect the death of a protector. Hence, we should hurry up and leave. The Hall of Souls branch hall within the demonic flame plains is very strong. There is even an elite Dou Qi from the Hun clan guarding it. Many of the experts from our Sky Mansion alliance have died to the hands of that Dou Qi during this 2-year war. Oh? How many stars is this Dou Qi? Xiao Yan lifted his brows and asked upon hearing this information. 1 star, although Commander Lu did not understand why Xiao Yan had asked this question, he gave an honest reply. An expert of that level merely existed in legends to them. 1 star, huh? Xiao Yan fondled his chin and slightly nodded. Commander Lu and the others felt a slight joy upon seeing him nod. They thought that had convinced this elder to leave when they were stunned by his next words. You know where it is, right? Bring me to that branch hall. Everyone became quiet as they looked at the smiling young man in front of them. Commander Lu's lips began to tremble. This Hall of Souls branch hall had been viewed by them as a frightening forbidden ground. Everyone normally kept themselves far from that region. Who had ever thought of going to it? Let's go. Xiao Yan nearly smiled as they remained silent. He placed his hand on Commander Lu's shoulder. Before Commander Lu could speak, space fluctuated and the 3 of them disappeared. The other members of the unit displayed pale faces once those 3 disappeared. Heading to the Hall of Souls branch hall was seeking death. It is over this time around. A member of the unit revealed a depressed expression. They had managed to retain their lives after much difficulty, yet they were going to deliver themselves to death now. What should we do? Don't panic. That elder does not appear to be an ordinary person. There is an elite Dou Qi present in that branch hall. Regardless of how strong that elder is, he is still very young. How can he be a match for that old demon? But this large group of people faced each other. They finally became dispirited after a discussion. Space itself once again fluctuated while everyone was quiet. 3 figures quickly appeared. It was Xiao Yan and the other 2, who had only been gone for less than 10 minutes. Commander! Everyone rejoiced after verifying that the 3 of them were alive. They hurriedly swarmed forward. However, Commander Lu merely looked around with a dull expression as everyone swarmed over. No one who had witnessed a legendary old demon Dou Qi randomly turn into mincemeat by a random strike from this young man would be able to remain calm. Commander, is the old demon absent from the branch hall? Commander Lu finally recovered after hearing the slight sounds around him. He shook his head as he suddenly said, in the future, the Hall of Souls branch hall will cease to exist within the demonic flame plains. The renowned Saint Hun Chang will also disappear. Everyone was startled upon hearing this news before they suddenly recovered. Soon after, disbelief appeared in their eyes. A branch hall belonging to the Hall of Souls had actually ceased to exist within a short couple of minutes? Let's go. Xiao Yan smiled after seeing the comical expressions on these people's faces. He turned around, stepped through empty space, and slowly headed into the distance. Go and find the person in charge of this region once you return. In the future, you will all be D-class members of the Inner Sky Mansion Alliance. Everyone present trembled slightly after hearing the faint voice that spread. The members of the Inner Sky Mansion Alliance were divided into Tian, Di, Xian, and Huang. Even though their contributions this time around would be quite great, they would at the very most become Inner Alliance Huang members. There was a great distance to reach the D class. How could one sentence from this person? Elder, may we know your name? Commander Lu was startled. He suddenly knelt down and cried out in a respectful voice. Tell him that Xiao Yan has asked all of you to find him. A soft laugh was transmitted along with the wind before a voice slowly echoed by everyone's ears. Xiao Yan. Everyone suddenly lifted their heads. Their eyes were shocked as they stared at the blurry figure, who was stepping through the air, until the figure vanished. It was a long while later before a voice, which was trembling due to excitement, appeared. He is actually the Junior Alliance Chief. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1527, Imminent Storm. Chapter 1527, Imminent Storm. Xiao Yan Gege, the Gu clan has definitely suffered a blow because of the disappearance of the Shi clan. I might have to return and take a look. Xiao Yan looked to the northwestern sky from the top of a green mountain. Xun Er's soft, lovely voice tickled his ear. He felt a little emotional. He naturally understood that Xun Er's 2-year disappearance would have caused a great commotion within the Gu clan, so she ought to make a trip back now that she had escaped. Plus, there was the news of the Shi clan. Xun Er, I have promised that I will go to the Gu clan to propose marriage. Wait for me. Xiao Yan's hand gently reached into the air in front of him as he clenched, as though he wanted to grab the figure that had disappeared into the distance. He swiftly withdrew his emotions a moment later before his eyes gradually narrowed. He had managed to grasp an understanding of the present situation between the Sky Mansion Alliance and the Hall of Souls during his journey. The fiery hot fights between both parties had far exceeded his expectations. Currently, neither party would rest until the other had perished. The Hall of Souls had destroyed quite a number of Sky Mansion Alliance cities while the Alliance had destroyed some branch halls. The true upper echelons had managed to hold back, but both parties could still be described as having killed until they were crazy. Of course, Xiao Yan would naturally not object to this situation. The Hall of Souls was a deadly enemy to him, and it was impossible for them to reconcile. He had once thought about the possibility of the current situation, but he had not expected it to arrive so swift and fierce. Deaths and injuries are inevitable when two tigers fight. The Hall of Souls has suffered a great loss this time around. Given their attitudes, it is impossible for them to simply swallow such a loss, but the current alliance not only has ancestor Shao Chun, it is also secretly protected by the ancestor of the Pill Tower. Regardless of how domineering the chief of the Hall of Souls is, he would not dare to charge into the alliance. Though, there is still the Hun clan behind the Hall of Souls. With the Hall of Souls being the claws of the Hun clan, the clan likely does not wish to see the hall be destroyed by the hands of the Sky Mansion Alliance. Xiao Yan's eyes flickered. Although he had only recently returned to this world, it was not difficult to make some guesses after gathering some information. Hall of Souls, perhaps it is time to truly fight. Back then, you bathed my Xiao clan in blood and nearly ended my Xiao clan's bloodline. Now, it is time to repay blood with blood. Xiao Yan slowly clenched his fist. A flame was rising within his eyes, but a dark and icy feeling was suddenly exposed. His body moved, and his spatial fluctuation vanished in a strange fashion. Being the headquarters of the Sky Mansion Alliance, the current Falling Star Pavilion had not only expanded many times, there was also an uncountable number of experts within the headquarters. Its defense appeared impenetrable. Even an elite Dou Shang class individual would have difficulty sneaking in without anyone noticing. As the Sky Mansion Alliance swiftly grew, some of the voices coming from the various factions that had opposed the alliance completely vanished. Additionally, the few larger factions had begun to show signs of merging as various standards were imposed on the alliance. Some disciples had even begun to change the way they addressed themselves. They no longer referred to themselves as members of their own respective sections. Instead, they referred to themselves as members of the Sky Mansion. Through this prolonged integration, these various factions were gradually merging into a single faction, the Sky Mansion. The leaders of the few large factions clearly noticed these changes, but they ended up giving their silent approval since the Alliance and the Hall of Souls were irreconcilable enemies. If any changes within the Alliance caused it to split, these separate entities would definitely become the target of the Hall of Souls' vengeance. At that time, they would likely meet a miserable fate. They only had the ability to fight the Hall of Souls by remaining together. Otherwise, they would just end up dying. The Star Realm had undergone a drastic change compared to 2 years ago. On the many mountains that rose from the ground stood numerous huge buildings. Some powerful auras were vaguely seeping out of these buildings. This area could be considered the core region of the Sky Mansion Alliance within the Star Realm. The number of strong individuals present had reached a terrifying figure. There was an exceptionally majestic hall standing at the top of a mountain in the middle of the Star Realm. Clouds lingered above it, giving it a vast and mighty aura. Many spiritual perceptions continued to sweep around the hall like a dragnet. It was possible to detect even an ant that had barged in with these defenses. The Alliance has exchanged blows with the Hall of Souls a total of 43 times during this month. 3 of them have been large-scale interactions. Although we have destroyed a branch hall, we have also lost quite a number of people. The atmosphere in the hall was solemn as Feng Zunjie read a report regarding last month's battles to Yao Lao, who sat in the leader's seat. Yao Lao slowly nodded upon hearing this information. Although his aura had become stronger compared to 2 years ago, his face appeared slightly older. It seemed that the matters of the Alliance had exhausted a great amount of his vitality. These are not big matters, but recently we have gained some information that the Hall of Souls is growing impatient because of this stalemate. Feng Zunjie mused for a moment before speaking. Oh? Many of the Alliance's upper echelons immediately shot their eyes over after hearing his words. According to our intelligence, the Hun clan will dispatch a genuine expert to aid the Hall of Souls in eliminating our Sky Mansion Alliance. Oomph, they are really arrogant. The Hall of Souls actually dares to utter such bold words with Elder Shao Chan and the ancestor from the Pill Tower around. Some low snorts could be heard around the hall after Feng Zunjie's voice had reached everyone. The powerful strength that the Sky Mansion Alliance had displayed during these years was extremely impressive. Faced with such strength, even the Hall of Souls had ended up suffering great losses. Some busybodies had even described the Sky Mansion Alliance as the newly born overlord of the Central Plains, unavoidably causing some to become prideful. It is good to be confident. However, it will be no different from seeking death if one is overconfident. Yao Lao glanced at the few who had spoken and commented on the situation in a faint voice. Have we find out who the Hun clan will dispatch? Feng Zunjie licked his lips. He looked at Yao Lso and nodded. He said, Hun Moqian. He glanced about the hall as he uttered these words, only to discover that many were a little lost. He could only add, a 6-star Dou Shang. It is rumored that he had once participated in the killing of Xiao Xian. Bang! The final sentence was like a heavy bomb that caused the hall to tremble. Shock appeared on many faces. The Hun clan was actually dispatching an old demon of this level. It seemed like they had made up their minds to destroy the Sky Mansion Alliance. Hun Qianbai. A hoarse voice suddenly sounded within the shocked hall. Almost everyone became quiet the moment this voice sounded. Many pairs of eyes shifted to a corner of the hall. A skinny figure was quietly sitting at that spot. His expression was as dull as a zombie. This skinny figure was Xiao Chen. The Xiao clan ancestor Xiao Yan had rescued from the demonic flame illusion back then. Xiao Chen merely sounded out this name with his mouth. After which, he returned to being quiet. Only an extremely strong individual could sense that the space around him was vaguely showing signs collapsing, like his heart was experiencing an intense emotional fluctuation. Why would the Hun clan dispatch such an old demon? Aren't they afraid of displeasing the Gu clan and the other 3 clans? Ancestor Hoi Yun frowned and asked. A 6-star Dou Shang, even though he had fully recovered from his injuries and bad broken through to the 2nd star of the Dou Shang class with the help of some medicinal pills, he still felt a helpless pressure when faced with this level. Currently, these ancient clans are all suspicious of each other. They are afraid that the incident of the Ling clan and the Shi clan will repeat itself. Who has the spare time to worry about the Hun clan? Moreover, the Hun clan seems to be testing the waters. Otherwise, the one who would be coming would not be Hun Qianmo. The first elder of the Pill Tower shook his head. His expression was grave as he said, if this old demon really intends to intervene, it is likely that we can only invite Ancestor to fight. However, if this is the case, the Hall of Souls will only need to send out the Hall of Souls chief or Old Man Hun Mo to temporarily hold back Elder Shao Chun. If this is the case, our greatest strengths will be completely restrained. The last remaining person can lead the experts from the Hall of Souls and attack our alliance. We will likely end up in a miserable battle when that time comes. The hall became quiet after hearing the Pill Tower's first elder's analysis. Although the Sky Mansion Alliance had rapidly developed, they were barely able to fight against the Hall of Souls peak-level experts. However, this equilibrium had been shattered by the Hun clan's grand action. At that time, the little fairy doctor, Qinglin, B, C, D, E, F, G, and I will join hands and see if we can hold back the chief of the Hall of Souls. Yao Lao revealed an expression of contemplation before speaking a moment later. The first elder of the Pill Tower helplessly shook his head after hearing this reply. Forget about seeing if the three of them were able to hold back the 5-star Dou Sheng chief of the Hall of Souls. Even if they could barely do so, the Hall's elite Dou Shangs would remain unopposed. Only a Dou Sheng could hold back a Dou Shang. If the Hall of Souls' elite Dou Shangs were allowed to charge in, they would give the Alliance's remaining forces a destructive blow. We would not face this headache if Miss Xi Yan was around, a person softly sighed. Xi Yan was extremely helpful, but the ancient Void Dragon's problems hadn't been resolved yet. The three great Dragon Kings had escaped after being wounded. Although they were no longer as strong as before, they were still a threat. She had to remain on the Eastern Dragon Island until the three islands were completely eliminated. The large hall returned to a depressing silence. Only at this moment did everyone realize that a great storm had been gradually forming above the Alliance. If they were unable to endure this storm, all of their past efforts would be for naught. If it is the chief of the Hall of Souls, the first elder of the Pill Tower hesitated for a moment before he finally clenched his teeth and stood up. Before his words could be uttered, a clear laugh that caused the hearts of everyone present to quiver interrupted him. "Leave him to me." Xiao Chen suddenly widened his eyes from the corner of the hall. His emotionless face slowly revealed a pleased smile. Doesn't seem to be finished. B, shouldn't this be the 3-mark pupil girl? Qin Lin or something like that. C, no, it is Medusa or Kai Lin. I think that Qin Lin is a little weaker. D, it shouldn't be Kai Lin since she's still at the bottom of the spring. It mentions it in the next chapter near the end. E, right, forgot about that. F, also Qin Lin should be the same level as the little fairy doctor. It's mentioned offhandedly at one point. G, I remember that she usually appear a little weaker. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1528, Returning Home. Chapter 1528, Returning Home. The sudden laughter caused the interior of the hall to become dull. An instant later, all the gazes within the large hall suddenly shifted to the entryway. Sunlight scattered down from the sky at that spot as a skinny figure slowly appeared in everyone's eyes. Xiao Yan. Feng Zunjia, Ancestor Huiyun, and the others within the large hall trembled the moment that figure appeared. Their faces were filled with disbelief. A startled cry was involuntarily emitted from their mouths. Xiao Yan? He is the direct disciple of the Alliance Chief? Due to the growth of the Sky Mansion, some upper echelons currently seated within this hall possessed a blurry impression of Xiao Yan's face. Although his appearance was indistinct, they were all clearly aware of just what kind of a position Xiao Yan held within the Sky Mansion. If Yao Lao was described as the chief of the Sky Mansion Alliance, Xiao Yan was the spiritual leader of the Sky Mansion. Bang! Yao Lao mouth slightly opened. His eyes stared intently at the figure that was slowly walking in. The vast and mighty Dou Qi within his body erupted due to the fluctuation in his heart, rendering the chair he was seated on into dust. However, he completely ignored this. He trembled as he stood up while his eyes actually became a little moist. He had constantly worried about Xiao Yan for these past 2 years. He had never had a wife nor a child in his life. Xiao Yan was the person closest to him. If he had known that leaving the demonic flame realm back then would have forced him to tolerate this weight that pained his heart, he would not even hesitate to remain behind. The other upper echelons of the Sky Mansion felt somewhat startled in their hearts after seeing Yao Lao. Over the years, Yao Lao had only displayed an ancient well-like calmness. Even while facing a giant being like the Hall of Souls, Yao Lao did not reveal the slightest emotional fluctuation. This emotional outburst was the first time they had not seen him calm after all these years. Xiao Yan's body swayed gently in front of the many pairs of eyes in the large hall. After which, he appeared in front of Yao Lao. He looked at the old man, who was so excited that his tears were beginning to fall. An apology rose within Xiao Yan's heart. His 2-year absence had caused Yao Lao to worry. "Teacher, I am back." Some emotion surged within both of their hearts as the teacher and disciple met. Finally, a soft voice was emitted that caused one to feel extremely emotional. "Haha, it is good that you are back. It is good that you are back." Yao Lao wiped away his tears. That old face, which had been tense for the last 2 years, finally revealed a smile. His shriveled hand continued to pat Xiao Yan's shoulder while he repeated the same words over and over again. Old Yao, I have said many times that this little fellow would not experience such a short life. Do you believe me now?" Ancestor Huiyun laughed. He exhaled deeply after seeing that Xiao Yan had successfully returned. This little fellow seemed to possess a demonic strength that calmed one's heart. His heart, which had been suffering under the pressure of the Hall of Souls, immediately relaxed the moment he saw Xiao Yan. Junior Alliance Chief is really timely. You are able to help relieve some of the pressure the Alliance is dealing with by coming out of your retreat. If the both of us join hands, we should be able to hold back the chief of the Hall of Souls." The first elder from the small pill tower laughed out of joy. Given his current strength, it should not be a problem for him to deal with the chief of the Hall of Souls alone. Xiao Chen, who was seated in a corner, faintly laughed faintly and made a statement after the first elder's words sounded. The first elder, Yao Lao, and the others were startled upon hearing these words. Their eyes scanned Xiao Yan with some shock. Xiao Chen was the strongest person present. Since he had uttered these words, no one here would doubt him. You have refined the purifying demonic lotus flame?" Yao Lao was the fastest to react. He was startled for a moment before he involuntarily exclaimed. "By luck," Xiao Yan grinned. This little fellow, ... Ancestor Hui Yun and the rest inhaled a breath of cool air after hearing that Xiao Yan did not deny this claim. They exchanged glances with each other and were able to see the shock in each other's eyes. Most of them had entered the demonic flame realm and clearly understood just how frightening the purifying demonic lotus flame was. It was a frightening existence that even the ancestor of the pill tower was unable to gain the upper hand against. They had all thought that Xiao Yan had been extremely lucky to successfully escape from the demonic flame realm. Honestly speaking, none of them had even thought about the matter of subduing the purifying demonic lotus flame when Xiao Yan had appeared earlier. This was because the purifying demonic lotus flame was far too terrifying. There was no lack of experts far stronger than Xiao Yan who had attempted to subdue it over these thousands of years. However, all of them had returned in failure without exception. Good, haha, good, ... Yao Lao recovered after his initial shock. His old face was filled with joy that could not be hidden. In the eyes of many alchemists, a heavenly flame like the purifying demonic lotus flame was a divine object that they could not hope to reach. No one had subdued that flame since the purifying demonic lotus saint had subdued it back then, yet Xiao Yan had created another miracle. With the purifying demonic lotus flame, Yao Lao did not doubt that Xiao Yan would be able to fight the chief of the Hall of Souls alone without being defeated. With the Junior Alliance chief's help, we should be able to deal with this attack from the Hall of Souls. This is really a joyous matter. The first elder laughed. It was extremely good that Xiao Yan would be able to deal with the chief of the Hall of Souls alone. In this way, he would be able to free the first elder's hands and greatly reduce the pressure the Alliance faced. Haha, Junior Alliance Chief is a blessing to the Alliance, but... The many members of the upper echelons within the hall hurriedly laughed and respectfully cried out. Although their words carried some weight within the Alliance, they clearly understood in their hearts that there was an unmeasurable gap between them and Xiao Yan's current status. The Sky Mansion Alliance was something that Xiao Yan had established. He had spent a lot of effort creating it. Although Yao Lao was the Alliance chief, some of the true core members, like Ancestor Hui Yun, understood that Yao Lao was merely helping Xiao Yan manage this incomparably large faction. The entire Alliance actually belonged to one person, and that person was Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan did not show a cold and indifferent expression when he saw these somewhat foreign faces fill with warmth and respect. He smiled, chatted with everyone, causing many of the usually arrogant individuals to feel flattered. Haha, the matter today shall end here. Everyone, please return and organize yourselves. Observe every action of the Hall of Souls. Since they are planning to engage in a decisive battle with us, we will use reality to show them that the current alliance is not the least bit afraid of the Hall of Souls. Understood. Everyone felt their blood boil within their hearts as Yao Lao passionately cried out about receiving this battle. There had been far too many conflicts between the two factions during the last 2 years. The differences between the two were growing, and they could no longer ruthlessly fight each other. This matched what many people were thinking in their hearts, since this decisive battle would truly determine the overlord of the Central Plains. This coming fight between an old faction, the Hall of Souls, and a newly risen alliance, the Sky Mansion Alliance, will send the Central Plains into an uproar. After the end of the meeting in the hall, Xiao Yan chatted with the excited Yao Lao about some of the big and small matters that had occurred within the Sky Mansion during these years. After that chat, he returned to his quiet courtyard, a place he had not been in for 2 years. Daddy! A familiar cry full of joy immediately sounded after Xiao Yan entered the courtyard. A smiling figure quickly shot toward him from afar, making an arc in the air. Haha, this little girl has grown quite a lot. Xiao Yan smiled as he extended his hand and firmly embraced the delicate figure. Xiao Xiao quickly revealed her happy and tender face, causing his heart to involuntarily fill with a warmth. This was his home. Regardless of the danger he experienced, he would be able to swiftly expel the fatigue in his heart after coming home. She has been waiting patiently after hearing that you had returned, a warm and gentle voice appeared in front of Xiao Yan while he was lovingly hugging Xiao Xiao. Xiao Yan lifted his head and saw the little fairy doctor wearing a formal robe. She was looking at him with a smile. She radiated more warmth than she had 2 years ago. The gentleness that she emanated seeped into one's heart, causing one to feel an addiction bloom. You have become a Dou Shang? Xiao Yan continued to hug Xiao Xiao as looked at the little fairy doctor and asked with a smile. With his eyesight, he was naturally able to sense her 1-star Dou Shang strength. She had already broken through that barrier within 2 years, leaping past the Ban Shang class to reach the first star of the Dou Shang class. This speed was quite impressive. It is all thanks to that drop of demonic saint essence blood, the little fairy doctor grinned. She caught sight of Xiao Yan's sweeping eyes and involuntarily laughed. Kailin has not come out ever since she entered that 9 serene spring back then. However, you need not be worried. Qinglin and I head to the territory of the 9 serene deep ground python tribe every once in a while. She should have met a lucky encounter at the bottom of the spring. We can sense her aura, but we are unable to enter the bottom of the spring. Xiao Yan's expression involuntarily changed upon hearing this news. If one counted the time, did it not mean that Kailin had stayed at the bottom of the spring for almost 3 years? He had also been near the bottom of the spring, but he had not sensed anything amiss. Could she be in the even deeper region? Xiao Yan frowned. The 9 serene spring was connected to the depths of the earth. The dark and cold force at those depths were places that caused even him to be afraid. If she really experienced a lucky encounter, he could only think of that region. As a 7-colored heaven-swallowing python, remaining in contact with that extremely dark energy might indeed be a lucky encounter. Looks like I will need to hurry to the 9 serene deep ground python tribe after resolving the matters of the alliance. Xiao Yan shook his head. He temporarily suppressed the worry in his heart. Currently, the most important thing was to resolve the Hall of Souls trouble. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1529, Challenge Letter. Chapter 1529, Challenge Letter. News of Xiao Yan's return to the Sky Mansion Alliance spread with lightning-like speed. Within less than a day, this news had made its way across all the territories the Sky Mansion Alliance owned. In an instant, the Sky Mansion had become unusually heated. No one could doubt the reputation Xiao Yan wielded within the Alliance. Although the Alliance had engaged in fiery hot battles with the Hall of Souls during these last 2 years, Xiao Yan's absence had caused the morale of the Alliance to fall, especially for some disciples from the Falling Star Pavilion. That figure had descended like a divine being when all hope had been lost at their most desperate hour. He subsequently reversed the bleak situation with his own strength. The shock that was created from being rescued time and time again had gradually burrowed deep into everyone's hearts with the flow of time, causing them to feel a heartfelt respect and fear for that person. Although Yao Lao was still present while Xiao Yan was absent and nothing chaotic had happened, the upper echelons of the Sky Mansion were still able to sense the problems that Xiao Yan's unknown fate had generated. Fortunately, the matters that had given them a headache automatically disappeared following Xiao Yan's return. The current alliance could finally release its frightening fighting strength under the leadership of this spiritual leader. While news of Xiao Yan's return wildly spread within the Sky Mansion Alliance, the Hall of Souls sank into silence. Even the matter of Xiao Yan destroying a branch hall in passing was not mentioned. It appeared as though the Hall of Souls had quietly swallowed this incident. This situation was relatively exciting from the way the ordinary members of the Sky Mansion Alliance saw it. They naturally related this matter to Xiao Yan, who had just returned. In an instant, Xiao Yan's reputation in the Alliance soared once again. Relying on one's own strength to suppress the domineering Hall of Souls could only be described as terrifying. Of course, these thoughts were naturally limited to the ordinary members of the Sky Mansion. Those from the upper echelons understood that this was merely the calm before the storm. The Hall of Souls was definitely gathering experts and preparing to deliver a fatal blow to the Sky Mansion Alliance. The pressure bred by the calm before the storm prompted Yao Lao to raise the defenses of the Alliance their highest level. Countless spies swarmed out like locusts. Any minor occurrences within the Central Plains would be transmitted back to the Sky Mansion Alliance as fast as possible. The somewhat pressuring silence continued for 5 full days. The number of conflicts between the Alliance and the Hall of Souls had strangely diminished during these 5 days. It appeared as though both parties were holding back and not taking the initiative to attack. They both guarded their own territories and maintained extreme caution. While both parties were facing off, some other factions sensed that something was wrong. Hence, countless pairs of eyes were roaming between the Sky Mansion Alliance and the Hall of Souls. Some of the sensitive individuals quietly detected a hidden flow. The Hall of Souls and the Sky Mansion Alliance had fought for many years. Although the fighting was extremely intense, they had not dispatched their true peak experts yet. Everyone knew that the final battle between the two large factions would begin the moment the peak experts clashed. A defeat would mean that the fight between the Sky Mansion Alliance and the Hall of Soul had ended with a victor. If the Sky Mansion Alliance was victorious, the overlord of the Central Plains would likely change. If the Sky Mansion Alliance lost, they would ultimately be weaker when facing the Hall of Souls in the future. This might not appear like much of a problem on the surface, but it would destroy the Alliance. The members of the Sky Mansion Alliance all felt proud that the Alliance could contend with the Hall of Souls. After all, only the Sky Mansion Alliance could fight the Hall of Souls even after all these years. If a day came and caused this pride to disappear, they would lose their spiritual belief. This was a relatively serious matter for such a huge faction. Hence, some people were able to detect the oncoming storm amid this strange atmosphere. The fight between both parties this time around would really be earth-shaking. While the outside world was anticipating the actions of the Sky Mansion and Hall of Souls, Xiao Yan had shut himself away. He guarded a quiet courtyard and listened to Xiao Zhao's clear laughter. His heart was filled with a warmth. Without realizing it, he had been away from his daughter for 2 years. If one were to talk about it, he was really an irresponsible father. He was many times worse compared to how Xiao Zhan had raised him. Xiao Xiao had grown a lot during these 2 years. She had gradually changed from a noisy little toddler into a youth. Despite being young, she had inherited her mother's bewitching appearance. Her entire being radiated a perfect beauty. Once she grew up, she would definitely be the kind of girl whose beauty could spawn a disaster. Growing older allowed Xiao Zhao's strength to grow by leaps and bounds. Her soul had been incomparably strong since birth. Moreover, there was also the 7-colored heaven-swallowing python within her body. It was impossible to use ordinary speed to measure her training. Moreover, the thing that surprised Xiao Yan was that the usually quiet and expressionless ancestor Xiao Chen, who was old-fashioned and strange, was extremely warm toward Xiao Xiao. From what the little fairy doctor had told him, Xiao Chen had passed on everything that he knew to Xiao Xiao during the 2 years that Xiao Yan had been missing. It seemed as though he was only one step short of passing all of his Dou Qi to her. Xiao Yan bitterly smiled because of Xiao Xiao. She had been blessed with a great amount of love. It was really quite depressing to compare oneself with another. His training during these years had been incomparably tough. The young man from back then had carried a heavy ruler, walked out of Wutan City, and roamed most of the Jiama Empire. He continued on his path and finally arrived here. He had put in an unspeakable amount of effort in the process. However, the achievements he had achieved through hard work were easily obtained by Xiao Xiao. She was treated completely different. While Xiao Yan was accompanying Xiao Xiao and being a father for these few days, Xiao Yan had come across Qing Lin and Tian Huazunjia. The current Qing Lin had also reached the first star of the Dou Sheng class. She had attained an extremely high position with the Alliance, but she did not really bother with the day-to-day matters of the Alliance. On the other hand, when he met Tian Huazunjia, the both of them ended up sighing a little. At this moment, Tian Huazunjia's strength had recovered to his previous peak and then some. He had reached the peak of the Dou Zun class with the help of the medicinal pills Yao Lao had refined. Although there was only a step to the Ban Sheng class, he did not know whether or not he would be able to take this step within his lifetime. However, Tian Huazunjia was not affected by this dilemma. He was supposed to be dead already. If Xiao Yan had not rescued him from the magma world beneath Jianan Academy back then, he would have already vanished, but he had not only managed to gain a physical body again, even his strength had far surpassed his previous peak. He was already very pleased and did not feel the drive to challenge Qing Lin, the little fairy doctor, and the others from the younger generation. Xiao Yan could only quietly nod his head as Tian Huazunjia expressed his free and easy thoughts. He quietly remembered this matter in his heart. Ever since he had rescued Tian Huazunjia back then, Tian Huazunjia had been a good teacher and friend. His rich experience had guided Xiao Yan away from many detours. Although he had subsequently helped Tian Huazunjia refine a body, he was someone who would repay a favor many times over. He would naturally try to find a way to allow Tian Huazunjia to break through to the Ban Sheng class. Although this would be difficult, it was not a completely impossible task with his alchemy skills. The few days of peace quietly flowed by in this manner. Xiao Yan felt extremely relaxed during these few days. Due to some unknown reason, his present self was enjoying spending time with his kin. He somewhat mockingly thought that the reason he was enjoying it was because he was aging. However, these warm and peaceful days would ultimately come to an end. After silence had reigned between the Sky Mansion and the Hall of Souls for 7 days, a blood-red challenge letter that was delivered to the Alliance, breaking the silence. The challenge letter was delivered by the Hall of Souls. Xiao Yan stood with his hands behind him under a stone pavilion within the courtyard. The blood-red challenge letter was quietly lying on the stone table in front of him. There was a dense bloody scent vaguely being emitted from it. The Hall of Souls is finally unable to endure any longer. Yao Lao's hand gently rubbed the stone table as he stood beside Xiao Yan. His expression was a little strange as he said, however, this challenge letter is targeting you. Xiao Yan boasts an extremely great reputation within the Sky Mansion Alliance. The morale of the alliance will collapse if he is defeated. Xiao Chen responded in a faint voice. Xiao Yan slightly smiled. He gently flicked his finger and the blood-colored challenge letter on the stone table opened. A bloody vapor spluttered out before turning into some blood-colored words. These words were filled with a stern aura as they floated in the air in front of him. Sky Mansion, Xiao Yan, we will fight to the death on the Fallen Mountain in 3 days' time. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1530, Fallen Mountain. Chapter 1530, Fallen Mountain. The Fallen Mountain range was located on the border between the Hall of Souls and the Sky Mansion Alliance. Both parties had fought many battles in this mountain range in the past. The battles moved back and forth and could be considered unusually intense. The name of the Fallen Mountain range could be traced back to ancient times. It was rumored that quite a number of elite Dou Shangs had ended up dying in these mountains in ancient times. Although this legend had caused many treasure seekers to roam the mountain range many times, they were unable to find any Dou Shang remains, but the lack of treasures did not tarnish the reputation of the Fallen Mountain range within the Central Plains, especially when this mountain range was chosen as the spot where the decisive battle between the Hall of Souls and the Sky Mansion Alliance would be held. The Fallen Mountain range's reputation had suddenly soared again. It was unavoidable that news would spread, but it seemed like both parties had underestimated the shock that the news had generated. Within 3 days, the somewhat deserted Fallen Mountain range had filled with a vast number of people at a shocking speed. Those factions and experts from all over had swarmed toward the Fallen Mountain range. This fight for the position of overlord of all factions within the Central Plains was an eye-grabbing event. It seemed that these factions and experts from the Central Plains were all extremely curious to learn who would emerge as the strongest in this clash, the old powerhouse, the Hall of Souls, or the new Sky Mansion Alliance. Within 3 short days, the human traffic within the Fallen Mountain range had reached a terrifying extent, forcing the magical beasts living in the mountain range to endure a hardship. Some of the magical beast tribes living in those mountains hurriedly moved their tribe in fear of being implicated, which could result in the destruction of their tribe. While the number of people flooding into the Fallen Mountain range reached a saturation point, the hearts of the countless individuals present suddenly surged. None of them expected this trip to be in vain. Such a decisive battle would definitely be earth-shaking. 3 days quickly passed in front of everyone's eyes. When morning sunlight tore through the clouds and scattered across the ground on the 4th day, the atmosphere of the mountain range became extremely heated. The rushing sound of wind continuously echoed across the sky as many figures flew together like locusts. Their destination was the same. They were headed to the Fallen Mountain in the middle of the Fallen Mountain range. The Fallen Mountain was the most majestic and precipitous mountain in the Fallen Mountain range. It was extremely tall. Some of the mountain roads were so steep that they were almost vertical. Hence, there was no way to climb this mountain. The peak of the Fallen Mountain was so smooth it seemed as though a huge mirror had been built on it. The sunlight that landed on it was reflected into glaring light rays. From a distance, a pillar of those rays seemed to rise from the mountain and penetrate the clouds, giving it an unusually majestic and grand appearance, which caused one to feel prideful. Adding to the ambience was the countless number of people floating all around it, causing the blood of many to feel like boiling. If one were to engage in an all-out fight in front of these many pairs of eyes in one's lifetime, one would regret nothing even in death. The sky around the mountain was crowded with people. Any expert who possessed the ability to fly either spread their Dou Qi wings or directly stepped through the air. One could even see some old demons who had concealed themselves from the world and the grand elders of some sects present in areas near the peak of the mountain. It seemed that all these elders from the older generation wanted to witness the outcome of this earth-shaking battle. Although the entire mountain range was unbelievably crowded, not a single person dared to land on the Fallen Mountain. Even those old demons, who could crumble space with the lift of a hand, remained 10,000 feet away from the mountain. The sun in the sky became hotter with the flow of time. When the bright round sun reached the highest point in the sky, the light pillar that shot from the top of the Fallen Mountain into the air above had also reached its most glaring state. The light pillar that reached toward the sky appeared like it had connected with the bright sun above. When viewed from far away, it was an extremely spectacular sight. The space around the Fallen Mountain rapidly distorted when the light pillar had reached a peak state. A spatial tunnel slowly formed in front of the countless pairs of eyes present. Chi. A cold, black fog surged in all directions after the spatial tunnel was formed. There was a sharp sound being vaguely emitted. This sound caused the expressions of many viewers to change. Their eyes were filled with disgust and fear as they stared at the black fog. The members of the Hall of Souls are here. Everyone clearly understood just who these people were from the prelude of their entrance. Everyone hurriedly braced their attention. The black fog churned after it appeared. 7 figures slowly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Those 7 figures all had vast and mighty auras. Many people felt extremely terrified from just looking at them. This Hall of Soul was indeed worthy of being the overlord on the Central Plains. They had taken out 7 Dou Qi together. This grand manner really caused only to have little choice but to sigh in admiration. The 2 leaders among the 7 were the chief of the Hall of Souls and that old man Hun Mo. The deputy hall chief was the only familiar face behind them. The remaining individuals were likely experts from the Hun clan. This entire area quickly became dark and chilly after these 7 individuals appeared. Even the sunlight that scattered down from the sky felt chilly on one's body. The strength of this Hall of Souls is actually so frightening. The expressions of the Grand Elders from some of the large sects revealed the graveness they felt as they witnessed this scene. Only after personally witnessing the lineup of the Hall of Souls did they finally understand that there was a vast unbridgeable gap between their factions and the Hall of Souls. The members of the Sky Mansion Alliance should reveal themselves since you have arrived. The chief of the Hall of Souls swept his eyes indifferently over the surrounding densely packed crowd after appearing. He immediately lifted his head and looked at a mountain far away. His faint voice was like thunder as it reverberated across the fallen mountain range. You are indeed worthy of being the chief of the Hall of Souls. Your sight is really good. A laugh steadily followed after the voice from the chief of the Hall of Souls reverberated. After which, everyone watched as the space on the other side of the fallen mountain swiftly became distorted. After the appearance of these 10 figures, the surroundings, which had become dark and cold because of the monstrous Dou Qi that radiated from the group from the Hall of Souls, gradually recovered some heat. Everyone quietly sighed in relief at this moment. Such a fight was too terrifying. Just the auras that seeped out alone could influence the temperature. The Sky Mansion Alliance actually has 10 Dou Qis. Everyone carefully swept their eyes over the figures from the Sky Mansion that had appeared after getting over their initial shock. The sound of cold air being inhaled could be heard. Some of the old demons' expressions had drastically changed. 10 Dou Qis. The Sky Mansion Alliance seemed to have brought all the experts in their hands. Adding Ancestor Huiyun, the Qinghua Fairies, and a 1-star Dou Qi, who had joined the Alliance in the last 2 years after being invited by Yao Lao, the number of Dou Qis that the Alliance possessed had reached the frightening number of 10. This lineup was comparable to some ancient clans. The surroundings became much quieter. Clearly, everyone was stunned by the great strength of the Sky Mansion Alliance. The eyes of some old demons and those grand elders from certain sects were filled with shock. No one had expected the strength of the Sky Mansion Alliance to soar to such an extent. You are indeed still alive. The chief of the Hall of Souls did not appear to lose himself when the lineup that the Sky Mansion Alliance had brought was displayed. With their information-gathering abilities, they were already clearly aware of most of the Sky Mansion Alliance's strength. Hence, he merely shifted his eyes and stared at the black-clothed young man standing at the leader's position. His heart felt disbelief when he first learned of the new information related to this young man. After having personally witnessed the might of the purifying demonic lotus flame, it was difficult for him to believe that Xiao Yan had been escaped the hands of the purifying demonic lotus flame with his life. Thank you for remembering me. Otherwise, I would not have been able to endure. Xiao Yan slightly smiled. His eyes scanned the chief of the Hall of Souls in front of him. A person like this chief was no different than a legend in his heart back then. At that time, he was not even an ant in front of such a person. Now, however, he was able to speak as an equal to this overlord, who had once stirred a bloody storm across the Central Plains in front of these many pairs of eyes. This indicated that he was growing at a shocking speed. The chief of the Hall of Souls was non-committal when he heard Xiao Yan's soft piercing words. The demonic flame is in your hands. The chief of the Hall of Souls mused before he suddenly made a statement. Xiao Yan smiled but did not reply. The chief of the Hall of Souls slowly nodded in the face of Xiao Yan's non-committal manner. A grave expression finally rose in his eyes as he said, the defeated Xiao clan has been able to produce a person like you. If one were to discuss your achievements, you can be compared to Xiao Xian. However, since my Hun clan killed the first Xiao Xian, we can also kill the second Xiao Xian. Xiao Yan's eyes were narrowed. Those dark black eyes had a chill flowing within them. Your Sky Mansion Alliance only has one opportunity in this battle. You will end up in a terrible state if you lose. Xiao Yan, do you dare to accept these stakes? The chief of the Hall of Souls quietly stared at Xiao Yan. His voice were like the chime of tens of thousands of bells. It was also accompanied by an extremely terrifying spiritual assault as it swept toward Xiao Yan from all directions. Xiao Yan stepped forward. His aura was smooth. That fierce tide-like spiritual assault from the chief of the Hall of Souls was not able to force him to take a step back. He lifted his head and answered in a faint voice. Accept. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1531, Hun Qian Mo. Chapter 1531, Hun Qian Mo. I accept. A glint flashed across the eyes of the Hall of Souls chief after Xiao Yan uttered those words. He did not open his mouth, but everyone could sense the sudden increase in pressure. A storm was imminent. It is time to end our conflict. The many years of waiting had finally resulted in this situation. However, Xiao Yan's mind remained peaceful. He had once been a youth who had worked hard with final aim of defeating the Mist Cloud sect in the Jiama Empire, but then the Hall of Souls had appeared out of nowhere. They captured his father and destroyed his clan. They had even nearly ended the Xiao clan's bloodline. This hatred could never be reconciled. Since that time, the somewhat tender youth understood in his heart that his future path would be filled with difficulty, but he had chosen to continue advancing without hesitation because there were some things that could not be left undone even if they were extremely difficult. From a certain point of view, the Hall of Souls had played a great part in allowing Xiao Yan to reach this stage today. They had given Xiao Yan a potent motivation. Had he, humbled, old man Han Mo beside the chief of the Hall of Souls glanced at Xiao Yan with a dark and cold expression as he strangely laughed. Xiao Yan glanced at him indifferently. He quickly looked back at the chief of the Hall of Souls and asked, "May I know how we will proceed with this challenge?" There will be 3 rounds with the winner being the party that wins 2 of the matches. Each of us will send out 3 people to engage in an all-out fight. The chief of the Hall of Souls explained in a low voice. Of course, if you wish for everyone from the Hall of Souls and the Sky Mansion Alliance to fight, this chief will not object. My Hall of Souls has stood in the Central Plains for many years. If you really think that you can fight us by randomly gathering some factions to form an alliance, you are really a little too naive. Your words do carry some weight since you have the support of the Hun clan. Xiao Yan smiled and shook his head. He immediately said, if we were to engage in a large-scale battle, even if my Sky Mansion Alliance ended up being annihilated, your Hun clan would definitely suffer some serious damage. It seems that the Hun clan is unwilling to suffer such losses. This decisive battle invitation clearly indicated that the Hall of Souls did not intend to engage in a large-scale war. Hence, they had arranged this fight between the highest-level experts. Although their battle would not be very large, they were representing their respective camps. If they were to lose, they would be weaker than the other party in the future regardless of what they could do. You are allowed to select the first 2 individuals. The chief of the Hall of Souls informed him in a faint voice. Winning 2 out of 3 rounds, huh? Allowing others to have what they want is a good virtue. Xiao Yan slightly smiled as he opened his mouth to reply. This Hun clan was unwilling to let the Hall of Souls suffer losses amounting to 80 or 90% of its strength. He was also unwilling to completely lose the Sky Mansion Alliance. The alliance was all he could rely on to fight the Hun clan. It had only gained such an achievement after being managed with great difficulty. How could he simply lose it? Although the words of the Hall of Souls chief might be unpleasant, they were indeed the truth. The current Sky Mansion Alliance was able to fight the Hall of Souls, but the Alliance would definitely suffer irreparable losses if it really wanted to completely destroy the Hall of Souls. It looks like you are also unable to bear the losses from an all-out war. The chief of the Hall of Souls lifted a brow and spoke with a deeper meaning after hearing Xiao Yan's response. Show me the people who will fight, Xiao Yan smiled and requested. This is the greatest provocation my Hun clan has received during these years, old man Han Mo darkly laughed. He immediately took a step forward. Young fellow from the Xiao clan, include me as one of the 3. After old man Han Mo stepped forward, an individual with sharp senses would discover that this large mountain was gently trembling. A dragon-like sonic wave escaped from beneath old man Han Mo's feet. It broke through the large rock within the mountain's body in a wild fashion. After which, it roared and rushed toward Xiao Yan. Bang! The moment the hidden force resembling a huge dragon broke free from the ground, a human figure stepped in front of Xiao Yan. A foot coincidentally landed on the ground where the hidden force was located. The hard ground immediately sank by half a foot. That hidden force was shattered by that figure. The Hun clan is still as underhanded as ever. Xiao Chen was expressionless as he glanced at old man Han Mo and slowly made a comment. Blood axe Xiao Chen. Old man Han Mo's face was dark and cold. Both of his eyes were like poisonous snakes. He stared at Xiao Chen while he uttered each word with a pause. You ants aren't worthy mentioning the name of the clan head. Xiao Chen appeared just like a slowly waking fierce wolf. A faint murderous intent seeped out of his body a little at a time. The chief of the Hall of Souls and old man Han Mo frowned. They did not dare to slight Xiao Chen even a little within his heart, especially since the chief had fallen to a disadvantage while fighting Xiao Chen within the demonic flame realm. The chief had become relatively miserable then. Now that they had met again, he naturally felt a great fear within his heart. Haha, you are indeed worthy of being Blood Axe Xiao Chun. You are still this strong despite having not appeared for so many years. Although Xiao Xian was extremely well known, he ultimately could not avoid death. Your Xiao clan is destined to be only a short blooming flower. An elderly figure holding a walking stick, who had been standing beside the chief of the Hall of Souls and old man Hun Mo, slowly appeared in front of everyone in a ghost-like fashion without warning while the two were frowning. Xiao Yan's eyes focused the moment that elderly figure appeared. His expression was grave as he studied the figure. The appearance of this person did not even cause space itself to fluctuate, as though he had been standing in that spot from the beginning. The strength of this person is really terrifying. Xiao Yan and the rest beside him exchanged glances with each other. They were able to see some shock in each other's faces. Hun Qian Mo. Xiao Chen's eyes bore into the elderly person holding a walking stick. This elderly person was so skinny that he appeared to only be made of bones. His shriveled face wore a smile, which caused one to feel uneasy. Those eyes were not as turbid as an ordinary old man. Instead, they contained a strange brightness. Under that pair of eyes, it seemed that even his soul was emitting a piercing pain. The hearts of Xiao Yan's group shook after hearing Xiao Chen utter this name with a pause. The Hun clan had indeed dispatched this old fellow. Hun Qian Mo, gosh, he is still alive? The Hun clan has even dispatched him. Looks like they are determined to seriously injure the Sky Mansion Alliance. Elders with great experience were not scarce around the mountain. Some of the somewhat younger experts might not have heard of the name Hun Qian Mo, but these elderly individuals were clearly aware of just how frightening this old fellow was. Trash who once begged for mercy before the hands of the clan had actually dares to show itself? Xiao Chen inhaled a deep breath. He suppressed the surging murderous intent within his heart and snarled with an expressionless face. Hun Qian Mo's shriveled face trembled slightly. His eyes, which contained a strange luster, slowly swept over Xiao Chen and Xiao Yan. His hoarse voice was like bones rubbing against each other. Regardless of how powerful he is, he will not be able to avoid death. The winner is king. Currently, the Hun clan still stands at the peak of this continent, but what about the Xiao clan? The Xiao clan, which was once renowned throughout this continent, only lives on as a small group. They are on their last leg beneath the eyes of our Hun clan. It must be said that this is truly a tragedy. Bang! A dark and stern expression surged onto Xiao Chen's face. His body flashed and appeared in front of Hun Qian Mo. A hand of his flew through empty air and a huge blood-colored axe materialized. It was quickly accompanied by a sharp wind that appeared like a thunderbolt as it cut through the sky and violently swung toward Hun Qian Mo. Xiao Chun, even though you have been lucky enough to survive until now, the current you is no longer that Blood Axe Xiao Chun from back then. Hun Qian Mo's extremely shriveled face revealed a hostile expression when he sensed Xiao Chen's swift attack. His bone-like hand was clenched into a fist. After which, it was thrown toward the huge blood-colored axe. Clang! The wind formed from this terrifying collision caused a couple of the Hall of Souls elite Dou Shangs to swiftly withdraw with a change in expression. Only the chief of the Hall of Souls and old man Hun Mo were able to stand their ground. Bam bam! The axe ruthlessly hacked at Hun Qian Mo's fist. An extremely terrifying retaliatory force caused Xiao Chen to stagger back by over 10 steps. His expressions became a little dark and gloomy as he glared at Hun Qian Mo. He had been trapped in the demonic flame illusion for thousands of years. His training results would naturally be inferior to Hun Qian Mo's ordinary training, causing him to feel dissatisfied. Back then, this Hun Qian Mo would only be able to turn around and flee with a terrified expression after seeing him. Xiao Chun, this elderly self has already said that everything has already changed. The current you is no match for me. Hun Qian Mo glanced at the many faint blood imprints on his fist, but he simply ignored them and spoke in a faint voice. He immediately glanced toward Xiao Yan and licked his tongue. You have the scent of Xiao Xian in your body. It seems that you have really obtained his inheritance in the heavenly tomb. Xiao Yan's expression was calm. The strength of this old man who would not die was likely around that of a 6-star Dou Shang. He was stronger than everyone present. The Hall of Souls had indeed come prepared. Xiao Yan, the Hall of Soul has already selected its competitors. It is your turn, Dot. The chief of the Hall of Souls indifferently glanced at Xiao Yan. He took a step forward, implying that the third person was him. A chill surged within Xiao Yan's eyes after seeing their opponents. It seemed that the big battle today would be intense. He should be able to deal with the chief of the Hall of Souls in one of the 3 battles. Old man Hun Mo would be left to ancestor Xiao Chun, but the only big problem was Hun Qian Mo. Ugh, leave that old man who will not die to me. A small figure quietly appeared beside Xiao Yan while this thought was flashing through Xiao Yan's heart. That youthful appearance naturally belonged to the Pill Tower's ancestor. The ancestor Xiao Yan had met in the demonic flame realm back then. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1532, Confrontation. Chapter 1532, Confrontation. Ancestor, ... The first elder from the Pill Tower by the side revealed a joyous expression after noticing the green-clothed youth beside Xiao Yan. He respectfully cried out, "Greetings to Ancestor." Xiao Yan did not dare slight this shockingly old existence. He immediately cupped his hands together and politely gave a greeting. "Why are you so courteous?" The ancestor of the Pill Tower waved his hand. His clear eyes contained some surprise as they swept over Xiao Yan. He laughed, "How unexpected. The purifying demonic lotus flame even I could not subdue has actually fallen into your hands. Such a lucky opportunity is really a source of envy." A divine object like the purifying demonic lotus flame was something that even the ancestor of the Pill Tower coveted despite his strength. However, no one had ever successfully subdued it after all these years. Xiao Yan nearly grinned when he heard the Pill Tower's ancestor laughter. He had subdued the purifying demonic lotus flame by luck. If the remnant image of the purifying demonic lotus saint hadn't activated the formation and committed suicide with the demonic flame, he would not have been able to subdue and refine the demon flame that this ancestor of the Pill Tower could not fight even if he was many times luckier. The Pill Tower is also a member of the Sky Mansion Alliance and all of you will be sharing glory or destruction together. Being the Pill Tower's guardian, I cannot keep myself away from this matter. The ancestor of the Pill Tower's somewhat tender face looked at Xiao Yan. There was an unknown feeling within his eyes. He had lived for so many years and had become extremely sharp. He naturally understood the reason Xiao Yan had established the Sky Mansion. Xiao Yan remained relatively calm in the face of the look the ancestor of the Pill Tower gave him. He did not intend to scheme against the Pill Tower. The matter of the alliance was beneficial to him and also benefited the Pill Tower. The Pill Tower had been fighting against the Hall of Souls for quite some time, and an increasing number of alchemists, who had been threatened by the Hall of Souls, jumped to a new side. A sharp-eyed person would easily be able to notice such a development. It was likely that the extremely wise ancestor of the Pill Tower also understood what was happening. Therefore, Xiao Yan was not worried that the ancestor would find trouble with him. "Leave that old fellow who will not die, Hun Qian Mo, to me. I do not dare to say that I can defeat him, but a draw is not the worst outcome." The ancestor of the Pill Tower laughed as he softly spoke. "Elder, thank you very much." Xiao Yan sighed in relief. With these words as a guarantee, a factor of uncertainty would be missing from this decisive battle. The ancestor of the Pill Tower, unexpectedly we have seen this legendary being this time around. It is rumored that this ancestor's actual form is a tier 9 Xian pill. It is likely that he is the only medicinal pill of this tier in this world. If he is refined. Shut up. Are you seeking death? The strength of this Pill Tower's ancestor has already reached an overwhelming level. Although there are some in the world who can defeat him, it is likely really difficult to find someone who can steadily refine him. He, however, whoever really experiences that blessing would likely. The appearance of the ancestor from the Pill Tower had undoubtedly stirred a big commotion within the surrounding mountains. Some of the experts from the older generation revealed startled faces. Their eyes contained some respect and fear as they looked at the ancestor. At the same time, there were some strange thoughts surging deep within their hearts. After putting aside the strength of the ancestor from the Pill Tower, his actual body as a tier 9 Xian pill was enough to cause an elite Dou Qi to go crazy with red eyes. "Old ghost, it seems that you were intending on going against my Hun clan." Hun Emoqian's shriveled face slightly shook the moment the ancestor from the Pill Tower appeared. His voice was hoarse as he said, "In the past, our Hun clan has not attacked the Pill Tower on account of you. This action of yours is not wise. Haha, you undying old thing. Don't you think that speaking these superficial words in front of me is a little comical?" The ancestor of the Pill Tower smiled faintly upon hearing this threat. He laughed. If the Hall of Souls had experienced the right opportunity, it would have already attacked long ago. "Do you think I do not understand you people? Alright, there is no need to say such unnecessary words. It has been many years since I have fought with you. I wonder just how much your strength has risen compared to back then. I will let you know." The strange glow within Hun Qian Mo's eyes became brighter. The distance of his voice had also gradually become indistinguishable as his body became a little illusory. "All of you should be careful." The ancestor from the Pill Tower faintly smiled upon seeing Hun Qian Mo's actions. He turned his head and informed Xiao Yan's group. After which, his body quietly disappeared. The next time it reappeared, he was already in the air. He gently waved his hand and the surrounding space rippled. Immediately, a chaotic space was created by him. Hun Chen Mo, the outside area is far too small. Let's enter and fight. The ancestor of the pill tower stood in front of the entrance to the spatial tunnel. He laughed in the direction of Hun Chen Mo below. After which, he turned around and entered that spatial tunnel. After reaching their level, they were able to randomly create a realm to fight in, but this hurriedly formed space was unstable. It would usually disappear after the battle came to an end. Humph, do you think I am afraid of you? Hun Chen Mo coldly laughed upon seeing the ancestor leave. His body moved and everyone saw the space in the air fluctuate. A figure charged into that spatial tunnel with lightning-like speed. Soon after the both of them entered the realm, the space rippled and became transparent. Everyone's eyesight was able to penetrate this transparent space and see the two figures floating within the chaotic space. One of these figures was the ancestor of the pill tower and the other was Hun Chen Mo. These two are elite 6-star Dou Shangs. Haha, it looks like this trip was not made in vain. A fight at this level is extremely rare across the entire continent. The entire mountain range quickly broke into an uproar as the two individuals charged into the realm one after another. This would be the first time most of the people present would be witnessing a face-off between experts of this level. Buzz buzz, dot. The ancestor from the pill tower and Hun Chen Mo did not utter anything unnecessary after entering the realm. They immediately began an extremely heated battle in front of many excited eyes. Even though they were in a different realm, some monstrous energy ripples still spread. The muffled sound of a chiming bell caused many to feel their chests constrict. The battle erupted with lightning-like speed. The frightening energy assault, which could easily destroy the world, caused the hearts of many people to tremble. A strength at that level was really far too attractive. Xiao Chen's eyes glanced at that realm after the battle erupted within that space. After which, he slowly stepped forward without expression. His eyes glanced between the Chief of the Hall of Souls and Old Man Han Mo. His voice cracked slightly as he asked, "Who will step forward next?" Xiao Chen's voice was not loud. However, it appeared to possess a mysterious strength that could cause one's soul to tremble. Many pairs of eyes that had been watching the fight in the created realm shot over. The Chief of the Hall of Souls and Old Man Han Mo exchanged glances after looking at Xiao Chen. Old Man Han Mo revealed a dark expression on his elderly face. He took 2 steps forward in front of everyone and said, "Blood Axe Xiao Chen, you were extremely renowned back then. However, you are currently a little outdated. We will know whether I am outdated after exchanging blows." Xiao Chen's expression was still extremely rigid, but his heart became a little more solemn. Regardless of how awful Old Man Han Mo's words were, there was indeed a reason behind the. If he had been able to train normally until now, he would not even need to worry about Hun Chen Mi, much less Old Man Han Mo. Being a genius of the Xiao clan, he had been filled with pride and confidence. Unfortunately, the truth was ultimately harsh. It had not been easy for him to retain his life after being trapped within the illusion for thousands of years. The increase in his strength had also extremely slow, allowing even Old Man Han Mo, who was from the younger generation of the Hun clan, to surpass him. Old Man Han Mo strangely laughed after hearing this reply. His robe fluttered in the absence of wind before he paused in the sky. A vast and mighty Dou Qi erupted from his body in all directions. In an instant, a black fog blotted out the distant sky. The light over the entire mountain range became a lot dimmer. Gulp! Such a frightening Dou Qi pressure from Old Man Han Mo caused saliva to be swallowed around the mountain range. Many startled eyes landed on Old Man Han Mo. Although the fight within the created realm was even more terrifying, it was isolated from everyone present. The shock from that other battle could not compare to directly witnessing such Dou Qi. Advanced 5-star Dou Shang, there are really many experts within the Hun clan. Some of the grand elders within the sect quietly sighed at this moment. They were envious of the Hun clan's mighty foundation. That Xiao Chen is rumored to be someone from the Xiao clan, but from the looks of it, it will be a little difficult for him to beat Old Man Han Mo. Ugh! It will indeed be an intense battle. The conversations that spread in all directions did not cause even the slightest fluctuation to appear in Xiao Chen's eyes. At this moment, his eyes were only focused on that figure below the vast black cloud in the sky. He stared at Old Man Han Mo as a gradual heat filled his eyes. Those who challenge the might of the Xiao clan shall die. Xiao Chen slowly clenched his hand and a 100-foot-large blood-soaked axe suddenly appeared. A bright red color also gradually consumed his eyes at this moment. A low roar that belonged to the Xiao clan from the previous era penetrated through buried history and echoed across thousands of years in a blood-boiling fashion. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1533, Draw. Chapter 1533, Draw. A low and deep roar was emitted from Xiao Chen's mouth, causing Xiao Yan's heart to tremble at this moment. A strange feeling that originated from deep within his bloodline gradually spread to every part of his body. That feeling caused his soul to tremble. That feeling was an old pride. It was a pride that originated from a clan that had once stood at the peak of the continent. Even though the clan had already declined, that pride was still deeply buried within his bloodline. No one dared to challenge the might of the Xiao clan at its peak. Even the Han clan could only quietly hide like a poisonous snake. They waited for their opponent to weaken before launching a fatal attack. The current Xiao clan does not have the qualification to utter these words. Old man Han Mo lowered his head. His eyes were like poisonous snakes as they stared at Xiao Chun, who was holding a large blood-colored axe. Old man Han Mo mocked him. Even though the Xiao clan has declined, you do not have the qualification to give such an evaluation. Xiao Chen's eyes were frighteningly cold. His foot slammed on the ground, and with a flash, he appeared above old man Han Mo's head. His enormous blood-colored axe was just like a divine axe that could split the world as it ruthlessly hacked toward old man Han Mo. Won't you know whether this elderly self is qualified after you try him personally? Old man Han Mo coldly laughed as Xiao Chen's extremely mighty attack came. He shook his sleeve and over a dozen white bones shot out. Black fog spluttered and swiftly formed a white spider web in front of him. He allowed the huge axe to continue down unperturbed. GG. The powerful strength contained in the enormous axe was quickly removed as it struck the web. The speed at which the large axe landed slowed. It seemed as though it had fallen into a quagmire. In the end, it halted just half a foot from old man Han Mo. Blood axe Xiao Chen is but only so great. Is that so? A red glow flashed across Xiao Chen's eyes upon hearing this. A trace of blood suddenly appeared as that huge axe was once again swung down. That silk-like bone web was easily cut apart, and the axe continued toward old man Han Mo's throat. This sudden unexpected change caused old man Han Mo to feel slightly startled, but he did not panic. His bone-like hand made a strange arc before gently pressing against the axe. After which, he randomly slammed against it with his hand. One could hear a loud sound. That enormous blood-colored axe was actually sent off course. The axe cut away and only removed a lock of old man Han Mo's hair. Humph. Old man Han Mo had suffered a loss during this initial exchange due to being arrogant. His expression became a little dark and cold. The seals formed by his hands suddenly changed as the dark cloud above him, which blotted out the sun, suddenly emitted countless of sharp miserable screeches. One could even vaguely see an unimaginable number of figures struggling within the dark cloud. Sky demon blood insect, bite. That black cloud in the sky suddenly churned after old demon Han Mo's dark and cold cry sounded. A moment later, a fierce aura that did not belong to a human suddenly surged from the dark cloud. A piercing bloody light tore through the dark cloud like lightning in front of tons of pairs of shocked eyes. It wildly charged toward Xiao Chen at speed one could not react to. Ground-splitting hack, dot. The enormous blood-soaked axe in Xiao Chen's hand wildly danced like a windmill as he watched the bloody light rapidly magnify in front of him. The axe paused and a 10,000-foot large bloody glow erupted from the axe. It was accompanied by waves deep sonic booms as it violently collided with the blood glow with lightning-like speed. Splutter! That bloody light flew tens of thousands of feet back after being ruthlessly struck by that 10,000-foot large bloody glow. A sharp strange cry appeared as a couple of mountains were turned into dust. Although it had suffered a serious blow, the life force of the bloodlight was extremely strong. It once again rushed over after just stabilizing its body. This time around its speed much slower. Many people could clearly make out its appearance. The sound from the inhalation of cold air continued to appear. That bloodlight was a toad-like object. However, it was completely dark red in color. There was a countless number of protruding clusters of flesh on its body. If one were to examine it carefully, one would notice that the clusters of flesh possessed many ferocious human faces. It is actually the soul-cursed toad. This old man Han Mo is really ruthless. Yao Lao scanned this ferocious and frightening blood toad from a short distance away and spoke with a somewhat ugly expression. Xiao Yan knit his brows. He had heard of this soul-cursed toad. It was rumored to be formed by gathering many souls together before forcing all the souls to kill each other. After which, some other ingredients would be gathered and the soul-cursed toad would be refined. This thing was similar to a puppet, but due to it being forcefully formed by gathering many souls together, it also ended up gaining an intelligence. However, this intelligence was accompanied by a violent nature. Once this thing was released, it would go on a wild killing spree. In the end, it would even attack its owner. Normally, only an extremely ruthless person would refine it. Countless pairs of eyes starred at the blood toad from around the mountain range. Hatred and fear, which could not be hidden, involuntarily appeared in their eyes. Clearly, many people had heard about the soul-cursed toad's fierce reputation. Go! Old man Han Mo ignored these gazes. A stern expression surfaced on his face. His finger pointed toward Xiao Chen, who was a short distance away. That soul-cursed toad once again shot forth after obtaining its orders. Old man Han Mo, on the other hand, continued to launch sneak attacks while the soul-cursed toad held back Xiao Chen. Each of sneak attack was ruthless and targeted Xiao Chen's fatal spots. Old man Han Mo was intending on killing the Xiao Chen. Faced with the combined attack of man and toad, Xiao Chen had no choice but to switch from offense to defense. He even vaguely appeared to be at a disadvantage. It seems that the situation is quite bad. Yao Lao and the others frowned and softly made some comments after seeing this scene. On the other hand, those from the Hall of Souls revealed some joyous faces. Xiao Yan's eyes focused on Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen might be restrained in every way, but his expression had not changed much. Xiao Yan quietly sighed in relief upon noticing this. Although ancestor Xiao Chen seemed to be a little weaker than old man Han Mo, he was still a top-tier person. The many experiences he had accumulated were not things that old man Han Mo could match. I wonder what the situation is like in that realm. Xiao Yan's head turned to the realm, which had been built earlier. The battle inside had gradually become extremely heated. Even though they were in another realm, Xiao Yan was still able to sense the destructive force erupting within it, but it was currently impossible to clearly observe the battle situation inside with just one's naked eyes. Hence, he could not make out the situation inside. 2 of the 3 battles are currently proceeding, yet the chief of the Hall of Souls has not attacked. It is likely that he intends to wait for the 2 battles to end before deciding. This thought lingered in Xiao Yan's heart. If both Old Man Han Mo and Han Chen Mo were victorious, the Hall of Souls would have won 2 out of the 3 rounds. Then, there would be no need to proceed with the final fight. The battle in the sky became more intense while Xiao Yan was thinking to himself. The sharp exchanges caused one's eyes to be dazzled. Only some of the sharp-eyed individuals were able to barely follow that flickering human figure. Bang! While Xiao Chen and Old Man Han Mo were engaging in a ferocious and intense battle, a shocking thunder-like explosion suddenly sounded. Everyone's eyes were immediately attracted by this explosion. One could see the spatial tunnel from earlier suddenly exploding apart as 2 figures flew out of it. Both of them withdrew by 100 steps before they slowly stabilized their bodies. They have come out. Many exclamations rang around the mountain range after seeing the 2 figures shooting out of the spatial tunnel. Old ghost, you do have some skill. Han Chen Mo stabilized his body in the sky. He did not appear miserable. Even his clothes did not appear to have been touched, but an expert like Xiao Yan was able to tell that the Dou Qi within this old fellow's body had been exhausted to a relatively miserable extent. From this exhaustion, it was possible to infer just how intense the fight was within that realm. The ancestor from the pill tower in the distance merely smiled but did not speak. Elder Qian Mo, what is the result? Elder, what is the result? Both the chief of the Hall of Souls and Xiao Yan below opened their mouths at the same time. The result of the fight between these 2 individuals was critical at this moment. Han Qian Mo and the ancestor from the pill tower hesitated for a moment upon hearing these questions. They exchanged glances before both saying, "Consider it a draw." The strength of the 2 was quite similar. It was possible to determine a victor if they were to fight an all-out battle to the death, but it was impossible for the both of them to fight it out to such a stage. The chief of the Hall of Souls and Xiao Yan were startled upon hearing these words. Xiao Yan's reaction was still alright, but the chief of the Hall of Souls ended up frowning. Clearly, he was a little dissatisfied with this result. You should not be dissatisfied. With this old demon intervening, it was quite good to end up in a draw. Han Qian Mo landed beside the chief of the Hall of Souls and informed him in a faint voice. He was quiet for a moment while his expression became a little darker. Finally, he lifted his head to look at the youthful figure in the distance. He muttered, "It is unexpected, he has actually reached that level. Perhaps the clan head will be interested." The chief of the Hall of Souls did not hear Han Chen Mo's muttering voice. He bitterly laughed before raising his head to look at the fiery hot battle between Old Man Han Mo and Xiao Chen. He softly sighed, "As long as Old Man Han Mo is victorious, the situation will more or less be decided." Han Qian Mo lifted his head after hearing these words. He scanned the battleground and suddenly frowned. He shook his head and replied in a deep voice, "It will be a little difficult. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1534, Final Round. Chapter 1534, Final Round. What? The chief of the Hall of Souls' expression underwent a change upon hearing these words. Old man Han Mo possesses the strength of an advanced 5-star Do Shang. On the other hand, Xiao Chen was merely an intermediate 5-star Do Shang. Given such a gap, it should not be difficult for old man Han Mo to be victorious. If it was really so easy to deal with Xiao Chen, he would not have gained such a reputation back then, Han Chen Mo replied in a faint voice. Although his reputation had been well known during that era, it was still lacking when compared to someone like Xiao Chen. If Xiao Chen had not been trapped in an illusion for so many years, it was likely that even he would be no match for Xiao Chen. The chief of the Hall of Souls frowned. He lifted his head and studied the intense battle. At this moment, Xiao Chen still seemed to be at a disadvantage. At a glance it seemed that he was in a panic while dealing with the combined attacks of Old Man Han Mo and the Soul-Cursed Toad. Hopefully everything will be smooth. Clang, dot. The Soul-Cursed Toad's huge body was like a cannonball as it ruthlessly struck the large axe. That frightening attack forced Xiao Chen a couple of steps back. After having stabilized his body, a dark and chilly wind rushed toward a fatal spot on his back with vicious and tricky movements. Xiao Chen twisted his body and swung the axe behind him. It sent that poisonous snake-like chain flying. Although Xiao Chen had blocked this dangerous attack, his blood axe rebounded. His entire arm felt a little numb. Xiao Chen, regardless of how experienced you are, I surpass you in terms of strength. The thought of defeating me is nothing but a fantasy of an idiot. Old man Han Mo's figure appeared on the head of the Soul-Cursed Toad. He looked at Xiao Chen and coldly laughed. In front of all the heroes in the world, you, a renowned powerful person from back then, has been forced into such a miserable state. It is better to simply withdraw and avoid the humiliation, Xiao Chen's figure flashed and appeared in the air. He glanced at old man Han Mo. Not a single fluctuation appeared on his old face, but the vast and mighty Dou Qi that fluctuated around his body suddenly weakened. Both of his hands gripped the axe handle tighter as he lifted it above his head. One axe strike and I'll finish you off. Oomph, arrogant. Old man Han Mo displayed a slightly cold face when he heard this arrogance. His heart became cautious. The mighty Dou Qi within his body swiftly circulated like floodwater. It formed countless Dou Qi swirls on the surface of his body. Xiao Chen lifted his blood axe high above his head. The Dou Qi around his entire body was gradually destroyed. If it wasn't still possible to see his figure with one's naked eye, everyone would have started to think that his breath had suddenly disappeared from this world. Rumble. Layer after layer of dark clouds suddenly appeared as his aura disappeared. Lightning danced within the dark clouds like silver snakes. A loud rumbling sound reverberated through the sky. Xiao Chen's aura suddenly erupted the moment a thunderbolt surged. His aura was like an actual pillar of air as it shot toward the clouds. The most shocking aspect was that Xiao Chen had soared to the advanced level of the 5th star of the Do Shang class. How is this possible? Old man Han Mo's face drastically changed as he sensed Xiao Chen's aura suddenly catch up with him. He had clearly detected Xiao Chen's actual strength at the intermediate level of the 5th star of the Do Shang class. How could it? Universe cut, severing the universe. Xiao Chen did not provide old Mo with any time to react. The moment his aura soared, the blood axe in his hand abruptly made a strange arc across the sky. Soon after, a thumb-thick bloody line appeared in the sky. The air the bloody line cut seemed to have been severed into two. Lightning rumbled as a bloody aura soared into the sky while a murderous desire churned. Swish! Old man Han Mo felt his limbs turn cold as he faced the strange bloody line, which was rapidly magnifying in his eyes. An aura of death quietly rose from deep within his heart, but it was fortunate that he was not an ordinary person. He quickly suppressed the panic in his heart. A brutalness rose on his shriveled face at the same time. If he did not risk it all at this moment, he would definitely find it difficult to escape death. Devour curse insect. Old man Han Mo's hand pressed on the Soul-Cursed Toad's head in front of countless pairs of eyes. The Soul-Cursed Toad immediately emitted a sharp cry as a blood glow erupted. Everyone watched as the enormous body of the Soul-Cursed Toad melted at a rate visible to the naked eye. Finally, it turned into a pool of viscous blood that was swallowed into old man Han Mo's stomach. Gulp, dot. After old man Han Mo swallowed the Soul-Cursed Toad, his body began to spit out clusters of blood. At a glance, he appeared quite frightening and the mighty Dou Qi that lingered around his body appeared quite terrifying. At this moment, his Dou Qi had become extremely violent. Wail! An earth-shaking wail was emitted from old man Han Mo's mouth. The energy of the world swiftly gathered in old man Han Mo's unusually large mouth. Within a short instant, a viscous blood ball appeared. Bang! The viscous blood ball rushed out in front of many pairs of eyes the moment it appeared. Finally, it collided with the bloodline that was sliding across the sky. Bang! A powerful bloodlight spread upon collision, enveloping the entire mountain range in a dark red color. Some violent emotions quietly appeared in the hearts of some of the weaker individuals. This caused their eyes to turn a bloody red, but it was fortunate that those who had come were individuals with some strength. Their strength protected them from handing control over to the violent emotions. The eyes of Xiao Yan's group on the fallen mountain continued to scan blood-colored ball that was thousands of feet across. Even though there was a great distance between them and the ball, they could still sense the frightening energy that was contained within the blood ball. If this energy spread, at least half of the fallen mountain would turn into flat land. Where is ancestor Xiao Chun? Xiao Yan was about to start to search because of this thought flashed through his heart when two figures suddenly flew out of the huge blood-colored light ball. These two figures heavily shot into two different mountains. A frightening force shook these two mountains until they collapsed. This scene caused everyone to feel startled. They had just let out an exclamation when two figures flew out in a swaying fashion. Their blood-covered bodies appeared somewhat miserable. Ancestor Xiao Chen. Elder Han Mo. Both parties were startled after seeing the miserable appearances of these two individuals. Clearly, no one expected them to fight with such ruthlessness. Xiao Chen wiped the trace of blood off his face. He glared at old man Han Mo in the distance and his eyes became somewhat grave. His strength was indeed only at the intermediate level of the 5th star of the Dou Qi class. He was unable to continuously unleash that attack from earlier, which could match an advanced 5-star Dou Shang. However, the regretful thing was that old man Han Mo was also a ruthless individual. He actually swallowed the curse insect at the last moment and averted a disaster. Of course, swallowing the curse insect might have greatly increased his strength, but the sequelae he would experience would also be quite serious. Within the next few decades, this old fellow would have difficulty increasing his strength due to his Dou Qi being consumed by the curse insect. Xiao Chen controlled his somewhat weak body and slowly landed beside Xiao Yan. At this moment, both he and old man Han Mo no longer possessed any strength to continue fighting. While Xiao Chen's injury was a result of exhaustion, old man Han Mo was really a little miserable. Ancestor Xiao Chun, are you alright? Xiao Yan hurriedly asked after seeing Xiao Chen landed. At the same time, he swiftly handed Xiao Chen a medicinal pill that radiated a medicinal fragrance. I'm fine. However, I'm afraid that this match is also a draw. We'll have to rely on you for the final round. Xiao Chen received the medicinal pill and swallowed it. Finally, he lamented in a somewhat regretful voice. Another draw. Yao Lao and the others by the side involuntarily and bitterly laughed. 2 of the 3 matches bad ended in a draw. This was a little comical, but this meant that the most important match fell to Xiao Yan. Leave the final match to me. Draw. Hun Clan's elder, you are really too arrogant this time around. The chief of the Hall of Souls tightly frowned. Clearly, he was a little dissatisfied by the result old man Han Mo had obtained. Why don't you give it a try next time around? Old man Han Mo's face became cold. His heart was filled with fury at this moment. Not only did he fail to win, he had even lost the soul cursed toad. Moreover, the injuries within his body were giving him a great headache. I have already told you to engage in an all-out war with the Sky Mansion Alliance, yet all of you have insisted on this whatever upper echelon battle. Now, you have bitten off more than you can chew. If you lose the final match, there will really be a good show to see when the time comes. Old man Han Mo furiously yelled. The existence of the Hall of Souls is extremely important to our Hun clan. Now is not the time to collide head-on with others. If you really wish for an all-out war, you will naturally be able to fight all you like after our plan has been completed in the future. The chief of the Hall of Souls replied in a faint voice. Stop uttering nonsense. Nia Shang, prepare yourself. The final match is between you and Xiao Yan. Han Mo Qian's eyes glanced at the distant Xiao Yan as he said, this match between the both of you will determine the victor this time around. The chief of the Hall of Souls slightly nodded. That brat is extremely cunning and is in possession of the purifying demonic lotus flame. You better not end up unexpectedly losing. Old man Han Mo coldly spat out. The purifying demonic lotus flame, huh? The chief of the Hall of Souls involuntarily exchanged glances with Hun Chen Mo by the side. A strange smile flashed across his eyes. The chief immediately swung his sleeve and slowly stepped forward. This chief wishes to experience just how powerful the purifying demonic lotus flame is in his hands. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1535, Xiao Yan vs Hall of Soul Chief. Chapter 1535, Xiao Yan vs Hall of Soul Chief. The many pairs of eyes around the mountain range emitted a swoosh sound as they caught the chief of the Hall of Souls stepping forward. The ferocious name that the chief of the Hall of Souls once obtained within the Central Plains had reached a stage where one trembled in fear from hearing it. Although he had gradually faded from one's sight because of his prolonged retreat, his fierce reputation had not disappeared even after a long period of time. If one wished to rank the top individuals within the Central Plains, the chief of the Hall of Souls, Humiliation, would take the top seat. 2 draws in 3 battles. This has somewhat surprised this chief, but this will not be able to change the final result. The chief of the Hall of Souls was 1,000 feet from Xiao Yan when he finally came to a slow stop. He lifted his head and looked at Xiao Yan. A faint smile appeared on his face. His aura was calm as he spoke. His expression did not change because of the current situation. Xiao Yan's exchanged a glance with the chief of the Hall of Souls. A hidden flow surged and the temperature of the air seemed to have risen at this moment. We should leave room to retreat when doing anything. At times, we should not be overconfident when speaking. Hall Chief should take care of himself. Xiao Yan softly replied. Haha, the Hall of Souls does not leave anyone alive when doing things. This way of speaking is only for mediocre individuals. If one worries about all this when trying to achieve big things, one would be a little petty. The chief of the Hall of Souls loudly laughed as he quipped. Everyone felt a little excited in their hearts after hearing this verbal sparring. This fight was the most important one today. One party was the chief of the Hall of Souls, and from a certain point of view, Xiao Yan could be considered the leader of the Sky Mansion Alliance. The battle between the two of them determined the victor and the loser of this battle. The clan has criticized me because of you. Back then, I gave the order to dispatch people to the Jama Empire to capture Xiaozhan. My thought was that we should eliminate everyone when making an attack, but this chief had undertaken a retreat to train when the order was issued. Some of my subordinates were a little lazy and only captured Xiaozhan since I wasn't around. You managed to escape the many attempts to kill you after that first incident because they all underestimated you. Within a short decade or so, you have reached this level a step at a time. The eyes of the chief of the Hall of Souls were somewhat complicated as he stared at Xiao Yan. This threat to the Han clan was someone that they could have eliminated long ago, but due to many unforeseen reasons, they had ended up allowing this threat to grow at a terrifying speed. Now, this threat had reached a level where he could fight on even ground with the Hall of Souls. If one were to toss aside this person's status as an enemy, the chief of the Hall of Souls felt an admiration for this person in his heart. He had to admit that if it had been him, he would have found it difficult to overcome this strenuous journey and reach the peak of this continent. This chief has an undeniable responsibility in allowing you to grow to this extent. Hence, this time around, I hope to remove that responsibility. The chief of the Hall of Souls smiled. His eyes roamed Xiao Yan, who had an impassive expression, as he slowly stated. I also hope to help end the blood feud of the members of the Xiao clan today. Xiao Yan's voice was soft, but everyone could hear the dense murderous intent contained within his words. He could not forget those many scattered incidents from back then even now. The Xiao clan had ended up breaking apart because of the Han clan. His father had been captured and members of the clan had been killed. In the end, they were forced to leave their home and flee to spots around the Jama Empire. At that time, he did not possess the strength to protect his clan. All he could do was set off with the burden of the blood feud. That journey had undertaken had honed his will. At the same time, his hatred for the Hall of Souls had grown. The chief of the Hall of Souls faintly smiled upon hearing this reply. A dark black Dou Qi slowly surged from his body. He said, just attack. This chief also wishes to see just how strong you, who has experienced a lucky encounter within the demonic flame realm, has become. Bang! Before the chief of the Hall of Souls could utter all that he wanted to say, a low sonic boom was swiftly picked up by his ear. Moreover, the space in front of him shook the moment the sonic boom sounded. A figure appeared in front of him in a ghost-like fashion. Both of his fingers were curled, and a pink fire seedling happily danced in an arc. The temperature of the world rose the moment the pink fire appeared. The attack had arrived extremely quick. Even the calm chief of the Hall of Souls had a stunned expression flash across his eyes. In the next instant, the dark black Dou Qi on the surface of his body had agglomerated like a conditional reflex. It swiftly turned into a black shield. Qi! Both of Xiao Yan's fingers did not pause. They pressed against the shield, melting it with the dancing pink flame in an instant. After which, his fingers were like lightning as they headed toward the Hall Chief's eyes. Humph! The chief of the Hall of Souls let out a cold snort when faced with Xiao Yan's vicious strike. His body did not move. He did not act to defend against Xiao Yan's finger. Instead, he slammed his palm toward Xiao Yan's chest. He was clearly intent on exchanging his eyes for the other party's eyes. Qi, the chief of the Hall of Souls, has really schemed well. Xiao Yan laughed upon noticing the strike, but his hand did not halt. Instead, he lowered it and accurately pressed his fingers against the palm of the chief of the Hall of Souls. A pink flame flashed and the dense black Dou Qi on the chief's palm quickly melted away. The chief of the Hall of Souls frowned when he felt how overbearing the purifying demonic lotus flame was. His body trembled slightly and many afterimages appeared. His body reappeared in the air above. His expression was a little dark and solemn as he glanced at his palm. There was a half-an-inch-long mark there. No blood seeped out of the wound because the surrounding blood vessels had been incinerated by the heat radiating from the purifying demonic lotus flame. It is indeed worthy of being the purifying demonic lotus flame. The chief of the Hall of Souls had been injured the moment the fight began. Although it was not serious, it still appeared quite ugly. The fight between the two seemed to be a close-quarters fight. Moreover, both parties were as fast as ghosts. Within a split second, they had clashed and separated. Other than a few sharp-eyed individuals, most people were a little dazzled by the clash. Their hearts involuntarily felt some yearning while feeling shocked. Xiao Yan lifted his head. He glanced at the chief of the Hall of Souls, but he did not say anything. His hand seals began to change with lightning-like speed. After the hand seals had changed, a 10,000-foot-large spiritual illusory figure wrapped around the surface of his body. Yellow Spring Divine Anger. Xiao Yan did not dare to underestimate such an opponent. He immediately unleashed his extremely powerful Soul Sonic Wave attack the moment after his first strike. Mao! The enormous illusory figure widened its mouth, and a terrifying spiritual wave smashed toward the chief of the Hall of Souls at a speed that exceeded the speed of light. Xiao Yan, other people might be afraid of your Yellow Spring Divine Anger, but this chief isn't afraid of it. The chief of the Hall of Souls pulled back as black Dou Qi erupted from his body. The Dou Qi turned into an uncountable number of spiritual illusory figures in front of many stunned pairs of eyes. These illusory figures created a strange formation as they wrapped around him. Their faces were filled with devoted expressions as they knelt down. At the same time, their mouths emitted many spiritual sonic waves. 10,000 worshipping souls. Countless of spiritual sonic waves gathered in front of the chief of the Hall of Souls before they transformed into a sharp arrow that shot out and violently collided with the yellow spiring divine anger's spiritual assault. Woo 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 woo. The two spiritual sonic waves collided, and in an instant, the mountain range hummed. Many experts paled because of this spiritual fluctuation. A mouthful of fresh blood was spat out, and they pulled back with shocked faces. Just the strength of the sonic wave made them completely vulnerable. The sonic waves clashed and spread through the sky. The illusory spirits surrounding the chief of the Hall of Souls exploded one after another. Finally, all of them exploded until nothing remained. His body did not appear to suffer much damage since it had been protected. Xiao Yan ended up frowning upon seeing his attack not do much. It was the first time he had witnessed a spiritual wave attack that could match the Yellow Spring Divine Anger. This chief of the Hall of Souls was indeed knowledgeable. Moreover, the Hall Chief's soul was also at the perfect heavenly state, equal to Xiao Yan's soul state. After this exchange, Xiao Yan had discovered that the strength of the chief of the Hall of Souls had actually reached the intermediate level of the 5 of the Star Do Shun class. In other words, his strength had improved during these 2 years. Although your spiritual strength is powerful, I'm afraid that it is nothing but whimsical thinking if you wish to use it to defeat this chief. The chief of the Hall of Souls randomly broke the final sonic wave attack before he spoke. Xiao Yan glanced at the Hall of Souls chief but did not reply. He opened his mouth and a pink flame was spat out. Following the appearance of this pink flame, the trees around the mountain emitted puffs and self-ignited in front of many startled eyes. After which, they turned into ashes as fierce flames raged. The chief of the Hall of Souls' eyes narrowed when he saw the pink flame float above Xiao Yan's head. His face finally revealed an extremely grave expression. If a frightening heavenly flame like this purifying demonic lotus flame were to invade his body, even he would immediately receive a serious injury. The heavenly flame ranked 3rd on the heavenly flame ranking was not just a flame others could just talk about. This is my first time using the purifying demonic lotus flame to fight an opponent. Hopefully, you will not disappoint me. Xiao Yan lifted his head, looked at the grave-looking chief of the Hall of Souls, and spoke with a smile. Although the demonic flame is powerful, one only needs to look at who is controlling it. The chief of the Hall of Souls spoke in a faint voice. He observed Xiao Yan and the cluster of pink flames. The wisp of an extremely faint black flame suddenly flashed deep within his eyes. It clearly appeared extremely unusual. Moreover, the purifying demonic lotus flame might be powerful, but Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes. He was vaguely able to detect a strange fluctuation being emitted from within Little Yi's body. Inside this chief's body, there seems to be something present. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1536, Nihility Devouring Flame. Chapter 1536, Nihility Devouring Flame. Xiao Yan gave the chief of the Hall of Souls, who was floating in the sky above, a deep look. Both of his hands appeared like blooming lotuses as they danced and formed many after-images. Following these hand seals, the cluster of pink flames above his head emitted a swoosh sound as it shot into the sky. Finally, it rapidly wiggled in front of countless pairs of eyes. A frightening temperature was gradually emitted while the pink flame wiggled. This caused the entire world to feel like a steamer. The mountains of the fallen mountain range would occasionally combust, causing a dense smoke to rise into the sky. The Dou Qi of some weaker individuals showed signs of boiling. Moreover, some of those experiencing intense emotional fluctuations were startled to discover that their bodies were gradually becoming warmer. The purifying demonic lotus flame possessed the unusual ability to use one's emotions as a source to burn one's body. This discovery frightened many people into withdrawing. Only after they had exited the bounds of the mountain range did they feel the searing pain in their hearts weaken. All of their faces were filled with horror. It is indeed worthy of being the purifying demonic lotus flame by being this terrifying, the grand elders of some sects around the mountain revealed solemn and envious faces. If one were to fight someone who possessed this kind of heavenly flame, one would have to split one's attention on resisting the high temperature of the flame before the fight even started. This terrifying temperature could even easily incinerate Dou Qi. Xiao Yan is finally planning on using the purifying demonic lotus flame. Old man Han Mo watched this scene and frowned. Even he would find it a little troublesome to deal with the purifying demonic lotus flame. Although the chief of the Hall of Souls was a level higher than Xiao Yan, it was not impossible for him to lose if he was careless. This little fellow was really a person blessed with great luck. I once made an attempt to get this purifying demonic lotus flame back then, but I ended up returning in failure. Unexpectedly, he was able to subdue the flame with his strength. Han Mo sighed before he immediately laughed. However, even if this brat really uses the purifying demonic lotus flame, he will still not find it easy to defeat Han Shang. The chief of the Hall of Souls focused his eyes on the cluster of churning pink flames as he stood in the sky. His eyes filled with a grave expression. On top of this solemnness, there was also an unusual heat surging within them. The pink flame gradually formed a pink fireplate in front of countless pairs of eyes. The edges of the fireplate consisted of strange flame symbols. If one were to examine these symbols, one would be able to tell that these symbols were the 6 types of heavenly flame Xiao Yan had refined. In the middle of these 6 types of heavenly flame, which was the middle of the fireplate, a crystal-like pink flame was swaying with the wind. Angry Buddha Reincarnation. Xiao Yan's eyes hardened after the fireplate formed. A low cry was suddenly emitted. Buzz buzz. The pink fireplate in the sky emitted waves of buzzing sounds after Xiao Yan's cry sounded. The fireplate then emitted a cracking sound as it slowly rotated. While it was rotating, the pink fire crystal positioned at the center of the fireplate emitted a puff sound as it suddenly shot out an arm-thick fire pillar. The pink flame was merely as thick as an arm, but it swelled with the wind the moment it rushed forward before growing hundreds of feet in size within the wind. Xie! The pink flame had just been formed when it shot toward a mountain below with terrifying speed. Upon contact, the mountain strangely vanished in front of countless pairs of eyes as though it had been made of ice. Only a 1,000-foot large pit was left behind. The large pit appeared bottomless. At a glance, one was unable to see an end to it. Go! Xiao Yan's hand seal changed. A finger suddenly pointed towards the chief of the Hall of Souls in the sky, and the fireplate swiftly rose. That pink fire pillar cut through the ground, forming a 10,000-foot wide deep gully in front of many stunned eyes. It appeared as though all the objects the fire beam touched seemed to have been turned into nothing. Xie! The fire beam moved at a speed that could only be described as lightning quick. An ordinary person was only able to detect a bright flashing light before that strange pink fire beam locked onto the chief of the Hall of Souls, who was just about to pull back. Chi. After being surrounded by the pink fire beam, the majestic Dou Qi around the chief of the Hall of Souls began to swiftly melt at a speed visible to the naked eye. Although Dou Qi continued to surge out of the chief of the Hall of Souls' body, it was not able to catch up to the speed at which Dou Qi was melting. The strength of the current angry Buddha reincarnation had become overwhelming with the strengthening of the newly formed flame. If an ordinary elite Doushang was surrounded by this light ray, that ordinary expert would likely be able to endure for half a minute or so before their Dou Qi would completely melt. At that time, even one's soul would be annihilated by the fire beam. The expressions of those experts in the sky changed when they saw the chief of the Hall of Souls Dou Qi rapidly disappear. Their eyes were a little horrified when they glanced back at the rotating fire plate in the sky. They could detect an extremely dense and dangerous aura emanating from the fire beam. The Chief of the Hall of Souls will not be able to endure for long if this continues. Everyone looked at each other as this thought flashed across their hearts. Once the Dou Qi within the Chief of the Hall of Souls was completely exhausted, he would be defeated. Reincarnation restrained. Xiao Yan looked at the Chief of the Hall of Souls in the sky, who was forcefully enduring the fire beam. His eyes turned slightly cold as his hands once again formed different seals. Following the change of these seals, the reincarnation fire flame suddenly began to rotate in the reverse direction at a rapid speed. Buzz buzz. The 100-foot-large fire beam suddenly began to rapidly shrink after the reincarnation fire plate began to rotate in the reverse direction. Within the blink of an eye, it had shrunk to dozens of feet in size, but it did not stop there. It continued to wildly shrink. Following this rapid shrinking of the fire beam, everyone could sense an extermination energy being gathered. This is bad. Old man Hunmo's expression immediately changed after sensing this energy. Even his heart had begun to palpitate as the fire beam shrank to the size of a thumb. Reincarnation restrain, falling reincarnation. A cold glint suddenly surged within Xiao Yan's eyes after the fire beam became the size of a thumb. The beam locked onto the Chief of the Hall of Souls' forehead as Xiao Yan suddenly cried out. Swoosh! The reincarnation fire plate in the sky trembled after this cry was made. It gradually collapsed as a red light flashed over the sky. That thumb-sized fire beam ruthlessly struck the Chief of the Hall of Souls with a destructive force. Bang! A loud explosion reverberated across the sky. The frightening fire waves that were created by the beam caused some elite Dou Shangs to hurriedly pull back with different expressions. They were afraid to even risk the chance of coming into contact with it. It has struck. Yao Lao and the others revealed a slight joy upon seeing the beam land. Even the Chief of the Hall of Souls would likely suffer after being struck by such a powerful attack. The ancestor of the Pill Tower also locked his eyes on the spot where the pink flame had exploded, but his brows were slightly knit. Has the victor been determined? Those eyes from all over the mountain looked to the sky. Some conversations appeared in waves. Xiao Yan's attack earlier was far too powerful. If nothing unexpected happened, it was not impossible for it to determine the victor. The Hall of Souls was completely silent. They had not expected the Chief of the Hall of Souls to not possess the ability to even retaliate in this fight. Hunshan Mo inserted his hands into his sleeves. He merely laughed after hearing the conversations from others. Xiao Yan floated in the sky. A mouthful of extremely hot air was spat out of his mouth. His eyes had focused on the spot where the pink flame was scattering. Although he was quite confident in his attack, he sensed that the Chief of the Hall of Souls would not be so easily defeated for some unknown reason. Puff. A slight sound was suddenly emitted from the area where the pink flame was spreading. He is indeed not dead. Xiao Yan's expression was displeased upon hearing this slight sound. The caution in his heart rose. Woo woo. Soon after Xiao Yan's voiced his thoughts, a black figure vaguely took shape in the middle of the spreading pink flame. An extremely strange suction force suddenly swept out in all directions when it appeared. The pink flame, which had been spreading out, had been sucked back in. Finally, the pink flame charged into the body of the person slowly walking out of the flame in front of many eyes. These eyes were all filled with disbelief. He has actually absorbed the purifying demonic lotus flame into his body? Is he trying to commit suicide? The actions of the black figure immediately stirred an uproar. Clearly, everyone felt disbelief because of what he was doing. He is actually unhurt. Xiao Yan's eyes were a little stunned as they scanned the Chief of the Hall of Souls as he slowly walked out of the flame. Xiao Yan felt some disbelief. The taste of the purifying demonic lotus flame is indeed delicious. However, it is unfortunately not the essence flame. I really wish to taste the essence of the purifying demonic flame. The Chief of the Hall of Souls stood in the sky. He smacked his mouth and an unusual smile hung on his face. He looked at the frowning Xiao Yan. A strange black flame with an unusual devouring power was present within his eyes. Traces of it seeped out and the energy that surrounded him was continuously sucked into his body. After which, it was completely devoured by an unusual strength. Are you feeling confused? The Chief of the Hall of Souls softly laughed. His face was overflowing with a strange expression. You possess the purifying demonic lotus flame while this chief has a heavenly flame that is even stronger than it. The Chief of the Hall of Souls slowly extended his hand. A cluster of unusual black flames suddenly appeared. The black flames churned and vaguely formed a human face. Waves of a devouring power erupted from the mouth of that human face. Xiao Yan's eyes suddenly narrowed to the size of a pinhole when the black flame with a human face appeared. The second on the heavenly flame ranking. Nihility devouring flame? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1537, Little E revealing its might. Chapter 1537, Little E revealing its might. A great storm had formed within Xiao Yan's heart at this moment. The Nihility devouring flame was a heavenly flame that was ranked second on the heavenly flame ranking. It was ranked even higher than the purifying demonic lotus flame. The mystery surrounding this heavenly flame was even thicker than the purifying demonic lotus flame. At the very least, news of the purifying demonic lotus flame had slivered across the continent, but Xiao Yan had never heard of any news relating to this Nihility devouring flame until now. The Nihility devouring flame was ranked second on the heavenly flame ranking. This flame was born from nothing. There was no image to look for nor a form to grasp. From a certain point of view, the Nihility devouring flame could be considered a mysterious existence. The Nihility devouring flame was said to be able to devour anything. Only a small number of things in the world could resist its devouring ability, but this Nihility devouring flame only existed in legends. No one had ever heard about any signs of this thing. Hence, the shock within Xiao Yan's heart was relatively intense when he saw the chief of the Hall of Souls actually summon this heavenly flame, which only existed in legends. Nihility devouring flame, how can this be possible? How can he possess the Nihility devouring flame? Yao Lao had also immediately recognized the unusual black flame. An extreme shock was visible on his face as he involuntarily cried out. Everyone by the side trembled violently upon hearing these words. Even the ancestor of the Pill Tower revealed an extremely grave expression. Some of the experts around felt some uncertainty after seeing the fallen mountain range, which had become completely silent. The Nihility devouring flame was far too mysterious. Only an extremely few individuals were able to recognize it. Hence, many people felt somewhat at a loss when they saw the black flame in the chief of the Hall of Souls' hand. Squeak squeak, dot. The cluster of black flames with a human face in the hands of the chief of the Hall of Souls seemed to have become a little stronger after swallowing the pink flame. Waves of excited cries were actually being emitted from it. Xiao Yan, it seems that it is extremely satisfied with your taste. This chief has seldom seen it reveal such excitement. The chief of the Hall of Souls faintly laughed upon seeing its reaction. Xiao Yan's eyes did not blink as he stared at the cluster of black flames. He suddenly knit his brows a moment later. Finally, he slowly shook his head and softly said, "This heavenly flame of yours is not the Nihility devouring flame." Many people were involuntarily startled after Xiao Yan's words sounded. Even Yao Lao was a little stunned. Other than the Nihility devouring flame, no other heavenly flame possessed a devouring power. Oh? The chief of the Hall of Souls merely lifted his brow upon hearing Xiao Yan's remarks. His hand slowly rubbed the human-faced black flames in his hand and asked, "If this flame of mine is not the Nihility devouring flame, why don't you tell me what it is?" Xiao Yan stared at the chief of the Hall of Souls' face and smiled. The shock within his heart also slowly drained. This Nihility devouring flame was indeed able to emit a unique devouring power, but Xiao Yan was in possession of 6 types of heavenly flames. Hardly anyone on the continent possessed a better understanding of the heavenly flames than him. Hence, he vaguely sensed something was not quite right after he cooled down. This feeling that something was wrong could not be pinpointed, but he became certain in his heart after hearing the chief's reply. The human-faced black flames in the hands of the chief of the Hall of Soul might have a relationship with the Nihility devouring flame, but Xiao Yan was certain that this thing was not the true Nihility devouring flame. This was a judgment that Xiao Yan could make because of his vast experience of playing with flames for over a decade. The devouring power that this flame possesses cannot be faked. It is indeed something that the Nihility devouring flame possesses. However, it seems to be a little weak. Could it be that this thing is a seed flame of the Nihility devouring flame? Xiao Yan's eyes stared at the chief of the Hall of Souls as he suddenly inquired. This so-called seed flame was a flame that was separate from the essence flame. A seed flame possessed some of the abilities of the essence flame, but it was a lot weaker. From a certain point of view, it could be considered an avatar of the heavenly flame. However, the ability to separate and form a seed flame was something that very few heavenly flames possessed. The old purifying demonic lotus flame might possess such an ability, but it had not separated itself because once one separated and formed a seed flame, one would be decreasing one's strength. That demonic flame did not like the feeling of his strength being separated. Xiao Yan's eyes were staring intently at the hall chief's face. He was clearly able to detect the chief's eyes narrowing when the word seed flame were mentioned. As expected. Xiao Yan coldly laughed in his heart upon seeing this slight change. If this person really possessed the true nihility devouring flame, he would have already absorbed all the energy in the air by now. Why would he slowly devour it like he was doing at this moment? However, this chief possesses the seed flame of the nihility devouring flame. This means that the Hun clan likely owns the true nihility devouring flame. Xiao Yan's heart was a little solemn. He had not expected to discover a hint of the foundation of the Hun clan this time around. The nihility devouring flame was something that merely existed in legends. Yet, it was actually in the hands of the Hun clan. This was not good news to Xiao Yan. You are indeed worthy of being an expert at playing with fire. The chief of the Hall of Souls gently held the human-faced black flames in his hand as he laughed in a faint voice. He had quietly affirmed Xiao Yan's guess. The nihility devouring flame was extremely important to the Hun clan. Although he possessed a high status, it was impossible for him to bring out its true form. Forget about whether he had the ability to control the nihility devouring flame. Even if he could, the clan would not allow anyone other than the clan head to bring it out of the Hun realm. However, even if it is merely a seed flame, it is more than enough to finish you off. The chief of the Hall of Souls lifted his hand. The human face formed by the cluster of black flames widened its mouth and violently bit the chief's hand. Dou Qi began to surge out of his body before being swallowed by those black flames. The chief of the Hall of Souls became a little pale after the Dou Qi within his body was swallowed by the black flames, but the black flames were growing more powerful. In the end, it emitted a sharp howl from its mouth. Its originally head-sized body had become 1,000 feet tall, causing black flames to rage in the sky. Those present could sense the Dou Qi within their bodies vaguely show signs of attempting to break free from their bodies. They hurriedly suppressed their Dou Qi in order to avoid embarrassing themselves. Squeak! The enormous human-faced black flames drifted through the sky. Its black hollow eyes stared at Xiao Yan. The faint sound of saliva being swallowed could be making the face of the black flames appear stranger. Devouring flame, sir, kill him. The chief of the Hall of Souls was filled with respect as he commanded this flame. The way he addressed this cluster of flames was also different. Squeak, squeak. The human-faced black flames let out a strange cry upon hearing this command. After which, the flames whistled and moved. They penetrated through space like a ghost and sealed the space around Xiao Yan. Threads of black fire lines spread. They appeared like a cage as they trapped Xiao Yan within. This sudden scene startled everyone. No one had expected this unusual cluster of black flames to be able to unleash its own attack. What a delicious taste! The black flames wiggled and the enormous human face once again appeared in front of Xiao Yan. It let out a sharp and strange laugh. Obediently allow me to devour you. Bang! A frightening devouring power erupted from the surrounding space after the black flames' sharp laughter sounded. This strength caused Xiao Yan's expression to slightly alter. He was preparing to suppress the violent heavenly flame within his body when powerful pink flames suddenly surged out of his body in all directions without any warning. This sudden unexpected change startled Xiao Yan. He saw the pink flames quickly gather in front of him. They transformed into a palm-sized fire baby. This baby was Little E. Little E, quick, come back. Xiao Yan's heart pounded upon seeing this baby appear. Little E was the essence of 6 merged heavenly flames. Xiao Yan would really end up jumping in panic if Little E was swallowed by the black flames. Ee-wah, ee-wah. Little E merely shook his small head when he heard Xiao Yan's panic cry. That tender little face strangely contained some fury as it glared at the human face. The purifying demonic lotus flame and the nihility devouring flame were respectively ranked 3rd and 2nd, but neither was more powerful or frightening than the other. Of course, this was because no one had truly seen a fight between these two types of heavenly flames. Hence, it was impossible to predict the results. Although Iwa was a newly formed heavenly flame from the merger of 6 heavenly flames, his instincts had mostly been taken from the purifying demonic lotus flame. Hence, hearing these black flames, which were merely a seed from the main flame, act arrogantly, provoke him, causing a fury to rise from deep within his bones. Iwa! In his fury, Little Yi's small body suddenly burst apart. A pink sea of flames suddenly spread across the sky. The black flame prison that the black flames had formed was forcefully shattered, and then the pink flame swept in the opposite direction and turned into an even larger fire prison. This prison had been formed to trap the cluster of black flames. The heavenly flame within Xiao Yan's body revealed its full strength under the control of Little Yi. Even when Xiao Yan personally used the flames, he would not be able to match Little Yi's control. After all, Little Yi could control the heavenly flame to a perfect and flawless extent because his actual form was the spirit of a flame. This unexpected change had startled the nihility black flame. It hurriedly unleashed its devouring power. This time around, it was no longer so lucky. Under the personal control of Little Yi, every wisp of flame controlled its own thoughts. The results would be unpredictable if the nihility-devouring flame's actual form were to swallow little E, but how could a mere flame seed act skilled in front of a true grandmaster? Wah! Little E completely ignored the devouring of the nihility black flame. The pink flame churned before transforming into a large baby that was similar in size to the huge face. After which, it firmly grabbed the large face in front of tons of pairs of stunned eyes. Little E appeared like he was actually planning to swallow this nihility-devouring flame's flame seed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1538, Deciding the Victor. Chapter 1538, Deciding the Victor. Crunch! The mouth on the human face that was formed by the nihility-devouring flame emitted a somewhat miserable sharp cry after being ruthlessly bitten by little E. The face began to furiously struggle. Black flames continued to erupt from the face's body. They wildly swept toward little E. Wah! Little E ignored the retaliation of the nihility-devouring flame. The pink-colored flame on his body agglomerated into a crystal-like armor. Regardless of how the devouring flame emitted its devouring power, it was unable to forcefully extract the energy within little E's body. Bang bang, dot. While blocking the devouring power from the nihility-devouring flame, little E's tightly clenched fist continued to smash the human face and widen his mouth. Each time he swung his fist, clusters of pink flames would invade the face. The black flames had gradually become a little scattered. Bastard, you actually dare to injure me? The collapsed feeling that was being emitted from the human face made it appear somewhat frightening. It was only a seed flame of the nihility-devouring flame, while little E was a fire spirit formed from the merger of 6 types of heavenly flames, including the purifying demonic lotus flame. Forget about a mere flame seed. Even if its actual form were to appear, it would not be easy to defeat Xiao Yan. Wah! The current little E's intelligence seemed to be increasing. Not only could he understand the human language, even the emotions on his small face were becoming more lifelike. Hence, a ferocity surged onto his small face after he heard the nihility-devouring flame's cry. His hand grabbed the huge human face as a monstrous pink flame surged out of his palm. This flame actually wrapped around the nihility-devouring flame. You dare to refine me? You are seeking death. The actions of little E caused a horror to rise onto that human face. Its mouth cried out in a stern voice. The nihility-devouring flame had never met anything that could resist its devouring power during all these years, but its mysterious ability, which it was proud of, was completely useless this time around. This is bad, I have lost connection with the fire seed. The chief of the Hall of Souls, who was standing a short distance away, suddenly revealed a different expression. At this moment, the connection between him and the nihility-devouring flame's flame seed had been severed. The heavenly flame within this brat's body had undergone a mutation. It is unafraid of the nihility-devouring flame's devouring power. I have really miscalculated this time around. The eyes of the chief of the Hall of Souls rapidly flickered. He immediately clenched his teeth, and his body rushed toward the pink fire barrier in the sky. Although this was only a seed flame, it was something that he had spent a long time begging for from the clan. If he slowly refined it, his body would also end up possessing a devouring power. Although this devouring power could not be compared with the nihility-devouring flame, it could be considered a killing blow when fighting with others. Moreover, he would have difficulty accounting to the clan if he lost it. Hence, he could not allow any accidents to happen to it. Haha, Hall Chief, other people should not intervene in the fight between heavenly flames. However, the chief of the Hall of Souls had only just moved when a figure appeared in front of him like a shadow. That smiling figure belonged to Xiao Yan, who had been watching the chief. The expression of the chief of the Hall of Souls turned cold when he saw Xiao Yan intervene and block him. He wasn't bothered by his diminished Dou Qi after it had been devoured by the nihility-devouring flame earlier. His body moved and unleashed his sharpest, most ferocious attack on Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan merely smiled because of this wild and violent attack from the chief of the Hall of Souls. He could clearly sense that the current chief of the Hall of Souls was much weaker when compared to earlier. From the looks of it, the nihility-devouring flame had swallowed a lot of his Dou Qi earlier. The chief of the Hall of Souls was naturally no longer able to pose much of a threat to Xiao Yan in this state. The both of them once again unleashed fierce attacks while little E in the sky widened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of pink flames. These flames were poured into the flame cluster in front of him. That nihility-devouring flame, which was only able to barely block the pressure from the surrounding flames, was finally unable to endure the pressure at this moment. A miserable screech was let out. The black flames that had formed a human face exploded apart. They transformed into black fire snakes that randomly entered and exited the pink fire cluster like headless houseflies. This is bad. The explosion of the nihility devouring flame caused the expressions on the faces of Hun Qian Mo and Old Man Hun Mo to drastically change. Both of them exchanged glances and simultaneously rushed forward. They were planning on intervening to rescue the nihility devouring flame. Humph, are you planning to break the rules? The expressions of Yao Lao's group turned slightly cold upon seeing them move. Both Xiao Chen and the ancestor from the Pill Tower swiftly rushed forward and blocked Hun Qian Mo duo. At the same time, the remaining Dou Shang class experts from the Sky Mansion Alliance moved and restrained the few elite Dou Shangs from the Hall of Souls. In an instant, the fallen mountain had become extremely tense. A complete chaotic battle would erupt at the first sign of a disagreement. Hun Qian Mo, my Sky Mansion Alliance is not the least bit afraid of you if the Hall of Souls wishes for an all-out war. Yao Lao cried out in a stern voice. Hun Qian Mo narrowed his eyes. He slowly swept his eyes around him. The lineup from both parties was about the same. If they were to really fight, the Hall of Souls would definitely end up with a miserable victory if they even could win. Such a lose was something that the Hun clan was trying its best to avoid. What should we do? A cold glint surged within the eyes of Old Man Hun Mo as he softly asked. Hun Qian Mo stared intently at the young green-clothed man in front of him. The young man maintained a calm expression. His tender eyes were like a quiet lake, appearing unfathomable. Hun Qian Mo had exchanged blows with the young man earlier and naturally understood just how frightening this old demon, who had lived for thousands of years, was. He knew that it would be difficult to defeat the other party even if he unleashed his entire strength. Everything will continue as it is. Hun Qian Mo inhaled a deep breath of air before stating in a low and deep voice. Both parties relaxed slightly after hearing his words. They immediately pulled back some distance. That extremely tense atmosphere was forcefully suppressed. Bang! Little Yi's huge baby hand slammed into the fire cluster when both parties pulled back. That cluster of flames began to wildly rotate before transforming into a firestorm that completely shattered the black flame fire snakes. Finally, he opened his mouth and swallowed the firestorm into his stomach. Although the devouring power was a mysterious energy that only the nihility devouring flame possessed, the heavenly flames were just like wild beasts. The strong devoured the weak. Due to them coming from a similar origin, the more powerful flame frequently consumed the weaker flame. When Xiao Yan had wanted to obtain the falling heart flame in the past, the flame had coveted the green lotus core flame within Xiao Yan's body. The nihility devouring flame was ranked second on the heavenly flame ranking. If one were to talk about it, it should be a little stronger than the purifying demonic lotus flame. However, this current devouring flame was merely a seed flame. It was extremely easy for Little E to consume it. Brub. Little E emitted a strange sound from his throat after devouring the seed flame. He immediately patted his stomach in an expression of satisfaction. His body swayed and returned to the size of a lotus. After which, his gaze shifted to Xiao Yan, who was battling the chief of the Hall of Souls. Only then did it drift to a spot some distance away from the battleground in front of many pairs of eyes. He beckoned with his hand and many slowly rotating fire lotuses began to quietly roll around his body. The chief of the Hall of Souls, who was entangled with Xiao Yan, caught a glimpse of these lotuses through his peripheral vision. His heart was so shocked that it trembled. Before he could pull back, Little Yi's fleshy hand pointed him out. Iwa, beat. Swoosh. Little Yi's voice had just appeared when over 10 fire lotuses formed a line that swiftly shot through the sky and wildly exploded on the chief of the Hall of Souls. Rumble. The 10 fire lotuses continuously exploded in the sky. A terrifying fire wave swept apart with a frighteningly high temperature. Those experts, who had originally withdrawn a great distance, once again hurriedly pulled back. Humph. The 10 fire lotuses might have only been formed by 2 different heavenly flames, but they had stirred a domino effect after the first one exploded. Their might was so strong that it was frightening. Even someone as strong as the chief of the Hall of Souls was blasted until he emitted a muffled moan. A green smoke was miserably formed around his body as he hurriedly pulled back in the sky. The figure floating in the sky pulled back by 10,000 feet. That figure, the chief of the Hall of Souls, finally forcefully stabilized his body. He swallowed the fresh blood that reached his throat. Some shock appeared within his eyes. He had not expected this unassuming fire baby to actually possess such a powerful fighting strength. Hall of Souls chief, you will perhaps lose this match. The moment the chief of the Hall of Souls was feeling shocked by Little Yi's powerful fighting strength, a ghost-like figure suddenly appeared behind him. A sharp wind mercilessly struck his neck. In your dreams. The attack came swiftly, but the chief of the Hall of Souls also reacted quickly. He instinctively turned his body and a punch clashed with Xiao Yan's palm wind. A deep sound exploded at the point of contact. The bodies of the two were sent flying backwards. You are still a little lacking if you wish to kill this chief. The eyes of the chief of the Hall of Souls were gloomy as he glared at Xiao Yan while he flew backwards. He cried out in a dense voice, "Consider yourself lucky this time around. This chief will personally take revenge the next time around. Perhaps, you will not have the opportunity." A chill surged within Xiao Yan's eyes and an icy cold smile rose from the corner of his mouth. The chief of the Hall of Souls' heart became slightly cold after seeing Xiao Yan's expression. He seemed to have sensed something as he suddenly turned his head. A high temperature pounced over. Another 10 fire lotuses formed a straight line in front of his eyes as they rushed over with lightning-like speed. They violently collided with his body in front of the many shocked eyes from the people all over the mountains. How is this possible? The heart of the chief of the Hall of Souls was shocked because of the frighteningly wild energy that was on a collision course with his body. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1539, Killing Strike. Chapter 1539, Killing Strike. Rumble. An enormous firestorm swept across the sky. Its terrifying temperature caused the originally moist land to dry and even began to crack apart. Other than some elite Dou Qis, no one else dared to step within 10,000 feet from the fallen peak. The chief of the Hall of Souls has actually been defeated. The entire mountain range became completely silent as they watched this firestorm sweep through the sky. After being struck head-on by such a ferocious attack, even if the chief of the Hall of Souls could retain his life, he would not be in a good state. It was likely that the victor had been decided. A grave expression surged in the eyes of many people after experiencing this thought. The chief of the Hall of Souls had been a renowned peak expert within the Central Plains for a long time. His fierce reputation had caused many factions to tremble upon hearing his name, establishing the Hall of Souls as the overlord of the region. Now, however, this expert, who had once stirred a bloody storm across the Central Plains, had been defeated by the hands of an up-and-coming member of the younger generation. After this battle, the name of both Xiao Yan and the Sky Mansion Alliance would undoubtedly become extremely dazzling across the Central Plains. This lad is extraordinary. The position of the overlord of the Central Plains will likely change. The Grand Elders and experts of some factions felt such a thought flash through their hearts. They looked at a certain figure in the sky and an additional solemnness and respect was present in their eyes. The strong were forever honored in this world. The many experts from the Sky Mansion Alliance on the Fallen Mountain revealed joy on their faces at this moment. Their eyes were filled with pride as they stared at the skinny figure in the sky. The reason Xiao Yan was able to possess such a great reputation within the Sky Mansion Alliance was because of the many battles he had experienced. After this battle today, his status as the spiritual leader of the Sky Mansion Alliance was sealed. If the result of the battle today were to be transmitted back to the Sky Mansion, there was no telling what kind of a commotion it would stir. Everyone understood the meaning of this battle. From today on, if one were to rank the factions of the Central Plains, this one mansion would be ranked above the one hall. In the future, the overlord of the Central Plains would be the Sky Mansion Alliance. Compared to the joy on the Sky Mansion's side, the Hall of Souls was completely silent. Those experts faced each other. They were all a little absent-minded. Not long ago, the mighty reputation of the Hall of Souls still existed within the Central Plains. Any expert who heard this name would reveal a face covered with fear and horror, yet within these short few years, the Overlord, who possessed a reputation that had once caused one's expression to change, had tasted the bitterness of defeat for the first time. I want to see how you will explain this to the clan. Old man Han Mo revealed a volatile expression. Those surrounding gazes were extremely irritating. He swung his sleeve and furiously cried out. The one who laughs last is the true victor. If we did not even possess patience, our Han clan would have long since disappeared from this world. Han Shenmo's expression might appear a little sinister, but he still remained indifferent. He coldly glanced at old man Han Mo and chided him. Old man Han Mo's mouth opened upon hearing this scolding. However, he quickly shut his mouth. His face was filled with the dissatisfaction he felt. Han Shenmo's eyes were dark and cold. The shriveled fist under his sleeve was tightly clenched. You can all rejoice. Once my Han clan's plans begin, the Sky Mansion Alliance will be completely annihilated with a flick of his finger. A countless number of people below had various thoughts lingering in their hearts. The firestorm in the sky slowly scattered. A charred black figure shot out from of the storm. That completely black figure was covered with many ferocious-looking wounds. It was even vaguely possible to see some pulsing inner organs. His aura was so weak that it was almost impossible to detect. Clearly, he had suffered an extremely serious injury. Chief of the Hall of Souls. Everyone felt their hearts tense upon seeing the figure. This miserable appearance was naturally the chief of the Hall of Souls, who had been ruthlessly struck. From his appearance, it was obvious that he no longer had any ability to fight. At this moment, some of the experts from the Hall of Souls, who had been holding out for a miracle, felt completely hopeless. Xiao Yan, this chief will not forget this grudge. The chief of the Hall of Souls slowly landed on the ground in a weak manner. However, he struggled to open both of his blurry eyes. A hoarse and weak voice was slowly emitted before being transmitted into Xiao Yan's ear. From the sky, Xiao Yan's indifferent eyes stared at the chief of the Hall of Souls, who had suddenly landed. A cold glint flashed within his eyes. One should get rid of a problem at its roots. This chief of the Hall of Souls might be seriously injured but with the skills of the Hun clan, he would probably be lively again after resting for a couple of months. At that time, he might be able to command the Hall of Souls into causing some trouble. This was something that Xiao Yan did not like to see. Since you have been defeated, you should leave your life behind. A murderous intent surged within Xiao Yan's heart. He moved and descended toward the chief of the Hall of Souls with lightning-like speed in front of many pairs of eyes. From his surging murderous intent, it was obvious that he was intending to deliver a final blow while his opponent was down. Xiao Yan, how dare you! This sudden unexpected change also startled the members from the Hall of Souls. They did not expect Xiao Yan to be this ruthless. Not only had he won, he was also planning to kill. You should repay some of the blood debt you owe to my Xiao clan, but... Xiao Yan completely ignored those cries. His body flashed and appeared above the head of the chief of the Hall of Souls. His palm furiously slammed toward the top of the chief's head. From the looks of his sharp palm wind, the chief's head would definitely split like a watermelon if struck. The eyes of the seriously injured chief of the Hall of Souls, who was paralyzed, revealed a horror in the face of death after seeing the palm wind falling from above his head. Xiao Yan, you are seeking death. A furious thunder-like cry suddenly rumbled beside Xiao Yan's ear just as his palm was about to strike the Hall of Souls chief's head. The space around Xiao Yan's body became distorted. Hun Qian Mo appeared with a gloomy expression. His shriveled fist was clenched as it smashed toward Xiao Yan with lightning-like speed. From the looks of it, he was intending to force Xiao Yan to stop his attack. A cold glint flashed across Xiao Yan as Hun Qian Mo attacked. His palm wind did not weaken. A thought passed through his mind and Little E appeared on his shoulder. Little E waved his small hand and many fire lotuses quickly flew forward. After which, they collided with Hun Qian Mo's hand. Bang bang! A hot fire wave swiftly spread from the explosion. However, that shriveled fist penetrated the fire wave and smashed into Xiao Yan's chest with lightning-like speed. Grug! Xiao Yan spat out a mouthful of fresh blood after suffering a serious injury. Hun Qian Mo's punch contained the desire to kill. Fortunately, there was some fire lotuses obstructed it. Hence, it was not fatal despite injuring Xiao Yan. Moreover, Xiao Yan's palm had still managed to ruthlessly smash into the head of the chief of the Hall of Souls when Hun Qian Mo's punch landed on his body. Bang! Xiao Yan's palm contained an extremely great strength. Hence, the chief of the Hall of Souls' head was blasted into a bloody mist. Additionally, the lingering force wildly roamed around his body and blasted it into a complete mess. Xiao Yan did not continue to observe the body after managing to strike his target. He swallowed the blood in his mouth and quickly withdrew. Bastard! Xiao Yan's body had just pulled back when Hun Qian Mo discovered that the chief of the Hall of Souls' body had been blasted into a complete mess. His eyes turned crimson. A roar that was filled with murderous intent reverberated around the sky. He lifted his head and glared at Xiao Yan. His hand grabbed across the distance and the space where Xiao Yan was flying collapsed, sealing Xiao Yan in the process. Die! Hun Qian Mo's body flashed after sealing the space around Xiao Yan. His face was filled with a ferocity as he appeared in front of Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's eyes were sinister as they stared at the ferocious Hun Qian Mo. A thought passed through his heart and the extermination fire lotus began to gather in his palm under his sleeve. Hun Qian Mo, deaths and injuries are unavoidable during a battle. You should not break the rules. The green-clothed figure slowly appeared in front of Xiao Yan just as Xiao Yan was about to unleash the extermination fire lotus on this old demon. A calm voice followed. It was the ancestor from the Pill Tower. Old ghost, are you really planning to completely oppose my Hun clan? Hun Qian Mo's eyes were dense as he stared at the ancestor from the Pill Tower before uttering each word with a pause. Hun Qian Mo, it is pointless to threaten me. The ancestor from the Pill Tower merely smiled before giving a reply after hearing Hun Qian Mo's threat. Hun Qian Mo's shriveled face twitched. He was aware that it was impossible for him to kill Xiao Yan today with the ancestor from the Pill Tower obstructing him. His eyes gloomily glanced at Xiao Yan. His hoarse voice was filled with a murderous desire. Xiao Yan, it is not easy to kill a member of my Hun clan. Your fate will definitely be 100 times more miserable than Xiao Xian in the future. Thank you for informing me. Xiao Yan coldly laughed. It was not the first time he had heard such words from a member of the Hun clan. Humph, the next time we battle, your Sky Mansion alliance will be exterminated. Hun Chen Mo swung his sleeves. He gave a dense cold smile before turning around and rushing back to the chief of the Hall of Souls' exploded body. A black fog surged from his hand, and he absorbed the shattered soul of the chief into the fog. After which, he landed on the ground with a dark and solemn expression. He did not speak. Instead, his body moved and he rushed out of the fallen mountain range. Those experts from the Hall of Souls could only follow behind him in a dejected manner. Unfortunately, I was unable to completely incinerate the chief of the Hall of Souls' soul. Xiao Yan grinned as the members of the Hall of Souls left. He felt somewhat regretful. That old fellow had managed to collect the remains of the soul of the chief of the Hall of Souls. Given the abilities of the Hun clan, it might be possible to revive him. You are too greedy. The Hun clan is not as easy to deal with as you imagine. The ancestor of the Pill Tower turned around. He stared at Xiao Yan before he shook his head and softly laughed. I never believed that anyone would be able to deal with the Hall of Souls in the past. However, I am beginning to believe it slightly at this moment. This descendant of the Xiao clan might really be able to achieve the ambition that Xiao Xian was unable to complete back then. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1540, Black Bead. Chapter 1540, Black Bead. The Fallen Mountain battle, which had shook the entire Central Plains, had finally come to an end with the defeat of the Chief of the Hall of Souls, leaving many feeling that they had not watched their fill. The final result had somewhat exceeded many people's expectations. The Hall of Souls, a faction that had stood as the overlord of the Central Plains for hundreds of years, had finally met a powerful faction that could keep them in check after having acted fearless and overbearing for such a long time. The Sky Mansion Alliance, an alliance made up of a couple of large factions, which had not been given high regards by those from the older generations, had begun to rise at a shocking speed after a couple of years of integration. Moreover, the number of experts gathered in the alliance had also caused some of the old factions to feel ashamed. A Dou Sheng class expert was an ancestor that guarded the sect, but this Sky Mansion Alliance had a total of 10 of them. This number had caused everyone to understand that the Sky Mansion Alliance had not simply relied on luck to survive until this day. This became very apparent when these elite Dou Shengs were led by an expert who had defeated a 5-star Dou Sheng, the chief of the Hall of Souls. That shock was unmatchable. After this battle, everyone understood that the reputation of the Sky Mansion Alliance would spread to every corner of the Central Plains. That grand battle would undoubtedly be spread by an uncountable number of people in a respectful fashion. The transfer of the position of Overlord shook the Central Plains. The result of the Fallen Mountain battle had stirred an earth-shaking level of shock and joy after being transmitted back to the Sky Mansion Alliance. During this half a month's time, the entire alliance had descended into a wild joy. From this moment forth, the Sky Mansion Alliance would possess an unmatchable reputation within the Central Plains. All the members of the alliance, including the outermost members, would be able to stick their chests out with great pride when interacting with others because the uniform on their chests displayed a badge that told everyone that they belonged to the alliance. The glory of the alliance was also their glory. While the entire Sky Mansion Alliance had descended into a wild joy, no one forgot the person who had brought them this victory. That earth-shaking battle was repeated from individual to individual and was regarded as the most outstanding battle among outstanding battles. Xiao Yan was being described as a divine being. These rumors caused Xiao Yan to involuntarily break into a stunned smile. However, these rumors had caused many members of the Sky Mansion Alliance to treat him like a divine being whom they could not offend. This was a blind respect. It was the faith of a believer. After one's reputation had accumulated to a certain extent, it would quietly rise in one's heart. The respect these alliance members felt for Xiao Yan was rising with a fervor. Yao Lao and the others were a little surprised at this situation, but they did not hinder this respect because such faith would increase their cohesion. Moreover, the only person in the Sky Mansion Alliance who had the ability to instill such faith was Xiao Yan. The wild joy within the alliance continued for half a month before it gradually calmed down. Although the excitement of the ordinary members was a little crazy, the upper echelons of the alliance continued to remain calm. This narrow victory against the Hall of Souls gained the alliance an immeasurable amount of benefits. However, being in this peak spot would also mean that they would face open hostility and hidden schemes. In the past, the Hall of Souls was extremely powerful. Under the deterrence of its ferocity, no one dared to act against it. However, the Sky Mansion Alliance had risen a little too quickly. It had only been established for a very short period of time. Some of the old factions within the Central Plains plotted against it with ill intent. After all, the Sky Mansion Alliance and the Hall of Souls were fundamentally different. The Hall of Souls was extremely ruthless in everything they did. They completely ignored all other factions. If they had not possessed the secret support of the Hun clan, a resistance would have already formed given their actions. Now, the Sky Mansion Alliance had leaped ahead and become the new overlord. Naturally, it would not be able to adopt the same approach as the Hall of Souls. After all, they were not backed by an existence like the Hun clan. Hence, soon after the big battle came to an end, the upper echelons issued orders to strictly prohibit any members from acting arrogant and overbearing toward others. All their actions should remain as usual. Those who disobeyed would be expelled from the alliance. Under the suppression of this harsh punishment, the Sky Mansion Alliance appeared extremely calm from the perspective of others after obtaining a great victory. Hardly any matters that could damage the alliance spread, causing many people to quietly nod. They held the alliance in higher regard. Although the Sky Mansion Alliance had surpassed the Hall of Souls, the Hall of Souls was still in existence. Moreover, it did not suffer a great loss. They were looking at the alliance with ill intent and waiting for it to make a mistake before attacking again. While the Sky Mansion Alliance was steadily rising, an increasing number of factions across the Central Plains who hated the Hall of Souls began to join. These people had been afraid of the Hall of Souls in the past. Hence, they chose to endure their hatred. Now that this Sky Mansion Alliance had appeared out of nowhere and had surpassed the Hall of Souls, it was only natural for these people to swarm over and join them. The alliance did not simply randomly absorb this huge number of members. They adopted a strict and complicated selection process before accepting them as outer alliance members. An exception was made only to those who were extremely strong and could be trusted, allowing them to be absorbed into the inner alliance. This orderly absorption caused the strength of the huge Sky Mansion Alliance to quietly soar once again. A stream wandered through the forest within the deepest part of the star realm. It soon transformed into a silver waterfall that quickly fell down, landing in a clear lake below. A human figure was seated on the surface of the water at the middle of the lake. He did not move. The ripples that fluctuated and spread across the water automatically disappeared when they were 10 meters away from him, like there was an extremely quiet aura around him that was giving him a strange appearance. Buzz. This silence continued for around half a day before the human figure finally opened his tightly shut eyes. A faint fire glow flashed across his dark black eyes. He lowered his head. He frowned as he glanced at his palm. There was a black bead suspended half an inch above his palm. The color of the bead was an extremely deep black. At a glance, it appeared just like a small black hole. It even felt like it was trying to pull one's soul into it. The human figure was naturally Xiao Yan. 3 months had passed since the battle at the Fallen Mountain. During these 3 months, the Sky Mansion Alliance seemed to have undergone a complete transformation. Repeated and drastic changes continued to occur, but Xiao Yan did not intervene in these matters. He was not really good when it came to managing the faction. Forcing himself to get involved would only lead to more losses than gains. Yao Lao was also clearly aware of this point. Hence, he allowed Xiao Yan to train alone and did not disturb him. Xiao Yan spent all of his free time in training. Xiao Xiao got along very well with the little fairy doctor in Changlin. Hence, she did not really stick beside Xiao Yan. Moreover, there was also the old-fashioned and strict Xiao Chen constantly monitoring her training, so he ended up with the most free time after the big battle. These 3 months of training did increase Xiao Yan's strength. Currently, he had stabilized as an initial 5-star Do Shang. Even though the flame mantra had already evolved into a quasi-Tian class Qi method, the 3 months of energy absorption was merely a drop in an ocean for Xiao Yan. Only at this moment did he discover just how difficult it was to raise one's strength in the Do Shang class unless there were some special circumstances. Although these 3 months of training did not allow Xiao Yan to increase his level, he still managed to make an exceptional gain. This gain came from when Little E had swallowed the Nihility Devouring Flame's flame seed. The Nihility Devouring Flame was said to be able to devour anything. It could even swallow energy in Dou Qi and was incomparably overbearing. Its strange devouring power would cause one to feel envious. Moreover, the thing that caused one's heart to be truly attracted to it was that as long as one was able to refine a flame seed from the Nihility Devouring Flame, one would gain the chance of obtaining its ability. Although this ability was not comparable to the Nihility Devouring Flame, it was extremely useful for training. Hence, Xiao Yan had spent most of his time studying that devouring power. Xiao Yan's observations had not exceeded his expectations. A black-colored bead had gradually formed within Xiao Yan's body after Little E swallowed the Nihility Devouring Flame's flame seed, since both of them were heavenly flames. Xiao Yan could sense a devouring power, which could even swallow one's soul, within this bead. Xiao Yan rejoiced after having obtained this black bead, which contained that devouring power. If he could gain this devouring power, he would undoubtedly be able to train a lot more effectively, but his joy did not last for long before he discovered something terrible. If this bead was placed in his body, it would gradually swallow the Dou Qi within his body. Moreover, Xiao Yan was even vaguely able to sense that his life force was also being absorbed along with his Dou Qi. Xiao Yan had discovered that the energy absorbed by this devouring power was extremely impure, and the impurities within this energy agglomerated together because of the devouring power. It was extremely difficult to remove these impurities even when he used his heavenly flame. He was unable to absorb the energy that had been devoured. This damn thing. Xiao Yan's expression had become quite ugly after sensing this situation. This thing was not only useless, it was also harmful. From the looks of this devouring power, an ordinary person would really not be blessed to enjoy it. Xiao Yan shook his head in disappointment. He glanced at the black bead before flipping his hand. He was just about to store it in his storage ring when a pink flame escaped his hand. Little E appeared. His flabby hand wrapped around the bead as desire filled his little face. Ha! Xiao Yan was startled upon seeing Little E appear. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1541, Message. Chapter 1541, Message. Iwa, give it to me, . Little E hugged the bead as a desire filled his face. It appeared as though saliva was about to fall out of his mouth. He had greatly coveted this thing right from the start. However, Xiao Yan had been studying it, and he has not been able to do anything about that. He immediately appeared when he saw that Xiao Yan was finally planning to give up. Xiao Yan was startled after seeing Little E appear. Little E's intelligence was growing. He was even able to use his tender voice to utter some words, but this was the first time Xiao Yan had heard him actively request something. It is not beneficial to keep this thing, Xiao Yan knit his brows and replied. Although this bead contained the devouring power, it did not segregate between enemies and allies. More importantly, this thing devoured one's life force. Whoever placed this thing within one's body would likely end up aging and becoming weak. Little E shook his little head. A pink flame surged from his body and wrapped around the black bead. After which, it forcefully merged this bead with his body. Xiao Yan hesitated for a moment after seeing Little E's anxious actions, but he did not stop him. Although Little E was merely a fire spirit, he possessed extremely sharp senses when it came to danger. He would not act like this if the black bead was actually harmful. The bead was rapidly merged into Little E's body as Xiao Yan watched. The moment the bead was about to disappear, a strand of an extremely faint black flame suddenly surged out of Little E's body. After which, it swiftly headed toward his head. Xiao Yan and Little E shared a mental connection. Thus, Xiao Yan was naturally able to detect the unexpected change. His expression quickly changed. Puff! Little E did not panic because of this sudden change. Lines made out of pink fire quickly formed. These lines turned into a fire net that restrained the black flame. After which, the web made from fire quickly shrank, forcefully shattering the wisp of black flame into a large black light spot. Finally, a flame swept over and merged the black light spot into Little E's body. Chi! The pink flower lotus fire seal on Little E's forehead gradually revealed an additional black line after this black light spot merged with Little E's body. At a glance, it appeared somewhat mysterious. Iwa! After completely swallowing the black light spot, Little E suddenly extended his little hand and grabbed at the empty space in front of him. An invisible ripple was quickly formed. The energy around this lake swiftly gathered into his palm. Within a short moment, the energy had transformed into a 5-colored spotted crystal. This crystal was swallowed by Little E. Xiao Yan was stunned as he watched this scene. After the impure energy crystal entered Little E's body, it was swiftly separated into waves of aboriginal energy that appeared within Xiao Yan's body without reason. This. Xiao Yan's face was stunned. It was a long while later before a thought passed through his mind. He began to refine that pure energy and turn it into Dou Qi, which he then merged into his body. This energy is something that this little thing has ended up feeding back to me. Xiao Yan's eyes were searing hot as he stared at Little E in front of him. The energy he had been given had come from the impure crystal this little fellow had just swallowed. These energy crystals, which Xiao Yan has not been able to absorb, had turned into pure energy after passing through Little E's body. A portion of this energy was subsequently fed back to him. Iwa, Little E proudly swayed its small head. After absorbing the energy crystal, the pink flame on his body seemed to have become a little brighter. Moreover, Xiao Yan could vaguely detect that the current Little E appeared slightly stronger than before. This little thing can actually train? Surprise flashed through Xiao Yan's eyes after this thought formed in his heart. That devouring power allowed little E to absorb energy from the surroundings to strengthen himself like a human. If this was really the case, little E would end up growing stronger and stronger in the future. Xiao Yan, who was mentally connected with little E, would be able to raise his own strength as well. In this way, it seemed that Xiao Yan had gained an additional free worker. Moreover, it was a worker that did not know how to complain or feel tired. It seems that I have accidentally obtained a good result. Xiao Yan fondled his chin. He did not have the slightest idea on how to refine the seed flame of the nihility devouring flame. All he could do was randomly attempt to refine it. However, it was fortunate that little E boasted a strange constitution. Being a heavenly flame, it was able to accept this unique ability that originally belonged to the nihility devouring flame. Haha, it seems that you have managed to create a strange thing during this training. A familiar elderly laugh suddenly appeared while Xiao Yan was rejoicing over the results of his training. Xiao Yan lifted his head and saw Yao Lao land from the sky. Both of his feet walked across the surface of the lake. Xiao Yan grinned and asked, "Is there a problem within the alliance? Has there been any activity from the Hall of Souls?" All is well. As for the Hall of Souls, some of the branch halls, which we have found, have been shifted based on the information that we have received recently. Perhaps they are afraid that we will strike again and destroy those branch hall. Yao Lao fondled his beard and laughed. Shifted? Xiao Yan knit his brows upon hearing this news. For some unknown reason, he felt that the recent actions of the Hall of Souls were a little unusual. Given their character, they could not endure the humiliation of suffering such a loss to the hands of the Sky Mansion Alliance. Are you feeling that there is something wrong? Yao Lao also smiled after seeing Xiao Yan's facial expression. He quickly sighed. I have already mentioned that the Hall of Souls seems to be scheming something. Otherwise, they would not have gathered souls for so many years. Although I do not know what their plan is, it is likely not good news for us if the Hall of Souls is allowed to complete it. Xiao Yan nodded. The defeat of the Hall of Souls had caused it to lose a great amount of face. Additionally, the Han clan did not show the slightest activity. This made it difficult for one to clearly know just what this mysterious clan was planning to do. I will dispatch some spies to specifically investigate this matter. Hopefully, we will be able to obtain some information. Xiao Yan quietly nodded. His heart felt pressured. Although his strength had reached the 5th star of the Dou Qi class, he was still unable to rescue his father from the Han clan. He had never thought of forcefully barging into the Han clan from the beginning. Not because he was afraid, rather it was because the current Xiao clan could not afford him suffering a mishap. If anything happened to him, no one would be able to rescue his father and revitalize the Xiao clan. Hence, he would not take such a big risk unless he was absolutely confident. 5-star Dou Qi is still insufficient. Xiao Yan's eyes flickered. He no longer needed to be afraid of the Hall of Souls with his strength, but the Hall of Souls was merely an external faction for the Han clan. His true enemy was the most mysterious and greatest being within the Dou Qi continent, the Han clan. A 5-star Dou Qi was considered a peak expert anywhere else. However, if one wished to fight the Han clan, it was still insufficient. Back then, Xiao Xian possessed the strength of a 9-star Dou Shang, but he still ended up dying by the hands of the Han clan. A mere 5-star Dou Shang would not be able to stir a wave. Xiao Yan's expression involuntarily became a little shady after having such thoughts. With his current strength, there was no longer any shortcuts left to swiftly raise his strength. He had already obtained the purifying demonic lotus flame. The second-ranked nihility devouring flame had already landed in the hands of the Han clan. As for the first on the heavenly flame ranking, Xiao Yan bitterly laughed. That thing could not even be adequately described by the words divine object. One would be daydreaming if one was thinking of obtaining it. I'm afraid that I can forget about more heavenly flames. Xiao Yan softly sighed. A spiritual light suddenly flashed in his heart. He flipped his hand and a jade piece with an ancient aura appeared in his hand. The ancient jade was covered with mysterious lines. At the middle of the ancient jade was a partially visible tiny light spot. It was the spiritual imprint of his father. This jade was naturally the Dou Qi ancient god jade that the Gu and Han clans wished to obtain. Yao Lao by the side was also slightly startled after seeing Xiao Yan suddenly take out the Dou Qi ancient god jade. He merely stared at Xiao Yan in surprise. Xiao Yan rubbed the ancient jade. His finger slowly rubbed that light spot. An apologetic feeling rose within his heart. Despite being a son, he was only able to watch his father suffer at the hands of the Han clan. This was an unfilial act. Father, Xun Er has never forgotten about you. Once I possess the strength to head to the Han clan, I will definitely rescue you as soon as possible. Xiao Yan's teeth bit his lower lip tightly. A moment later, he inhaled a deep breath of air and suppressed the churning emotions within his heart. The Dou Qi ancient god jade is related to the Dou Qi ancient god's mansion. However, this jade has been separated into 8 pieces. It is clearly impossible for me to gather all of them. Xiao Yan's eyes flashed. An image suddenly flashed across his mind. It was a magma world. Xiao Yan had met Tian Huazunjia in that place. Jianan Academy's underground magma world. Xiao Yan had sensed unusual activity coming from the Dou Qi ancient god jade in that place. Now that he thought about it, it was indeed a mystery. Deep within the magma world were strange magma creatures that seemed to be guarding something. The magma world beneath the inner academy, perhaps I should find some time to head there and probe around. Yao Lao helplessly shook his head after seeing Xiao Yan fall deep into thought. He softly coughed and handed over a beast-skin scroll. He said, "This is a message from the 9 serene deep-ground python tribe. It is for you. Take a look." Yao Ming? Xiao Yan was startled upon hearing this information. He received the scroll while feeling slightly uncertain. After which, he slowly opened it. A line of red words immediately appeared in his sight. The demon phoenix has attacked. There is an unusual activity coming from the 9 serene spring. Xiao Yan suddenly stood up. His expression was gloomy. His frightening aura caused even the waterfall behind him to stop flowing. Kai Lin. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1542, Huang Tian. Chapter 1542, Huang Tian. What happened? Yao Lao by the side was startled after seeing Xiao Yan's reaction. He hurriedly asked a question. Xiao Yan's eyes flickered. He handed the scroll in his hand to Yao Lao. Yao Lao received it and frowned. He was aware of the relationship between Xiao Yan and the 9 serene deep-ground python tribe. Moreover, the most important thing was that Kai Lin was still undertaking a retreat at the 9 serene spring within the 9 serene deep-ground python tribe. The scroll had said that there was unusual activity at the spring. It was likely related to Kai Lin. No wonder Xiao Yan would react with such intensity. The Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe, what are these people planning to do? Yao Lao frowned and wondered. Xiao Yan slowly withdrew the powerful aura that had erupted from him. He had formed a big grudge with the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe. Last time around, he had forcefully captured the Demon Phoenix tribe's junior tribe chief and 2 of its elite Dou Shangs and had used them as hostages in order to help the ancient Void Dragon tribe. These hostages had caused the Demon Phoenix tribe to be afraid of acting recklessly. Although this had resolved the threat faced by the ancient dragon, he had also completely offended the Demon Phoenix tribe. However, Xiao Yan was unafraid of offending them. Moreover, his strength had greatly soared. There was even less of a need for him to feel afraid. However, he couldn't figure out why the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe would find trouble with the 9 serene deep-ground python tribe at this moment. How do you view this matter? Yao Lao glanced at Xiao Yan. Although the Heaven Phoenix tribe was powerful, the Sky Mansion Alliance was not afraid of them with their current strength. There is no need to drag the Alliance into this matter. The Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe is not an ordinary faction. The Alliance has just stabilized itself. Some unnecessary trouble will involuntarily find its way over if the Alliance engages in a war with the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe. Moreover, the Hall of Souls quietly looking on with ill intent. Xiao Yan voiced his thoughts. I will bring the little fairy doctor and Qing Lin with me to the Beast region. Only the 3 of you? Yao Lao knit his brows slightly. The Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe was not an ordinary faction. Additionally, the Beast region was their main camp. Although Xiao Yan's strength had soared, it was still a little inappropriate for him to venture in alone. Relax, Xiao Yan smiled. With his current strength, there were extremely few places around this continent that he could not go. Why don't you bring Elder Xiao Chen along? Yao Lao hesitated for a moment and suggested with a worried tone. The Alliance is currently in the limelight and the ancestor of the Pill Tower is a free and easy person who is difficult to find. There must be an expert with some weight present at the headquarters of the Alliance. If I leave, we can only rely on Ancestor Xiao Chen. Xiao Yan shook his head. He glanced at the worried Yao Lao and involuntarily laughed. Teacher, there is no need to be worried. With my current strength, even if I meet a 6-star Dou Shang and cannot beat him, it should not be difficult for me to escape. Moreover, the tribe chief of the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe has yet to reach this level. Yao Lao was unable to say anything more after hearing Xiao Yan insist. He merely asked, when do you plan on leaving? This matter cannot be delayed. I will leave now. Kai Lin has been in a retreat for too long. I have started to worry. This time around, I can head over to take a look, Xiao Yan grinned as he replied. Yao Lao sighed after hearing this. Be careful. Xiao Yan nodded. He did not say anything more. His body moved, and he turned into a bright light that rushed out of the deep mountains. After which, he swiftly found the little fairy doctor in Shanglin. Subsequently, the three of them tore through space and rushed toward the beast region at full speed. The huge size of the beast region was not the least bit inferior to the Central Plains. Moreover, this place contained an uncountable number of interesting events like the Central Plains. The most dazzling existences within the beast region were undoubtedly the three large tribes that stood at the top. These three tribes were the ancient Void Dragon tribe, the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe, and the Nine Serene Deep Ground Python tribe. Among these three large tribes, the ancient Void Dragon tribe had not revealed themselves for a long period of time. The Nine Serene Deep Ground Python tribe might be large in numbers, but it was weaker than the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe in terms of the quality of experts. Hence, during these years where there was no news of the ancient Void Dragon tribe, the position of the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe in the Beast region was no different to that of the Hall of Souls in the Central Plains in the past. The Beast region was exceptionally lively during this period of time. The main characters of this liveliness were the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe and the Nine Serene Deep Ground Python tribe from the three great tribes. In the past, no one would have expected the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe to launch a large campaign against the Nine Serene Deep Ground Python tribe. They maneuvered plenty of experts within the tribe and charged toward the Nine Serene Deep Ground Python tribe's headquarters. Moreover, they had surrounded the headquarters until nothing could pass. The swords-drawn atmosphere caused the Beast region to feel a little anxious. Everyone understood that if the two large tribes were to start a war, it would not be a small fight like the wars between other tribes. Hence, countless pairs of eyes continued to observe the situation after the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe surrounded the Nine Serene Deep Ground Python tribe. The Deep Underground Abyss, Snake Underground Network. The headquarters of the Nine Serene Deep Ground Python tribe was covered in pressurizing atmosphere. Countless Nine Serene Deep Ground Python tribe experts' eyes contained cold glints as they looked to the sky outside of the underground network. That place was filled with human figures. Many huge wings covered the sky like dark clouds. Tribal Chief, the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe has really gone overboard. They have actually charged into our territory. If our tribe does not respond, we will definitely end up becoming a joke. At that time, which tribe would dare to rely on us? Over a dozen figures stood on a majestic mountain in the middle of the underground snake network. An old man with an icy expression spoke in a deep voice to a strong back. Some voices agreed after this old man's words sounded. They were furious that the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe would so arrogant. Elder Mo, this matter is not so simple. The chief of the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe has personally led an army over this time around. That old fellow has the strength of an advanced 5-star Dou Qi. Who among our Nine Serene Deep Ground Python tribe can match him? A grey-clothed old man with a somewhat old-fashioned face frowned as he spoke. Humph, are you trying to say that we will have to simply watch the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe step on the head of the Nine Serene Deep Ground Python tribe in front of so many people? The elder from earlier coldly snorted. We cannot put it this way. The aim of the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe is merely the lady training within the Nine Serene Spring. If we hand her over, that old-fashioned man smiled. Before he could finish uttering more words, that strong figure at the front let out a cold snort. That low snort immediately caused the old-fashioned man to hurriedly shut his mouth with a somewhat pale expression. My Nine Serene Deep Ground Python tribe will not hand her over. Once we do, other people will think that my Nine Serene Deep Ground Python tribe is afraid of the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe. Being one of the three great tribes, I cannot afford to lose face. Do not mention this matter again. The strong figure turned around. His face was filled with a mighty demeanor even without being angry. This face belonged to the chief of the Nine Serene Deep Ground Python tribe, Yao Ming. That elder, who sought peace, could only suppress the words in his mouth after hearing Yao Ming's firm words. He muttered, however, today is the deadline that the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe has set. If we do not hand her over. Everyone's heart sank even though those last few words were not uttered. The tribal chief of the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe, Wang Tian, possessed the frightening strength of an advanced 5-star Dou Qi. Even Yao Ming was unable to block him. Elder Mo, have you sent the message? Yao Ming mused for a moment before asking in a deep voice. It has already been sent. Elder Mo nodded upon hearing this question. He immediately hesitated, but, will Mr. Xiao Yan really hurry over in time? The matter of the Sky Mansion Alliance defeating the Hall of Souls had already spread over the entire Central Plains. There were many people in this beast region who had also heard the news. Naturally, the matter of Xiao Yan defeating the chief of the Hall of Souls had tagged along with this information. Hence, many elders highly anticipated this savior. Although they did not dare to say that Xiao Yan would be able to force Huang Tian of the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe back, at the very least, the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe would not dare to be this arrogant if he were present. Now, let's just quietly wait for good news, he will come. Yao Ming smiled. He looked to the distant sky and spoke with absolute certainty. Yao Ming, 3 days is already up. Have you decided whether you will hand that person over or start a war? However, Yao Ming had only just lifted his head when a calm voice containing a powerful pressure reverberated by the ears of every 9 serene deep ground python tribe member like thunder. The expressions of those elders on the mountain became extremely ugly after hearing this voice. Yao Ming's eyes were gloomy. His body moved and he rushed high into the sky. His eyes turned away from the mountain range. A huge demon phoenix was flapping a pair of 1,000-foot-long wings in the sky. A purple golden-robed figure was standing with his hands behind him on the head of a demon phoenix. A pair of golden eyes that contained an incredible dignity shot over. Tribal Chief Huang Tian, the person training inside the 9 Serene Spring, is Xiao Yan's woman. Xiao Yan will not simply leave things be if you dare touch her. Yao Ming responded in a deep voice. Haha, what a good won't leave things be. The eyes of the purple golden-robed man revealed a faint mocking expression upon hearing this. Xiao Yan kidnapped my son and threatened my tribe. He even possesses the wings of my demon phoenix tribe. This person is already an enemy of my Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe. Do you think that this king cares about leaving things be? Yao Ming frowned. It seemed that this old ghost was determined to capture Kai Lin today. I will give you 1 more minute to consider. Give this king your final response. Huang Tian looked at Yao Ming indifferently as he slowly gave him an offer. His words had just sounded when he slowly shut his eyes. After doing so, the atmosphere of this land suddenly became intense. 1 minute swiftly passed amid this tense atmosphere. However, Yao Ming's expression remained gloomy. He did not show any signs of handing that person over. Huang Tian's shut eyes were once again opened after this final second passed. An icy chill surged into his golden eyes. Since Xiao Yan has the courage to threaten this king with my son, this king shall do the same to him. I will capture his woman before deciding what to do. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1543, Confrontation between 2 tribes. Chapter 1543, Confrontation between 2 tribes. Yao Ming's expression slowly became gloomy after hearing Huang Tian's icy-cold cry. It seemed that the matter today would not end peacefully. Huang Tian's voice sounded from a spot above the underground network. Without uttering any more unnecessary word, the surrounding space fluctuated. His body rushed toward the 9 Serene Spring deep within the headquarters of the 9 Serene Deep Ground Python tribe. Many elders from the 9 Serene Deep Ground Python tribe were extremely furious after seeing Huang Tian forcefully barge in. This action was no different than giving the 9 Serene Deep Ground Python tribe a slap in front of countless number of people. Huang Tian, you should not go overboard. This is the territory of my 9 Serene Deep Ground Python tribe. Being the clan head, Yao Ming needed to step forward at this moment. His body flashed and he appeared in front of Huang Tian with a gloomy expression. He furiously cried out. Yao Ming, you and Xiao Yan quietly joined hands and launched a sneak attack on the experts of my tribe. This king has remembered this matter. If you dare stop me today, do not blame me for ignoring the past relationship with your tribe. Huang Tian's expression was indifferent. His golden eyes coldly observed Yao Ming. After which, his body flashed past Yao Ming. I have long heard that Chief Huang Tian is extremely strong. Today, allow me, Yao Ming, to have a taste of this strength. Yao Ming's eyes became chilly. At this moment, he could think about the great difference between Huang Tian and him. A cold cry sounded and a palm with a terrifying force furiously smashed toward Huang Tian while accompanied by deep sonic booms. A futile effort. You really don't know your limits. Huang Tian's expression became gloomy after seeing Yao Ming attack. He randomly flicked his long finger and a golden feather shot out. It collided with Yao Ming's sharp palm with lightning-like speed. Chie! The sharp palm wind seemed to collapse upon contact as the two clashed. That golden light feather was just like a sharp magical weapon made of metal that not only easily tore through Yao Ming's sharp palm wind, it had even left behind a half-inch long bloody wound on his extremely hard hand. Yao Ming had actually suffered injuries upon contact. This caused his expression to change. The golden energy around his wound swiftly spread like poison, causing the flesh at that spot to become numb. It is extremely easy for this king to kill you. Huang Tian's figure appeared in front of Yao Ming in a ghost-like fashion. His indifferent golden eyes glanced at Yao Ming. He waved his sleeve and Yao Ming sensed a huge force swing toward him. A bang sounded and he forcefully shot down. Finally, he ruthlessly landed on a mountain, which immediately collapsed. Tribal Chief. Those elders from the 9 Serene Deep Ground Python tribe revealed a different expression when Yao Ming fell after not even lasting one exchange against Huang Tian. A fury surged into their hearts. Huang Tian was clearly humiliating their tribe. Fight it out with them. Some of the elders with fiery hot tempers immediately charged to the sky with furious faces. Before they could attack, Huang Tian merely swung his sleeve in a cold and indifferent fashion. A frightening golden light swept away and easily sent these elders out of the sky. Who else? This king will not show any mercy the next time around. Huang Tian stood in the sky alone. Golden light whistled around his body like a windmill. Only he alone was able to stand in the sky. All the experts from the 9 Serene Deep Ground Python tribe were unable to even enter the area 1,000 feet around him. The frightening strength of an advanced 5-star Dou Qi had been unleashed. Many 9 Serene Deep Ground Python tribe elders revealed purple faces after hearing that indifferent voice in the sky. This Huang Tian was completely humiliating them. Creak. Yao Ming struggled to climb out of the rock fragments within the mountain. He ignored the blood hanging on the corner of his mouth as his eyes stared at Huang Tian's figure in the sky with a blood-red expression. Both of his fists were clenched in fury, emitting cracking sounds. Form the formation, dot. A cold blade-like voice seeped out of the gap between Yao Ming's teeth. A monstrous murderous intent rose. Understood. All the elders from the 9 Serene Deep Ground Python tribe cried out in union with dark and chilly expressions after hearing Yao Ming's words. At least 100 figures rose to the sky. Hints of a mysterious aura were vaguely present between them. Snake Plate Great Formation. Numerous light pillars quickly surged out of the elders' bodies as the many of them cried out together. Finally, the pillars entwined with each other. Within a short minute, a 10,000-foot large formation appeared in the sky in front of many pairs of eyes. The frightening pressure vaguely radiated from the formation, causing the expressions of many people to change. Snake Plate Great Formation. Huang Tian frowned as he stood in the sky. He had naturally heard about the reputation of the formation. Back then, the 9 Serene Deep Ground Python tribe had relied on this big formation to kill many extremely powerful experts. The formation is not bad. Unfortunately, there is no capable person as its eye. Huang Tian spoke in a faint voice. His eyes glanced at Yao Ming, who had thrown himself in the middle of the formation. Hiss. Yao Ming's expression was dark and cold as he chose to ignore Huang Tian's words. The seals formed by his hands changed. A light pillar shot out of his body and mixed with the formation, causing the entire formation to tremble. An endless number of energy light pillars gathered in a distorted fashion. Finally, they transformed into a 10,000-foot-long snake. The large snake radiated by an ancient aura, making it appear extremely powerful. Formed the Heaven Phoenix Ancient Formation. The many experts from the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe quickly separated in the distant sky after the huge snake appeared. An earth-shaking cry appeared above the land after an orderly roared. A huge phoenix, similar in size to the huge snake, flapped its 10,000-foot-large wings. It appeared in a way that blotted out the sun after this cry sounded. It faced off against the huge snake. The many people in this underground network inhaled a deep breath of cold air after seeing this shocking battle in the sky. Clearly, they had not expected both parties to actually unleash their respective tribe-guarding formations. Huang Tian's eyes were indifferent as they swept over the huge snake standing in front from the sky. His body moved. He turned into a ray of light as he shot toward the 9 Serene Spring. Charge! Yao Ming immediately roared upon seeing Huang Tuan move. The huge snake formed by the many elders swung its large tail. The sky emitted the rushing sound of wind as it suddenly exploded. Huang Tian nearly lifted his brow when attacked by this frightening momentum. However, he did not intervene to fight. Instead, he hurried toward the 9 Serene Spring without reducing his speed. The huge tail was just about to strike his body when a loud and clearly cry suddenly appeared in the sky behind him. A huge wing, which seemed to be made out of a golden light, penetrated air and collided with the huge snake. Bang! A frightening air ripple spread across the sky. Huang Tian's figure flashed and appeared above the 9 Serene Spring in front of countless pairs of eyes. Bastard! Yao Ming was extremely furious after seeing Huang Tian successfully charge past them. He was just about to direct the huge snake to turn and attack when the huge phoenix formed by the other party's formation came pouncing over to unleash a sharp attack. He had no choice but to focus his attention and deal with it. While Yao Ming and the rest were being delayed by the experts from the Demon Phoenix tribe, Huang Tian's indifferent eyes were thrown toward the 9 Serene Spring below him. The surface of the spring had already formed an extremely thick layer of hard ice. An extremely dark and chilly air continuously surged from it. This Xiao Yan's woman is indeed extraordinary. She is actually able to train in such a place. Some surprise flashed across Huang Tian's eyes. Although he could enter and leave this 9 serene spring as he liked, he did not dare to remain in it to train. We'll capture her first. Huang Tian's eyes flickered. He extended his large hand and ruthlessly clenched it toward the 9 serene spring below. The incomparable thick ice on the surface of the lake cracked an inch at a time. Finally, it blasted into an icy fog amid a series of explosions. The lake water of the 9 serene spring once again appeared after the ice burst apart. Huang Tian narrowed his eyes. He was able to vaguely detect an unusual pressure emanating from the bottom of the spring. Come out. Huang Tian did not hesitate. A cold glow flashed in his eyes. He grabbed with his hand and an earth-shaking storm rose. Numerous water pillars were formed by Huang Tian. In an instant, dozens of huge water pillars shot toward the sky. They appeared extremely spectacular. Yao Ming watched the 9 serene spring be turned upside down by Huang Tian. He felt extremely furious in his heart. However, he was being held back to the point of being unable to move. He could only pray in his heart that Kai Lin was not disturbed, even though he understood that this was wishful thinking. If Huang Tian continued, he would sooner or later capture Kai Lin from the bottom of the spring. Brother Xiao Yan, I'm afraid that I cannot finish what I promised you. Huang Tian's expression was indifferent as he stared at the 9 serene spring. A whirlpool that had reached the bottom of the spring had appeared. His eyes saw through the whirlpool. He seemed to be able to see a figure at the point. Huang Tian once again extended his hand when he saw this partially visible figure. A suction force erupted from his palm. However, he was just about to drag that figure from the bottom of the spring when his arm suddenly trembled. He suddenly lifted his head and saw a figure rushing over from the horizon with lightning-like speed. A 10,000-foot large illusory figure soared through the air as this figure rushed over. Mao! A furious and strange sound suddenly descended from the sky. This frightening spiritual sonic wave ruthlessly struck Huang Tian, who was unable to react in time, at an indescribably frightening speed. Bang! Huang Tian's body flew back after being hit by this ferocious spiritual attack. He finally stabilized his body in a miserable fashion after destroying a couple of mountains along the way. An icy cold cry that reverberated over the land caused his expression to turn green with fury. Old dog Huang Tian, you are seeking death. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1544, Exchange Blows. Chapter 1544, Exchange Blows. This icy cold cry was just like a furious thunder as it reverberated through the sky. An uncountable number of shocked eyes looked in the direction this cry originated. The enormous illusory figure disappeared from the sky where many pairs of eyes had gathered. A black-clothed young man with an ice-cold expression appeared in front of the many gazes. Many exclamations were made like a ripple. Xiao Yan? Why has he appeared here? It is rumored that the person the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe wants the 9 serene deep-ground python tribe to hand over this time around is Xiao Yan's woman. From the looks of it, this really is the truth. Looks like there will be a good show this time around. This Xiao Yan is not an ordinary person. Even the chief of the Hall of Souls was defeated by his hands. Huang Tian has really met a tough person today. He is but a mere human. How can he compare to the great Huang Tian? The fighting strength of us magical beasts is not something a human of the same level can compare with. This Xiao Yan currently enjoys a great reputation in the Central Plains. We must let him experience just how strong our magical beast tribe is now that he has come to the beast region. Brother Xiao Yan. This unexpected change was immediately detected by Yao Ming, who was being held back. He swept his gaze over and a joy quickly surged onto his face. As long as Xiao Yan was able to hurry over in time, the big trouble today would likely be resolved. Xiao Yan nodded at Yao Ming in the distant sky. He lowered his head and looked at the 9 serene spring below. He waved his sleeve and the water pillars, which had forcefully been pulled out by Huang Tian, were gently returned to the spring by him. That huge whirlpool had also disappeared. Xiao Yan finally lifted his head after doing all this. His bone-piercing eyes glared at Huang Tian, who was slowly rising from a large pile of rock debris a short distance away. A murderous intent gradually rose in his heart. The greatest taboo during a retreat was to be disturbed by others. If one was careless, not only would the effort of the person training to come to naught, it could also endanger one's life. Huang Tian's reckless act earlier clearly indicated he did not care about Kai Lin's life. This was something that Xiao Yan could not accept. You are that Xiao Yan? Xiao Yan's expression was ice-cold. Huang Tian revealed a gloomy expression. His eyes contained a golden light as he stared at Xiao Yan before slowly saying, "You are finally here. You were planning on forcing me to show myself?" Xiao Yan slightly lifted an eyebrow. It seemed that this Huang Tian was not even a little surprised by his arrival. It seemed that the Huang Tian's target was not Kai Lin but him. "You are the first person in many years who had dared to capture my tribe's elders and use them as hostages." Huang Tian looked at Xiao Yan. His body gradually calmed the giddiness in his mind that came from being ruthlessly struck by Xiao Yan's yellow spring divine anger earlier. "I can sense the scent of the heaven demon phoenix tribe from your body. It looks like it is really as the elders have said. You possess the demon phoenix wings. With just these 2 points alone, you have been placed in the must-kill list of my heaven demon phoenix tribe, but today, this king shall use your life to tell everyone that anyone who breaks our taboo will be killed without mercy." After Huang Tian's final word sounded, a bright golden light suddenly swept from his back. A pair of 1,000-foot-large golden wings spread from his back. From a distance, the golden light was filled with a dignity and nobility. Xiao Yan's expression was cold and indifferent as he stared at Huang Tian. He merely snorted indifferently at the many crimes he faxed. His original intent was not to truly engage in a life and death with the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe. Hence, he did not take their lives after having captured the 2 elders and the junior tribe chief. Instead, he had merely imprisoned them and released them after the situation within the Eastern Dragon Island had gradually stabilized. From a certain point of view, he had indicated his intentions. However, from the looks of the situation today, he discovered that his kind intentions had been misplaced. The Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe did not view his actions as kind. Instead, they were viewed as a weakness. Since his kindness could not be accepted, he could only use the most barbaric approach. How good, kill without mercy, the Heaven Demon Phoenix is really overbearing. However, I do not know whether or not Tribal Chief Huang Tian possesses the qualification to utter these words. Xiao Yan faintly smiled faintly as he taunted the Tribal Chief. "Do not think that you have the qualification to act arrogantly in front of this king just because you have defeated the Chief of the Hall of Souls." Huang Tian's eyes became cold. The enormous golden wings on his back were flapped. His body tore through space at an extremely terrifying speed. He appeared in front of Xiao Yan as though he had teleported. His large hands suddenly struck forward. Golden light surged and turned into a large golden claw that ruthlessly smashed toward Xiao Yan. After this claw was swung, the space around Xiao Yan immediately exploded with a bang. Yellow spring palm. Huang Tian's frightening speed caused Xiao Yan's eyes to harden. However, he did not dodge. His hand seal changed and a 1,000-foot-large energy handprint escaped his hand. A pink flame continuously wiggled around the handprint. It appeared to be filled with strength. Boom! A palm and a claw collided with a bang in the sky. A wild and violent energy wind swept apart. Even the clouds in the sky were forcefully scattered. A great force poured out of the head-on collision, causing Xiao Yan's body to tremble. He hurriedly took a couple of steps back. Huang Tian was an advanced 5-star Doshang. Moreover, his actual form was a Heaven Demon Phoenix. If he clashed head-on, Xiao Yan would not be able to gain much of an advantage. Xiao Yan might have been forced back, but Huang Tian did not appear any better. The pink flame that had been mixed with the energy palm made a burn smell rising from Huang Tian's hand. He had suffered a little because of the purifying demonic lotus flame. It is indeed worthy of being the purifying demonic lotus flame. Huang Tian's expression was cold and indifferent as he glanced at his somewhat charred hand. A golden light surged over it and immediately healed the burn wound. Xiao Yan did not speak. His shoulders shook and a pair of green-red bone wings spread out. The bone wings were flapped and his body swiftly pulled back. The speed of Huang Tian was far too great. It was not beneficial to engage in close-quarters combat. Attempting to compete with this king in terms of speed, Huang Tian laughed after seeing Xiao Yan pull back. The pair of wings behind him were flapped. The sound of rushing wind immediately rumbled across the sky. His figure shot toward Xiao Yan not at a speed visible to the naked eye. He had caught up with Xiao Yan in an instant. Bang! After catching up to Xiao Yan, a fist with a golden light surging around it ruthlessly smashed toward Xiao Yan's head. Xiao Yan knit his brows as he faced Huang Tian's attack. He clenched his hand. A pink flame appeared. After which, it smashed toward Huang Tian's fist in front. Swish! Xiao Yan's fist accurately struck Huang Tian's figure, but his fist penetrated the figure upon contact. After image? Xiao Yan, his eyes narrowed slightly upon seeing this after image. He instinctively turned around and crossed both of his arms in front of him. Bang! A golden light fist broke through the space the moment Xiao Yan turned around. The fist struck his arms like a thunderbolt. That frightening force sent Xiao Yan flying back thousands of feet. Xiao Yan's flying figure had only just begun to stabilize when a sharp palm wind ferociously flew toward him before he could even lift his head. That speed caused one's expression to change. Xiao Yan, I'll let you experience the demon phoenix steps of my heaven demon phoenix tribe. Many golden afterimages continued to appear around Xiao Yan in the sky. A densely packed sharp fist wind covered every single part of Xiao Yan's body. Those frightening fist winds had shattered the space within 1,000 feet into pieces. What frightening speed! The Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe specializes in speed to begin with. Even an elite 6-star Dou Shang would not be able to catch up with him. Xiao Yan could be considered to have met a tough opponent this time around. It is rumored that he is also extremely fast. However, this speed is not worth mentioning in front of tribal chief Huang Tian. The countless numbers of people watching the dazzling battle quietly shook their heads. Yao Ming in the distance frowned slightly upon seeing this scene. His eyes revealed some worry. From the looks of the current situation, it seemed like Xiao Yan had fallen into a disadvantage. Bang, dot. Xiao Yan's figure continued to remain in a small area surrounded by densely packed human figures as he performed some rapid evasive actions. Huang Tian could be considered the fastest opponent Xiao Yan had faced in all these years. Huang Tian's speed was something that Xiao Yan had to admit he was no match for. As a member of the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe, Huang Tian was indeed gifted. When they had just begun to exchange blows, Xiao Yan had been caught off guard and was a little miserable because of this speed of his opponent. These fist shadows might appear like illusions, but they would become real in an instant if they landed on one's body. They appeared strange and unfathomable. Fortunately, Xiao Yan's combat experience was extremely rich. Hence, he quickly calmed down after falling into a disadvantage. He gradually focused his mind while he dodged and searched for signs of Huang Tian's movement. He was indeed unable to compare with Huang Tian in terms of speed, but he did possess something that Huang Tian did not. It was a strong spiritual strength. Xiao Yan's dark black eyes were filled with many golden light figures. The faces of these human figures all contained the same dense smile. Sharp palm winds continuously struck at the fatal spots around Xiao Yan's body within a short dozen seconds, causing the blood within Xiao Yan's body to churn. However, Xiao Yan merely shut his eyes after falling into a disadvantage. His dodging speed had also slightly slowed, but this slower speed coincidentally managed to dodge the many fist shadows. Xiao Yan had both of his eyes shut. His spiritual perception spread around. Those surrounding light figures, which could not be caught by his naked eyes, also gradually slowed. After these figures slowed, Xiao Yan suddenly opened his tightly shut eyes. The densely packed golden light figures in his eyes finally became illusory. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1545, 9-Colored Light Pillar. Chapter 1545, 9-Colored Light Pillar. The so-called Demon Phoenix steps is only this great. The golden light figures that spread across the sky quickly disappeared from Xiao Yan's dark black eyes. They agglomerated into a figure that appeared on his left. A cold smile flashed across his heart. His body completely ignored the fist winds around him. The clan tattoo quickly surfaced on his brow. His aura suddenly soared at this moment. It rose to the intermediate level of the 5th star of the Dou Shang class. Xiao Yan's fingers were curled as his aura soared. The pink flame rapidly gathered at the tip of his finger. Finally, it turned into a half-inch-long crystal-like finger. It penetrated the many human figures and ruthlessly pressed the fist behind the golden light. Sizzle! The golden light around Xiao Yan immediately dimmed after the pink crystal finger pressed against the fist. The densely packed golden light figures disappeared into nothing. Finally, the completely stunned Huang Tian appeared in front of Xiao Yan. He was startled to learn that Xiao Yan had actually seen through his demon phoenix steps and had found his actual body. Fire-gathering finger. This crystal attack formed from heavenly flames was something that could only be unleashed so well because of Xiao Yan's powerful spiritual strength. That beautiful glass-like crystal finger caused that majestic golden light around the fist to rapidly disappear at a shocking speed. That crystal finger seemed incomparably sharp as it tore through the Dou Qi on Huang Tian's fist and ruthlessly pierced into his bones. Bastard! A heart-piercing pain was suddenly transmitted from Huang Tian's fist. Huang Tian's expression quickly turned dark and cold. The enormous golden light wings behind him cut through the sky like a blade and slashed at Xiao Yan with lightning-like speed. Explode! Xiao Yan's body rapidly pulled back as Huang Tian attacked. His hand seal changed and a cold smile lifted on the corner of his mouth. The pink crystal finger on Huang Tian's palm suddenly turned into a terrifying fire wave as it exploded. The pink fire wave swept across the sky. Its frightening temperature immediately vaporized any moisture of the area. Huang Tian's furious roar followed as the fire wave spread. He had suffered some damage. The sky swiftly became dim after the fire wave spread. Huang Tian's body once again appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The eyelids of many twitched upon seeing Huang Tian's current appearance. The current Huang Tian was no longer as calm as he had been earlier. Most of his clothes had been burned. His entire arm was charred black. A bloody hole seemed to go straight through his palm. No blood flowed out of this wound because even his blood vessels had been damaged by the high temperature. If Huang Tian had not reacted quickly earlier, his entire arm would likely have been crippled. How regretful. Xiao Yan, who was swiftly pulling back, regretfully shook his head upon seeing this figure. He had managed to find an opportunity due to Huang Tian's arrogance, yet he had not been able to seriously injure him. However, it would be a little troublesome if this fellow's frightening speed was completely unleashed. He does indeed have some ability as the tribal head of the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe. Even though Xiao Yan had relied on the strength of the purifying demonic lotus flame, he had only managed to make Huang Tian suffer some non-fatal damage during this battle. Compared to the chief of the Hall of Souls, Huang Tian seemed to be harder to deal with. Huang Tian's expression was extremely gloomy as he stood in the sky a short distance away. His head was lowered as he observed his own miserable appearance. A moment later, he ended up laughing from extreme anger. Good, good. You are indeed worthy of being someone who can defeat the chief of the Hall of Souls. This king has really underestimated you today. Xiao Yan's expression was calm. However, a caution rose within his heart. He could sense a vast and mighty Dou Qi rippling within Huang Tian's body at this moment. It seemed that the tribal chief of the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe had become furious. Rumble. Dense dark clouds suddenly surged out of the sky after the vast and mighty Dou Qi within Huang Tian's body began to boil. A thunderous roar was emitted from the dark clouds before echoing over the land. Demon Phoenix Holy Statue. Huang Tian suddenly roared at the sky as the dark clouds formed. His body swiftly began to transform. A golden light shot out and a 10,000-foot large demon phoenix appeared in this world and blotted out the sun. Wave after wave of frightening pressure spread in an overwhelming manner, causing many surrounding experts to feel terrified. This Huang Tian had actually returned into his original form. He has actually pushed Huang Tian to such an extent. Yao Ming's eyes were a little startled after he saw this transformation. His expression quickly became grave. After transforming into his actual form, Huang Tian's strength would raise at least 3 levels. Xiao Yan's situation was not looking good. Xiao Yan's expression gradually became grave after seeing the enormous creature in the sky. The wings of the Heaven Demon Phoenix were like metal. The actual form of Huang Tian could remain perfectly fine even if he forcefully received the attack from a 3 or even 4-star Dou Shang. Adding to his terrifying speed, he was just like a slaughtering machine. Anything would shatter with a flap of his wings. This will be somewhat troublesome. Hoo. The enormous demon phoenix that Huang Tian had transformed into gently flapped his wings. A wild wind blew over the ground. His sharp eyes stared at Xiao Yan as a ruthlessness flashed across them. He wanted to defeat Xiao Yan with his hands in the most miserable fashion. Bang! Huang Tian's 10,000-foot large wings were suddenly flapped as this thought passed through his head. The entire sky seemed to have dimmed the moment his huge body tore through the sky at a shocking speed. Hence, a large black spatial crack ripped through the sky in a flash. A furious thunder-like explosion shook the ears of some of the nearer experts until fresh blood flowed. The towering mountain below was also forcefully blasted into ashes by this terrifying offensive airwave. Hiss. This scene caused many to inhale a breath of cool air. This offensive strike did not require one to use any Dou skill. The body of the current Huang Tian was a frightening Dou skill. Those who touched it would die. Even an elite Dou Shang's body would be turned into a bloody mist if one were struck by it. A blurry beam tore through the sky and arrived closer to those dark black eyes. Even though it was still some distance away, the terrifying wind pressure had already struck Xiao Yan's body. The chaotic flow was just like wind blades as they ruthlessly slashed at Xiao Yan's body. Mao! Xiao Yan's expression was grave. Both of his hands quickly formed some seals. A huge spiritual illusionary figure quickly appeared outside of his body. After which, an earth-shaking spiritual fluctuation furiously roared and ruthlessly collided with Huang Tian's enormous body. Huang Tian's body was indeed frighteningly strong, but Xiao Yan was not completely helpless against him. Xiao Yan's perfect heavenly state soul was the tribal chief's nemesis. Bang! Huang Tian's speed slowed after his body was being struck by the spiritual sonic wave. Some of the metallic feathers on his body were also broken. His soul emitted an intense pain as it faced this sonic wave. Bastard! Huang Tian's eyes turned blood red after being struck by the spiritual sonic wave. His eyes were vicious as he stared at Xiao Yan. He firmly endured the intense pain within his soul as he flapped his wings again and continued to ruthlessly charge at Xiao Yan. As long as he managed to strike Xiao Yan's body, Xiao Yan would definitely die. With Huang Tian risking everything, the sluggishness caused by the yellow spring divine anger immediately weakened, and he came charging over at an even fiercer speed. From the looks of it, he was clearly planning to kill Xiao Yan in a single strike. Mao! 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 Xiao Yan's expression changed once he realized Huang Tian was going all out. He was unable to retreat at this moment. Huang Tian was faster than him, and any attempt to dodge would only lead to Huang Tian catching up with him. At that time, Xiao Yan would likely end up being seriously injured despite the strength of his physical body. A ruthless expression immediately flashed across Xiao Yan's eyes. He once again formed some seals with his hands. An illusory figure appeared again, and this time around, Xiao Yan unleashed the yellow spring divine anger 3 times. The 3 yellow spring divine angers translated into 3 spiritual sonic wave attacks. Those experts, who had originally withdrawn a great distance, were shaken until fresh blood spluttered from them. They hurriedly withdrew even further with frightened faces. Bang bang bang! The 3 huge spiritual wave attacks ruthlessly struck Huang Tian's body one after another, causing his golden feathers to blast apart. The bright golden light surrounding him quickly became a lot dimmer. Even with Huang Tian's strength, being struck by 4 yellow spring divine anger caused his soul to tremble intensely. A heart-penetrating pain spread through every part of his body. He did not even possess the strength to flap his wings. What a terrifying spiritual sonic wave! Yao Ming in the distance felt some lingering fear in his heart as he looked at Xiao Yan. He was at the very most only able to endure a spiritual assault at this level twice before his soul would collapse, yet Huang Tian had received 4 of them and remained alive. The strength of an advanced 5-star Doshan was indeed unusually terrifying. Xiao Yan, this king will withstand however many times you can unleash that attack. The piercing pain was bone deep within his soul. Huang Tian's mind had become a little blurry and crazy as he endured this great pain. Blood seemed to drip from his eyes. They ferociously looked at the weary Xiao Yan in the distance. He controlled his wings and ruthlessly flapped them. Bang bang, dot. Huang Tian's huge body appeared a few thousand feet in front of Xiao Yan after he flapped his wings. A frightening air flow wildly tore at Xiao Yan's body. The churning Dou Qi on the surface of Xiao Yan's body seemed to scatter because of the overwhelming chaotic flow. This is bad. The expression of Yao Ming and the rest drastically changed. Huge blood-red eyes were reflected in dark black eyes. Xiao Yan looked at Huang Tian, who would collide with him in the next instant. He did not pull back. Instead, he lifted his hand. A 6-colored brilliant fire lotus slowly appeared. An aura that could exterminate the world quietly spread. However, Xiao Yan was just about to toss this fire lotus, which was formed from 6 types of heavenly flames, when an explosion suddenly erupted from the neon serene spring below. A light pillar shot to the sky and cut through the space between Xiao Yan and Huang Tian. The light pillar radiated with 9 different colors. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1546, Kai Lin exiting her retreat. Chapter 1546, Kai Lin exiting her retreat. The enormous 9-colored light pillar pierced the sky. Its beautiful luster caused the land to appear a lot livelier. This sudden unexpected change caused many to feel shocked and stunned. Clearly, they did not understand where the 9-colored light pillar originated from. This kind of pressure, Yao Ming and the other elders from the 9 serene deep ground python tribe stared at the light pillar with shocked and uncertain eyes. They were able to detect a pressure that originated from within both their bloodlines and souls. Bang! Huang Tian's enormous demon phoenix body was unable to stop in time. It violently collided with the light pillar in front of countless pairs of startled eyes. A loud earth-shaking sound abruptly reverberated across the sky. The sky and land seemed to tremble because of this fierce collision. Crack crack. After Huang Tian's full-force collision, the 9-colored light pillar cracked. A huge crack line formed as though it was possible to break a light pillar. The surface of the light pillar blasted apart, and a 10,000-foot-long 9-colored snake tail suddenly erupted from the light pillar. It was swung and firmly wrapped around Huang Tian's body. The light pillar collapsed and a huge 9-colored python that was even larger than Huang Tian glaringly appeared in front of many pairs of eyes. Hiss. The inhalation of cold air immediately sounded one after another as everyone looked at the huge 9-colored python, which filled the sky. Shock surged into the many pairs of eyes present. This is 7-colored heaven-swallowing python, not. Those elders from the 9 serene deep-ground python tribe revealed stunned eyes as they stared at the brilliant python. The large python's body radiated with 9 colors. It was colorful and extremely beautiful. Those human-sized scales contained a gorgeous luster as they covered that enormous body. The body of the snake slowly wiggled. It vaguely emitted an overwhelming feeling that seemed to be able to easily shatter a mountain range. This feeling shook one's heart. It is not a 7-colored heaven-swallowing python, it is the legendary 9-colored heaven-swallowing python. A great wave seemed to have stirred in Yao Ming's heart at this moment. The 9-colored heaven-swallowing python was a divine creature that seemed only exist in the ancient folktales. From a certain point of view, such an existence was even stronger than the ancestor of the snake-type magical beast, the ancient heaven python. Due to them being few in numbers, the reputation of the 9-colored heaven-swallowing python was far inferior to the ancient heaven python. However, being the tribal chief of the 9 serene deep-ground python tribe, Yao Ming naturally understood the strength of this 9-colored heaven-swallowing python. Even during ancient times, the 9-colored heaven-swallowing python had hardly ever appeared. Moreover, each time it did, it would stir shock within the snake tribe. Yao Ming had never imagined that he would actually be able to personally see this divine beast, which only existed in the legends. The current 9 serene deep-ground python tribe was the tribe with the closest bloodline to the ancient heaven python among the snake tribes, but this pride was not even worth mentioning in front of a 9-colored heaven-swallowing python because the bloodline of the 9-colored heaven-swallowing python was a little stronger than the ancient heaven python from a certain point of view. The pressure from his bloodline originated from this. Kai Lin actually possesses such an identity. No wonder Xiao Yan allowed her to train in the 9 serene spring. At this moment, Yao Ming finally understood why Xiao Yan had allowed Kai Lin to train inside the spring, which even he could not stay in for long. A 9-colored heaven-swallowing python? How is this possible? How can there be any 9-colored heaven-swallowing python remaining on the continent? Huang Tian's huge body was firmly restrained. He looked at the 9-colored python in front of him, which was staring at him with icy cold snake eyes and extending its snake tongue. A shocked expression surged within his eyes as he involuntarily cried out in disbelief. The huge python in front of him was an existence comparable to the heaven phoenix. Why did it still exist in this world? The snake eyes of the huge 9-colored python remained icy even as Huang Tian roared in disbelief. The huge snake tail that had been firmly wrapped around his body gradually constricted tighter. That terrifying squeezing force broke the metallic feathers on Huang Tian's body. The bones in his body continuously emitted a strange creaking sound. Even the space itself had become a little distorted. Damn it! A shock and fury flashed through Huang Tian's huge eyes as he sensed the powerful pressure that contorted his body. He let out a sharp cry toward the sky as a bright golden light shot out of his body in all directions. Under the golden light, the feathers on Huang Tian's body suddenly stood up. They were like sharp blades as they wildly hacked at the huge 9-colored python's body. Sparks started to rain down like a firestorm. Hiss hiss. The eyes of the 9-colored huge python gained a colder glint as Huang Tian struggled to retaliate. He saw the snake head sway and dozens of 7-colored snake scales suddenly fell. These scales shook and changed into dozens of enormous 7-colored heaven-swallowing pythons in front of many shocked eyes. After which, the snake tails entangled with each other like a snake web. Finally, dozens of 7-colored heaven-swallowing python cried out toward the sky. The snake web subsequently shrunk at a speed visible to the naked eye. Bang bang bang! The rate at which the snake net shrunk was frightening. A squeezing force, which could not be described, was formed by the net made out of snakes. Even space itself collapsed. Hiss hiss. Huang Tian was at the middle of the frightening squeezing force. He involuntarily felt some panic and fear despite his strength. Even he would likely be seriously injured if he were struck by that net. A desire to withdraw immediately rose in his heart. His enormous body strangely shook as he forcefully freed himself slightly from the 9-colored heaven-swallowing python. Soon after, his huge body quickly shrank and transformed into a human figure in front of many pairs of eyes. The wings on Huang Tian's back were flapped after he returned to his human form. Wind blew and thunder reverberated as his body penetrated space and hurriedly rushed out of the snake web. Bang! Huang Tian was extremely fast and ferocious. Both of his wings were flapped and he narrowly fled through a gap in the snake net. Just as he thought that he had escaped, an enormous shadow suddenly descended from the sky. A bright and colorful snake tail ruthlessly smashed into his body. The powerful air explosion smashed into the ground 100,000 feet below, forming a 10,000-foot wide pit. Huang Tian immediately spat out a mouthful of fresh blood after being firmly struck by this snake tail. The frightening strength shook him until his internal organs shifted. His body was just like a cannonball as it flew away. Finally, he violently shattered a mountain in front of many stunned eyes. After which, he rubbed across the ground and formed a 10,000-foot deep gully before he came to a slow halt. Many pairs of eyes looked at the gully, which stretched into the horizon. Their throat involuntarily quivered. Their eyes had gained an additional fear when they looked at the 9-colored heaven-swallowing python in the sky again. Even an ordinary elite Doushang would likely be turned into a bloody fog from this tail strike. Gulp! The bodies of those experts from the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe stiffened at this moment. Their expressions were stunned. None of them dared to move forward to rescue Huang Tian because of the incomparably intense pressure radiating from the sky. While the entire sky seemed to have fallen into silence, the enormous 9-colored heaven-swallowing python in the sky slowly began to curl up its huge body. Then, a colorful and brilliant luster surged from its body before the heaven-swallowing python's large body began to shrink. Finally, it turned into a beautiful figure with enchanting curves in front of many startled eyes. The luster in the sky gradually scattered. That enchanting figure appeared in the eyes of many figure. Cold, enchanting, and capable of bringing disaster to a country. The hearts of many pounded at a faster rate once they saw this bewitching appearance mixed with an iciness. Such a person could be described as the ultimate temptation. The bewitching figure revealed herself in the sky. Her hand pointed at the dozens of 7-colored heaven-swallowing python in the sky and beckoned. The snakes whistled down before turning into many 7-colored lights that rushed into her body. Those are actually spiritual bodies of 7-colored heaven-swallowing pythons? Only after she began collecting those 7-colored heaven-swallowing python did Yao Ming and the others shockingly discover that these heaven-swallowing pythons were not made of energy. Instead, they were true heaven-swallowing python souls. Dozens of 7-colored heaven-swallowing python souls. Even Yao Ming's head became a little giddy after realizing what they were. The remaining elders from the 9 serene deep-ground python tribe all revealed dull gazes, appearing just like fools. How could so many of these extremely rare 7-colored heaven-swallowing pythons appear at once? The beauty in the sky completely ignored their shock. Her eyes, which contained a lazy iciness, slowly swept her surroundings, as though she was a queen inspecting her subjects, appearing cold and mighty, but anyone who made contact with this pair of eyes, which contained a trace of laziness, would feel their hearts beat harder. Some of those mentally weak individuals revealed bright red faces as the Dou Qi within their bodies became chaotic. The demonic beauty's eyes merely swept briefly over the area below. They shifted away without pausing. After which, she turned her head slightly and looked at an area a short distance behind her. A black-clothed young man was standing in the air. His face contained some gentle smile. A pair of dark black eyes were filled with joy. Her eyes paused on that young figure as the mouth on her bewitching face slowly lifted into an arc. She was like a blooming peony that was filled with great allure. Her beauty was soul-stirring. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1547, Unexpected Change. Chapter 1547, Unexpected Change. Xiao Yan's was a little absent-minded after seeing Kai Lin's dazzling smile. He immediately swung his head and recovered. He softly laughed, "Have you completed your retreat?" "Aye." Kai Lin smiled. Her narrow pretty eyes slowly swept over Xiao Yan. Her narrow, crescent-like eyebrows were lifted. She asked, "Has your strength grown significantly again?" "I cannot compare with you." Xiao Yan spread his hands. His eyes were a little helpless as he looked at Kai Lin. From the way Kai Lin had appeared, it was obvious that her strength had soared to a relatively powerful level during this retreat. This had left him a little speechless. He had also headed to the bottom of the spring, but he had not found anything unusual about it. After Kai Lin had entered this so-called ordinary spring, she had ended up gaining a lot. This blessing really caused one to feel envious. "Is that so?" Kai Lin shifted her feet. She carried a tempting fragrance as she approached Xiao Yan. Her pretty eyes slightly flickered. Her long delicate fingers suddenly pressed toward Xiao Yan with lightning-like speed. A 9-colored luster was vaguely present on the tip of her finger while a mysterious energy quietly spread from it. Xiao Yan involuntarily shook his head upon seeing her test his strength. A pink flame rose in front of him and Kai Lin's finger dangerously paused outside of the flame. She glanced at Xiao Yan and said in a regretful voice, "I thought that I would have surpassed you after exiting my retreat." Even now, Kai Lin deeply remembered the feeling of being far stronger than Xiao Yan back then. However, her somewhat strong self was a little depressed that something like being stronger than Xiao Yan would likely never appear again. Xiao Yan was helpless. Kai Lin seemed to have once again become that Queen Medusa of the past, who was difficult to tame after exiting this retreat. She was cold and enchanting. Additionally, she also possessed an even greater confidence. Alright, stop messing around. What level is your strength now? Xiao Yan bitterly laughed in his heart. He quickly became serious and asked after discovering that his spiritual perception was unable to detect Kai Lin's actual strength. Not because she had surpassed him, rather it was due to Kai Lin's aura being overly mysterious. It was impossible for him to gauge it. It should be around that of a 4-star Doshang. Kai Lin also smiled and replied honestly after seeing Xiao Yan become serious. Regardless of how powerful she was and how strong she acted in public, she still displayed a rare warmth and obedience in front of her man. That attack from earlier does not seem like something a 4-star Doshang can use. Xiao Yan slightly lifted an eyebrow. That shrinking snake net Kai Lin had unleashed earlier caused even someone as powerful as Huang Tian to have no choice but to temporarily take shelter. A mere 4-star Doshan was unable to do that. I borrowed an external strength. Kai Lin naturally did not hide anything from Xiao Yan. She took a step forward and became closer to Xiao Yan. After which, she lifted her hand. Her sleeve fell and revealed her jade-like wrist. There were many 7-colored snake symbols extending from her wrist up her arm. Only some snake symbols were present outside. They contained an unusual charm that tempted one into trying to probe deeper. A strange expression flashed across Xiao Yan's eyes as he studied her arm. His large hand grabbed Kai Lin's seemingly boneless wrist in front of many envious and fiery hot eyes. His finger gently rubbed the many 7-colored snake symbols. A grave and shocked expression surged into his eyes a moment later because he discovered that these snake symbols actually possessed their own life force. In other words, these snake symbols were not energy bodies. They were genuine 7-colored heaven-swallowing pythons. The bottom of the 9 serene spring hides the lair of a tribe of 7-colored heaven-swallowing python. I have obtained the inheritance of their ancestors. There are some ancestors among them with part of their souls still present despite their damaged physical bodies. I have awakened them, and they have attached to my body. I was only able to fight Huang Tian by borrowing their strength. Otherwise, if I merely relied on myself, it is likely that I would not have been able to defeat Huang Tian. Kai Lin softly explained. So this is the reason. Xiao Yan only came to a sudden understanding in his heart after hearing Kai Lin's brief explanation. Who would have imagined that the bottom of the 9 serene spring actually hide the remains of a lair belonging to the 7-colored heaven-swallowing python tribe? It was truly a lucky encounter for Kai Lin. This world was filled with all sorts of mysterious encounters. The reason he was able to obtain the purifying demonic lotus flame could be considered his own mysterious encounter. Will there be any problems? Xiao Yan's finger gently pressed down on a snake symbol on Kai Lin's arm as he inquired. Although these ancestors possess some soul fragments, they are not complete souls. From a certain point of view, they can all be controlled by me. Kai Lin's expression was a little dispirited as she replied. Xiao Yan relaxed only after hearing this. He comforted, it's fine. If we have the opportunity in the future, we can try and see if we can repair their souls. However, the most important thing now is to resolve the trouble in front of us. Xiao Yan's eyes shifted to the mountain ruins as he spoke. A miserable figure had struggled into the air from that spot. That figure was Huang Tian, who had suffered a heavy blow from Kai Lin. Kai Lin by the side also slightly nodded. Her pretty eyes shifted to Huang Tian. The warm smile on her face had been wiped away. Her eyes had gained a cold glint as murderous intent surged within them. Cough. Huang Tian coughed intensely in front of the countless pairs of eyes. He wiped off the trace of blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes glanced at Xiao Yan and Kai Lin in the distance in a sinister manner. Panic flashed across his heart. He was still unafraid if Xiao Yan was alone, but another had appeared, who could seriously injure him. Even Huang Tian would feel a great pressure if these two cooperated. Had I known that Xiao Yan's woman was a 9-colored heaven-swallowing python, I would not have intervened, damn it. Huang Tian's eyes flickered. His heart felt regretful. Originally, he thought that this matter would not be troublesome. Who would have expected such an unexpected change to suddenly occur? The entire sky was quiet while Huang Tian was silent. Those experts from the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe exchanged glances with each other. None of them dared to speak. Even the almighty Huang Tian in their eyes had been beaten into such a miserable state. Their pride from earlier had already been scattered by Xiao Yan and Kai Lin's ferociousness. Haha, Chief Huang Tian, are you planning to continue on trying to capture your target? Xiao Yan glanced at Huang Tian, who had become quiet. Finally, he opened his mouth and broke the silence. Huang Tian's face twitched upon hearing this question. His expression was volatile as it continued to rapidly change. Finally, he said in a hoarse voice, "Xiao Yan, this king has lost this time around." An uproar was immediately stirred after Huang Tian's words escaped his mouth. No one had expected the tribal chief of the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe, who was renowned within the Beast region, to actually admit defeat. "You don't really think that this matter can be put to rest just by admitting defeat, do you?" Xiao Yan's voice contained some ridicule. However, both of his eyes contained a chill. If he had come a little later today, something might have gone wrong with Kai Lin's training. How would he face Xiao Xiao if anything happened? "Shall we kill him?" Kai Lin by the side inquired in a faint voice. A murderous intent was revealed in her tone. Huang Tian's expression was a little ugly after seeing that Xiao Yan did not stop coming after him. He coldly said, "Saying that I admit defeat does not mean that I am afraid of you. If we were to really engage in an all-out fight, I would still be able to pull one of you into death's embrace even if I cannot win." Xiao Yan shifted his eyes. The chill in his eyes did not diminish while a nine-colored luster surged onto the surface of Kai Lin's body by the side. Yao Ming in the distance widened his mouth upon seeing them prepare. However, he eventually stopped himself from speaking. From his point of view, it would not be beneficial if Xiao Yan really killed Huang Tian. At that time, the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe would definitely seek a crazy vengeance. Faced with one of the three great tribes, the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe, even the Sky Mansion Alliance would end up with a great headache. If the Hall of Souls were to quietly intervene, it might end up causing a great disaster for the Sky Mansion Alliance, which could destroy it for good. "You." Huang Tian's expression was a little gloomy, but his heart felt bitter. Given his current condition, he would most likely end up dead if he were to deal with Xiao Yan and Kai Lin together. "Xiao Yan, this king will inform you of some news. Perhaps you will no longer be interested in remaining here after hearing it." Huang Tian's eyes flashed. He violently clenched his teeth as he spoke in a deep voice. "Oh? Why don't you tell me and we'll see?" Xiao Yan lifted his brows and replied with a calm expression. "Aren't you wondering why this king has chosen to launch a campaign and attract you over from the Central Plains now instead of earlier or later?" Xiao Yan's expression slightly sank. His eyes locked onto Huang Tian as he demanded, "Why?" Huang Tian smiled upon seeing Xiao Yan's reaction. He suddenly asked, "It seems that your relationship with the new Dragon Emperor of the ancient Void Dragon tribe is quite good, right?" Xiao Yan's expression gradually became ugly. His heart began to feel an unease. His tone was dense as he said, "Do not try my limited patience. If I was you, I would immediately hurry to the empty realm now. Otherwise, I'm afraid that you will only be able to go and collect the corpse of the new Dragon Emperor." Huang Tian laughed. "That young thing really doesn't know her limits. Does she really think that it is so easy to unite the ancient Void Dragon tribe?" Xiao Yan's expression became completely gloomy. He suddenly lifted his palm. The dragon seal present on his palm had actually gradually dimmed at this moment. His limbs immediately became ice cold. "Let's go." Xiao Yan struck his palm forward without explaining anything. He tore through empty space. Without saying anything more, he moved his body and swiftly entered. Kai Lin behind him frowned slightly before she hurriedly followed. "Huang Tian, I will remember this matter today. If anything happens to Ziyan, I will get your entire Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe to repay with your lives." A cold smile had just appeared on Huang Tian's face as he watched Xiao Yan and Kai Lin hurriedly leaving when the dense voice that was emitted from the spatial crack froze his smile. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1548, Transforming Dragon Demon Formation. Chapter 1548, Transforming Dragon Demon Formation. Yao Ming's group watched Xiao Yan and Kai Lin suddenly disappear through torn space from the underground network. Their faces were all stunned. They did not understand why the two of them would leave in such a hurry. The empty realm is the territory of the ancient Void Dragon tribe. From Brother Xiao Yan's anxiousness, can it be that some trouble has once again appeared with the ancient dragon tribe? Yao Ming was not a fool. He made a guess after thinking about it. However, he currently had a mess to deal with and was unable to leave. All he could do was pray that Xiao Yan and Kai Lin would be able to resolve the trouble this time around with their strength. The both of you will fight until you end up seriously injured, which will end up benefiting my Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe in the future." Huang Tian in the sky looked at the spot where Xiao Yan and Kai Lin had disappeared. He coldly laughed in his heart. He quickly ceased remaining any longer. With a cold cry, he turned around and rushed into the distance. The other experts from the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe hurriedly followed upon seeing him leave. They appeared a little dispirited. All of them were clearly aware that if Xiao Yan and Kai Lin had not suddenly left, it would likely not have been easy for them to withdraw without suffering any losses. The 9 serene deep-ground python tribe did not stop the heathen demon phoenix from withdrawing. They began to tidy up the mess of the battle while sighing in relief. The chaotic spatial flow within the empty realm was just like the large mouths of demons hidden in the darkness. They quietly appeared and forcefully shattered all the things they touched. Swoosh! 2 bright lights flashed by with great speed within the extremely quiet emptiness. The wild and violent airflow that the light stirred caused the interior of the empty realm to continuously rumble. Xiao Yan's expression was gloomy as he unleashed his speed to the limit. Ever since they had defeated the 3 great dragon kings the last time around, the situation of the ancient Void Dragon clan favored the Eastern Dragon Island. It had not been impossible for them to complete the unification. Of course, the 3 great dragon kings, who had fled, might pose an obstruction to the tribe, but they were clearly unable to cause much trouble with their strengths. This line of reasoning had always been present within Xiao Yan's heart. However, the situation that had occurred today made him realize that he had underestimated the complexity of the matter. The dragon seal is becoming weaker. Xi Yan seems to be in an extremely dire situation. Damn it, just what has happened to the ancient Void Dragon tribe? The direction the dragon seal is indicating is not the Eastern Dragon Island. It seems that Xi Yan is not on the Eastern Dragon Island. Xiao Yan tightly clenched his fist. He quickly suppressed the fury in his heart. The green-red bone wings on his back were flapped. His speed was increased once again as he wildly rushed in the direction indicated by the dragon seal. Kai Lin could only helplessly shake her head after seeing Xiao Yan speed off from behind. She did not say anything as she hurriedly followed. A bloodlight surged from a certain spot in the empty realm. The scent of blood could be clearly sniffed even 10,000 feet away. The source of the bloodlight was a large island floating in the empty realm. The island was filled with a scarlet color, as though the island had been dyed in blood, giving it a sinister appearance. Many figures were clustered together in the distant sky of the huge island, encircling this island and allowing nothing to pass. These people revealed frightened and gloomy expressions. A fury surged within their eyes as they looked at the dragon island. Dragon transforming demon formation. This bastard northern dragon king. The dragon transforming demon formation is a forbidden technique of our ancient dragon which had been destroyed thousands of years ago. How is it possible for him to use it? A white-haired elder in the sky above the island angrily roared. Those elders from the Eastern Dragon Island by the side became quiet after hearing this. They had only heard rumors about this forbidden technique. The person who had managed the secret technique of the ancient dragon tribe was the Northern Dragon King's great-grandfather. The dragon transforming demon formation was also destroyed by him. However, no one can be certain if he had privately kept it. Elder Julie hesitated and replied. The dragon transforming demon formation was a forbidden technique of the ancient Void Dragon tribe. This formation was created by an extraordinarily powerful expert from the tribe back then. Once this formation was formed, everyone inside, other than the person at the center of the formation, would be shattered into pools of blood. Finally, they would be devoured and absorbed by the center of the formation. Thus, the strength of that person would soar greatly, but this formation was far too bloody and cruel. Hence, it was classified as a forbidden technique and subsequently destroyed. No one had expected that this Northern Dragon King knew how to use it. Moreover, the thing that caused one's scalp to turn numb was that this lunatic had actually activated the formation across the entire Northern Dragon Island. It should be known that many experts from the 3 Dragon Islands had gathered here because of their alliance. Other than a small number of experts on the island, the majority had been turned into pools of blood and devoured by the Northern Dragon King at the center of the formation. After devouring so many tribe members, the strength of the Northern Dragon King had already reached a relatively frightening level. Haha, you naive and inexperienced girl, this king was originally planning on allowing you to live longer. Unexpectedly, you actually dared to lead an army and attack. It's just as well. This king has an insufficient number of sacrifices. If I devour you, my bloodline will definitely surpass all the ancestors of the ancient Void Dragon tribe. Ha ha. At that time, this king will be the strongest person in the history of the ancient Void Dragon tribe. The dense bloodlight contained a bloody scent as it surrounded the huge island. While Julie and the rest did not dare step forward, that bloody light suddenly emitted a crazy laughter. A frightening energy ripple swept apart. The 2 human figures in an intense battle scattered the blood fog and appeared in front of many pairs of eyes. One of the 2 figures was Xi Yan, but was not in a good state. Her face was pale and her aura was a little weary. The liquid-like dragon-slaying sword in her hand had once again been summoned, but the dragon-slaying sword did not appear to be as powerful as last time. A half-human-like figure was present in front of Xi Yan. His body was extremely strong. The muscles all over his body appeared as though they were alive as they continued to wiggle across his skin. Waves of blood flowed out of his pores while the flesh on his body wiggled. This caused him to appear like a blood person that looked ferocious and terrifying. There was a strangely large head on the blood person's shoulders. 3 faces were present on this head. Those 3 faces were the Western Dragon King, the Southern Dragon King, and the Northern Dragon King. 3 faces on a single head made one's stomach to churn. Clang clang. Those monster-like 3 faces parted their mouths. Blood continuously flowed out of the corner of their mouths. Those 6 scarlet eyes were filled with a wild beast-like violence. Additionally, the hand of the monster held a huge sword formed by golden liquid. However, the golden color was mixed with a dense blood color. Waves of metallic sounds erupted when it collided with the dragon-slaying sword in Xian's hand, but the monster did not fall into a disadvantage. Instead, the occasional stench forced Xian into a dangerous situation. Northern Dragon King, you bastard. The Western and Southern Dragon Kings are your allies, yet you did not even let them off. You actually devoured their physical bodies and souls and have become such a monster. Xian's eyes contained a flame as they stared at the monster. Blood shoot from its body as she furiously cursed the Northern Dragon King. TSK, those 2 pieces of trash had been seriously injured by you. They would have difficulty becoming great even if they fully recovered. It is better if they help me. Although I have eaten their flesh, this king has promised to help take revenge. The face of the Northern Dragon King on the monster's head strangely laughed. The huge sword in his hand furiously hacked at Xian with lightning-like speed. The frightening wind forced Xian to pull back in defeat. After swallowing the Western and Southern Dragon King, he had relied on the transforming dragon demon formation to absorb many experts on the island. The strength of the Northern Dragon King had already far surpassed Xian. If he was not a little afraid of the genuine dragon-slaying sword, Xian would have already died by the Northern Dragon King's hands. Xian clenched her silver teeth as she faced the crazy attack of the Northern Dragon King. She firmly endured. Due to the transforming dragon demon formation, the experts from the Eastern Dragon Island did not dare to step inside. Otherwise, they would turn into a pool of blood if they entered and end up continuously strengthening the Northern Dragon King. Northern Dragon King, sooner or later your reasoning will be eroded by the bloodlust and you will become a wild beast which only knows how to kill. Tisk, it's fine if I become a wild beast. The ancient Void Dragon tribe can only be reunified by this king. The Dragon Emperor can only be me. The strange laughter of the Northern Dragon King suddenly halted. His palm suddenly grabbed at the ground below him. The 3 ancient dragon tribe members on the ground with miserable expression were grabbed and lifted across space. After which, they were treated as weapons as they were ruthlessly thrown at Xian. Dragon Emperor, aren't you planning on rescuing people? Tisk, this king shall let you rescue your fill. Xian clenched her silver teeth. She glanced at the people wrapped in the bloodlight as they were thrown over. She quickly flew up and her hand slammed into the trio with lightning-like speed. A golden light surged and the strange blood light scattered. Subsequently, a wave of hidden force delivered the 3 of them out of the transforming dragon demon formation. Tisk, what a good dragon emperor. Even this king is a little unwilling. Xian had just delivered the 3 of them away when the blood glow flashed. The Northern Dragon King appeared in front of her in a ghost-like fashion. A savage expression surged onto his dense face. His large hands, which were covered in blood, were smashed towards Xian's shoulder with lightning-like speed. Grug! A terrifying force surged into her body from her shoulder. The bloody vapor, which was filled with a rotting stench, immediately caused an intense pain throb from Xian's body. A mouthful of fresh blood was spat out as her delicate figure flew backwards in front of many anxious eyes. Everything is over. The ancient Void Dragon tribe belongs to me. The Northern Dragon King revealed a mad expression when he saw Xian's aura become completely sluggish. He let out a ferocious laugh as he strode forward. After which, he appeared in front of Xian. His large hands subsequently grabbed her head. The experts from the Eastern Dragon Island outside the blood formation were extremely shocked after seeing Xian be picked up by her head. Their eyes reddened. Ha ha! The Northern Dragon King let out a strange laugh. However, the speed of his hand was not reduced. A pink flame suddenly rose from Xian's head just as his hand was about to land on her head. The terrifyingly high temperature caused the hand of the Northern Dragon King to halt. It froze in the air as his expression slowly turned gloomy. He slowly lifted his head and stared at the empty realm in front of him. His dense voice reverberated into the empty realm. Xiao Yan, show yourself, ... If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1549, Extermination Firebod. Chapter 1549, Extermination Firebod. The furious cry of the Northern Dragon King resounded within this blood formation in a rumbling fashion. Finally, it spread into the distance. Puff! The pink flame, which appeared above Xi Yan's head, swiftly spread after the Northern Dragon King's cry sounded. It transformed into a fire barrier that firmly wrapped around Xi Yan. The blood fog spreading around her would emit a hissing sound and disappear upon contact with the fire barrier. Northern Dragon King, you are indeed the person causing trouble. The space beside Xi Yan fluctuated after the fire barrier materialized. Immediately, two figures slowly appeared. These figures were Xiao Yan and Kai Lin, who had hurried over at full speed. It's Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's and Kai Lin's sudden appearance caught the attention of those members from the eastern dragon island outside of the formation. Many joyous cries quickly sounded. Soon after, some elders once again became grave. Although they were aware that Xiao Yan was also an elite Doushang after their last meeting, the current situation was such that even an ordinary Doushang would end up dying. The hearts of many sank slightly upon thinking of death. TSK, that fellow Huang Tian is really useless. He has only managed to delay you for such a short amount of time. The scarlet eyes of the Northern Dragon King glared at Xiao Yan while everyone was quiet. He licked the blood off the corner of his mouth as he continued with a dense smile. However, it is fine. The situation has already been decided. You coming here is merely offering me a sacrifice. Xiao Yan's expression was calm. He glanced at the Northern Dragon King and paused on the three strange faces. Given his spiritual perception, he could guess why this person's strength had increased with just a glance. He slightly frowned. This person was actually this vicious. Cough. Xi Yan by the side suddenly coughed out a mouthful of fresh blood while Xiao Yan knit his brows. Her face was as pale as sheet. Blood swiftly spread from his shoulder and eroded her body. Although the Dragon Phoenix constitution was doing its best to endure, the waves of intense pain still caused Xi Yan's expression grow paler. TSK, even though you possess the Dragon Phoenix constitution, even you will feel terrible after being struck by the transforming dragon demon formation. The Northern Dragon King let out a wild laugh at the sky after seeing the Xi Yan's weakened state. He had almost transformed the entire population of the Northern Dragon Island into blood. It was only possible to turn the tables by paying such a frightening price. His heart was naturally incomparably happy after forcing Xi Yan into such a miserable state. Why are the both of you here? Xi Yan wiped the trace of blood off the corner of her mouth. Her pale face gave one a heartache. Her somewhat dim eyes glanced at Xiao Yan and Kai Lim as she bitterly said, the matter this time around will not be as easily resolved as last time. This fellow has devoured the Western and Southern King as well as the flesh of many tribe members. He has vaguely reached the 6th star of the Doushang class. A 6-star Doushang. Although Xi Yan's strength had risen quickly during these 2 years, she had yet to break through to the 5th star of the Doushang class. With her strength, she was unable to defeat the Northern Dragon King even with her Dragon Phoenix constitution. The gap between the 2 stars was really far too great. Xiao Yan smiled at her but did not reply. His hand was gently placed on Xi Yan's shoulder. The one that radiated a bloody air from it. A faint pink flame was partially visible. He, attempting to expel the transforming dragon blood qi. Do you think? The Northern Dragon King coldly laughed upon seeing Xiao Yan's actions. However, his laughter had barely sounded when he was stunned to find tendrils of the blood qi swiftly rising from Xi Yan's shoulder. Finally, they vanished into nothing. Heavenly flame? A shocked expression immediately flashed across the Northern Dragon King's eyes upon seeing these tendrils disappear. Only at this moment did he discover that the heavenly flame in Xiao Yan's hand appeared a little different from what he had seen back then. Xiao Yan ignored the Northern Dragon King. He controlled the purifying demonic lotus flame and circulated it once around Xi Yan's body. All of the transforming dragon blood qi within her body was swallowed and vaporized. Only then did he slowly withdraw his palm. Xi Yan's face recovered a little color after the transforming dragon blood qi within her body was scattered, but she still appeared extremely weak. Moreover, her body had slowly shrank in front of Xiao Yan's and Kai Lin's stunned eyes. Within a short moment, she had returned to that little girl appearance from back then. I'm too weak. I can only recover in a form that saves the most amount of energy. Xi Yan bitterly laughed and softly explained. Haha, this appearance is much cuter. Xiao Yan rubbed Xi Yan's small head and laughed, both Kai Lin and you should return. Leave this to me. Xi Yan was slightly startled after hearing his words. She gently clenched her teeth and said, he is very powerful. I have never tried biting off more than I can chew. Xiao Yan laughed and replied. Xi Yan suddenly sensed that Xiao Yan's strength had once again surpassed her after taking in his smiling face. A joy quickly rose on her small face. Do you need any help? Kai Lin softly asked by the side. If that transformed Northern Dragon King really possessed a strength similar to a 6-star Doshang, just Xiao Yan alone, worry flashed through her eyes while she thought to herself. He has yet to truly reach the 6th star of the Doshang class. It is not impossible to beat him. Currently, there are still many members of the ancient Void Dragon tribe within this formation. You should intervene and rescue them while I hold him back. Otherwise, he will be able to devour the blood and Dou Qi of these people as he wishes. Then, his fighting strength will maintain its peak. Xiao Yan shook his head slightly while appearing quite calm. Kai Lin was unable to say anything after hearing Xiao Yan's words. She immediately nodded, grabbed Ziyan, and moved her body, flying out of the range of the blood formation in the process. They appeared in front of those elders from the Eastern Dragon Island. The elders hurriedly swarmed over upon seeing them leave the formation. Their faces were extremely anxious. If anything happened to Ziyan, the ancient Void Dragon tribe would never unite again. The Northern Dragon King did not intervene to stop Kai Lin and Ziyan from departing. From the way he saw it, the lives of those two had merely been extended. Once he finished Xiao Yan off, he would devour everyone present. A savage smile rose on the face of the Northern Dragon King after he thought about the joy from the soaring of his strength. Your blood and flesh has a strange scent to it. It is similar to that of the Dragon Phoenix, but it appears even more delicious. The Northern Dragon King's scarlet tongue was extended. He licked the blood on his face. A special excitement quickly rose within his eyes. He made a strange statement as he stared at Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan shifted his eyes. He was naturally aware of what the Northern Dragon King was saying. There were a total of 3 types of bloodline strengths within his body. This delicious taste should originate from them. However, Xiao Yan did not reply to the perverted desire of the Northern Dragon King. He lifted his hand, and a pink flame slowly spread from his body. The frighteningly high temperature vaporized the surrounding bloody Dou Qi that was eroding him. The scarlet eyes of the Northern Dragon King focused when the extremely troublesome transforming dragon blood Dou Qi was unable to even approach Xiao Yan's body. Although his murderous desire had surged after devouring many people, he possessed a ruthless and cautious nature to begin with. Hence, he remained alert even at this moment. Your body possesses the Dragon Phoenix bloodline. Coincidentally, you can have a taste of the dragon-slaying sword. The eyes of the Northern Dragon King flickered as he took a step forward. His body appeared a short distance in front of Xiao Yan with lightning-like speed. The huge blood-red sword in the Northern Dragon King's hand released a bloody stench that pounced into Xiao Yan's nose as it ruthlessly hacked toward his head. Yellow Spring Palm. Xiao Yan's body withdrew. He randomly threw out a yellow spring palm in the process, and the huge energy palm whistled forward. This is nothing. The Northern Dragon King laughed upon seeing this attack. The huge sword containing a bloody Dou Qi in his hand slashed down and hacked the energy palm into 2. After which, the body of the sword was swung. It unleashed 3 huge sword blows with lightning-like speed. They struck Xiao Yan like thunderbolts. The green-red bone wings on Xiao Yan's back were flapped to deal with the Northern Dragon King's sharp attack, narrowly dodging them. Before he could stabilize his body, the Northern Dragon King had once again ferociously pounced over. The attacks arrived one after another without giving him any time to catch his breath. The elders from the Eastern Dragon Island outside of the formation felt a little anxious in their hearts after seeing Xiao Yan fall into a disadvantage. If Xiao Yan were to be defeated, the Eastern Dragon Island would really suffer a great defeat. At that time, the crazy Northern Dragon King would attack again. The entire ancient Void Dragon tribe would likely be finished. Bang! Xiao Yan violently collided head-on with the Northern Dragon King amid these many anxious pairs of eyes. The blood within his body churned as he staggered dozens of steps back. He is indeed barely able to reach the 6th star of the Dosheng class. A grave expression flashed across Xiao Yan's eyes as he suppressed the somewhat churning blood within his body. He was unable to obtain a great result with ordinary Dou Qi while fighting opponent with such strength. I can try that technique. Xiao Yan's eyes slightly flickered. He quickly withdrew the aura all around his body. Both of his hands rapidly formed many extremely foreign seals. Little E within his body suddenly opened his eyes after Xiao Yan's hands began to move. His body quickly rose and paused between Xiao Yan's brows. The small hands of Little E formed the same seals as Xiao Yan at this moment. Xiao Yan, it is really wishful thinking by attempting to defeat this king with your strength. The Northern Dragon King coldly laughed as he watched Xiao Yan form the hand seals. He did not give Xiao Yan any time as the huge sword in his hand mercilessly slashed toward Xiao Yan's head while being accompanied by a sharp wind. Man and Flame Merger, Extermination Fire Body. The tiny fire lotus in Xiao Yan's eyes had begun to wildly rotate after Xiao Yan and Little E's hand seals stilled at the same time. A extermination-like monstrous aura, which caused everyone's expression to pale, suddenly swept from Xiao Yan's body like a storm. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1550, Crazy Northern Dragon King. Chapter 1550, Crazy Northern Dragon King. Boom! After that extermination-like aura swept out of Xiao Yan's body, his body lit on fire at this moment. Pink flames covered every part of his body. His skin, muscles, bones, cells, every part of Xiao Yan's body was filled by a pink flame at this moment. Chi. The pink flames fiercely burned. While the flames wildly spread, his body became crystal clear. It was even possible to see his internal organs through the flames. These internal organs were covered by a pink crystal layer at this moment. The green-red wings on Xiao Yan's back slowly morphed. Finally, they turned into a pair of huge pink wings. Looking from a distance, it was as though they had been made by transparent glass, appearing exceptionally mysterious. The extermination fire body was a method of unleashing the energy of the heavenly flame to its limit by merging it with one's physical body. This required almost perfect control of the heavenly flame because the heavenly flames were far too ferocious. Even though it had already been refined, the inside of a human's body was still too weak. No one dared to easily use the heavenly flame to alter one's constitution. Even Xiao Yan did not dare to do so, but after Little E appeared, this kind of hidden danger completely vanished. Little E and Xiao Yan were mentally connected. They were just like one. Little E was the spirit of a heavenly flame. No one in the world could compare with him in terms of controlling a heavenly flame. The harsh conditions required to form the exterminating fire body could also be met by him. This was the first time Xiao Yan had used this skill after leaving the demonic flame realm, but he was confident in the might of the extermination fire body. From a certain point of view, this kind of extermination fire body was just transforming oneself into a movable extermination fire lotus, allowing his attacks to be as terrifying as the fire lotus. However, the only disadvantage was that the Dou Qi one required to use the extermination fire body was far too frightening. Even with Xiao Yan's current strength, it was likely that he would not be able to use it for more than a minute. 1 minute would pass in the blink of an eye. However, this 1 minute could decide the victor in a fight when it came to genuine experts. The extermination aura that suddenly rippled out of the formation was detected by many members of the ancient dragon tribe outside. Immediately, many surprised gazes were thrown at Xiao Yan. What a frightening aura! In less than 3 years, his strength has actually progressed to such a level. Elder Julie looked at Xiao Yan with an envious face. When he had first met Xiao Yan, he had still surpassed Xiao Yan slightly. Now, however, he had been tossed into some unknown corner. It looks like our ancient void dragon tribe will be saved. The other elders also revealed joyous faces. Originally, they thought that it was impossible to stop the crazy northern dragon king even with Xiao Yan's appearance. However, Xiao Yan caused them to rejoice. Ziyan, who had been observing the situation in front of everyone, revealed joy in her eyes. The aura that had suddenly erupted from Xiao Yan caused her to feel reassured. She, someone who only knows how to put up a mystifying act. No one can change your fate today. The northern dragon king narrowed his scarlet eyes as Xiao Yan transformed. He let out a laugh. Although he spoke in a condescending manner, the caution in his heart greatly soared. The current Xiao Yan already made him feel some danger. He would have to pay an extremely miserable price if he was careless. His blood-colored hand quickly formed a seal as he cried out, "Blood dragon, devour the sky!" Roar! The huge blood formation suddenly churned after the northern dragon king's cry sounded. An immeasurable amount of bloody Dou Qi gathered in the air above the northern dragon king. It vaguely formed a savage blood dragon that was larger than the entire dragon island. A voice filled with a violent and murderous desire slowly rang out. Bang bang! Many ancient dragon figures exploded within the dragon island after the bloody Dou Qi gathered. They turned into blood fog that was absorbed into the blood dragon, causing its body to grow a brighter red. On the other side of the blood formation, Kai Lin continued to rapidly throw members of the ancient dragon tribe out of the blood formation. Even though she was quick, many still exploded into a bloody mist. She knit her delicate brows and waved her hand. 10 7-colored lights erupted from her. The rate she was rescuing those individuals soared. TSK, the transforming dragon demon formation can be considered the ultimate skill of my ancient dragon tribe. Those pieces of trash actually thought of destroying it? They were really extremely foolish. The madness on the face of the northern dragon king became even denser as he stared at the incomparably large blood dragon in the sky. He glanced at Xiao Yan a short distance in front of him. His body rose and finally turned into a blood glow that charged into the huge mouth of the blood dragon. After the Northern Dragon King charged into the Blood Dragon's body, the luster radiating from all parts of the Blood Dragon gathered on him. A dim bloodlight lingered around the surface of his body. Those huge dragon scales flicked with a chilling luster, giving them a lifelike appearance. Roar! The Blood Dragon's huge eyes contained an endless bloody aura as they focused on Xiao Yan in an icy and merciless fashion. The incomparably large body trembled as it opened its ferocious large mouth. A 10,000-foot large blood glow that contained a bloody aura, which caused one's expression to change, rushed toward Xiao Yan like a furious dragon. Be careful! The bloodlight shot out as Zi Yan warned Xiao Yan. She could sense a frightening force in the bloodlight. If someone were struck by it, even an elite 5-star Doshang would likely suffer a serious injury. Haha, Xiao Yan, since you have delivered yourself to me, I shall help take your life. The Northern Dragon King's proud roar reverberated across the empty realm as he watched the bloodlight penetrate the void. Xiao Yan's eyes were slowly opened as he faced the Northern Dragon King's roar. Both of his black eyes became crystal clear, but the fire lotus within his body rotated in a terrifying way. Such strength! Xiao Yan lowered his head and swiftly observed his current situation. His pink glass-like face revealed his intoxication. He was currently the purifying demonic lotus flame. If he possessed sufficient Dou Qi, Xiao Yan could even unleash the destructive might of the purifying demonic lotus flame. He could burn mountains and boil the sea by just raising his hand. There was no limit to this heavenly flame. Both man and flame had completely merged together. The only person across the entire Dou Qi continent who could reach this level was just Xiao Yan. An incomparably searing hot aura was slowly spat from Xiao Yan's mouth. He lifted his head and glanced at the bloodlight rapidly magnifying in his eyes. The corners of his mouth were curled. However, he did not prepare any defenses. The fire wings on his back were gently flapped. After which, he turned into a fire meteorite in front of many shocked eyes. He collided head-on with the bloodlight. Chi. They collided at that moment, but everyone's eyes shrunk as the bloody light, which was filled with a frightening bloody energy that could easily defeat a 5-star Doshang, quickly dimmed upon contact. Everyone's eyes watched as the light that had penetrated through the void swiftly weakened the moment of the collision. Moreover, it started to slowly deform as it weakened at a shocking speed. A falling star-like figure flashed with lightning-like speed at the same time. The bloodlight collapsed with just a touch when the two made contact. Moreover, it had collapsed without any resistance. Bang! The bloodlight finally became illusory in front of the eyes of the blood dragon, which was filled with disbelief. The firelight figure continued to fly over like a falling star. It was swiftly magnified in his eyes. This king will not fail. Up against Xiao Yan's wild and violent attack, a crazy expression began to surge within the eyes of the blood dragon that the Northern Dragon King had merged with. He was all alone already. If he were to lose, he would no longer find an opportunity to turn things around. Roar! A glaring bloodlight crazily erupted from the blood dragon's enormous body. It gathered within its large ferocious mouth at a shocking speed. Finally, it turned into a dark 5-foot large bead condensed from blood. The surface of the bloody bead was covered in lines that appeared like blood vessels. An incomparably bloody scent spread through the empty realm. Swoosh! The blood bead had just appeared when the craziness within the Northern Dragon King's eyes surged. He ruthlessly shot the bead at Xiao Yan in front of him. The blood dragon immediately began to crumble after the blood bead shot away, as though all of its energy had left with the blood bead. Dragon Soul Bead. This bastard didn't even let off the souls of the tribe members. The eyes of those ancient void dragons outside of the blood formation quickly turned a bloody red after catching sight of the blood-colored bead. The Northern Dragon King had not only devoured the flesh of many from the tribe, he had also not let off their souls. Zi Yan's delicate figure trembled. The murderous desire within her eyes was extremely dense. The Northern Dragon King did not care about the fury of the others. His scarlet eyes continued to stare at Xiao Yan, who flying over. Xiao Yan then collided with the blood bead. A cruel and savage smile was immediately lifted on his face. Xiao Yan, go and die. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.